Each person here introduced themselves. My name is Mormont Carl, my profession is a mercenary, do you know where the hell we are? The next person said, I'm Lyle, the owner of a carpentry workshop in Adora, and where about here, I'm sorry, I don't know. Another person spoke up, Grit, employee of the antique shop Halcyon, I don't know where we are either. A girl said, my name is Jenna, I live in the forest, and I don't know what just happened. Another man said, Hannes Lat, occupation is a farmer, and I, too, have no information at all. Everyone was confused, meaning all 11 people didn't know why they were here, where this was, whether this was a dream. It was harvest season right now. One person wondered, could it be that we were thrown here by a magician, maybe to turn us into experimental guinea pigs? Mormont was grumpy. Don't say nonsense, Lyle said. The only thing that is certain right now is that we are all newbies. Maybe we will find more clues if we continue to communicate with each other like this. At this time, the fairy Yizzle appeared. Everyone was talking about something. The master was about to open the spacetime rift, so let's prepare for battle. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of a little person, and she was. The fairy replied, call me Yizzle, a fairy in charge of managing this place. Please follow the rules if you don't want to get hurt. Mormont asked, were you the one who brought us here? Yizzle said, why should I know? Mormont pulled out his sword and said, can you still be so calm after kidnapping someone like that? I will force you to vomit everything you know. Yizzle sighed, please stop, if you still want to live. He arrogantly said, a small creature like her has such a strong mouth, isn't it? Yizzle smiled coldly, why do you have to make things so complicated? Mormont prepares to move forward, I will correct that attitude of yours. He was immediately stabbed in the neck and fell down on the spot. At this time, the system announced that Mormont, 2 stars, had returned to the goddess's arms. His war spirit would be remembered forever. The reason for his death, suicide due to stress. Yizzle said, didn't I warn you to stop if you still want to live? If you just listened to me, this unfortunate thing wouldn't have happened. She raised her voice and threatened everyone, any of you who still intend to attack me should mentally prepare to return to the motherland. That is self-defense, understand? Everyone started to panic and fear. What is this? He's dead. Is he really dead? What are you doing? Just say whatever you want. Yizzle said, what I want. Listen carefully to my orders. Fight well, then win. That's it. It's that simple. The game system starts announcing, setting up the squad, pairing heroes. Lyle, 1 star, has joined Party 1. Lanto, 1 star, has joined Party 1. Marilyn, 1 star, has joined Party 1. Kelkuo, 1 star, joined Party 1. Jackson, 1 star, joined Party 1. Yizzle said, the master has finally started the game. All prepared, spacetime rift, open. A door of light appeared right in front of them. Yizzle ordered, Lyle, Lanto, Marilyn, Kelkud, Jackson. See that door, go through it if you don't want to end up like Mormont. Hannes Lat suddenly spoke, wait. Yizzle said angrily, it's you again, what else do you want? Han said, surely you still want us to climb the tower. The leader must at least summon weapons. With all of us being 1 star has nothing to do. She doesn't want to send a suicide army there. Jenna thought, again, tower, what are they talking about? Han continued, an expensive 2-star hero just died. Could you at least give us some defense equipment? Mormont Carl is a 2-star hero with the elementary swordsmanship skills that Han mentioned. Yizzle thought about it, it made sense. She then messaged the system, Master, the heroes currently don't have any equipment, can you give them some equipment to fight better? The system gives tips. Heroes without equipment when participating in battle will be equipped with an old wooden sword by default. If you put it in the arsenal, the heroes will be equipped with that weapon. Don't forget that you can request to register the weapon yourself. The system continues to notify, Master, preparing to perform 10x summoning. 10x summoning, 50,000 gold. Whatever has received an iron sword, E+. Whatever has received a rudimentary bow, E. Whatever has received a wooden stick, D+. Lyle asked, you said your name is Han, right? Do you know anything about this place? Han said, not much more than everyone else, because I haven't been here for too long. Jenna heard that and thought, not long ago, could it be this guy? Han continued, the only thing I know is that if I delay, I'll die. It's best to start collecting weapons in that house over there, it's about to start. Everyone was wondering at his words, starting, hey, what do you mean? Han replied as he walked towards the house, battle. They panicked, battle, did you just say battle? Everyone started arguing to get weapons. I was completely blind to fighting, I didn't even know how to fight as a child, I just took the weapon first and then moved on. I took it first, this is mine. After a while, everyone got what they wanted. Lyle was startled. What? The body disappeared. Was it done by magic? Yizel pointed at the door and said, "Shut up. Now, the 5 of you, step through the door. Let's begin." Lyle was the first to touch. What the hell? Yizel was annoyed. Calm down and walked in there for me. Ah, no way. Jenna saw Han calmly choosing a weapon and thought, he considered checking a shield in the middle of this chaos. Should I follow suit? Jenna then asked, "Do you know what's going to happen next? Why do we need weapons? Where are we? And what is that little fairy?" Han replied that she really had many questions to ask, but for now she just needed to go into battle and kill all the enemies, and for the rest, she had to find the answers herself. The system suddenly reported, Marilyn, 1 star, had returned to the goddess's arms. His war soul would be remembered forever. Han said angrily, "Damn it." Jenna wondered, what's wrong? The system announced in turn, Kelkuo, 1 star, has returned to the goddess's arms. His war soul will be remembered forever. Lanto, 1 star, has returned to the goddess's arms. His war soul will be remembered forever. Jackson, 1 star, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His war spirit will be remembered forever. Han heard that and understood. Is this why they are only 1 star? Jenna asked, what's wrong? Did something just happen? He said, silent. The system continued to report, Lyle, 1 star, had returned to the goddess's arms. His war spirit would be remembered forever. Team 1 had been wiped out. He couldn't help but doubt. Wiped out? So fast? Yizel was angry. Those useless animals, just having the first floor, all of them died. Alert system, formation setup, pairing heroes, Han, 1 star, Lanto, 1 star, Marilyn, 1 star, Kelkuo, 1 star, Jackson, 1 star has joined Team 1. Yizel is grumpy. The rest, go to war. Han said, it's our turn. Jenna said, why haven't those who went before come back yet? An old man spoke up, Fairy, I have osteoarthritis so I can't walk much. Could you please take me off the team? Jenna said, osteoarthritis, but just now he was still walking fine. Usually nothing. He continued, and it just happened again. Yizel complained, seriously these idiots. Jenna saw Han moving forward. She pulled the old man back and said, just go, we will try to fight and survive together. Yizel said, it's too noisy. Shut up and prepare. Everyone is worried. She wants us to prepare. What was I given? Grit said, I never picked up a spear again. Everyone gradually entered the door. Yizel said loudly, good luck, everyone. Someone still doesn't want to go in. It seems I have a stomachache. Let me go. They went inside, looked around wondering, where is this? A temple? What is written on here? The system displays the text, Main Dungeon, your current trial floor is floor 1, the door is open, please prepare. Han shouted loudly, don't lose concentration, it's starting. Now, they have begun to enter a different dimension. The man asked, where is this? Han said, what are you thinking? This is the first floor, mission type, suppress the target, destroy all enemies. Han said firmly, we are on the battlefield, I told you, fight or die, so he raised his head and said. As soon as he turned around, he saw that the other 3 people had run away. He was annoyed and cursed, damn it. Jenna said, hey old man, I thought you said you had osteoarthritis. He replied, just recovered. At this time, the system reported one after another. Jenna, 1 star, panicked, all stats decreased by 30%. Dazel, 1 star, panicked, all stats decreased 30%. Grit, 1 star, panic, all stats reduced by 30%. Gale, 1 star, in panic, all stats reduced by 30%. The 3 people fled when they suddenly bumped into a transparent wall. Jenna was surprised, a wall. Everyone took turns saying, why can't I get out like this? Oh my back, let me out, I need to go hard. The old man hit the wall hard. What is this wall? Remove it immediately. Han turned around and said, it was really embarrassing. Jenna spoke up, Han. Can we escape if we defeat all the goblins? Han asked, do you know how to use a bow? She replied, my father is a hunter. You started planning. I will rush in to attack directly and shoot cover fire from afar. Can we do it? Jenna agreed, come always. She said, what about them? Han replied, don't pay attention, they're just useless people. The monsters began to rush in. Jenna shouted, here they come. Han thought, honestly, I've never swung a sword or used a shield before. My name is Han Aslat, but my real name is Han Shojin. And it looks like I just got stuck in a damn RNG game. This is the game Pick Me Up, a mobile game released by the studio of Morbius Corporation. The goal of the game is to destroy a 100-story tower, support the heroes by generating materials and building a base. You need to clear the tower using stratagems and tactics. Han thought, just yesterday, I was still living a normal life. A new dungeon appeared, he said, this cheap game finally has a watchable event. Han thought, hero ranks range from 1 to a maximum of 7 stars, I'm an extremely unlucky guy, even though I use thousands of free summons, I've never had a hero above 5 stars, dungeon can drop destiny letters at a low rate, which is needed to create a 7-star hero, there is no reason not to participate. Pick Me Up is different from other character training games in that it sets difficult rules. No matter how much love and care you give to a character, once they die, they are truly dead and cannot be revived. Being able to be reborn, Han thought, meant that whether it was 1 or 6 stars, once the character died, it was over, and it was necessary to scout the dungeon first with a disposable squad. Alert system, new dungeon has opened, alert, alert, alert. All members of Party 38 felt scared. The stats of Diora, Nicholas, Kent, Akella, Milky, decreased by 30%. Diora, 6 stars, suggested retreating. Han said, what are they afraid of? Well, it doesn't matter, I just need to see how the boss fights. The system continues to report, Diora, 6 stars, is worried. He was surprised when he looked at the game screen, level 999, what was that, a bug? At this time the system announces, you have failed. Sira, 6 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess, her fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Nicola, 5 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess, into the arms of the goddess, his fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Kent, 5 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess, his fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Han saw this and said, it was clearly a system error. They were wiped out without even seeing its fighting style, so I didn't gain anything. A line of text suddenly appeared, I saw you. He was startled, what is it? Is it another way of playing it? The game should have ended already. Suddenly a dark patch appeared, what? I couldn't see anything. The system appears, create a new account. Please choose the name, whatever, this name is available, will you use this name? He thought, account, what is this saying? What is this, whatever, is it trying to write whatever? The system displayed the text yes. Han was surprised, I didn't type anything, what was it doing? Did it agree on its own? The system displays the message, whatever, welcome to the world of Pick Me Up. Play the tutorial, once completed you will receive a reward. At this moment Han opened his eyes. The game system begins with the text, a small village in the territory of Heim. In this place lives a boy named Hanneslat, a peaceful land of both humans and non-humans. 10 year. Found myself in another dimension, what, this is. Another series of bulletin boards appeared, a mysterious enemy has invaded this peaceful continent. Hey, master, if you want to save the world, climb the tower. Countless heroes will be by your side. Tutorial mission, defeat the goblins invading the village. Han was completely surprised, Goblin, what is this message? Is that true? But soon I realized this was the truth. Notification system, the battle will start automatically, see the hero's artificial intelligence system, perform advanced close combat. But I can't remember the feeling of killing another living being, Han thought. Notification system after battle ends, pass level, Han, 1 star, level up, sending rewards, please check your mailbox, Han said as he walked, what's going on, is this inside the game or something? He looked up and suddenly realized, this familiar scene was, Pick Me Up. The system keeps saying, Master, before continuing to the next level, try to summon an ally, tap the summon tab in your menu, special first time service, sending 500 gems needed for 1 turn premium summoning. He said, what the hell is going on? At this moment a person suddenly appeared in front of him, system notification, Master whatever has received hero Shay, 5 stars. He thought in panic, summoning, that was a summon, thinking that he was also summoned like that, as if a hero was summoned to the Pick Me Up player. Shay Raosteri said, I have been summoned, who are you? Han replied, Han Shojin. Shay said, I am Shay Raosteri, a knight. Han Shojin, what a strange name, he said, not Han Shojin. The system says, try creating a party with any hero, drag and drop the hero into the formation tab, and create a unique party. Master, Han, 1 star and Shay, 5 star, are now one team. Han thought, Master whatever took me and Shay into the dungeon again. Shay said while fighting monsters, you are new, you don't look like anything. Han said, this is my first time. Han thought, unlike me, who had never held a sword, the 4-star hero Shay had defeated 5 goblins in one fell swoop. Notification system, pass level, Shay, level up, sending rewards, please check your mailbox, MVP, Shay, Han's thoughts, what an absolute gap in skills, since there is a 3-star gap between us, I have nothing more to say, but the problem is what happened after that. The system offers, Master, the heroes have heroically completed their battle, the final guide is waiting for you, the way to make the hero stronger is synthesis, the door has opened, tap on the synthesis tab in menu. Han thought to himself, I'm done. At this time, Yizel appeared and said, Hey, you, don't you want to go, the master is waiting. Han was stunned for a moment. Then spoke up, Yizel, she was startled, that's right, I'm Yizel, no, wait, how do you know my name, what are you? He thought, surely I know her, because I play Pick Me Up a lot, he replied, me, Han Shojin, Yizel said, Han Shojin, no way, not Han Islat ha. Yizel opened the book and said, what, why do you look different in the photo? Han Islat was born in Tanir of the Haim Peninsula, not like that, Han said angrily, I am Han Shojin, born in Seoul, Gangso, Gu, now take me back to when I was talking nicely. Yizel asked, no way, you come from Earth, Han said, not from Mars. Yizel shouted angrily, how the hell did this happen, I'm crazy, the two started arguing, now you go in first, Han refused, no way, if I go in I will die, you can't die, you'll just be synthesized, it's the same thing. In the end, Yizel still pushed Han in, anyway, let's go in. Seeing this, Shay complained, it was really noisy. The system informs, Master, starts synthesizing. Han's hands began to emit rays of light, damn it, it was starting. Han thinks, synthesizes, and increases power by combining two heroes together. One of the two heroes becomes a sacrifice to raise the other hero's stats. In the process, one of the two heroes will definitely be defeated. Destruction. The problem is I'm a 1-star hero and she's a 4-star knight. A normal player had no reason to save me and kill Shay. Han was scared. Was he about to die? Who would be stupid enough to combine a 4-star hero with a 1-star hero? After a while, the system notifies that the synthesis is complete. He was shocked, so it was over. She was disappearing into the light. Han saw that and said, why did she disappear? It doesn't make any sense, she is a 4-star hero, and I only have 1 star. She says, I wasn't chosen, that's all. She laughed and gradually disappeared, the rest is thanks to you, Han. You're crazy, I don't understand anything. Returning to the present, the system announced, Grit, 1 star, has returned to the arms of the goddess, his fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Jenna fought and said loudly, don't be careless, if you do that you will die, old man, fight, a monster is chasing you. Han tried his best to fight the monster, anyway, I survived. The way to synthesize heroes is drag and drop, it is designed for you to drag the sacrificed hero to the remaining hero, maybe that person slipped or played without thinking. I was lucky when Shay died because a stupid mistake by the master, not unexpected for a game like this shit. Han turned around and shouted, so what about the last two? Jenna replied, I'll hit one, but the others, Han said, think later, and come here. While he was distracted, Han was slashed on the arm. I don't know why I was summoned to pick me up, but I know one thing, that I, Han Shojin, was summoned as the 1-star hero Han Islat. Right before entering this world, the level 999 bug monster was laughing loudly. He was angry, it was that bitch, I'm sure he dragged me here, you pissed off the wrong person. The battle is finally over. Jenna saw him coming, his arm, Han replied, when I return I will be fine. Players do not have much say in combat, because most battles take place automatically by heroes. However, the game still claims a global player count of 100 million. The reason is because they can observe this world like a god. He looked up at the sky and smiled, happy. Han thought, I'm also a player who likes to pick me up, create items, tactics, strategies, nurture heroes, and find hidden elements. Even if you call it a shit game, don't give up, bet. Let's see if I survive to the end. Han ran forward as fast as he could. I had to accept this, it was time for me to stop acting like a child. I'm inside Pick Me Up, I was born and summoned as a 1-star hero. There are 2 ways for a hero to die, death in combat and combo, and I'm a 1-star hero. Han thought tiredly, 1-star heroes are truly hopeless in Pick Me Up, we are just props, the most useless props. The stats are bad and the growth potential is extremely low, at this level I won't be able to escape the danger of being combined. Han is determined, I have to become stronger, survive, take revenge and come back, if I'm not stronger then it's just a fantasy. I don't know how it will continue from now on. If I don't adapt soon I will die. If I don't accept it I will be swallowed whole. This reminds me of my military service. Death damn. He started to work out physically. Just being strong physically is not enough. You also have to be strong mentally. You won't be able to survive if you can't calm your mind. You can survive on your own when you are young. Don't forget that. Even without your parents or anyone else around, you can still survive on your own. Try to remember that time of struggle. At this time, Jenna walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Han answered while practicing, "Training to kill monsters." "Why?" Jenna said. "Why are you behaving so rudely? I went a long way to find you." Jenna took a bow and said, "I've been thinking all night about what I need to do from now on. First of all, we can't get out of here, right?" She aimed her bow and arrow at the mannequin in front. "Because my father is a hunter, I often like to shoot arrows when I have free time. I won't stop you. I think nothing will change if I keep doing nothing but crying." An arrow hit the dummy right in the heart. She asked, "Do you know how to survive here?" Han wiped his sweat and said, "Was yesterday your first real battle?" Jenna said, "Yes, I just stayed in the house all day." He continued asking, "How did you use the bow?" She replied, "Temporarily, fine." He glanced at Jenna thinking, did she just increase 4 stats after yesterday? If in case her development was low but in return she had a prerequisite skill even though she was only at 1 star, although she was a bit confused because it was her first real battle, she was still able to shoot and kill a goblin. She doesn't seem to want to die and has a clear goal to do next. What a rough gem. Han said, "Okay, I will help you." Jenna held out her hand and said, "My father once said that if I wanted to survive, I had to choose someone to follow. He was a good father, right?" Seeing this, Han reached out and held Jenna's hand as if tacitly agreeing. She said, "Please help me." Han called out, "Yizel, are you here?" Yizel immediately appeared. She angrily said, "What else? I'm very busy," he said. She appeared faster than a busy person. Yizel angrily said, "No matter how many times you ask me, I won't answer. If you're curious, go climb that tower yourself. The answer is all inside the tower." He asked, "Am I the only one who can see the status window above your head?" Yizel immediately fell silent. Confusedly replied, "What are you talking about?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Han said. "I can clearly see it says 257. Yizel said, "I guess you can see. Is it because your existence has been upgraded? When they become one?" "Ah, I shouldn't say that," Han thought. I was sure after seeing her reaction, I was the only one who could see the game's messages and the Master's messages. Han asked, "Yizel, what will we do if Master escapes the game?" Yizel replied, "Master, we can only pray that they don't escape." Han thought to himself, the accident that happened when whatever, the Master, tried to combine him and Shay was not a normal accident. A 4-star ended up combining with a 1-star. The strange thing about a 41-star hero appearing in a free summon is 1%. Their 1 in 100 luck failed because of a mistake. Pick Me Up is linked to the phone so you guys also can't restart it. After starting the game, it's been a whole week since they logged in. Han said, "Is the time here different from Earth?" Yizel was angry. "Stop asking, I won't answer you." Han smiled and replied, "Does that mean time passes here differently than on Earth? Thank you for giving me that tip. Next time, give me more tips." Yizel angrily cursed, trash bastard 1-star. Han thought, the fairy can't touch me. She can only intervene when defending herself or when a hero refuses the Master's orders. I have to learn the rules here one by one, otherwise I will die. That is the only law in this world. Jenna wondered, "What are you two talking about?" Han said, "We will have to raid the 100th floor of the tower." He explains, there is an existence called Master who can give orders through Yizel. We must listen to them and proceed through the quest. When we reach the 100th floor, we can escape from here. Jenna say, "Does that mean we have to keep fighting monsters?" He said, "That's why we have to practice. We need to become stronger." Jenna was a little worried. "Would it be okay for just the 2 of us?" Han said, "The Master can use the money to summon someone like us. They are planning to summon a lot of people. Our choices from here will determine our fate, but in the end, our fate still depends on the Master's decision." Han said, "After practicing all day, I realized another funny rule here. Essential items and food will regenerate the next day, and if I think about what I want it will appear in the wardrobe the next day, and of course things like guns will not appear, presently. And there will be different rules when getting results from training. What I didn't understand when I played Pick Me Up has now become clear. There will be times when heroes of equal rank have different fighting abilities. They all have one thing in common: they are too lazy to practice. Practicing doesn't increase your stats or level but rather improves your skills and restores your abilities. I didn't think about it from the beginning. Now that I think about it well, I think they're not all who they are. If a master has skills, they will classify the main heroes into 3 types. First, wisdom. The master will not even glance at the hero who panics easily. Second, skills. A high-rank summoned hero has many skills, while most low-rank heroes have hidden potential that the master must find. Third, physical condition. That's exactly what I'm doing right now, and with that, it's been 3 days since I started training. Master is connected to the game. Han thought, I have received 2 skills through practice, I have tried my best, he said. Get ready, the master is here. Jenna was surprised. Is it already here? He said. You mean what's the matter? It's been 3 days. System announcement. Master, I will begin summoning. I am looking for a hero to appear, Han said as he walked. The master is summoning a new hero. A party will be 5 people, so he will spin 3 times. The system reports, Master whatever has received the hero Aaron, 1 star. Master whatever has received the hero Toby, 1 star. Master whatever has received the hero Yelsens, 1 star. They started wondering, where am I? That's right. Jenna said loudly, hey everyone, we have to prepare to fight. We will teach everyone after we safely pass it. Toby was surprised. Prepare to fight. Who are you? Yizel announced. The space rift opened. Han urged Jenna to choose a weapon before it's too late. She replied, yes. The system offers, heroes without equipment will participate in battle with an old iron sword. If you choose equipment in the armory, they will be equipped. Don't forget, you can also specify the weapon yourself. Gas. Han thought, because everyone died last time with weapons on them, so I have no more weapons to add. Yizel said, all of you come here. Toby grumpy, who are you? Where do you come from? Yeltsin said, quickly take us back. Jenna interrupted, stop, it will be worse if we fight with her. Toby angrily said, are you all in the same boat? Did you bring us here? Jenna replied, it wasn't me, I was also dragged here. Han said, you're just doing extra work, you'll realize it yourself in a few minutes. They immediately argued with Yizel. She asked, aren't you going in? Toby said, my wife is waiting for me. Take me home quickly. Yeltsin said, I'm a poor farmer with no money. Where? You arrested the wrong person. Jenna saw this and worried. Will they die? Han replied, they just need to not lay a hand on Yizel. After a while of arguing, everyone was beaten up by Yizel. I'm sorry. Yizel was angry. I heard something wrong, and so did the others. Yizel opened the rift and said with a smile, have fun. The system starts announcing, 2nd floor, mission type, subdue the target, wipe out all enemies. Yelsens was confused, where is this? Han shouted loudly, Jenna, are you ready? Jenna replied, yes. All 3 of them are panicking, what is that? Han frowned and glanced at her. Then saw that Jenna was also trembling nonstop. She was scared too. Han touched her hand and said, did you eat something really bad? Jenna was startled, She said grumpily, don't scare me like that. Han said, take care of the 2 goblins, I will deal with the wolves. He thought, does that mean she was just a little scared? Luckily, compared to her, none of the new people were as intent on helping as I thought. Han shouted, they are coming. He waved his hand and slashed. After that, he pondered for a moment, looking at them and silently assessing, are they still alive? Is it because of this trash weapon? He immediately threw a decisive blow, still, killing one. Every drop of sweat rolling down his cheeks seemed to clearly show that these actions had consumed a lot of energy. He wasn't dead yet. Was it because of his weapon? Han Shojin dealt a strong blow. Anyway, it also collapsed. The man collapsed with enormous strength. A second later, he suddenly turned his head and looked back. Another wolf appeared and wanted to attack him, but luckily, with sharp reflexes, Han was able to defend himself from its clutches. The sound of teeth colliding with the shield rang out clearly. He gritted his teeth and fought back. But at this time, another wolf also appeared from the other side, its eyes shining brightly towards the human, hungry and thirsty, consistent with its hunting instinct. Seeing that, he immediately took the position of swinging his sword back, preparing himself to fight it. Thanks to Han's close combat experience, which is always a prerequisite, he easily slashed this hungry wild wolf with one sword. Before the tiny hairs flying in the air, he gritted his teeth and gasped. Carefully and cautiously looked around for another round of mumbling men, and the goblins. Looking at the goblins lying on the ground, all their bodies pierced by arrows and bleeding. He walked to Jenna's side and couldn't help but exclaim, she had become a real archer. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground, he couldn't help but wonder, how many shots had she shot? Seeing that she still had doubts and wanted to shoot again, Han immediately said, stop, it's dead. At this point Jenna dared to breathe a sigh of relief, yes. The system notification board. Through the level, Han, Jenna leveled up, MVP, Han. On the screen displayed the rewards they received after the recent melee draining battle. At the same time, they returned to base with the familiar blue light. A clear sound rang out, congratulating them on passing the second floor. However, their expressions were no better than everyone else's as they all kept a cold, unchanged attitude. Finally, the next sound of the system rang out, moving up to the third floor. Everything in front of her eyes suddenly shook, causing Jenna to startle and panic. What was going on? In contrast to her, he still kept the same expression as before and slowly explained, just like when we went to the second floor, now go to the third floor. Wary eyes glanced at the people behind Han, silently calculating, if the master is a reckless person, they will directly push us to the third floor, but if that happens, now what happens next, will be on the third floor. Interrupting his thoughts, the system sound rang out again. The master had logged out. This information made Han temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. The sweet and mischievous voice next to him rang out again. Wow, we can finally go out. Looking at the fairy lazily stretching his arms, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. We're the ones who have to fight. How can you be tired? Yes. Shojin carefully observed everything around him and silently assessed. Each floor is 1 day. It seems like time here is 1/3 slower than outside the waiting room. They will probably log in again, after 3 days. The system display panel appears with specific indicators about the player's body. He read it carefully and silently thought. His intelligence decreased by 1 but his strength increased by 2. His stat bonus was still 4 points, but his level increased quite well, proving that he was improving physically. The man put his hands in his pockets and carefully looked at the dissatisfied people in front of him step by step. In his mind he continued to think, the master will not push the process anymore. If I stay stuck in the state on the first floor then will endanger everyone. While Yelsens was shouting loudly and complaining, his voice was extremely shrill. Why do I have to fight? Toby also followed him and shouted at her. This is the place. What the hell? What kind of monster is that? Shojin's sharp eyes evaluated them and then carefully calculated. 1 star were normal people, people who lived far away from the battlefield. The echo of the argument in the distance temporarily made him stop thinking. To listen, Jenna retorted to the 2 men. I told you, we need to fight to survive. You can think about it later. But they replied with fear. Why should I? You can fight monsters without ever holding a weapon. Do you think we know how to fight? I feel like these people who love to live and are afraid of death arguing are so boring. Han tried to concentrate to continue thinking about the line of speculation just now. I think I understand why 1 star is called trash. 2 stars? Mormont, bro. I said he used to be a mercenary. The more combat experience the summoned person has, the higher their star level. High-level mercenaries won't panic even a little bit, but if you throw a 1-star mercenary in the middle of the battle, it's 100% certain they'll be in chaos. Remembering the fight with Shay he kind of thought, but it's not like people with 3 stars or higher, they will jump straight into fighting. They were summoned with combat knowledge. Do they know what their goal is and why fight? I think Shay knows, based on her attitude, I'm sure. Jenna's angry voice once again broke his thoughts. Jez, this group of people, she looked toward Shojin, why don't you help at all, Han? After hearing the question, his eyes turned even more contemptuous towards those 1-star mercenaries. Why should I bother with those useless people? She gritted her teeth in disgust as she looked at the cowards behind. We should advise them and make them comrades. It's better than nothing. However, contrary to Jenna's thoughts, he firmly affirmed that they would soon disappear. The image of the group of people who looked handsome but were cowardly made Han's voice even stronger. Then she would see, not because they will be killed, but if they continue like this, they will disappear. The determined voice rang out clearly. You and I will continue to fight in the next battle. Ignore them. One of those useless people you just mentioned is approaching them. Hey, I want to ask a few people. Han Shojin looked bored. Then turned around and wanted to leave. Go ask someone else, it's so annoying. His indifferent attitude made him crazy and grabbed Han's collar and shouted, what are you talking about? But the next second, he was punched so hard that he had no time to defend himself. He was like a superior looking up at the defeated man lying at his feet. You bastards were wandering around while we had to fight out there. Toby trembled knowing he had bumped into the wrong person and quickly answered, Korm wants to refute. No, I. Only after he and Jenna left did they hear the explanation. See, I did as you wanted, happy. Han looked a little angry for no reason. This made the little girl laugh. Ha hey. The next day we continued training after the basic exercises. We entered weapons training. As I said, I used a wooden sword and Jenna practiced her bow. His decisive and quick movements became more and more skillful, and she was no less precise. Each shot of her bow and arrow was very precise, because of her diligence. That's why both his elementary sword and shield arts reached level 2 quickly. Han remembered those useless and obnoxious guys. The other 3 people did not come to the training ground. They walked around trying to find a place to escape, but of course they still couldn't find it. The mysterious scene was shrouded in a gloomy and dark atmosphere. The dark sky makes everything in the future more obscure. Jenna is still enthusiastic about upgrading her archery skills. And he too. The ability to use a sword at level 2 makes Han even more agile in each attack. However, during the training process, injuries cannot be avoided. For example, her bow and arrow unfortunately hit Shojin's upper thigh, causing him to hiss several times. She worriedly looked at the wound. Was he okay? But contrary to the little girl's worry, Han decisively pulled it out, calmly appeasing the haste of the person next to him. I told her not to worry. After the arrow was pulled out, the open wound began to heal. His steady, patient voice rang out, "Don't think the normal rules where you live will be the same here. Look." The dim light helped the wound gradually heal like before. He continued, "The wounds healed very quickly, because Han received the pain resistance skill, one of the skills that helped him easily increase his survival rate, survive and win more." His arm tightly grasped the shield and his eyes were steadfast like a leader. He reminded him to continue practicing. His other hand held his companion's sword. He said boldly, "I won't stop. It's okay to hurt. It's proof that I'm alive." Again, Jenna quickly replied, "Yes." All the while there were familiar sounds. Again, stop once, again. And all the effort was worth it when Hero Han's elementary sword skills and elementary shield skills were merged into a new skill, which was an important key to help them win in the upcoming battle. The notification sound rang out, welcoming "Pick Me Up." The troubled bass gradually appeared before their eyes. Yizel spoke urgently, "Hurry to the square when the master appears. Do you want to be beaten?" Jenna stretched excitedly, "Perfect, just practicing made me itchy all over." Looking at the girl in front of Han, I couldn't help but joke, "Why do I feel like she's learning faster than me?" She replied, words full of confidence, "I'm quite good at these things." The bored voice was obvious. In return, what made them feel annoyed was that Yelsens continued to scream like a crazy person, "Let us go. I'm tired of eating potatoes. Toby is just like your friend." He shouted at Yizel, "Are you going to let us continue fighting?" "I don't want to, no way." The stubbornness of these people made her impatient. Yizel shouted loudly at the crowd, "I'm angry. Don't let me make you write an apology letter now." She rushed towards the 3 hateful guys with an angry voice, "Come here, don't let me come there to arrest you." The rest is a series of screams from the pitiful mercenaries. "Forgive me." Her response was his tone was bitter, "Today you die with me." Looking at the chaos before him made Jenna just as helpless as the rest of them, just like a bunch of schoolchildren. When I looked back, everyone's faces were swollen like bee stings and they said that the little girl was too powerful. Her voice seemed to show her fangs and claws. "Okay, get your ass out here." At this time they were all scared. His face turned pale with fear. He followed orders closely. "Yes, ma'am." Soon they reached the 3rd floor. In front of them were hideous, ugly monsters baring their fangs and thirsting for blood. Han looked at the enemy warily. Their weapons and tactics had improved. Not wanting his little girl to worry too much, he immediately calmed everyone down. "It's okay, just fight as practiced." His tone was sharp. Steel rang out, "Commander, let's go." The sword and its owner rushed up like lightning tearing through the dark sky. At this moment they fought the monsters desperately. The sword swung here and their crimson blood poured out, rushing there. The sound rang out like I said, "The 3rd floor is nothing." It didn't take long for the stage to be easily passed. All the hard work and training was not in vain. The MVP this time was Jenna. The reward was also very appropriate. She raised her hand to wipe off the foul-smelling blood on her face and turned towards him. "I think I'm used to these things." Han also responded appreciatively, "Yes, this time it's a bit boring." While they were fighting excitingly, those 3 useless people stood in a corner chatting, catching Jenna's attention. It seemed like they still refused to fight. He closed his eyes in frustration, ignoring them. "Anyway, I also don't intend to share EXP with those who don't fight. If they don't fight, they don't get EXP. Now the system in front of you appears with a very timely tip. When dealing with disobedient heroes, try spinning the lucky wheel. They will behave better. A recommendation is given about re-challenge level 1. Han speculated. It seemed like the master was about to spin the lucky wheel. This made her a little worried. It wasn't over yet, right? Just a second later, the system took 5 people to the next place. They took us to the safe zone of the 1st floor. It seems that the master is not too heartless. Observing the bloodthirsty monsters, he continued, identical to the ones we saw on the 1st floor. Very quickly the announcement rang out. This time MVP was still Jenna with a small reward. But the challenge request still appears. This made Han think, "Master won't let me rest easily if I handle these things quickly." This time they successfully passed the level. The MVP was Han with a reward of 1000 G. The bloody blood from the monsters splattered everywhere looked very visually stimulating. They went to level 3 to fight with level 4 goblins. Han continued to win MVP excellently. Time keeps passing, making Jenna fall to her knees tiredly. I'm tired, the master won't send us away anymore, right? At this time the great leader can't help but sigh. Who knows? Looking at those useless people, she finally went crazy. I was crazy. How long do we have to take care of those bastards? However, Shojin spoke up to reassure. Don't worry, today will end. Jenna looked at him in confusion. It will be over. What do you mean? They don't look like they will change anything. Han continued. I don't think the master is free enough to continue maintaining those useless people. The soft purple light reflected brought them to the master, starting synthesis. Toby raised his eyebrows in annoyance. Where is this place? At this time, the system asks, drag and drop, the heroes you sacrifice to the hero you want to synthesize. The sacrificed heroes will disappear. Hearing these lines, his eyes flashed. Farewell, those who do not know how to seize the opportunity given to them. In the immediate future is a map of the locations of the system's floors. What will happen? The sound of collapse rang out right in front of the large gate. Han Shojin looked at everyone and became even more certain in her thoughts. There is a chance, I see many more opportunities. Even though the little things don't appear on the screen, the master must not be unaware of everything. He must know who fights on the front lines, who takes the initiative and who is lazy. Somewhere there is a subtle image. The screen was observing Han's group of people and the game control buttons. At this time, the sound of the system was heard on the other side. Han was added to the favorites list. Adding Jenna to her favorites list, at this time Zil shouted with an urgent expression, Jenna, Yelsons, go to the general room quickly. Looking at her attitude made Jenna somewhat panicked. What am I? With those things, with the basic skills of the former leader. Han easily noticed her slight defense and gently said, hey, go, nothing will happen to you. Instead of receiving a response from her, Yelsons worriedly asked, what would happen if we went in there? His face was pale as if he was about to enter a fierce battle. He turned his head to explain his thoughts. Your own judgment, you will probably be judged based on what you have done. As soon as he heard those words, he shouted loudly, I didn't do anything, I was suddenly dragged here. But facing the cowardice of this useless guy, Shojin just calmly replied, go in there. Observing everything, Yzil reluctantly agreed with Han. This is the first time we have the same thoughts. Yeltsin still kept that scared look and asked everyone back, so what do you want me to do? Help you? But right now it seems like regret is the most useless thing. If you at least pretend to fight, then everything was different. The sound coming from the younger man in front seemed to completely cut off his fragile hope, causing the middle-aged man to open his eyes wide and tremble. The beautiful fairy also stepped forward. I am bored of you, let's go in there and be done with it. Just like that, the two people were brought into the secret room. The sound of the door closing was so strong that it made people's hearts flutter. Somewhere is appearing the choice, do you want to synthesize, with two familiar options, yes or no? In contrast to Jenna, who was calmly behind him, he was like a screaming monster. It's unfair, leave me alone. But the next second, a blue cloud of fire and smoke appeared that engulfed his body. Besides screaming, there was nothing else he could do. Ugh. The system continued to sound a notification. The synthesis was complete. Jenna leveled up, received an eye-catching skill. She walked out of the gate unable to hide her surprise. What just happened? That guy turned into light and then disappear. Han walked closer to the bewildered girl. In this place, useless people die to donate to others. Now it's my turn. He looked towards Toby and Aaron, not knowing which of the two it would be. The words made them so scared that their faces darkened. Yzil quickly decided for him, followed by Han and Toby. As soon as he heard it, he stammered speechlessly, I. Turning around to clearly see his cold, unmoved or scared expression, it made Toby even more frightened. It seemed like he was so scared that he spoke strangely. Ha ha ha, you guys let me go home, right, I'll go home, go home. Shojin helplessly agreed, yes, just think like that. A few minutes passed and a painful scream came from inside, ah. The sound of the system rang out like an unwritten rule. The synthesis was complete. Toby turned into light and disappeared. Han leveled up, received the calm skill. He walked out with an unshakable posture, further affirming his supreme ability to survive. Walking past Aaron, looking at this appearance, he did not regret saying anything. You are lucky. Only Jenna is still worried with her own thoughts, so if the master thinks he is useless, then he will disappear in there. Han glanced at her slightly. Why are you so sad? She is the one who doesn't want to be abandoned, again. Jenna couldn't hide a little bit of instinctive trepidation. If I become useless, will this also happen to me one day? Shojin used her own close combat experiences to reassure her as well as bring her back to the cruel reality. The higher we go, the stronger the monsters and players we face will be. Die in the hands of the enemy. The other would be a sacrificial death like that. All the vitality and confidence in Jenna seemed to be completely burned away. So why? It seems he knew everything. Her response was a difficult silence. Han's understanding. Shojin waited a moment before making a sound. If you want to live, do exactly what your father said. Jenna glanced at him. The pleasant voice continued to ring in her ears, saying the real key, being close to strong people. Time here passes quite quickly. In just a fleeting moment it's already Monday. Jenna suddenly bowed down to Han, saying loudly, please take care of me. He looked at her in confusion. What happened to you? Jenna curiously asked back, you said you have to be close to strong people, so I will be close to strong people. Please take care of me. Looking at the idiot in front of Han who uttered a few helpless words, he couldn't believe it. If you work hard, you won't die, so don't worry too much about it. At this moment another strange voice rang out, please take care of me too. Aaron walked out trying to suppress his nervousness. Sorry, I was very stupid. I was just causing trouble all the time, no matter what happened, leaving the two of you to fight alone. It's really rude, a cowardly act, but from now on things will be different, holding his hand tightly as if determined something very important. But Han used questioning eyes to observe the young man opposite. How can I trust you? Aaron seems very determined. If you want, ask me to kneel down and I will agree. So please, boy. Bowing down as if to show her sincere remorse, Jenna looked around and then said to him. It seemed like he had finally made up his mind. Shojin grabbed a nearby spear. Hey, have you ever fought a monster before? Before coming here I had never fought any monster. Han threw the spear into his hand. Luckily this young man was quick enough to catch it, but he was that good. He crossed his arms and looked at the young man in front of him. The difference was in determination. Determination, win or just survive. Take your spear. The light of the object in his hand shined into Aaron's worried eyes. His words still rang out evenly, neither hot nor cold. I'm not an expert but I heard it was the easiest weapon to use. Try using it. Use it. Do you know the basic theory of close combat, medium combat and ranged combat? Jenna nearby spoke up curiously. Well, close combat uses swords, middle combat uses spears and long-range combat uses bows and arrows. The basic theory is like that, right? Han firmly holds the weapon in his hand, because our team only has 3 people, so doing so is most effective. He looked at Aaron and reminded him, what are you doing? Prepare to fight. Holding the spear tightly in his hand, the young man was a bit surprised. Why fight? Don't you teach me. Han didn't say much and rushed towards him with all his strength without any mercy. I've never used a spear before so what can I teach you? I learned how to fight myself, so you should learn it yourself. He put all his strength, like he used to fight monsters before, towards his opponent who was also his teammate. He had to be grateful that he had an opponent to fight with. Each sharp attack made Aaron unable to keep up. To fight back, I only have a scarecrow as an opponent. Each strong blow made him know that if he didn't respond, he would die in today's training session, screaming, ah! Aaron closed his eyes and launched the weapon at him with full force and determination. But this little bit of strength was easily captured by Han. While you were fighting, you closed your eyes. Directly defeating the opponent with one blow, watching Aaron fall, he issued a challenge, without even threatening your life, yet you can only do this. If I were a monster, you would have dead. Jenna stood and observed the two from the beginning until now and couldn't help but wonder, the first time he did something like that, wasn't it too strict? But the thinking and training of the strong is always the opposite. As for the majority, I don't want to have to take care of others. If you guys can't keep up, I'll leave it alone. Is it possible that pouring out those words was to cut off his thoughts of dependence but also afraid of hurting this young person? Han turned to look at him. Do you have a family? Aaron held his stomach and breathed heavily and replied, my sister, waiting. Heard the key point. Shojin continued, at least you have someone. I have no one. This time the weapon was close to the teenager's throat, ready to take his life. He said, so what happens if you can't come back here? Dying at the hands of monsters will be terribly painful, even more painful than being synthesized. Looking at the humans who don't have the courage to continue in front of Han, if you don't want to continue then give up. Aaron seemed to have been triggered by a slow-burning bomb that had been exploding for a long time. He gritted his teeth. That was also the expression he wanted to see, a satisfied smile. The spirit in your eyes is better now. The notification from the system rang again. You have selected the smithy, which is a level 1 weapon appendix. Do you want to build it? Very soon a smithy appeared near them. Informed, message pops up, costs 500 gems to build. Looking at the houses being gradually completed, Han thought to himself, I can now walk around, and now the smithy is also open. He caught a glimpse of the other person's presence. Yizel, if you're here then leave, she thought angrily. Who do you think you are to call me that? But he was still looking. The surroundings calmly continued. I'm so fed up with that attitude, try to fix it. Like poking at the right place, Yizel got mad and wanted to rush in and hit Han a few times. Only Han remained calm as if nothing had happened. You were the one who sent the tip to whatever, right? Did you? Can you go online? If you can interfere with the system, maybe you can use it, right? She triumphantly crossed her arms arrogantly in front of this somewhat obnoxious man. Yes, I can. My hobby is browsing around those websites. He silently pondered and replied. So these are the tips she sent as being used as a basis. After summoning the item 10 times, unlocking level 1 of the training facility, then unlocking the smithy. As if seeing someone walking in her stomach, she curiously asked, how do you know? Han leaned against the nearby wall and continued to express his speculation. That post was very popular on the Pick Me Up page, don't you know? That post that Loki posted, he was always the one who brought everyone from one surprise to another, causing Yizel to keep asking again, do you know Loki? As expected, Han nodded. Of course, I am also a user of Pick Me Up. Listening to this, Yizel acted like a guide and answered common questions. No, you must only be on a few lower floors. Mr. Loki is the master of masters, the god of Pick Me Up, and said. At this point, the young girl's face could not hide her rosy cheeks. If she had 7 stars, she would be on top of the world. He laughed a little and asked, why did she like Loki? Hearing Han mention the person she had secretly admired for a long time, she continued, because he is the one who makes impossible things possible. His tone was I'm a bit sarcastic. Make the impossible possible. Yizel immediately responded, not to be outdone, you're a pick-me-up player and you don't even know it. Mr. Loki was. As he spoke she seemed to fly into the air with all her excitement. But right after that, the tone of the hateful guy next to him made him fall from heaven. Sorry to tell you this news. Yizel was upset at being interrupted. What? Han's eyes became sharp and full of confidence. I am Loki. After finishing speaking, he was still as serious as before, standing with his back against the wall. Only Yizel kept asking, what are you talking about? Are you trying to trick someone? But the sound rang in her ears like a thunderbolt, making Yizel unable to laugh anymore. Account number 46,631,913. Han remained calm as if there was no change in his words. To avoid the risk of being hacked, the pick-me-up account number is known only to the account owner and the server. You can check for yourself. If still not convinced, do I need to read the museum's account? Han's firm tone did not sound like he was joking at all, completely blowing away Yizel's smile. No way, are you Loki? This is unreasonable, is this true? Her tone of voice lowered a bit, then, the change in face made Han confused and full of questions and curiosity. But the next second she was startled. Yizel's voice rose again. Give me an autograph right away, you idiot. Her face showed excitement as if she had caught gold. Great, with this I will as a VIP member of Ragnar Loki. Hearing this name, he couldn't help but be curious. What is Ragnar Loki? From the moment she learned Han's true identity, she seemed to become more patient with her dream idol, the fan form of Han. Loki, the top of that peak. If you want to become a VIP, you must get Loki's signature. New knowledge was vaguely absorbed into his head. There was that incident, I had just heard it, but this made this enthusiastic fan panic. Wait, what now? What did we say to Loki? Are you serious? With his skillful finger, he signed the object given to him as he said, I currently only have 1 star, so who cares about such things? However, for her, it is a very important thing. Wait, what would Niflheimer be like without you? This also makes him turn around and think, I also wonder. Niflheimer is the name of the waiting room system in my account. There are 13 floors, all of which are waiting rooms, with a capacity of up to 20,000 people. In Han's memory, the majestic and admirable scene still clearly appears. At that time, all the infrastructure there was of the best quality suitable for levels 18 and 22. Even so, what did it mean when I, the real master, was here? Yizel seemed to have stepped 1 foot into hell, constantly jumping up and down in worry. So what will happen to those 20,000 people? He crossed his arms and calmly said, if you're so worried, why don't you let me go back? Contrary to Han's expectations, she could only sadly reply, I can't do it. He also blamed her and only answered softly, I know, I also know you are just a middle manager doing some odd jobs, that's trivial. The next second the expression on his face became unpredictable, but the owner of this waiting room, whatever, is a person from Earth, right? And the summoned heroes are not artificial intelligence, I guess. The thought leader's guess was so completely accurate that Yizel couldn't deny, yes, this interconnected world is a bit different, but they are all human. Thinking about that character, Han's heart couldn't help but be disturbed. Master whatever didn't know we were all human. He was just a real player enjoying pick-me-up, all heroes had to face, with all dangers just to satisfy their entertainment. In the commander's tone, he said, more importantly, can we go back if we climb to the 100th floor? But she only answered confusedly, well, I don't know. It seems like Han is a bit dissatisfied, and bored with the uncertainty of the future. I don't know why. I really have too much free time at this time to patiently ask Yuzel the next question, who brought me here? The answer is still the same, I can't answer, sorry. Han just gently responded, it's okay, like you said, I will know it myself while climbing the tower. Shojin leaned her back against the familiar wall. Besides, what are you able to access within your master's powers? Finally there is a question that she can answer, Yuzel replied. Now I can give instructions, opens and closes the facilities, and also supports a few other activities. The monotone voice continued to ring out. Were all the master's waiting rooms the same? The sweet voice answered softly. Each room was a little different, but overall the same. Han's mind envisioned many different types of structures and planets. He silently pondered, could 100 million worlds really coexist? Summon Mobius, the system, which created countless heroes by combining thousands of templates, is actually just a lie. Quantum artificial intelligence, heroes, the supposed artificial intelligence, is actually the substance as people, dungeons. The system once mentioned that it has created countless content, containing hundreds of millions of worlds. If we say that every world in the game is actually a real world, it means that our unconscious choices can kill a hero. Thinking of this, Han couldn't help but swallow his saliva, in one breath. Yuzel said excitedly, if you want to climb the tower, remember my words carefully, then you can successfully climb the tower. At the practice field. Observing every move of his teammates, Han silently assessed, Jenna is a genius, her development speed cannot be 1 star, even if she has never used a dagger, she can get used to it very quickly. Han's gaze moved to him. On the other hand, Eren was quite slow. At this rate he would die sooner or later. Jenna walked towards him. I was gentle with Eren but it still seemed a bit too much for him. Han didn't follow him but just reminded him, stop being arrogant and follow me. They left you at the battlefield. Practice, she asked as she walked. What's going on? Aren't you going to teach your #1 subordinate today? A voice as sharp as a blade roared loudly, who do you think you are, following Han like that? I am subordinate #1, go away. The two girls' eyes were opposite each other as if emitting sparks. Jenna replied, I am your #1 subordinate, right? Yuzel screamed loudly, you old fox whore, do you know who this is, master of? The voice had not finished when Han grabbed one hand and wanted to throw it away. Have you run out of things to do? Even though he held her in the palm of her hand, she still shouted loudly, after all, Locke's #1 subordinate, Han is me, remember this carefully. Looking at the fierce battle in front of him, he silently regretted it in his heart, shouldn't have said he was Loki. Jenna looked at the little fairy and asked, what's wrong with it? Han didn't know how to explain, he could only helplessly find an excuse, don't care, he's a bit stupid, stop. As he walked towards the smithy, he asked, Yuzel, you said you have powers, right? She flew next to him and replied, okay, wait a minute. Inside the room was opened, faint light shone into the old, dusty palace. Han, 1 star successfully collected iron or X6, leather X3, wooden planks X4 from the warehouse. A monotone voice rang out, Yuzel, activate the smithy. She quickly replied, yes. Jenna walked beside her and couldn't hide her curiosity as she asked, what are you planning to do? He replied, she can't, just use a rusty sword forever. After talking with Yuzel, I discovered that I am half a master and half a hero. Looking at the huge burning furnace, he continued to think, and if that is true, then I can invade the territory, this is the master's authority. Yuzel quickly spoke again, disturbing his rare peaceful time. Loki, what are you doing? Leviatine or Brionac? Looking around, he asked again, are you here? The bulletin board popped up again, shortage of facilities, penalty imposed, blacksmith shortage, penalty imposed. Applying the drawing, applying the punishment, the choice board to continue refining appeared before Han's eyes. She looked at the mushy pile and said, of course the forging method would be, but he interrupted, manually. The system sends a request, choose the difficulty of the puzzle, the higher the difficulty, the more attractive the reward. Han without hesitation made his choice, super difficult. This made Yuzel panic, super difficult, you already have 3 punishments. His expression remained unchanged as if nothing had happened, just watch it. Blue light flashed brightly throughout the space. Most masters will not choose this form, but the rewards are very generous. The system sent another notification, maximum time, 3 minutes. Yizel was confused, I couldn't even see its shape. Han's finger held a blue block in front of him, small matter. The mechanical sound rang out, start. This made her very excited. Oh, worthy of being a saint, truly legendary hands that only exist in 1,000 people. Ignoring the flattering compliment behind his back, Han focused on the challenges ahead. The system quickly rang again. Great success, Han. 1 star successfully forged the long sword, refined. Looking at the idol in her heart, Yizel was so strong that she couldn't help but scream, Kya! The sword carried a blue light reflecting on the lines in front of Han. Rank C refined long sword, a strong and sharp sword, although made from primitive materials, is created by skilled hands. Han Shojin is focusing all his energy on practicing magic. Then, with great success, 1 star Han created a short balanced arc C. Extremely amazing success, 1 star Han created a sharp spear C. Extremely amazing success, 1 star Han created a solid metal shield C. Yizel asked him, don't you want to make more? He stretched and answered, these are all just C grade, I guess I can only do so much with these ingredients, just need to be a little better, they'll stand out too much, I don't want there to be any unnecessary misunderstandings from the master. Under the blue sky, the trees and grass are flying. Jenna used her bow to shoot a powerful shot forward. Level 4, Mission Type, Conquer, Destroy Enemies. After shooting the arrows, she laughed and said, this elasticity is so amazing, things of this high quality, the guys who come later will probably steal them. He replied nonchalantly, if she used them, if you have personal weapon options, that won't happen. The 3 of them were worried, talking among themselves, the master had gone too far, just let 3 of us attack them. He ordered loudly, you take care of that harpy, Aaron, you protect Jenna. Aaron heard that and replied, I will try, boss. Immediately after that, they quickly attacked. Aaron responded strongly. 1 star Aaron is in panic, all stats are reduced by 30%. Han gritted his teeth and used his shield to protect himself. He said, this bastard, he's too excited. Aaron continued to attack. Jenna slapped him and shouted, calm down. You were busy looking at the blood flowing from your nose to your hand when you heard him say, you will die if you fail again, are you okay with that? Han quickly rushed forward, running and saying, stop panicking. Aaron tried to resist the monster and replied, I will try. After a period of continuous attack, the combination of the 3 people was so good that the bloody monster splattered. Having passed the level, Aaron leveled up 1 star. MVP Han 1 star, reward 10,000 gold, 2 iron or C, 3 skin C. Aaron felt uncomfortable inside. He worriedly turned around and asked Han, after all, I hadn't shown any outstanding signs just now, what would happen to me? Aaron 1 star has been added to the favorites list. Jenna suddenly said, since you were added to the favorites list, it seems like you will live. Aaron was extremely surprised and opened his mouth and asked, really? Then he couldn't help but scream loudly, I'm alive, I'm alive. Jenna happily turned to tell him, following subordinate number 1, it seems like subordinate number 2 has also grown up. Han closed his eyes and asked, which subordinate? He turned around and walked towards the door, thinking as he walked, subordinate. Then, he suddenly realized that, to be more precise, his number 1 subordinate was Cirrus of the Niflheim region. The 5 members of Team 1 all have 6 stars and are at level 99, at the same time, they have the 5 sacred weapons they created and a few ultimate skills. If I climb the tower, I will likely encounter them one day. The cards are pictures of people and stars. Since this is an automatic game, Cirrus, a deputy master, should be able to manage on her own. Otherwise there's also Urnit, both of whom are so smart and bright that I wondered if they were really just artificial intelligence or not. Hat-shaped towers appeared, but now that I think about it, they are not real artificial intelligence. Inside that tower, fires were burning, there were 2 people silently looking at the night sky. Urnit spoke up and asked, Cirrus, do you really have to go? He didn't turn his head to look at her and replied coldly, Urnit, you should know that we need to make the most of every second we have. She continued to express, I don't ask for much in this farewell, but I hope you pay attention to the investigation. He heard that and said, and I also need you to take care of the rest of mine, okay? Cirrus strode away, saying as she walked, I trust you with the master's territory. The mansion has increased to level 2, the capacity of heroes has increased. The annex and restaurant have been completed, heroes will be provided with high-class meals. The training ground has increased to level 2, the hero's training effectiveness has increased. The three annexes of the armory, compound workshop, ancient workshop and refining equipment facility were combined and became the equipment workshop. The healing house increases to LV2, the healing effect will be faster. Jenna saw everything before her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God." All three of them were extremely surprised when they returned. She continued, "What the hell just happened?" Aaron quickly said, "Could it be that the master is a supreme magician? Think about it, if that's true." Well, at this moment Han still calmly put his hands in his pockets and said, "Master is just wasting a little, he has no other choice." This is when things start to get interesting. Looking further into the house, he still slowly said, "From the diverse responses from the heroes in the exciting battles, whatever will feel like they are real people rather than figures made from zeros and ones. He will not be able to stop feeling it because he is a real person." In short, after we cleaned the floors, the waiting room also gradually became complete. Han told Diesel that whatever's operating hours are quite fixed, he is most likely an office worker. It seems he watches attacks quite often and he also occasionally could afford to spend it. She was happily holding a bag of gold and a bag of pearls in her hand. She replied, "Isn't this better than meeting the master who is a penniless student? He even bought a whole package, that's another $65. After listening to her, he crossed his arms and explained that Pick Me Up is not like other games. It does not reward gems after completing the mission, and the game house has almost no events that reward gems enough to throw them away. It's okay on the player's side, because the number of free gems players receive is quite limited, so they will definitely appreciate paying players more." Then the system board announced again, "The master has begun to summon 10 times, which heroes will be summoned this time?" After hearing the news, he suddenly looked thoughtfully into the distance. Suddenly, Aaron spoke loudly, interrupting his thoughts. Summoning again, he heard that and said, "We've finished looking at the house, it's time to meet the new guests. There are 2 ways to summon, gold summoning or normal summoning. Summoning with gems will be a premium summon, of course summoning with premium in-game currency will be more effective." People rushed into the streets in panic. A girl asked, "What the hell is going on?" Everyone scratched their heads, "Where is this?" Another elder was also skeptical, "I just stay at home." Han looked at everyone with sharp eyes. They were still talking. "Does anyone know what is going on? I don't know if this is real or a dream." Out of nowhere, a sword appeared in front of Dolph. He panicked and asked, Who are you guys?" He coldly pointed his sword at him and ordered, "Silence. I don't intend to explain to you guys right away. I only intend to explain to those who can survive and calmly think." The fairyzel appeared and pointed to one side and said, "Everyone, gather here." Then she spoke up, "If anyone is a carpenter, if anyone is, come out here." She was still hovering above and asked, continuing, "Who is a carpenter or a leatherworker? If not, is anyone a chef?" Dolph asked in panic, "What are you suddenly doing? Wait, at least explain." "Wait a minute." Everyone around was worried and asked each other, "What is this situation? What the heck is that tiny thing?" She shouted loudly, "Shut up." Jenna also didn't understand what was going on, so she asked him what she was doing. Han replied, "Assignment, there are many facilities that have just been built." He explained, if those dead people were summoned now, they would not be able to participate in the battle. Now, the system inside the waiting room will change. After the fairyzel advises, the system inside the waiting room will be changed, then it immediately begins the fateful moment of announcement, dividing teams, dragging and dropping heroes. Team 2 includes, Zid 1 star, Hansen 1 star, Teddy 1 star. Players who just hold their swords and stand there, attentively listening to her every malicious sentence. If you don't have any special abilities, you must try to motivate yourself. Amateurs, poor leftovers are not worthy of eating waste anymore. The master finally started sorting out the useful guys, and he purged the 1-star guys by sending them all into a dungeon, pointing ahead, a faint link to space. The other door opened. She immediately asked in their surprise, "Quickly enter that door. If you cannot adapt you will be destroyed." He is probably testing the first floor. Then deep inside that area, the gate in the shape of an unopened flower bud gradually closed. Just at that moment, information appeared on the screen that John 1 star had returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit would be remembered forever. Faced with that haste, Han Shojin didn't seem worried at all, simply saying, "A person has already died." Jenna was a little stunned when she heard that, wondering, if you were willing to explain to him properly, then maybe you I'm not already dead. But what she received was a heartless answer, no need to waste words on those who will die from the lowest level. Then that bad news appeared again. 1-star Teddy returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Like an unconscious habit, he continued to count. 2 people had fallen, then wondered, at least 2 people must have survived. At the same time, the voice of the Feriesel began to call roll, Dika, Deckard, Sigler, Chloe. Each person who won the lottery appeared scared. Sigler stammered in panic, "Does she want us to fight monsters? I can't do it, it's impossible." In contrast to them, Aaron confidently stepped forward and emphasized his voice, saying, "I will fight too." But when Diesel heard that, he put his hands on his hips and refused. "There was no room for you to escape." Seeing his eagerness and readiness, Jenna felt both funny and adorable, so she wondered if Aaron was always like that. In response, Han could only sigh and close his eyes, asking, "Diesel, consider Aaron should join the team. He lacks actual combat experience, so that wouldn't be bad." Then immediately a system notification appears, "1 Aaron wants to join Team 3, will you allow him?" Faced with that, he could only stare coldly. Later, the suggestion from the system will appear again. Tip: sometimes, heroes will want to participate in combat, they will show higher abilities in the above matches. Still confused, Han had to temporarily put it aside and continue, "It's good to help, but don't set a precedent like me." He held the spear and walked forward, turned his head slightly and replied, "I understand." Finishing Aaron's part, he noticed what Jenna was doing and saw her stretching and yawning, complaining, "I really want to go home and eat. I've eaten nothing but potatoes since I got here because of that damn master." That state, her words made him freeze in suspicion. I don't know if she can judge the situation or not. Looking up above is a bird or a plane, each feather gently fluttering in the wind, with a cheerful voice under the morning sunlight loving life. "The sky is so blue, he is watching us." After saying that, just like how God watches the world, Jenna suddenly startled. Han's face was enough to understand the reason why. He smiled quite smugly and gently reminded, "Don't worry, he must be very busy and doesn't have time to eavesdrop on everyone, he won't hear us." The scene at this time shows the full details with the announcement. Jenna is 1 dissatisfied with the food, Han is 1 dissatisfied with the food, and finally he expresses his own beliefs. "I'm sure it will be renovated and narrowed before being forwarded to the master." After walking for quite a while, the system with black text appeared indicating that the level had been completed. The group of 4 people called by name along with Aaron walked out unharmed. Seeing them return behind the gate, he immediately asked, "There was nothing unexpected. How many goblins did you kill?" Aaron, "Like that, you simply asked." Simple replied, "Just one." Then Han understood the situation, so he said, "Okay, so you understand me." After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets, walked ahead of the group and said, "Let's go back to our residence." In a moment, their group had returned to the shelter. In front of them was a small wooden house, with cozy electric lights, making them all admire. "Oh." Looking towards the kitchen, Jenna commented, "It's true that the facilities are better. Having a canteen means that from now on we can eat hearty food, right?" Hearing that, he immediately responded, "As long as the master doesn't see it's okay for some people to be useless." Luckily, she jumped up excitedly raised her arms high, her face bright and cheered, and we were treated to a high-class grilled lamb meal. Aaron found it interesting and joined in, grasping it, tightened my hands to contribute. "I want to eat turkey, boss," Han whispered helplessly, forgetting I said I would kick you guys out if it was useless. No one can predict anything in life. It's like whatever you criticize, it will appear. Yes, a huge basket of potatoes. Seeing that they couldn't avoid the disaster, they were absent-minded and looked at the pile with foolish eyes. Dolph saw everyone's attitude and was quite worried and said, "There were spices but the only ingredients were potatoes." Then what he received in return was a murderous glance from Han. He thought, "This guy calls himself a chef." Then immediately check his profile from beginning to end. Dolph 1 exp 0 out of 10, apprentice job, strength 12 out of 12, intelligence 11 out of 11, life 12 out of 12, flexibility 10 out of 10, skills are not available. Sitting on the chair, he could only cross his arms and wonder at each person. He didn't even have cooking skills, no one had cooking skills. Then he seemed to have made a decision and immediately said, "You are Chloe, right?" Hearing her name mentioned, she stammered in response, I. Without hesitation Han immediately appointed, "Now you will be the one cook." "Do you want to appoint Chloe 1 as chef?" Dolph 1 will lose his position. No doubt he is still determined to say yes. Looking at the slightly worried and shy girl, the system immediately said. Seeing that he had lost his job in an instant, he was very worried and immediately rushed forward, clasping his hands and begging, "Wait, let me do it again." But he still did not change his opinion. He is quick-witted, but he should choose his words. Which lie is easier to hide. Seeing that she had taken someone else's job, Chloe was quite worried and cautious. Han then warned that this would be the only time I would ignore it, causing him to turn purple in fear and avoid eye contact. exceeding the group's expectations. With just a seemingly boring basket of potatoes, she has now turned it into nothing more than a sumptuous banquet table, with enough dehydrated ladies to be very eye-catching and attractive. Jenna saw the beauty of the human world. The feeling of anorexia gradually disappeared. Instead, she excitedly took the spoon to enjoy it and praised it. "It's delicious. I didn't know potatoes had so many diverse flavors." Chloe heard it. I shyly answered those kind words. "It was because I added a lot of seasoning." Pinning the plate to a piece of potato, Han immediately said, while eating, "Listen, I won't repeat it again." Just as you were about to put it in your mouth and enjoy it, you had to say it first. "You guys can repeat what I said to the next group of newcomers. That is, if you don't want to walk around and see dead people." The content of the sentence was interrupted, and the scene showed an image of a small stone house. All the members of the group had gathered at the dining table. Hearing his light reminders, everyone looked panicked. Dika asked again, "Was it true?" But unlike them, Jenna calmly held her hands full. "I'm determined to start. I've never fought before coming here. Okay, let's work together." Seeing everyone going to fight, Enoch asked, "So will both of us do other jobs?" Hearing that, Han immediately assigned responsibilities. "Enoch, Chloe, you two will be the carpenter and the chef. You two will help us in other ways." Due to being temporarily unemployed, Dolph also spoke up. I can help with carpentry too." Seeing that you were also shy, he could only smile dangerously and threaten, "If this is a lie again, I will suggest you as the first sacrifice for synthesis. I think you will make the perfect material," making him speechless. Then he crossed his arms and analyzed like a Conan in front of a group of 10 members. "It is true that those who do not participate in combat have a higher chance of survival, but don't be too subjective. There are only a certain number of positions, so if you call when you find someone more talented than you will have to keep fighting." Outside the house, the sky was now almost dark. Only the moonlight illuminated this base. The next day, my boring daily life was disturbed a bit. Standing at the training ground, carrying a long wooden stick, Han coldly covered one eye with his bangs and doubted. There were only 3 people, right? Lined up in a row, the bravest people stood there for Jenna to list: Zid, Hansen, and Dika, the 3 teenagers participating in the training. I bet the rest of them were looking for a place to hide in panic. No was criticized, so he had to answer, "I'm tired of fighting Aaron. A little change would be good." Aaron is a bad example because now the kids all started calling me boss. After thinking about it, before they could react, he took off like lightning, his eyes shining, giving each boy a welcome punch that sent everyone flying, wooden stick in hand. While he was attacking, Han continued to think, "The difference between us is about 7 to 8, it's like comparing a child to an adult. I won't be able to achieve this level in a short time. Time is so short if this is Earth." Remember, Jenna's archery skill as a beginner was at level 5, her short sword proficiency was also at level 2. Aaron's spearmanship had also reached level 2, but had not progressed further. He was the first to arrive in the training group and last to leave, but his skills were not improving quickly. With these 3 children, each of them reached level 1 in swordsmanship. Perhaps because they were about the same age, they were quite attached to each other. Even though they had just received a painful blow, Zid could still bear it, not grimacing but calm. Ting complimented, "You're really strong, boss." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "It's because my level is higher." That answer made Dika, who was tired all over, curious. Level. At that time Han was playing in his head, made a tacit assessment, "But these kids are much better than those cowards." Then it's back and forth, he said, "You'll know soon enough." A few days later, there were more people summoned in their teens. This time I didn't have to do anything. Aaron and the other 3 kids took care of everything. Only one person died in the purge, which made everything become full of hope, every little leaf falling as if signaling a change for the better. Jenna happily told Han under the breeze, "The population has increased," he replied, but still coldly, "It will increase further." Suddenly she turned her eyes towards him, wanting to ask something. "But why didn't Master come to the 5th floor? It's been a while since we cleared the 4th floor." Speaking of it, he was also apprehensive in his mind, because the 5th floor was a completely different level, but to reassure her, Han told her that the remaining members of Team 1 had not yet been assigned. After that, he immediately remembered the shape of the tall tower, surrounded by darkness and a terrifying red color, and had to exclaim, "Every 5 floors." The difficulty jumped. In short, it was like the floor contains the boss. It's possible that even I can't survive. Then returning to his base, it seemed like it was in the heart of a fierce storm, having to activate the protective shield. He kept thinking, who knows how many people will die, even after clearing the base. Punishment and training. I don't feel the need to tell Jenna. The cruel level of difficulty starts from now on. Level 4, Mission, conquer the target, wipe out the enemy. Facing the battle team in front of them is a group of ancient monsters, the first being a monster with a woman's head and a bird's body, with sharp claws flying in the air. In addition to a group of demons on the ground, goblins, they bared their sharp teeth and drooled, accompanied by blood-red eyes, growling and intending to attack. During the mission, the group of 3 young men were always side by side from the moment they met, wearing iron armor, holding spears and shields in front of them to defend. However, Hansen's mentality was still sneaky, aiming, eyes wide. He shouted in panic, "Thanks to you guys." Seeing that, but the reaction was completely opposite. Zid still calmly said, "Calm down." Seeing them like that, Han just stood with his arms crossed and reminded, "You guys are holding shields. Usually there's no need to attack. The swordsmen and archers are right behind, and Jenna is already in a position to stretch her arrow and prepare to engage in battle." Unable to stand still there, both Hansen and Zid shouted in unison, "Hey yeah," their faces filled with strong determination. Then, not afraid of danger, he affirmed that the weak also have the way of the weak to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the Birdman monster attacked with a clawed limb. Hansen reacted quickly and raised his shield to shield. "I should have escaped while gasping for air, uck." Once the winged one was able to fly, the group of goblins also joined in to fight. This group flew towards Zid, using their sharp 5-fingered hands to punch the opponent straight, but he was able to block the attack. After successfully blocking, Hansen hurriedly knocked the goblin away and emphasized that it was through arranging a defensive formation. Before he could finish speaking, he had to focus on the match. They were in the same group, so Dika also jumped in, her hand ready to rush and turn towards Zid. Then he poked nonstop as if his arm split into dozens of times. The goblin's blood also spurted out, so it screamed in pain, squealing, then immediately revealed, using the strength of the whole group instead of one person, individual. Witnessing the group of 3 boys being able to manage without him having to get involved, Han, although outwardly emotionless, still cared for them very much and was worried. He did not participate in the war. He was more than capable of overcoming this challenge, but if I participate, they won't be able to practice formation. Just as I finished my thoughts, the system notification appeared. Passed the level. CO, Hansen, leveled up. MVP, Jenna. Loot, 2,000 gold, times 2 iron ore, times 1 leather. Not very interested. In the moment when his 2 friends high-fived, happily celebrating their super cool victory in the hearts of the audience, he continued to worry, still not knowing what the 5th level mission was. It would definitely happen. There are some hurdles I cannot overcome. From behind, Dika also ran quickly to put his arms around his brother's shoulders, joining in excitedly asking how they were. Then Zid opened one eye, patted his shoulder and answered, "What do you mean, easy?" Like a parent standing back to look at their young children, Jenna was also secretly happy for them and immediately complimented them. "Not bad at all." Out of politeness, he replied, "Yes." "Wow, now the base has a brand new building." Explaining his appearance, Master is playing more and more. In the second X10 spin, he received a blacksmith and a tanner to activate the blacksmith shop. From there, blacksmiths, tanneries, and carpenters worked together to create equipment, mostly E-rank swords and shields, which were divided equally among the newly summoned heroes, and helped keep them alive, significantly better. The main team received more advanced equipment. Their appearance was also much better, wearing Y2K, Han, and Dika-style outfits. They were as cool as the Mafia. Jenna had a cloak and a body-hugging suit with the main color being brown and green. After that, Han told the situation of some people in the team, and the 3 people who weren't very good at fighting were merged together. They were the ones who didn't bother going to the training ground but tried to hide all day. Dolph was also among them, a man who lied about his profession. A few days later, when Zid was checking his shield, he saw that he kept playing level 4 and nothing changed, so he wondered, "Are we still going to level 4 today? I want to go to the next level, muscle." Seeing that his brothers were looking forward to it, Han immediately asked, "Yizel, are we going to level 5 today?" When she heard being called, she suddenly appeared, so she was a bit shocked and everyone answered, "Probably so," and Jenna still doesn't believe it. "Huh, are we really going to the 5th floor?" He didn't answer her, just walked forward as if implicitly affirming, and then did not forget to warn her, "This time will be a little different. Calmness is good, but if you're too calm, your heads will fall off without realizing it." Yes, before that information, the whole group was ready. Zid closed his arms and legs, seriously shouted, "Yes, okay." Expanding the territory, a beam of super technological teleportation light flashed. The space that appears before our eyes has now changed. An ancient tower is rotten, the structure is also dilapidated. It is a small town that seems to have been abandoned for a long time. All the houses are degraded, gradually worn away, and the furniture is also scattered around. Then the teleportation gate shined straight down the path. They appeared, a team of 5 people standing back to back. Each person turned their head to one side to prepare for the worst-case scenario of being crushed as soon as they got down. But strangely, nothing or any force jumped out. Aaron found it strange and asked, "Brother, I didn't see any monsters." But Han's face was extremely tense. He said sharply, "I will go in and out, middle of the city and check the situation first, prepare the formation, receive orders from your brother and reply, yes." Looking at the shabby, collapsed scene ahead, he secretly guessed that the whole city was empty. There was no sign of any monster. There were no civilians here. This was not a conquest mission. After that, Zid's voice dropped as if he saw something but couldn't close his mouth. Then pointed and stammered, "Ah brother, here." It turned out to be a dry skeleton under the torn cloth, causing panic in his teenage soul. Seeing this, the others also moved closer to examine the situation. Aaron asked first, wondering what this place was like. There were houses but no people. Jenna was checking a cracked cliff when she discovered, "This is a trail of dried blood. This mission is different from the other missions I have done before." Then Han glanced at them and warned, "These are just warm-ups." Now it was officially time to lead the team. He suggested, "Jenna, can you climb up that bell tower, then immediately accept the mission and be ready to answer, okay?" Without hesitation, Jenna immediately jumped up with great force, holding the top of the tower with one hand. Because the wind was quite strong, the other hand had to block her eyes to see more clearly. Seeing that, his voice hurriedly rang out from below. If she saw anything, she wasn't sure if she could see clearly or not. She shyly replied, "Well, the whole city." At this point, Jenna didn't dare believe the truth, silently saying to herself, "I hope I get dizzy." Aaron kept getting impatient, frowning and urging, "What's wrong, Grandma?" making her hold back. Wait a minute." Only Jenna saw it, so she stood there frozen in shock and asked the team, "Is everything okay? Can we survive?" Confirmed that it was true once again and officially announced with a serious tone, there were many goblins outside the city. It seemed they were heading this direction. Receiving the information, Han asked, "How many, child?" A group of goblins with pig heads, with sharp teeth, 2 long fangs, and red eyes crowded like hunting shop sales, causing the assistant to exclaim, "Thousands of them." Now the game officially begins, announcing the appearance of missions, survival, and the goal of surviving enemy attacks. Not expecting such a large number, Aaron wondered, "Thousands of goblins, are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Then from the clock tower Jenna firmly replied, "I wish that were true." No, if he couldn't let her stand forever in that dangerous place. Han immediately said, "She can get down now." Feeling strange, Aaron came to him and asked him, "Did the system ever fail?" As the leader, Han calmly reassured him, "Don't panic, the mission is not to wipe out the enemy, it's just to survive. Just hold out with those guys for a while and you'll be fine." To ensure everyone's safety, he immediately went to the doors, touched them and tried to open them, but they stood still. A warning not to enter this area appeared. He suddenly understood that. Hansen immediately said, "Can't you escape?" Helpless, he offered a solution. "We can't go inside the house, now we can only move." Following orders, the group started running. When Aaron asked, "How long do we have to hold out?" then he immediately said the mission, 10 minutes, just need to hold out for 10 minutes and then meet the enemy. Han's sweat also started to flow. He was a bit tired and said, "So it's not impossible." Then he just cursed silently. How unlucky. The display shows the preparation countdown starting at 30 minutes. He calculated the probability in the game. If a survival mission was assigned in low levels, the team's chance of survival was only 9%. As soon as he ran like flying, Jenna saw that something was wrong and said, she couldn't move. "Move on the main road, go into the alley." Everyone replied, "Yes." Han continued, "The higher levels are not a problem, but in the lower levels it is famous as the Hero Crusher." Suddenly stopping while running made Zid suddenly wonder, isn't there a better place? Being too rushed made Han decisively say, "All the buildings have been destroyed, so there must be loopholes. There's no time to look elsewhere." But having said that, the whole team actually came to a dead end. Then he looked to the opposite side and came up with a strategy. "Because this alley is narrow, we will have to fight each one by one. There are thousands of them. It's okay. I know it will be difficult, but Hansen, Zid, they are still resilient." Strong shout, "Yes, we will try our best." The whole team must split up to act under his guidance. I will take care of the left side, Aaron will take care of the right side, Zid and Hansen will take care of the back, fighting in turns. If it's not necessary, don't jump in to help. Use that time to regain your strength. Understand? Our voices rang out, "Yes." Then he continued, "Jenna, you stand in the middle of this intersection. Try to save arrows. Don't shoot without my orders." When it was clear to you, you also replied, "Yes." After telling each person what to do, he must continue with the preparations, erecting obstacles before they come, remembering clearly that if we let them escape, we will all die. While breaking large pieces of wood, Zid answered clearly, yes. After commanding Han, he also went in to help them set up the barricades, but in his mind he was uneasy. 30 minutes, because this was not a waiting room, so time would run just like on Earth. The time would just start counting down, when encountering goblins. Then what must come must come. He encountered a goblin sniffing. Hearing the scent of its prey, it turned its head around, opened its drool-filled teeth, and its red eyes smiled sinisterly. The 30-minute countdown begins. It immediately rushed forward, kicking over the pile of wood. Because he was so surprised, he couldn't react in time and had to retreat and shout, "Damn it, I haven't put up enough obstacles yet." Having to fight back immediately, he raised his hand and swept his sword hard, discoloring it. Once one appeared, there would surely be a whole bunch of them swarming in. Han immediately warned, they were coming. As the big brother and the leader, he immediately became tense and said with a serious voice, because they were rushing in, use the corpses of the previous ones to stop them. Aaron heard, words, yes understand. Then he had to deal with the goblins that kept rushing up, slashing them backwards and splitting them in half. But there were so many people rushing in, screaming, squeaking, making him helplessly curse, you damn dog. Can't let the commander fight alone. Jenna tries her best to support, and when she's tired, she tells me. But with his independent personality, he tried to remind himself that this was just like a cycle, blocking, then stabbing, brutally bringing each child to meet his grandparents. Besides adding comments, they attacked, your work is as stupid as your silly appearance. That group probably understood human language a bit, so they cried and squeaked in unison, looking at the goblins' faces. It was a bit scary. Han burst out laughing, you bastards. While defending and stabbing back, sweating profusely, Aaron turned slightly towards him and urgently asked, I just need to last for 10 minutes, right? It's the same with you, having to work hard, writhing and stabbing these monsters until they're red, frowning and trying their best to answer, have I ever tricked you guys before? Time passed to 26 minutes and 48 seconds. Even though they had partially resolved it, it was still not enough. They piled up like a mountain, overlapping each other, with no one visible but only glowing red eyes, one lying face down, one lying on his back, and one the goblin seemed to be approaching them, stretching out his arms to prepare to attack. In such a precarious situation, Han could only grit his teeth and insist, don't die meaninglessly in a place like this. Dark clouds are coming. Tornado waves of monsters appeared before everyone's eyes. Han rushed forward and shouted, Zid, change places with Hansen. Zid's hand grabbed the life rope, his whole body was floating in midair. He replied, I can still stand. Han shouted loudly, shut up, change places immediately. Han gritted his teeth angrily and thought, damn, my endurance is still too low. These guys are still at a lower level and don't have the skills to quickly fight fatigue when moving too much. It seemed like he was tired. He knelt down. Suddenly from somewhere a loud scream rang out. One blow was enough, Han shouted, rushing in like a true warrior, step by step, without unnecessary movements, saving as much energy as possible, stabbing, slashing, then stabbed again. These monsters are very weak, they are just low-level monsters on the first floor. But the problem is that there are too many of them, like ants. They don't know fear, they just rush in as if they want to commit suicide. Han turned around and shouted again, keep changing. Zid received Han's order and immediately shouted for Hansen. Hansen replied, okay, this is the most dangerous time. Han turned to Jenna and said, Jenna, help Zid. Remember to pick up the arrow immediately after shooting. Jenna, after receiving the order, strongly raised her bow and exerted all her strength. She replied, I'll be waiting forever. He continued, Jenna, you still have the goblins at the entrance. Do you hear me clearly? She replied, yes. Aaron flew over and shouted, Big brother, didn't you say there were only 10 minutes left? Han shouted, you idiot, you only have 5 minutes left. The ferocious monster became more and more ferocious, its voice getting closer and closer to Jenna. She gritted her teeth and used her weapon to attack him. Don't come here, I'm angry. Zid's painful scream. Zid 1 star is bleeding and his strength will gradually decrease. Seeing that, Han continued to order people, Zid, switch to Hansen. Hansen shouted pitifully to encourage him, come on, he continued, don't think about anything, just take his place, stop the goblins. Hansen said, but. When he saw Zid scared, tears rolling down his face, he shouted, stop crying, when he comes back he will be treated. 1 star Zib is scared, all stats are reduced by 30%. He cried and cried out for my hand, my hand. As Han fought, he turned to look at him and said, "Name, this crybaby. Come on, you bastard, are you planning on dragging all of us with you?" As soon as he heard what you said, Zib seemed to have regained his strength for a moment. He said, "I'm sorry." Han called Jenna over. "Jenna, stop Zid's bleeding." She walked over to stop his bleeding and said, "Zid, remember that Hansen will die if you don't change places with him." Zib tried to endure the pain and replied, yes." Suddenly, the goblins attacked Hansen's back. Luckily, he reacted in time to turn around and block their attacks from behind. He shouted, "Go back, you damn dogs." But it seemed that the more he fought, the more the goblins became more ferocious and he attacked harder. Hansen shouted, "My sword can't hold any longer." Han turned around and asked Zid, "Zid, can I come up? Okay, I can fight." He immediately shouted, "So let's change." He continued, "Hansen, check your sword again." Hansen raised his hand to check his sword, saying, "Sure enough, even though it was better than an old F-rank iron sword, it was still just an ordinary iron sword." Han suddenly spoke up, "Even if the sword lost its blade, it's still you can use it to fight, but if you feel like you can't use it anymore, you still have your shield." He continued to fight as he continued, "Jenna, switch places with Aaron." You replied, "But I can still." Hearing the order, she immediately flew to attack and said, "Just rest while you can, don't be stubborn anymore." Han shouted, 3 minutes left, just need to last for 3 minutes, damn, 30 minutes is that long." He continued to give orders, "Aaron, change places with Jenna." He immediately replied, "Okay, don't worry, a second of rest is more than enough." He turned to Zib again and spoke. Hansen changed, received the order, and replied, "Yes." He turned to her and said, "Jenna, shoot the arrow at Hansen." She was surprised by his order and said, "Huh, but..." He looked at the arrow box and thought angrily, "Damn, we're almost out of arrows. Anyway, if that side doesn't have time to defend, we'll all die, the shot's gone." She drew her bow and used all her strength to shoot straight to where she was ordered. The arrow flew straight and pierced the goblins' bodies. Suddenly a scream rang out. Zib called your name in pain, "Hansen." He was attacked by goblins, they stabbed him in the stomach. His eyes widened, blood veins appeared, he vomited blood and fell down. Jenna moves forward to attack and rescue him. He collapsed in front of her. Blood flowed out and spread all over the ground. She panicked and ran to call his name, Zid. 1-star Zid has fallen into a critical condition and his life is in danger. After seeing Zid being stabbed and collapsing, bleeding profusely, Han was like a madman. His strength gradually increased, killing all the monsters. Poppy shouted angrily, "Fuck it." Jenna was still panicking when she saw this situation. She exclaimed, "What should I do? Pull it out." Zid was in so much pain that he cursed. "Ah, damn, it hurts, huh?" She hesitated to say, "No, okay, if I pull it out." Outside, Hansen was exhausted and couldn't hold on anymore. "Call Zid, Zid, come in and help me, just 30 more seconds, come on." While it seemed like Hansen couldn't fight back anymore, he was almost stabbed several times by the monsters. Then Han's weapon flew to defeat that cruel monster. Han shouted, "Hansen, go deal with the guys on the left, let me take care of it here. You still don't know that Zid is seriously injured and won't survive," he said again, "but he still has Zid, because he doesn't want to. He was worried and his morale was low, so I said, he's too tired so he's resting now, don't complain anymore, go quickly." Zid has returned to the arms of the goddess, his heroic fighting spirit will always be remembered. Hearing that, Hansen seemed to understand everything. He shouted, "Understood." But still asked Jenna, "Zid is really dead?" Han immediately interrupted the two people's train of thought and told Jenna, "Leave, help me here." She replied, "Yes." Awakening skills. Short sword swing beginners have reached level 3, have learned the skill of fast movement. She asked, "How much time is left?" Han replied, "I can't watch it in time, just kill them." The hero's soul is awakened in a precarious situation. The beginner's sword and shield reach level 5, pain tolerance reaches level 2, composure reaches 2 levels, has reached level 3. Han shouted, "These weird awakening things will be useless if I die here." Suddenly a scream rang out. It was Hansen. Hansen is losing blood, he will lose blood slowly. The goblins were coming more and more. Hansen shouted loudly for Han, "Please help me, please, I don't want to die here." Hansen's mournful scream echoed throughout the entire land. Hansen continues to ask for help, "Please help me, please help me." Immediately he gave the order, "Jenna, Aaron, move with me." Jenna said, "But as for Zid and Hansen," he said, "if you want to mourn for them, you have to live through this first." Hansen has returned to the arms of the goddess. His heroic fighting spirit will always be remembered. Jenna asked him in dismay, "Am I going to die here?" Aaron said, "Don't talk like that." He looked over at her and said, "Jenna, climb up the back wall." She said, "You told me to run alone." He replied to her, "What are you saying? You climb up and I will climb after you." "They're coming, don't stab." Han shouted that every time he killed one, he couldn't last. After saying that, his eyes were sharp and he swung his sword around, cutting off their heads, splattering blood. Jenna climbed up, she said, "I'm there, come on, hurry up." Han told Aaron, "You go first," she said, "hold on to my hand." Aaron had just climbed halfway when the monster stabbed him in the leg. Han said, "Jenna, hold on tight and don't let her go." His eyes emit a beam of light that kills those who stand in his way. He said, "I will cut off your legs." Aaron's screams grew louder and louder. Aaron's losing blood, he's losing blood slowly. He said, "Pull him up." Aaron is in critical condition, his life is in danger. "They're climbing on top of each other to get up here." "That's smart," Jenna said. "Smart, what do you mean?" Han gave an order, using Aaron's spear to stab any animal that came close. She replied, "Okay." He shouted in order to stop them from getting up here. If they got up there, they would have nowhere to run. Jenna said in panic, "I dropped the spear, now what?" He said, "Can you still ask? Kick it with your foot." She asked, "It's too much, how many more minutes? I can't last much longer." He said, 30 more seconds, just 30 more seconds." She replied, "It feels like an hour has passed. I won't lie to you, just put your trust in me and try to hold on a little longer, more." He thought to himself, "This time I won't lie, just a little longer." The clock clearly showed 30 seconds left. But the monsters were gradually getting closer to both of them. They moved forward and touched the shield, causing him to suddenly let go. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword back, preparing himself to fight them, shouting loudly at these bastards. "No, they attacked you." A scream full of pain came from Han. It seemed like he was injured. The monster's sword stabbed straight into his stomach. They continuously attacked him. He shouted angrily, "These bastards, the war has not ended yet." As the two sides are fighting very fiercely, the goblins are gradually gaining the upper hand. They are becoming more numerous and stronger, constantly attacking, causing Han and Jenna to fall into an extremely difficult situation. Hanging by a thread, Han is seriously injured. Han is losing blood. He will lose blood slowly. Jenna wasn't much better as she couldn't fight anymore. A scream came from Jenna. She was also seriously injured. Jenna is losing blood. He will lose blood slowly. The sword was sticking straight into Han's body. Surrounding him were thousands of evil eyes, cruel monsters. He thought to himself, "I'm done. Could it be that I'm going to die here, in stage 5? It's only stage 5. He lowered his head, his face was pale. He didn't have the heart. He said, "It's not fair. I don't understand why I'm facing so many obstacles. On Earth this wouldn't happen. Why me? Why?" A shadow covers the space. It's like a shadow of despair from deep within my heart. Suddenly he shouted, "Why?" His eyes were red like he was holding the anger he had buried in prison for so long. His indifference and hatred woke him up. He shouted, "You bastards." He rushed to slash and kill like a wild animal. He shouted loudly, "It's not over yet, we're only 5 years old. There's no way I could die in a place like this." All the goblins were slashed and thrown thousands of meters away, one after another spewing blood and pouring into streams. He shouted, "Come here you dogs." While awakening the skill, Han read the rage skill. Jenna looked at them. The goblins became more and more aggressive. Class after class of them rushed in madly to tear apart. Han thought to himself, even breathing was difficult, his body was screaming in pain. He angrily bared his sharp teeth and thought to himself, but in him the fire of fighting power never goes out. He always tries to fight decisively. He never gives in. He screams, "Do you want to kill me? That's it, let's go all in once, these bastards." Seeing him fighting strongly, determined to fight, the more he fought, the harder he fought. He thought to himself, even if his sword breaks, he won't fall. More and more of them rushed forward, more ferocious than before. I thought, even if my sword breaks, I will not stop fighting. The two sides fought without stopping for a second. Suddenly the clock struck 12 o'clock at night. Just as the claws were about to get closer to his face, the clock was about to start, and they slowly disappeared one by one. Pass, Jenna, and Aaron promoted to MVP Han. Loot, 5000 x1 iron ore C x3 leather C x2 wooden planks B. Congratulations, Master, you have passed level 5, unlocked the daily dungeon, collected materials and tried to strengthen the hero in the waiting room, just heard the announcement. They dropped their bloody resistance weapons from their hands. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like they had taken a step into hell, just a little closer and they would have no life to return. He took a deep breath, his eyes blank as if he had just returned from hell. In an instant, Jenna's tears were flowing profusely. Perhaps now she realized that she had narrowly escaped death. She was both crying and laughing like a child. She looked at him. He was still standing blankly looking in an unknown direction. Seeing that, she reached out her hand and said, "Can you help me up? I'm exhausted and can't stand up." He reached out to her to help her up. It seemed like she wanted to confirm once more. She asked, "Am I still alive?" He replied, "Yes, the waiting room is being set up, so we must have passed the stage." She cried and said, "Stage 5 is that difficult?" "If that's the case," he said, "no, this time is an exception." As he bent down to pick up the broken sword on the ground, he said, "The system has already arranged that if one person falls, the others will also fall. We should not have fallen into the situation of a dead fish. The net is so torn that if I upgrade Zid and Hansen from now on, if the team is well trained, it won't be that difficult. It's unfortunate that we encounter this type of mission while we're still weak." She replied, "I understand." But she turned away and lowered her head, her expression full of loss. The three of them were all injured and helped each other back. Dika saw the three of them returning and immediately ran out with a happy face and said, "You did well. Eldest sister Chloe has prepared delicious food. Are Zid and Hansen still there?" As soon as he heard him mention the names of his two fallen comrades, he said, "They died." It seemed like Dika didn't hear clearly, so he asked again. "Yes." He sadly closed his eyes, clenched his teeth to stop the tears. He said, "They are all dead." Dika staggered for a moment, her face pale and confused. Continuing that cycle, the master is calling. Whoever is called is invited to come out. Returning to his room, he immediately closed the door tightly. I rushed to face the bed and thought, I don't intend to cry for the person who lies down, because as part of the pioneers climbing the tower, death is a common occurrence. He whispered, "But now that I think about it, did I really learn the skill of rage?" In the dark room, he thought a lot about the life and death battle he had just experienced. Was he calm and furious? Can coexist side by side? This is 100% a system error. Calmness helps me maintain my sanity. Letting go of anger, in return my strength skyrockets. He felt like those two streams of power were always running parallel in his body. Perhaps it was related to the fact that he was a master but also a hero. He lay on his stomach on the small bed, face pressed against the pillow. His thoughts continued, "I don't know yet, but today I don't want to think about this. From tomorrow I'll be busy, so." The night gradually falls, darkness covers the entire sky, thousands of twinkling stars shine somewhere in endless space, the moonlight keeps creeping through the small gaps. It seems like today, after the battle, he didn't have the energy to think anymore. He said, "Just lie down and rest today." The early morning scene at the training session. The training dolls are all ready, the wind blows the leaves, it feels like they are also training with the warriors. As soon as dawn broke, Jenna was already in full swing, unleashing fierce moves, practicing non-stop. Her eyes seemed to shine with sparks of hatred. From behind Ems, Han appeared. Although very surprised, he still asked coldly, "She always comes later than me, because she wakes up late. Why is it different now?" She just practicing, sweating profusely and saying loudly, "I don't want to die." He looked at her and thought to himself, yesterday she learned a new skill. In addition, she is talented and hardworking. Suddenly he thought about Aaron, and Aaron had gone through so many things, but had not learned any skills. After saying that, he took off his shirt again, revealing his strong muscles to practice. As he practiced, he thought, I only get 5 points each time I practice. It's not surprising that I only get 5 points each time I practice, only 3 stars. Perhaps after the battle, not only Jenna but Han also had a determination in mind. While practicing he thought, I will soon reach level 10, the highest level is for a 1-star hero, I must aim soon, to get promoted to 2 stars, but... Interrupting his train of thought, Jenna slowly approached and placed her hand on his solid abs and smiled mysteriously. He suddenly asked her, "What are you doing?" She said, "Does it look delicious?" Shouted, removed his hand and accompanied his words with the action of standing up, raising his hand to sign directly at her head. Because it was so painful, she angrily said, "I didn't wear it out." He turned around and said, "It will wear out." In her mind, the more she looked, the more unbelievable it was that she was like that. After going through what happened yesterday, she still acts so stupid. Holding her head, she followed him and said loudly. It seemed that Aaron was not coming. He replied to her, "Leave him alone. He is probably tickling in the room. He is close to those 3 people." Putting her hand on her chin, she thought and said, "Usually getting up early to practice is the right thing to do." He said, "Dika is the same, those 2 like to practice." Suddenly his eyes glanced in another direction. He said he was not like the other guys, half-heartedly. She looked after him and saw that he was looking in the direction of everyone practicing. Suddenly she said, they were busy avoiding being rounded up, and would only practice if the master came into play. He looked at them, then thought about Zid and Hansen and said, "Zid and Hansen also have potential. If I train them more, those 2 people will be very useful. The 2 people who sacrificed yesterday should have been many people, among them rather than them." It seemed like she had sensed his current mood. She said, "Let's practice." Suddenly a voice rang out from far away, "Sorry I'm late." Han looked at him and said, "You seem to feel guilty." He gritted his teeth and said, "If I could be a little stronger." Han continued, "They couldn't pass that level because they were too weak, not his fault." The peaceful scene at the training ground, blue sky, white clouds, gentle wind, images of warriors training non-stop. It's been a month since I came to this world. It seems just like 10 days on Earth. Yizel said, "I can feel everything going on in this world better now." She held a controller in her hand, the screen showing the battle scenes of the warriors. She continued, "Usually in the past I used to log in 3 times a day, morning, afternoon and evening, to the game to see what might happen in it. At the same time, refer to ways to overcome different levels of the tower, depending on the difficulty, formation and skills of each character in the team, and make decisions over time." Yizel suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Everyone seems to be doing well." Looking at Han's example, he survived perfectly in the 5th floor. The master is very pleased with him. Jenna leaned close and whispered loudly in Han's ear. She said, "Why does she seem to pay attention to him?" He replied, "Oh, this is a secret." Yizel lazily approached the people who were practicing. She shouted directly, angrily, "And you guys should practice hard. You won't always be lucky. You should rely on your strength to survive." After seeing her angrily scolding her, he turned around and silently said, "It's best to stay away for a while." The notification shows that the selected people are Han, Jenna, Louis, Jeffrey, Owen. The team has been created. His eyes clearly reveal the determination to fight. "Guys, the space hole has opened. Prepare to go." She looked up and opened her eyes wide, thinking, "I don't know the other 3 people, how could there be an arrangement like this?" He saw her worry and immediately said, "Don't worry too much when you fight, you will get to know each other." All were prepared, led by Han. All 5 people were standing at the door of death. Notification pops up, a dungeon party will renew every day. Daily dungeon, collect rare materials, Kendout Forest 11 o'clock. Han thought to himself, as I predicted, it's unlocked. Owen asked, "Will we fight with you?" He turned to ask, "What's your name?" He said, "My name is Owen. Right now our meager strength won't be of much help." From inside comes a voice, "Don't worry, you won't have to fight too much. Party 4 has entered the regular dungeon. Kendit Forest is super easy. They will return after gathering enough materials. Tip, the dungeon type will change every day. Be sure to check carefully." Jenna was extremely nervous, turned left and right and asked, "Where are all the enemies? Could it be a special mission like in Stage 5? Han pinched her cheek again and said, "What are you doing?" He replied, "Why is it so funny?" She said angrily, "I don't find it funny. This is a place called a daily dungeon, a place to collect materials." Owen looked forward and asked, "So what is this?" He looked over and said, "Trash can." "No, actually this can be considered a shopping cart." The system continues to notify, Han has collected trash F. Tip, trash is unnecessary, throw it away. He broke off a tree branch. He continued, put whatever materials he collected in there, like tree branches, for example. System notification, Han has collected tree branches. He said, then it will be stored in our warehouse, used to make items. The system continues to notify, tip, 100 tree branches will create a wooden panel, but a carpenter must be present to convert it. Owen said, "Is that all?" Jenna seemed less nervous and asked, "Is that all we need to do, without having to fight anything?" Han said, "How about you come along with me to hunt?" She ran after him muttering, "Wow, I thought it would take me forever to do light work. What should we hunt? Wild boar, deer or rabbit? Now we can eat meat." Suddenly, an animal appeared before her eyes. Her eyes lit up like car headlights. Clearly she saw her prey. "Meat, wait for me," she said, drawing her bow and shooting a shot that hit the target. She approached, her red face clearly showing excitement. She said, "It looks delicious." He looked at her in boredom. She said, "Do you know how to cut it?" She replied, "Of course yes. I live like that. How long has this been?" She approached, took a knife and stabbed that huge animal, then said, after letting all the blood flow out, she would peel off its skin and cut out its internal organs. Han turned away and said, "Take care and put those materials into the space portal, don't miss anything." She asked, "Where are you going?" He replied, "Go hunting, I'm tired of eating potatoes too Western to ancient." In the forest, the sound of a waterfall flowing, the sound of birds singing, the scene is so peaceful. The clock said, 32:45, he whispered, there were about 30 minutes left, after the time was up, the whole team would automatically be recalled. Han looked towards the stream and said he found it. The Forest King is a rare monster that only appears in forest dungeons. Its low-level attribute stones are used as materials to level up. It is not always dropped after fighting monsters. It is easy to find areas with high drop estimates. He flew up and swung his sword, slashing right at the target. The animal saw that the animals next to him were all killed by him. It angrily rushed towards him. He said, "All your lovers are dead, are you upset?" He swung his sword towards it provocatively. He said, "Come up here." In the dense forest, there were panicked cries from the foresters. "Oh my God, it's a monster, a monster." A strange, red creature slowly emerged from the bushes. One person squinted and looked closely. It wasn't. At this time Han appeared. "Are you Han?" Han carried bulky objects and approached, not recognizing me. He threw the deer's head to the ground. Jenna looked at it and exclaimed, "How could there be such a big deer?" Han looked at her. "I'm tired, so give me a hand." While Jenna was collecting blood, Han asked her how many animals she had caught. Jenna listed, 2 deer and a wild boar. Everyone in the waiting room can eat as much as they want. Jenna leaned closer to the deer's head, still surprised. "But why did he bring it back? It's not delicious." Han adjusted his weapon and replied, "I can't cut off its horn." Jenna noticed, "Now that I look closely I noticed that even though it's a female, it has horns." Han was surprised. Just by looking at the head, she could determine whether it was male or female. Jenna affirmed, "Of course, I've lived in here for so long." At this time, the system panel appeared. Tada, skill awakening. Jenna had acquired the jungle hunter skill. Han thought to himself, she has awakened again. He held the glowing emerald and thought, I'm sure she will easily advance in rank. At the inn, Jenna admired the delicious dishes displayed on the dining table. "Oh meat, how long has it been since we last ate meat?" She took Han's arm. It seemed like everyone was very excited. After eating the whole deer, where is it left? Han seriously crossed his arms. After eating, follow me. Daily Dungeon. This is a system that changes dungeon locations depending on what day of the week it is. Today's location is the Cimiral Plateau, a dungeon to collect more attribute stones. Temporary party. Han and Jenna are entering the Cimiral Plateau super easily. Jenna looked around wondering, "But will gathering ingredients make me stronger?" Han explained, "If you want to get stronger, you need to find something called attribute stones. We came here to find them." A magnificent natural sunrise scene appeared before Jenna's eyes. "Look at this scene, the wind is also cool." Han suddenly realized that on the other side there was the appearance of the Tree of Life. He silently remembered that he had seen them in a drawing. They were the main ingredients to create healing potions. He should collect them later. At this time, Han and Jenna are fighting a violent monster. But before the combined efforts of the two people, the monster collapsed to the ground. Jenna happily looked at it. "We are strong enough to fight a wolf." Han put his sword away just in case. "I don't know if the others can smell the blood here, so hurry up." Jenna quickly handled the wolf. Yeah. Jenna asked Han how to deal with its fangs and claws. Han took the stone and answered, pulled it all out and put it aside. Jenna said while processing, "It's so peaceful here." Han reminded, "Wipe all the blood from your body before saying that." Jenna smiled, wishing it was always like this, hunting and gathering herbs, having food and sleeping under one roof. Oh, if the master wasn't here, it would be heaven. Han heard that and immediately turned to stone. "Hey, I'm the old master." Jenna continued, wishing the master would never come. At this moment, Han thought to himself, do the people in Nihheim also think so? I also think it's best that the master doesn't come. He asked Jenna, "Don't you want to fight?" Fighting on the front lines is not just that, there's still a lot to do and stop dreaming. Jenna calmly replied, "Are you going to take me somewhere else? If the situation gets better, what more could I wish for? Everything is so tiring." Han was surprised by her words. Then he laughed. A few days later, On the 6th floor mission, exploration, objective, explore a strange place. Diaka is joining Team 1. He quickly started talking, looking forward to working with everyone. Aaron was worried. It seemed like he wasn't allowed to enter the usual dungeon today. Han asked, reconnaissance, another rare mission. Dika's sweat dropped and looked towards Han. Brother, I don't see any enemies. Is it the same as level 5? Han held his hand and signaled, don't raise your voice. Everyone stay low and don't move the forest ropes. Hearing that, Jenna, Dika and Aaron immediately lay down. Han was helpless. I said crouching down, not lying down. Then he predicted, it seemed like there was nothing here. We will successfully pass the test if we meet all the conditions. Dika obeyed, yes. At this time, in a bush, 3 LV-8 goblins were discussing with each other, should we kill them? Wait, they have a horn, so it means they can call their allies to help. On the side of Team 1, Jenna stood on a tree observing. Han asked Jenna if she saw anything else. Jenna observed, it seemed like there was a goblin village nearby. They gathered there in droves, probably about 100 of them. Han is alert, like he's trying to trap us. They will ambush us if we rush into battle without careful reconnaissance. He assigned tasks to each person. Jenna, shoot the goblin sitting on the right. Aaron, you just throw the spear at the goblin I drove in. Aaron replied, okay. Han looked towards Dika, and him. If anything happens, jump in to help us. And then the spear passed through the air and flew towards the goblins, causing them pain. Aaron stabbed them with the tip of his spear. Just as another one was about to call for help. Han has beheaded it. I won't let you call for help. As soon as the team finishes dealing with the goblins, the system displays, level cleared, MVP Han, 5,000 grams bonus. Dika was surprised, it's over. Han is wary, not yet. Then he was quick and I went to take a look. He thought to himself, there will be a clue about the next level in here. Since it's an exploration mission, there's no way there can be just one mission. Even though the mission is randomly decided, it doesn't mean you can't plan ahead. In the chaotic goblin village, Han stood behind the tree watching. Was there a crowd? A goblin noticed something. It sniffed towards where Han was standing. But he and his teammates returned in time. Jenna asked him, why did he run away alone? Han replied, I wanted to check around that area. Han pieced together the story. Several times I found hints in the main dungeon. The quest chain begins with an exploration quest called Flow. I still don't understand what the flow means here. I wonder if what I just saw might suggest anything. It's really frustrating. It's not yet time for the flow to appear. This time it was sooner than I thought. At this moment, Chloe hurriedly ran in. Mr. Han, there is a big problem. Some strange-looking people arrived. Han calmly, this is not the first time. Chloe nervously explained, these people are different from the ones last time. They carried weapons and the atmosphere looked very strange. Hearing that, Han frowned, it's here. Summon high-level heroes. A link to the Wolf-Maned Mercenary Guild has been created. You see that the link between the 5 summoned people and yourself is a very tight link. Tip, when you can spin many heroes at once, it is very rare to summon heroes who know each other before. When placed in a team, it is best to let them fight individually to maximize their strength. Han summoned Yizel. Master used money Yizel happily replied, yes, he bought the new summoner package for $50. Han wondered, 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. Then he thought to himself, so these people were called in with a premium summoning package. If it were me, I would have returned before level 15 and merged them all into one team. I looked at Chloe. Chloe, go back to the kitchen. They won't eat you, just a little unusual. Then Han went out to announce and disband the team. No matter how special the new person is, nothing will change. At this time, Edith was standing quietly against the wall when Jenna came up to greet her. Edith was momentarily unresponsive and hesitantly said hello. Jenna introduced, my name is Jenna Shirai. What is your name? Edith replied, my name is Edith Callan. Then Jenna turned to Han. This handsome guy is a bit grumpy but quite kind. Han is helpless. Shut up. He thought to himself, as he expected, because he is a 3-star hero, he already has a job, a typical thief. His strength and life are weak, but his flexibility is high. It seems she uses short swords more than bows. Han coldly suggested, you said your name is Edith. I want to talk to you a bit. Is that okay now? Inside the house, Jenna set down a glass of water for Han and Edith each. Edith asked, do you understand this place well? Han replied, there are some things I know but not always. What about you? Do you remember how you got here? Edith is sad, I don't know, but what I know is, I was summoned to fight, that's all. The more I try to remember, the more my head hurts. Han continued to ask if she understood anything about synthesis or other things. Edith nervously placed her hand on her forehead, synthesizing and sacrificing one card to strengthen the other card. Hearing that, Han silently affirmed that, as he thought, the amount of information they knew was based on their rank when summoned. Han guessed, looking at her clothes, I could guess that she used to be a mercenary. Edith had difficulty remembering. I used to be part of the Wolfmane Mercenary Guild. I remember I was on a mission in Halcyon, but when I woke up I was here. Hearing that, Han silently thought, based on the fact that she was a 3-star hero, she was probably a person with a higher rank than the other mercenaries. Even though she is also a mercenary, she is still different from Molmont, because she is a 2-star hero. Jenna stood next to her and exclaimed, "That's great, that sounds great." Edith hesitated, "Really?" Then she said nervously, "But now." But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the noise outside. Avon, Jockin, Wave, Benign, Edis, Master were calling for them. "Come out quickly." Han pointed to the window. She and her friend were being called out to the square. Hearing the call, Jockin fiercely walked out. "Who is it? Who is calling my name?" Edith stood up. "It seemed the Master was calling us. Let's go." Jockin held a piece of meat in his hand and gnawed on a large piece with an expectant expression. "It's been a long time since I've tasted meat. I wanted to see what that guy looked like." The sound of the door slamming shut startled Chloe. She was confused. The person said he wanted to eat meat and took the whole thigh away. That place, if cooked carefully, is enough to feed 5 mouths. Hearing that, Jenna immediately wanted to get the meat back, so she had to tell him to return it. At this time, Han stood up and said, "Let's go to the square." System displays, Squad 5 will change its name to Wolfmane. At this time, Team 5 was on duty in the forest. Arrange your team, drag and drop herp. Adding Avon, Jockin, Wave, Bignan, Edis Wolfmanes, the 3-star Avon has been chosen as the captain of the main SWA. At this time, a panicked man came and told Han, they looked very strange, they were carrying that weapon. Han calmly, "I also hold a weapon." The man was scared, but I kept feeling, Han interrupted, that they were bad people. The man affirmed, "That's right." Han thought to himself, such a fuss is nothing. The Wolfmane team entered. A small dark fairy said aggressively, "Come in, new recruits, the Master is waiting for you." Avon replied briefly, "I know." Jockin is energetic, just doing his best. Han looked at them and thought, they may not look like bad people but they are also very strong. Han asked Jenna, "Jenna, what do you think?" Jenna thinks, "Edith seems gentle, but I'm not sure about the rest." Han turned around and asked the worried group, "So what do you want me to do? Protect you guys?" The man tried to persuade, "We will be very grateful to you." Han chuckled, "It's not worth it." The man was startled when he heard that. "You were very strong about that." Han's face darkened. "It's not like you guys took training lightly before. Why are you coming to me for help now? If they look so strong, then kneel down and bow to them. Isn't that the survival strategy you guys use? Forget about Aaron. These people are not even as good as Dika. Usually, all they do is practice and eat all the meat that Jenna hunts. They could have learned the craft from Chloe or another artisan. These guys keep acting like they're trying just to avoid being compiled." Han's face was dark, angry. His eyes looked threatening at those lazy people. "Get out of my sight," before I got mad. Faced with Han's threat, the rebels immediately fled in fear. Han looked over at the sad Aaron. While he was on the verge of death due to anemia, they were just lazy or sleeping. There's no need to mourn at all. Then he looked at Dika with a swollen face and asked, "You just finished fighting, right?" Dika was surprised. How did he know? Han replied. His eyes were swollen as big as a mountain. No one would know. Aaron immediately explained that it was just a duel, requested by him. Han closed his eyes. "Okay, I understand. Go inside and rest." Jenna heard that and hid inside but was discovered by Han, and what did she get into? At this time, at stage clear, A raised his voice. "It was all a bunch of small fry. Wape is pleased. Goblin, it's all childish things. How can you make it difficult for me?" Avon looked ahead warily. "Who were you?" Han smirked. "Who am I?" "Well, that's none of your business." Jockin was angry. "You dared a volley, that's it, brat." Jenna objected. "It was because you guys were rude first." Wape asked, "Which woman is this?" Avon introduces, "I am Avon Diakwa, Wolfmane Mercenary Team, and you?" Han coldly replied briefly, "Islat Han." Avon observed and asked, having a weapon with him, "Are you a mercenary too?" Han arrogantly replied, "It's not just a farmer." Hearing Han's answer, Avon's expression turned dark. "Farmer? The gathering event just now included all the population here." Han replied, "Exactly. Avon's expression was quiet, he understood. At this time, the system appears with a notification, 10x summon is being performed. Master, I don't know which new heroes will appear. Han looked at the notice board and thought to himself that he suddenly summoned it 10 times. I understand, he was summoned due to the situation. System display, starting synthesis. Master, drag and drop the hero you want to sacrifice for synthesis. Heroes used for the sacrifice phase will die. The door opened, everyone was taken to a strange world, they were confused. Where was this? What else? What's going on? Faced with Han's actions, Yizel lamented, oh my god, Master, you are stupid. Yizel announced, Jaqen, Damon, Lexical go into the synthesis room immediately. Damon was worried and suspicious. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Yizel angrily pointed his finger. The master told you to go inside so you all shut up and follow. At this time, Jaqen appeared behind him and strangled Damon. You are Damon, right? Because you look very similar. Damon trembled with fear. Jenna was shocked when she saw the scene. It couldn't be, but Han is calm. Maybe. Jenna didn't understand, but they had only just been summoned. Avon ordered, Jaqen, bring one more person. Jaqen immediately shouted loudly, who is Lexical here? Looking at the brutal scene where Jaqen pulled the 2 people inside, Han thought to himself, he had just been tricked and after all, this was the first time he loaded a card for this game. Jenna criticized and told Han, this is wrong, we should at least give them a chance. Han was still thinking in his heart, right now, Whatever's making a huge mistake. It was true that the group of 1 stars was useless, but among them there could still be an individual with potential, and yet, he offered worshipping the group of 1 stars that had just been summoned without even checking their abilities first. At this moment, Jaqen walked out comfortably. I felt strength filling my body. He is leveled up to 3 stars. The people around saw this and immediately ran away in panic and begged, what just happened? Please, I beg you. Avon ordered the whole team to capture him and not let anyone escape. Avon looked at Edith who was still hesitating. What are you waiting for? Are you a member of the Wolf Mane? Edith thought carefully and drew her sword. Han said to Yizel, Yizel, give Master a hint. Even if it's 1 star, if you don't try them first, it will be a waste to fuse them. Yizel is busy analyzing. Give me a minute. Display system. Tips. 1-star heroes may also have some potential. Instead of synthesizing them all, let's at least spend some time looking at those heroes. Han closed his eyes and thought, I have been through a lot since I came here. Many events have happened, enough to change a person. At this moment, Jaqen became angry. Who do you think you are, daring to interfere in our affairs? Han chuckled and interjected, I was simply giving some advice. Then he glanced at Jaqen. What's wrong? He got a black heart so he's angry. Jaqen angrily swung his axe and rushed towards Han. Fuck you bastard. But before he could attack Han, an arrow pierced straight towards him. Jaqen leaned back to avoid the arrow. Jenna raised her arrow threateningly. I missed it on purpose just now. Jaqen was angry. That bitch too. Avon frowned. Did you just raise your weapon against us? Edith stopped. Enough. Come here Avon. It's late. Avon angrily pushed her hand away and shut up. I pointed at Han. Do you know who we are? Han crossed his arms and smiled. Obviously the other way around. Han's eyes were contemptuous. Trash. Hearing Han's words, the Wolf Mane team was angry. The system displayed. 3-star Avon showed hostility towards Han. 1-star Jaqen 3-star showed hostility towards Han. 1-star Wape 3500 showed hostility hostile to 1-star Han. 3-star Benign shows hostility to 1-star Han. 1-star Han and Wolf Mane have become enemies. Please carefully monitor the relationship between these heroes. Seeing the tense situation, Yizel stopped immediately. War between heroes is strictly prohibited. Do you want to be punished by the master? Han looked at Yizel. I think it's not forbidden. Yizel was worried. It wasn't forbidden, but... Han looked straight at Avon and questioned. Tell the truth, you guys are not mercenaries at all, right? Avon frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course we are real mercenaries, only acting when hired to work. Han disdained. Nonsense, you guys are a bunch of robbers. Avon angrily threatened. You're going too far. Do you want to die that much? Han told Yizel, Yizel, guys like this are just a hindrance. No matter how high the level is, sometimes there will still be some heroes with evil natures summoned. These guys not only disrupt the order of the waiting room but also reduce the efficiency of passing. In other words, they are just trash that needs to be eliminated. Yizel is still worried, but still. Han interrupted her and spoke confidently, opening the duel system. The system displays, 1-star Han challenges 3-star Avon to a duel. Tips, duel is a way to resolve conflicts between heroes. With the consent of both teams, they can bet on some special terms. Avon frowned and asked Han, I have never met anyone as crazy as you. What did we do wrong that you had to go so far? Han smirked provocatively, because you guys are just trash that needs to be eliminated. No one wants you here, even before you asked about the population of this area. That's because it would be extremely troublesome if there was someone strong enough to deal with you. That's your fear, and as soon as you are sure that no one can oppose you, you immediately take action. With the newly summoned one-star kids, there isn't enough for them to lead. I'm right, Avon laughed. Oh, so you mean you're ready to be sacrificed? Jenna asked worriedly, what happened? Han answered calmly, it's not complicated. I win, I absorb him. He won, he absorbed me. Avon smiled proudly. The system board appears. The 3-star Avon has accepted the match. The betting conditions of each side's heroes are aggregated and agreed upon. He was full of confidence and arrogantly challenged him to a duel. Let's play. Han pointed forward. He smiled and said, the match has begun. The system shows up. Avon, 3 stars, accepted the duel. Keywords for heroes to bet on are, summary, do you agree? Yes, no. Avon split the sword straight forward and smiled. That's interesting. The system shows, Avon, 3 stars, has accepted the duel. Keywords for heroes to bet on are, summary, do you agree? Yes, no. No are highlighted in red. Han thought with a cold face, whatever is just a coward. He looked at Jenna and told her, Jenna, to take the others into the mansion. She looked at him a little worried and asked, are you okay alone? Han, 1 star, shows his confidence. He stepped forward, stretching his arms and smiling. He asked her, do you think I will lose? She turned away, her expression no longer worried, and smiled in response, that's right. Avon, 3 stars, accepted duel. Bet heroes keywords are, some, do you agree? Yes, no, yes is enabled. The duel between Han, 1 star, and Avon, 3 stars, will begin now. Han asked Avon, the match will end when one of us surrenders, do you agree? He smiled back, as you want. He looked at him and said evilly, I won't kill you, after all, I still need a fresh sacrifice. Han summoned Yizel. He told her, Yizel, hide from us, don't let that guy interfere in this duel. She looked at him worriedly and asked again, will you be okay? Suddenly at this moment, Avon rushed straight towards him. He shouted loudly, you idiot, it's already started and you haven't even drawn your sword yet. He began to analyze, if you just look at the stats, going against this guy is not a good idea. The image of him rushing towards him, preparing to draw his sword to attack him appeared. He thought, he is at level 2, his strength index is about to reach 20, and his beginner level swordsmanship has also increased, level up to stage 3. His eyes appeared full of surprise, thinking the same thing as you, but still, Han turned into a state of hysteria, his hair grew longer, his eyes looked at him full of murderous intent. System pops up, Han, 1 star, has entered a berserk state. Han Islat, 1 star, level 9, exp 11 out of 70, profession, commoner, strength, 28 out of 23 plus 5, intelligence, 1 over 11 plus 10, stamina, 26 over 21 plus 5, agility, 26 over 21 plus 5, skill, beginner level sword and shield proficiency, level 5, pain resistance, level 2, composure, level 3, hysteria, level 1. He looked at him, thinking, don't be arrogant because of such a slight difference in level. He went around behind Avon. He was surprised and couldn't react. He grabbed his hand holding the sword. With his other hand, he grabbed his head. He flashed an evil smile and pushed his head down. He rolled his eyes in pain. He pulled out a sword from behind his back. While spinning it, he told him, this thing is quite perfect to use on guys who don't know their status. Then I stabbed the sword straight into him. He screamed in pain. I told him, if he keeps moving like that stupidly, he will die right there. Then he leaned close to his ear, smiled softly and told him to surrender. He panicked, turned his head slightly to look at him, and spoke tremblingly, I did. Before he could finish speaking, you bent your leg and rammed your sword straight into his body. He screamed in pain. You told him, speak clearly, I couldn't hear you. Wape saw him being so rough. He worriedly shouted, stop, we've lost, let Avon go. He turned to look at him. He asked again, let him go. Have you ever thought to release people, when you are filled with the desire to devour them? He shouted loudly, faltering in response, it had nothing to do with it. He showed off his bloodshot eyes and said angrily, if I say it's related, then it will be related. Avon was pinned to the ground, covered in injuries, trying to breathe. Han continued to say, this is a duel that we all agreed to, why do you interfere? Whether to stop or not is the decision of the participants. The duel will stop if the loser accepts that he is lost. He heard that and immediately opened his mouth. Before he could finish the words, he put his hand over his mouth. He said, "But if he doesn't say anything, it won't stop." He looked at him cruelly and continued, "This guy is now my prey, don't worry about his life or death, go and get some sleep." Seeing him do that, Benign got angry and got into a fighting stance. He was about to pull out the two swords from his back. He shouted, "You crazy guy, do you think after doing that you will live well? Do you know that we are who isn't?" Edith stood silently on the side watching. Han turned his head slightly and said, "Didn't you say you were the main wolf mercenaries?" "Edith, are you sure they were the main wolf mercenaries?" She was worried, bowed her head slightly, hesitantly responded to him. That was their past name, but now they are just that. When he heard this, he smirked. He was sarcastic. "Now you guys are just a bunch of thugs, right, with the way you go around and treat people like that?" He asked Edith why she was still hanging around them. She was startled and stammered in response, "I only did what my father asked. If you see that, tell her." "Edith, think carefully." His hand still covering Avon's mouth, who was pinned on the ground, together with Benign turned his head to look at her. He said, "Are you planning to play with trash like them, or do you want to join our side?" Her face was full of sweat. She stammered and said, "Me." When Jaqen saw that she was about to betray him, he angrily shouted, "Bitch, how dare you show your butt in front of the enemy? Do you want to die that much?" Han saw this and said, annoyed, "These ordinary people scream too much. He didn't care about you." Still continuing to scream, "Bastard." Right now Avon's trembling hands were approaching his broken sword. His hand was about to reach the hand holding the sword at the same time as Jaqen's curse continued to ring out. "Edith, you know what traitors will be like in the end, right?" Right at this moment, Han discovered Avon's strange actions. He forcefully pushed his head to the ground, pulled out his sword and said loudly, "The last day of the trash will be like this." He shouted loudly in pain. Han turned and continued to tell Edith, "Join our team, I need one more person, and the situation is quite convenient for you now." Jaqen shouted angrily, "You know the price to pay for betrayal, Edith." Her legs became shaky. He continued to scream her name, "Edith." She closed her eyes in fear. Then she opened her eyes with determination. She walked towards Han. Seeing that, he smiled and said, "That's right, you also need to follow the right person. You follow me is correct." The system also displayed a notification. "Edith, 3 stars, has left the soldier team, hired Wolf Main." The Wolf Main mercenary team was dissolved. Han spoke up and told them, "I have no reason to see you anymore. Go away." Jaqen, Wipeout and Benign were dumbfounded when they heard that. Benign said angrily, "You bastard." Avon was pinned on the ground. He breathed out each word painfully, panting. I was in shock. He hadn't finished the word before I asked him again, "Are you sure you will be okay after surrendering?" I swear you will be swallowed alive by me no matter what." He still tries to breathe out words to provoke you. Pant, and you will regret it, for messing with me. He said to him uncomfortably, "You're starting to get annoying. Quickly surrender." Wipeout, Jaqen and Benign rushed up at the same time. They shouted loudly, "Bastard." Faced with this dangerous situation, Yizel stepped forward. She raised her hand to stop and said, "The duel is not over yet, you cannot interfere." Jaqen angrily raised his hand to attack her. He said, "Get away, you rat." Wipeout continued to rush in. He raised his spear high. Benign rushed up and shouted, "Bitch, if you get involved, I will also kill." Han saw that and thought to himself, "Okay, stupid bastards," he said, "goodbye." He smiled cruelly and said, "You won't have a second chance anymore." They were attacked simultaneously. Machines were scattered everywhere. Yizel's eyes were red, and he said with a scary look, "I told you not to interfere." Notification system. Jaqen, 3 stars, has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Your fighting spirit, she will be remembered forever. Wipeout, 3 stars, has returned to the embrace of goddess. Your fighting spirit, she will be remembered forever. Benign, 3 stars, has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Your fighting spirit, she will be remembered forever. Sudden death, cause of death, suicide due to stress. Avon raised her head in panic. Yizel asked Han, "Loki, what do you think? Was I cool just now? How did I do it? Was it okay?" He replied to her, "She did very well." He exhaled, trying to say, I surrender, I surrender." Han looked at him. His hair flew up. The system displayed, Han, 1 star, had released his hysterical state. He thought tiredly, I have a headache. Could this be a side effect of hysteria? I think I should limit its use unless I'm in a real life or death battle. System notification, Han, 1 star, has defeated Avon, 3 stars. In the duel, Avon will be synthesized. He kept pressing his hand on the screen. Yizel panicked and told Han, Master just clicked on the screen. His boss said he wanted to cancel the synthesis, and then he should not have agreed to this match in the first place. First of all, it seems like he doesn't even know the existence of the duel system. The stupid player doesn't have any money to top up the card, and even plays stupid games. The system now informed, Han, 1 star, has leveled up, skills, mastery of beginner-level swords and shields, and pain resistance, has been enhanced, he said nonchalantly. It doesn't feel bad, right? On the one hand, Yizel said in panic, what should I do now? Will the master quit the game? When the 3-star items have just been summoned in the premium package, they haven't even had time to properly select anything, but I have after sending them to Cell Salt. The master must have thought bitterly, now all that's left is the 1-star line. Han replied to her, if he had quit the game, he would have done it when I compiled a 4-star hero at the beginning of the game, already. Notification system. Hero has reached the highest level limit. If you want to increase the hero's level, you need to increase your own level. He walked and thought, how sad, considering how he summoned for free 10 times to save money. Now the first time he loaded the 3-star ones, they were gone. You're really too bad, master. However, if people like them continue to appear, the waiting room won't be able to operate as usual. You'll have to thank me later. Looking at the guys who just got dealt with, I thought, these guys are just strong and have no brains at all. He thought, I'm currently level 10, and I have the ability to increase my stars through synthesis. I was the MVP in most of the battles. He thought seriously, if he was stupid enough to bother me in this case, climbing the tower would be impossible. He looked up at his eyes above, wondering, hey, whatever, what am I going to do? His blue eyes looked up. He thought defiantly, if you want to deal with me, then you have to do it decisively. The main wolf mercenary team, wiped out by synthesis. Return to your accommodation. Han lowered his head looking a bit annoyed. Everyone looked at him, some were cheerful and happy, some were a little surprised and frightened. Dika was the first to speak up. He excitedly shouted, it was amazing. Hearing that, he felt annoyed and pinched Jenna's cheek. He asked her, what the hell is going on? Jenna, did you do these things? I told you not to say unnecessary things, right? She said painfully. Painfully, it's painful, it's difficult. I tell him, he's bored, I just feel really bad. He tells her, stop it. A blonde girl, holding her hands tightly together, timidly stepped forward and smiled. Ha, Mr. Hans, we heard it, thank you. A fat man continued, about you guys holding swords, just now, when he threatened to kill us. Before he finished speaking another guy jumped in. That's right, those guys are really bad guys. Hans sighed and said, it seems like you guys misunderstood something. They don't care to say it again, we all know it. The fat uncle stepped forward and continued, we are not that shameless, and we still want to thank you, because you saved our lives. He said, from now on we will. Before he finished speaking, Han opened his sharp eyes and said, I only save newcomers. He stood far away from everyone and continued silently, this has nothing to do with you guys. The uncle asked in confusion, why, what do you mean? He raised his cold blue eyes, smiled back, the master is very angry. An announcement went out, Louis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, and even Ducan, these 6 people, go out, come in front of you, us immediately. Hearing that, he silently thought, this guy reads things quickly, that's why he changed his attitude so quickly. Everyone heard the order and looked at each other in panic. Even though the fat uncle was very worried, he still tried to speak up, calm down, everyone just calm down, it's okay, just as usual, we'll go hunt those goblins. Seeing that, Jenna was also extremely worried. She asked Han, if according to the normal formation, the master would only call 5 people, but just now he called 6 people, not knowing what it was for. He replied to her, nothing else. He crossed his arms to answer, to summarize. Everyone heard that, everyone was scared and wanted to scream. The fat uncle panicked and stammered and asked him, why, what do you mean? See, we've done our best. He replied, Aaron, Dika. Both of them nervously lowered their heads. He asked them, do you think they worked that hard? When you guys sweat blood all day at the training ground, what are those guys doing? He asked Jenna, had they ever helped her hunt animals? She put her chin in her hands and thought, then replied, I think they also helped me carry my meat and skin back to hunt. Hearing the answer, he turned his head towards the group of people and continued, even cattle can carry things. It seems like you guys are just as valuable as cattle. A bald man stepped forward. He urged plays the fat uncle, angrily shouting at him, what do you mean by cattle? He threw a kick straight at that guy's face. He told him to stop pinching him. He screamed in pain. Yizel appeared. She said angrily, I said go to the town square right away. Didn't you guys hear anything? I'll let it go this once, not to make you grudge me. Those people immediately shouted in panic, "Please help us, Master will listen to your opinion." Jenna turned her head to look at Han. She asked him, who would the Master synthesize them for? He crossed his arms in thought, then replied, "It must be Edith, because she had just been summoned, so she was still at a low level, so that would be a good choice." Faced with Diesel's anger, those people continued to scream, "I won't go anywhere, I said I won't go." Another person said, "Just one more chance, if you give me one more chance." The green cards keep breaking. The system displays, successfully synthesized. Louis, 1 star, is disappearing into the light. Jeffrey, 1 star, is disappearing into the light. Owen, 1 star, is disappearing into the light. Andio, 1 star, is disappearing into the light. Arnold, 1 star, is disappearing into the light. Ducan, 1 star, is disappearing into the light. Edith Cald's card glowed yellow. The system displayed, Edith, 3 stars, leveled up, learned skills, disarm trap. Edith was surrounded by sparkling golden light. She went down. Han spoke, "It doesn't matter who came here first." He turned his head, looked at the people behind him with his cold blue eyes and said, "Don't think that someone else will carry your burden. Don't expect someone to protect you. If you want to live, then show your worth." Everyone's faces were covered in sweat. Everyone was scared. A middle-aged man said tremblingly, I don't have any talent in fighting, just holding a sword makes my hands tremble like this. What should I do now? You want me to die? Ah." He turned his head to look at the people behind him. He said, "Chloe, Enoch, Walter, Patrick, if there is someone who suits your liking, please teach them the job." Walter replied, "Blacksmithing is not a profession that can be learned in just 1 or 2 days, however." Han crossed his arms and smiled back at him. "If they have enough will, they will learn on their own. If those people want to beat you, just tell me, I will beat them to a pulp." Jenna laughed happily when she heard that. Han continued to say, "If you want to learn how to hunt and process meat, learn from Jenna, and if you want to learn how to make wood, go to Enoch." Hearing that, he looked shy. Han continued to say, "There are many ways to survive, it's just that you guys don't do anything well." The system displays, Master, confirm the end of synthesis, yes, highlight red, no, then goodbye Master. Jenna saw Han's actions just now and smiled and said to him, he was really polite. He turned his head slightly and asked, "Me, you're really funny," she replied, "he taught them how to survive." He felt a bit quiet when he heard that. What she said was right. If they did what she said, they wouldn't die stupidly anymore. Just now it was just whatever being angry, but that's not it. Today they will be eliminated tomorrow. He raised his head to look up at the large tower emitting red light. He thought, the 10th floor is gradually approaching us. At that time, the second team will start to become important. Instead of a secondary team, if there is only a quarrel with the horse, he will want a team that is strong enough to be on par with the first team. The next morning, Chloe held the baking tray in her hand, turned around, smiled and said hello to Mr. Han. Han put her hands in her pockets and asked again, "What is this?" She quickly answered, "It's bread. This woman told me that she used to be a baker." He raised his hand to eat the bread, saying, "I don't remember that we have flour in the warehouse." Chloe looked at the woman next to her, smiled slightly in response. "She made them by grinding potatoes into flour." "There," he continued, "that's great. The more food we have, the lower the tension in the waiting room will be. There must be flour in the daily dungeon, the Sinmiral Plateau. You two can tell the others to go in there and look for it themselves." The door gradually opened. Han walked into the room, startling Edith a bit. He held bread in his hand, looked at her and said, "Edith, come to the training field with me." At the training ground, the two stood looking at Jenna raising her bow and practicing shooting. Han spoke up and told her, "Jenna, to help me practice with Edith, and remember to use that dagger." She didn't understand what he meant. She turned her head and said, "But my usual weapon is the bow." He told her, "Stop grumbling." She turned the dagger, rushing straight towards Edith. Edith quickly dodged the attack. She pushed hard, attacking vigorously. Edith exclaimed in panic, "How could a child be so strong?" Jenna rushed forward and continued smiling, "I'm not a child, you can tell I'm older." Edith quickly reacted to dodge her attack. Then Edith rushed towards Jenna. She said, "Okay, let's go." The two continued to attack each other, all around the field. Edith exhaled tiredly. Jenna pointed the knife at her collapsed on the ground. She asked, "Were you two former mercenaries, or were you in a famous martial arts family?" Jenna answered, "No, I just an ordinary daughter of an ordinary hunter." She said to Edith, who was sitting on the ground bewildered, "In the beginning, we weren't this strong. We were definitely much weaker than you. We only got stronger when we started training here." Han crossed his arms and said, "If those idiots didn't learn bad things and worked hard to increase their strength, I would be in trouble." "Edith, you may be weaker than us right now, but you have the skills. Her superior abilities and leveling speed are faster than those of us 1-stars. As long as she levels up, she will definitely catch up with us one day." Edith was sitting panting nervously. Aaron heard that. He was running and shouting while tying stones to his back. "Chasing chickens, chasing chickens. I've trained all my body to pieces but I can't catch up." Han bowed his head slightly and said, "Anyway, you can get stronger depending on how hard you work. Don't be lazy in training." He told her, no matter who she was before, as if awakened by Han's words just now. Edith wiped her sweat with her hand and smiled in response. "I will remember this." Aaron and everyone practiced hard. Everyone seemed to be aware of the situation. On the one hand, Dika also worked hard on swordsmanship. They practiced harder. Han before this scene thought to himself, "It's true that no one can help them. If there is no value here, they will be eliminated." He raised his head slightly and continued to think. However, there wouldn't be many people who actually existed. Even if they didn't do support jobs like carpenters and blacksmiths, they would soon be merged. He suddenly discovered a guy trying to practice swordplay. He walked towards it and called out to you, the boy who was passionately practicing, his face still full of sweat. He turned his head slightly in response. "He called me." He asked, "What is your name?" The boy stood up straight and introduced, "My name is Irshur. I was just transferred here during the latest summoning. I have heard what you told everyone yesterday." Han walked over and picked up a large wooden stick. He told him, "You look good. What were you doing before coming here?" He replied, "I am a porter in a group of mercenaries. I carried luggage and stood there, guard or set up camp." Han asked him, "Doing those things makes you look like you know how to fight." He replied with a wry smile, "Because I want to become a mercenary." Hearing that, he grinned. He lifted up the wooden stick he just held a moment ago, pointed it at him, smiled and said, "Then pick up the sword. Let's see if you can become a mercenary." He paused for a moment, then raised his voice, replied, "Okay." At the closed door there were images of goddesses. That night, the time to test the new soldiers began. The master did not care if he needed help or not. Aaron volunteered to join but was rejected. 2 people died. And 2 more people were synthesized. Irshur was the one who was synthesized, and reached level 3. Other people came to the dungeon every week as usual. Some people ran away in fear from a glowing horned unicorn. The mine that could get fire attribute stones was still closed. At their place, and at dawn that day, Aaron, Edith, Irshur, Dika and Jenna were gathered. Everyone was a bit confused about the situation. Their faces were still bewildered. Jenna asked in a snoring voice, "Why is it dawn? So sleepy?" Han spoke up and told her, "Shush." He asked, "Does anyone know why I called everyone here?" After hearing the question, Aaron's face turned a bit pale. Edith looked like she didn't care. Dika and Irshur looked a bit worried and Jenna looked thoughtful. Suddenly Dika raised his hand. Everyone looked at him and asked, "To choose a member." Jenna heard that and suddenly asked Han, "Isn't the master the one who chooses the team?" He replied to her, "I can suggest something. Even the master cannot refuse." He raised his hand, which was holding a jar with some sticks inside. He said, "And now?" Everyone gathered to look at him. He put the lottery jar in front of them, smiled and said, "We will draw lots." In front of everyone's worried eyes, Han said, "We will choose the team by drawing lots. There are 6 people so we will divide into 2 teams of 3 people. Dika was extremely worried when she heard that. Han immediately reassured her, "Relax, I won't throw anyone away." Then he looked towards Edith. He told her, "2 people will be captains. I am one. Edith is 2. She looked back at him bewilderedly, asking again, "Me?" She hesitantly asked him, "What about Jenna?" He said, "Jenna can't do it." Jenna heard that. She angrily waved her hand at him. She shouted loudly, "What about me? I'm good too." Edith didn't understand. She asked, "But why do we have to divide into 2 teams? What if one team dies, or the strong person ends up in one team?" She asked Han, "Won't we be short of people?" He bowed his head in response to her, "Master will handle it." The scene shows wounded people fighting. The 5th floor is an example. The strength of the members is too different, and the whole team is in danger because Zid and Hansen cannot keep up. The cards of the 1-star characters appeared. Han analyzed further. There was no need to divide into multiple teams if the whole floor could be cleared with just one team, but, after that, many people would be needed to do the task, and special missions would probably require 10 or even 100 people, and it would be very troublesome if not enough team members were trained, with the need for a reserve team if the main team was destroyed. He thought, before, I chose randomly, but now there is a summoning rule, hopefully whatever has learned it. He held 2 lottery cards in his hand, one colored red, one colored green. He told everyone, red goes with me, green goes with Edith, there's no need to be happy or sad, it's the same for me or Edith. He put down the unopened cup, spoke loudly, and withdrew. The wind whistled around the training area. Jenna held the red lottery in her hand. She happily said, "Hey, it's red, I'm very sad." Aaron held the red lottery in his hand and quickly replied, "I also got red." Han said, "So there's no need to check the remaining cards." Hearing that, Irshur and Dika looked at each other in bewilderment. Edith on the other side saw them and said, "Look at your faces, it seems like I'm not very trustworthy." Hearing that, Dika stammered in denial, "It's not like that, it's just," she interrupted him, "I know that." She bowed her head slightly, looking helpless and sad as she continued, "I haven't been here long, and I don't have much fighting experience yet." Han opened his eyes. He thought, objectively speaking, the power gap was too big but there was no other way. He stood up in front, Jenna and Aaron behind him. He said, "Edith, you'll be left behind if you can't catch up." She was not inferior either. She moved forward. Irshur and Dika on both sides were also full of determination. She said, "Of course, yesterday I saw them being synthesized. Don't worry, we won't lose." The system displays, the hero is requesting a fixed team. Lineup, Team 1, featuring tags of Jenna Shirai, Han Aslat, Aaron Delkard. Lineup, Team 2, featuring tags of Irshur, Edith Called, Dika. Tips, occasionally heroes will make suggestions. Masters, you will choose whether to follow that suggestion or not. Choose carefully. The sky was gloomy, pouring down heavy raindrops. Several monsters with red eyes, mouths full of fangs, opened their beaks and roared loudly. Current system, 7th floor, mission type, subdue target, destroy enemy, goblin level, 813. Han stood in the middle, Jenna focused on looking at the monsters, Aaron took his position. He happily shouted loudly, luckily, it seemed quite easy. As Han drew his sword, he said to Jenna, "Just stand here and watch, I will kill them all myself." The goblins roared loudly. They rushed straight towards him. He let out a breath. The system announced that Han had entered a crazy state, his whole body was covered in red light. He rushed to attack them. The goblins were extremely surprised. He rushed forward and crashed straight into a goblin. As he rushed past, the goblins behind him were all slashed into flesh and blood. A trembling goblin looked up. Han retracted his sword. Jenna stood behind him and asked him, "Shall I finish it?" Han thought, there was a high possibility that this mission was a chain mission so it couldn't be completed. He turned his head to look at the still trembling goblin. He said, "Let it go, there's only one left so it can't do anything, let's start looking." He looked up at the raining sky, thinking, the first strange thing, it was raining. He stood in front of a fast-flowing river thinking, second, there is a river. He looked around, continuing to analyze, and third, there used to be a dam here. The system pops up, completed, Aaron leveled up, MVP, Han. Reward, 10,000 grams, iron ore multiplied by 5, leather multiplied by 6. Jenna ran up from behind. She asked Han, "That's it for today, right? I'm going to take a shower." He replied, "Do whatever you want." Aaron, "What are you going to do?" He replied, "I'm going to the yard training." I told him, "Don't overdo it, you'll ruin your body." Suddenly he realized something. He spoke up and said, "Aaron, don't go." He asked back in surprise, "Huh?" The system appears, you have selected the new minion power pack. The package includes 5,000 gems and 10,000 gold, only costs $70. Han realized that this was the third time whatever used money. The system pops up, if you want something, pay. Mobius respects your decision. Han spoke up and said, "Jenna, bring out the drawing paper from my room and put it on the table." He continued, "Aaron, bring Edith here." He obeyed and replied, "Yes." The system notifies you, the amount will be charged to your phone account next month. Do you want to continue? Yes, no, yes are selected. Completed payment, item has been sent to you, please check out. From the gate appeared a stream of pink light, a person spoke, a new person was coming. The system displays, Master, starting limited summoning, you have selected 2x limited summoning, will use 1,000 gems. Do you want to summon? Yes, no, yes is selected. Han Shojin said, "Aaron, you stay here, you're a little surprised, okay." Han continued, "Let's bring Edith instead." He had to answer, "Okay." The screen appears, the necessary amount will be charged to next month's phone bill, will you pay? Payment completed. Item has been sent to mailbox. Please check. Someone said, there will be new people coming here soon. The screen continues to appear. Master, the advanced summoning is about to begin. You have chosen 2 advanced summons, consuming 1,000 gems in total. Agree. Han thought, I know he will choose like that, even though there are some people who never spend money to win, but no one pays money just to win once. When just starting to play Pick Me Up, the player often fascinated by the observation of artificial intelligences granting autonomy to heroes. The process of watching the reactions of heroes when passing levels or synthesis rooms is very interesting for new players, the fun of observing heroes, the fun of supporting them through levels. By giving orders and instructions, considering tactics and strategies, PvP mode pitting different players against each other. The more you climb the ladder and upgrade the lobby, the more content will appear, and the hero's behavior will gradually change. It must be very interesting to play with life like that. The screen appears again. Master, the advanced summoning is about to begin. I'm looking forward to which hero will be summoned. The sound of clack, beep beep beep, ring ring rang out. Ivalka Revel Stracher accompanies Roderick. The system board appears. Rare, Master whatever has just successfully summoned 3-star Ivalka. Rare Master whatever has just successfully summoned a 3-star Roderick. Roderick asked, who are you? Ivalka frowned, this is. Then fell down in front of Han and Jenna. Jenna was talking, I'm carrying a lot, you have to stop and ask, who is this, what is she doing down there, is she injured somewhere? Han looked down and replied, don't worry, she can stand up on her own if she what should I wear, I'm not injured, but embarrassed. Edith said, she is a noble. Han asked again, noble? Edith explained, you know, with her experience as a mercenary, I thought she was a noble lady, I don't know why she came here. Ivalka was lying on the ground embarrassed, her face red, I was so embarrassed that I couldn't stand. Now Roderick somewhat understood the core concepts of master, summoning and synthesis, however, he had no knowledge of levels or skills, he was the guardian of a large city, foreign other than saying he always felt a sense of responsibility, he did not have any distinctive personality. Roderick said, I always feel like I have an obligation to do something, like I'm hypnotized, I need to stay here to fight unknown enemies. Han replied, yes, I will explain in detail after the lottery is drawn. Edith and I both need to recruit more manpower. If you draw blue, Roderick will follow you. If it is red, it will be Ivalka, okay? Everyone thinks, a veteran or a noble lady. It's obvious who is the better choice. Then Han called out, Jenna, please bring me some lottery tickets. She quickly ran over, holding the lottery box in her hand. Yes, come here right away. Because she was too hasty, she tripped over a rock and made an audible sound. The red dot bounced up and caught his eye. He thought, if the right side is red, then the left side will be blue. Then he turned to see Edith smiling. Damn, it seemed like Edith could see it too. She said, let's choose. Han quickly threw himself up to compete for the lottery. Visiting the left is the answer I need. Ivalka looked at the two people with a cold face. Then suddenly a fire flared up behind Han, fire magic. The two of them took the lottery together. Han said, why don't you let go, you saw it too. Edith also refused to give up. Dream, of course I saw it. Then he went over and asked Ivalka, are you a magician? The introduction panel appeared, Ivalka's profession, magician, skills, intermediate fire magic. She said, this is a brief introduction about me. Edith, be a good person for once, magicians are much more suitable for my party, don't you want that guardian? The two fought fiercely, Jenna was interested. Wow, magicians are real Han replied, what a pity, I have never been a good person, fire magic combines very well with that archer. In Pick Me Up, warriors and thieves can be upgraded to 1-star through proper nurturing, while magicians are completely different, they are individuals that can only be possessed through summoning, however, in this place, the chance of summoning a magician is extremely low. Ivalka said angrily, hey, what are you two doing? It's not funny at all, I'm not a specimen for you guys to evaluate. Jenna also seemed to have discovered something and said angrily, just pay attention and you'll know. The visit, you two were peeking, right, you cheater, she continued, the lottery must be based on luck. Ivalka asked, what are you guys doing? Han turned and calmly replied, it's very simple, we are deciding which team you will be on. Ivalka put her hands on her hips, so which team will I be on? He said without giving up. Compared to the man next to him, you're a bit slow in grasping the situation. She shouted loudly, what the hell is the situation? I was just dragged to a completely strange place. Roderick turned to tell her, think carefully, what do you think they are trying to do to us? Ivalka seemed to understand something. He said, I understand. She covered her mouth with her hands in fear and said, it's not good at all, being treated like a toy. Roderick said resignedly, I agree. Jenna crossed her arms and said, okay, no more cheating this time. Let luck decide fairly. Han, luck is not fair, she replied, don't pay the price. Han looked at Edith. Okay, no matter what the result is, don't be resentful. Edith replied, of course. Two people took turns drawing lots. Han drew the red lot and smiled and said, it's decided. Do you want to complain any more? Edith looked at him disinterestedly. Han makes a decision. Ivalka, you join my team. The hybrid screen appears. Han has requested to add Ivalka to the first team. Do you accept? Ivalka successfully joined the first team. Roderick successfully joined the second team. Suddenly someone in the distance shouted, leave me alone, get over here. Jenna was startled and turned around. That person said, Mr. Han, didn't you say we could live if we worked hard? That's too much. Han replied, shut up and come back here quickly. You, the magician who just joined the party, quickly step over here, then tell Ivalka, he can't learn any support skills. You go over there quickly, go. If you don't want to fail and become disgusting like them. The screen appears. 1-star Jan and 1-star Janine have been merged, and 3-star Ivalka has been promoted. He crossed his arms and continued, the same will happen to you if you fall behind. There's no way to avoid the risk of being synthesized. If you want to live, the only way is to work harder and harder. The images of the people being chased, compiled, come here you idiot. Roderick exclaimed, it was so fierce. Han looked and said, it's your turn. In the distance, the cries, help me, they are your synthetic items. Roderick, level up. Fairy Easel announced, Space Rift, open. Ivalka asked, this is, Han, he is checking for new members. The announcement sounds, Team 2 enter the Space Rift. Edith looked at Roderick and said, follow me, you will be the main character in this match. He replied, I understand and followed you. Han asked Ivalka, magician, what spells can you use? Ivalka asked annoyed, what are you asking for? Han became even colder, you don't want to fight anymore, just answer. She was a bit scared when she heard him get angry. Wait, why do I have to go in there? He replied, didn't you come here to fight? As a 3-star hero, you should understand that. She also angrily said loudly, it's very annoying, having to fight in a strange place without knowing the reason why. Han said, you need a reason to fight. If you don't fight you will become a synthetic material like those guys you just absorbed. The words scared her. Han looked down coldly, so I asked again, what spells could she use? Han used threatening words causing Ivalka to say in fear, fire, the strongest spell I can cast is the 3rd level fire ring spell. Han crossed his arms and continued asking, I already know that you can use fire magic, is there anything else? Can you use teleportation or any support spells? She replied, support spells, I don't know which one, so let's ask the fire mage if he can use support magic. Oh my god. He was speechless, so he didn't know any magic. She said, yes, then what? If you saw my magic, you would be very surprised. No other support magic can compare. Han thought, it was a bit unfortunate, she better be as good as she was. A defense system is more flexible than an attack system, I asked because, even if she is a fire-type combat mage, there is still a possibility that if she awakens, she will have other spells, but it doesn't look like that. After all, a combat magician is still a magician. He continued, from now on you have to fight with us, understand? She also said, although reluctantly, but I understand. He asked again, do you have experience fighting monsters? She got angry in response to questions questioning my qualifications. I shouted, of course, my nickname is Revel's Witch. Han, did they go down to the lower level just to test their abilities? Looking at Edith's expression, it seemed like Roderick was stronger than she thought. Then he said, now it's our turn and prepare to go. The announcement rang out, Group 1 will enter the Space Rift. He coldly said, let's go. The screen appears, climb the tower and save the world, main dungeon, conquer the 4th floor. Han thought, maybe we should go to the 4th floor. The stage on the next floor is probably locked. If you want to test her abilities, perhaps the 4th floor is enough. There are monsters Harpy and Goblin, monsters with sharp claws and wings, flying, sharp-toothed, red-eyed monsters. What I want to know is how she uses fire magic. Han told everyone, when the match starts, we will just stand and watch to see how much her ability is. Hearing that, Ivalka was startled and shouted, what are you talking about? He replied to her, one of the 3 of us could single-handedly conquer the entire 4th floor. Just because you're lower level, you're not confident. He stimulated her again. She said I would be surprised to see her magic. She countered, that's true, but I'm special. He asked again, special? She said strongly, anyway, just look and you will see. Fairyzel steps forward, then let's begin. The screen appears again. The gate will open in 10 seconds, get ready. She said in a low voice, good luck Han. Han approached the door, startled when he realized something. Cursed silently, Master, this bastard. The screen displays a notification that the main challenge dungeon is currently on the 8th floor. Han quickly told everyone, this is the 8th floor, everyone be careful and take out your weapons. Jenna asked, didn't you say we were just watching, didn't we go to the 4th floor? Aaron I also wondered why it was suddenly the 8th floor. Han was also very angry, so shut up. Han thought, is he angry because of what happened last time, just because he killed a 3-star general? He took it to heart, is the 4th floor really boring? Suddenly Jenna said, ha I think I've seen this before. Han shouted, everyone, get out of the way. Because she was so surprised, Ivalka couldn't figure out what was going on. An arrow was flying towards her. Han rushed to hug her, don't be so dumb. Both of them avoided that arrow. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, damn it. The screen pops up, the 8th floor, the type of mission to conquer the target, destroy the enemy. Goblins riding beasts were not just one but nearly 30, fiercely rushing towards them. This time it was troublesome. I quickly command, Jenna, shoot the bow. Thinking again in his head, moreover the terrain here is not flat, then he told Aaron, when they approach us, move aside, can you do it? Aaron replied, yes I will try. Han turned to Ivalka and told her. Before he could finish his sentence, the goblins rushed forward. He quickly raised his sword to block them. He seized the opportunity to rush into battle with them. He shouted, Aaron. He replied, yes and immediately rushed to support him. At the same time, Han said, Ivalka, cast the spell. She was still confused and asked, casting. Seeing that, Han growled, don't let me say it again. You said you were a magician, kill them all. She quickly said, I need time to chant the spell. He asked, how long? She replied, 1 minute. He urged her, then hurry up. Then quickly rushed to kill. Ivalka closed her eyes and concentrated on chanting. Lines of red letters ran around her. Han was surprised, that magic was. Then quickly directed Aaron to block the arrows from shooting at Jenna, providing cover for her to shoot back at them. He replied that he understood and immediately followed. Ivalka was still chanting. A few goblins approached her. Han saw it and calculated in his head, damn, they prioritized taking down the magicians first. We could buy some time but stopping these guys would be very difficult. Maybe I'll use a steel shield to block a few arrows. Han quickly turned to ask Ivalka, could you put up some magic shields? Did you not hear me, or could you not answer? Ivalka still stood motionless chanting the spell. Jenna shouted, if you stand there you will be attacked. Han frowned nervously, thinking, impossible. Forget about shields, she can't even use magic and move at the same time. She has to stand still to cast spells. Many goblins were approaching Ivalka. Han fiercely fought the goblins. The weapons collided with each other, making kang sounds. The goblin's mount was slashed and let out a scream, Kiao. Still continuously rushing towards Han, he said, quite stubborn. Suddenly someone shouted, boss. He turned to see that during the fight, several goblins attacked Ivalka and approached her. I thought, can't she move and chant spells at the same time? Then quickly rushed to hug her to avoid the goblin's claws. Ivalka opened her eyes and asked, what are you doing? Han grumbled, you're really annoying. Why are you standing chanting spells in broad daylight without any protection? She also looked angry and annoyed. Don't you see I'm turning all that mana into fire? You replied yes. Okay, let's move. See that forest? Run straight there. Jenna worriedly asked, what if we get blocked again like last time? Han replied, just go there and figure it out. When we get into the forest, start chanting immediately. Aim your magic at the position we were in. Ivalka said, my hand hurts, slow down a bit. Han asked her again, do you understand? Ivalka replied, I understand. Jenna turned around and said, it seems like we can enter this way, so this is the area connecting the forest and the plain. Hearing that, Han quickly told Ivalka, go into the forest, now, she said startled, why are you talking so loud to me like? Before she could finish speaking, Han grabbed her hand and threw it up. Kick her inside, big or small, it doesn't matter if she's dead, right? Someone told Han, "Big brother, you should go in too, it's very dangerous." Then he concentrated his strength, emitting a deep red light. "Just wait there, I'll be right in." Notification screen, Han's hysterical state has been released. His hair grew longer and surrounded by a bright red color. He thought, just today, I was hysterical twice. Even though it's really bad for my physical strength, I need to buy some time. Han blocked a move from the goblins, it was so fast. The whole group vigorously attacked him, shooting sharp and powerful arrows. Han thought, this guy is also approaching me. I thought they were using a feint and probe strategy. The goblin was approaching him. He thought of a way, if that was the case. I just need to destroy your proud mobility and that's it. He flew up, proactively slashed straight at the goblin, pouring all his strength. Aaron shouted, "Boss!" Han's hysterical state has been released. He was trampled underfoot by the goblin. Damn his blood. Han tried his best to raise his sword and stab straight at the goblin mounts, making them scream in pain. Aaron grimaced and said, "Let me stop them." He shouted, "Don't come out here, I'll attract these guys to buy time, you and the others just need to focus on hitting the guys running towards you." Han thought to himself, has she not finished chanting the spell yet? Jenna shouted, "Big brother finished chanting the spell." The two goblins chased Han closely. He quickly threw a round of punches at them. Then he quickly rushed forward, ran past them, scolded him, and got out of the way. Ivalka was concentrating on chanting a spell. Circles of fire swirled around her. Han seemed to be exhausted from the pursuit of the goblins. Ivalka finally opened her eyes, her hands raised, her mouth chanting a spell, burning. Scenes of desolation, smoke and dust everywhere. The fierce goblins, their eyes dyed in the color of death, were constantly rushing towards Han as if wanting to bite him to pieces. He flew forward with his blood-stained clothes and a somewhat angry expression on his face. At this moment, Ivalka raised her hand and the surrounding area emitted a bright yellow light and said, "Burning up." As soon as he finished speaking, intense sparks flared up around him. They constantly grow through many layers of air. Then he flew behind him and embroidered them to death. A chaotic membrane of fire and goblins had merged together, creating an intense scene. Seeing that, he couldn't help but exclaim, the firepower was truly impressive. The firepower that was still destroying them seemed to no longer exist before this fire. On the other side, Aaron and Jenna saw this and said in surprise, "Is that magic?" Although the firepower destroyed most of them, there were still a few strong ones running behind him. He grimaced angrily and gritted his teeth and said, "There are still a few Aaron and Jenna supporting her, we will destroy them all." The two of them immediately replied, waiting for his command. Next I saw him turn back and slash at them one by one. But with his fighting strength from the beginning up until now, he couldn't have enough strength to fight the majority. He blocked one of its swords and thought to himself, "Damn, I'm exhausted, but if using force doesn't work, I'll just use skills to try to dodge." He was upset and exhausted but still fought them. Then suddenly the animal behind him stopped and he turned around in surprise. Jenna stood not far away, holding her bow and happily looking at him, saying, "I'm good no matter what, right?" Aaron also helped him fly to destroy the beast that was attacking him. Then proudly said loudly, "If you are weak, I will protect you." He glanced at him and said, starting to show his face. The animals kept coming. But one by one they were destroyed, only to see her fly up. In front of them, they swung sticks at her, but luckily she dodged them. Then she pulled out the knife right in her thigh. One way to defeat them. She fights endlessly. Over here, Ivalka continued to move her magic. Then she closed her eyes. The goblin looked at her with cold eyes. Jenna was also gradually running out of strength, but her action still decisively killed it with one arrow. Then said, "Ha ha, I almost died." Jenna stood not far away, looked at her and shouted loudly. Ivalka woke up and ran quickly. She was still there with her hand raised high and the fire continued to flare out. She still closed her eyes and did not move. Jenna was now really panicked and screamed louder, "Hey, run quickly, she hasn't finished chanting yet." Hearing that, he ran and said, "Damn it, let's run, Aaron." He ran after and replied, "Yes, big brother." At the same time, she finished reciting the Dharma. With a serious expression on her face, she clenched her fist, the fire in her hand flared up. The fire burned fiercely. A bright yellow with a bit of black of corpses, the sound of destruction echoed throughout the sky. Explosions continued to ring out. Debris flew everywhere. He gritted his teeth and held the barrier lying on the ground, saying, "If we can't run in time, we will be swept away." The scene around him gradually got better. He stood up and said, "Is it over yet?" Then my eyes opened wide in disbelief. Those animals were still alive. They flew out from that screen of fire and kept flying towards him. With an angry voice, he said, "Damn, it's still there. This girl on this side is still constantly moving her magic and loudly speaking, destroying, only to see the fire flare up again. Create a hurricane. Sweeping everything it passes through. Forms a giant vortex that sucks everything around. Jenna on this side is trying to hug the tree trunk tightly to avoid being sucked in. Everything around is devastated, nothing remains intact. The tree was also broken by gravity. The fire has now formed a waterfall that keeps falling down." Ivalka stood looking in their direction. He now looked surprised and confused. The fire destroyed everything, creating a large hole. He sat on the ground not far away. At this time, they were transferred to another place and a notification appeared, Aaron 1 star, Ivalka 3 stars, level up. He was still surprised and said, "Killing more than 20 goblin knights in just one move. Is this magic?" Jenna happily exclaimed, "It's amazing." Ivalka also happily said, "This is the absolute power of fire magic. Didn't I tell you that you will be shocked when you witness my power?" She calmly returned, placed her hand in front of her chest and said, "I am the witch of the Earl of Revel. As you spoke, blood kept flowing from your nose, Ivalka Revel Quack." She immediately fell to the ground. Jenna was worried and ran over, calling why Ivalka, and he looked at her and said, "She's out of mana. She used such a large amount of mana. While casting the spell, she couldn't do anything for a minute and her teammates nearby had to constantly focus on protecting her. Except for not being able to use defensive magic, her strength, life, and dexterity are all below 1 star. I have defeated and fought with many magicians, but magicians like her are first time seeing it. And of course, in reality there are many incidents like this. This is not the first strange thing, but it is very rare." The image of Ivalka standing on the artillery gun said, "Firepower is the answer." He thought to himself, "If we have to compare, she is like a tank without armor and wheels, so she just stupidly focuses on all her advantages. Just go to the cannon. The firepower is strong but there is no flexibility or defense." She was now picked up by Jenna. He continued to think then smirked, but she was indeed very strong. Jenna was happy. She was dizzy behind her. He turned around and walked away and whispered, "It's only a matter of time for us to complete a short, medium and long-range team." The next day, the first thing the master did when he logged in was build a facility specifically for magicians. On the screen showing facility construction, please click to select the desired facility. The magic research room has been built and the research function has been unlocked. The alchemy laboratory has been built so that experiments synthesizing various items can be performed. The library has been completed now that magicians can learn and improve their knowledge. Well done. The 3 auxiliary buildings of the training area, the magic research lab, the alchemy lab, and the library have been merged into a new magic castle. In another development, someone ran out of breath and said, "Why do I have to do this?" "It's Ivalka," she continued dissatisfiedly. "Why does a high-quality magician like me have to go through such barbaric training? I belong to a profession that uses the mind." Han running behind happily replied, "So then all she needs to do is eat potatoes. Meat is a food for people who use the physical body, even though running is quite tiring." When she heard him say that, she immediately argued, "Uwak, you selfish person, dare to prioritize food over your mind." He ran behind her thinking, although it couldn't help the chanting process, she needed to be trained to be able to dodge attacks directed at her. Then he sped up to her surprise and said, "Speed up." Seeing that, her face turned black and she stammered, "Why should I?" He sighed helplessly and said, "She keeps moaning. It's really annoying. In the battlefield, there are only swords and spears, so endurance is an indispensable factor, equally important. And it's also better than that uncomfortable tight outfit of hers." She ran after him and replied, "This is my family's magic item." Magic items are things that have the ability to increase fire damage. The dress Ivalka wore was originally said to be a magic item crafted by her family just for her. She was exhausted, her mouth distorted and still following him closely. He turned his head to look at her and said, "Although it was an endurance training session, this was not a big deal. Every day, I had to run 3 times a day, around the yard without sandbags, at a fast pace. The slowness there is compared to what I usually practice. I can write you a whole essay about how easy today's training session was. Hell is not like that." Faced with her helplessness and anger, he quickly ran forward and said loudly, "It seems Ivalka only wants to eat potatoes tonight. Let me go tell Chloe." Then he whispered again, that master didn't do anything but sit and watch, but he admitted that it was fun to watch the situation right now. On the information board is an update about Avalka. Now the distance to reach the 10th floor is not too far away. Luckily we have a magician and the magic castle has also been unlocked. Thanks to all the dungeons that opened yesterday, we can have all 3 dungeon materials every week. Monday Tuesday is Slat Mines, Wednesday Thursday Kended Jungle, Friday 7th Sinmirial Plateau, Sunday opens all dungeons. The ingredients we have are stored in the warehouse and are waiting for my instructions. Now it's time to make consumables like medicine. Master has logged out. When he saw that, he said, he finally logged out. Jenna, don't let her hide there. She heard that excitedly, looked towards Avalka and said, Avalka, keep running, go forward, go ahead. Creating the original medicine is a high-level quest that requires a pharmacist and an alchemist, but just like the process of refining weapons, if you use some mini-games, you can still make it without the necessary skills. He arrived at the level 1 magic castle, looked around and said, this is what it really looks like. He turned over a book and said, there is a manual for specialized occupations here but I can't read it. Let's start making potions. He put the ingredients in the jar and said, a small game to make medicine. As a rhythm game, the screen pops up, great success, 1-star Han has successfully crafted a low-level healing potion. The screen displays the same message, 1-star Han has successfully crafted it, a low-level healing potion. On the table are crafted potions. The screen shows a brilliant success. The 1-star Han has successfully crafted a low-level healing potion. When you pro-game, even though you are a warrior, you take on all the professions of blacksmith, pharmacist, and alchemist. At this moment Isle appeared and said, oh, just as Loki expected. He looked towards the potion and said, 6 health healing potions and 2 mana recovery potions. The master may have doubts but this is still better than trying to store the potions and then dying because he doesn't have the supplies. Returning to where Aaron and Jenna were, he said, now our team officially has a magician. Well, that's right, because we won't have the chance to draw anymore. Looking at the pile of red coals, he said, do you all know why I brought this charcoal stove here? He changed his expression, raised his hand and said loudly, leaning closer to see what I had done. At the questioning looks of the two of them, he directly put his hand into the red coal furnace and the two of them immediately shouted, Big brother, what are you doing? With an unsightly look on his face, his hand was still in the brazier and he said, if Avalka has the ability to control fire magic, then we also have to get used to fire. With cold eyes, he counted each number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The two of them couldn't help but grit their teeth in panic when they saw this. 7, 8, 9. His hand is still in the brazier. On the 10th count, he withdrew his hand. Looking at his red, burned hand, he said, phew, it's okay. Only seeing his hand emitting a green light, he continued, anyway, we will quickly recover in the waiting room. Avalka uses firepower, and we will fight alongside her, so if we don't get used to it, what will happen is that we will be roasted before the enemy. Hearing this, she said with panicked eyes and sweat, that's why you let us do things like this. He was equally frightened and asked how long we had to do this. He said with a serious face, until everyone can endure it. The two of them thought to themselves, do we need to do this crazy action until we achieve better fire resistance? He gritted his teeth and thought in annoyance, remember when you were on the 5th floor, remember what happened when we couldn't have that preparation. Then he also put one hand into the brazier with an annoyed expression. But a hand grabbed it. It's you. He leaned close to his ear and said, find a place where no one can see you so I don't have the perverted hobby of staying here and watching you scream in pain. What I did was just for example, boy. Hearing that, I immediately replied, I understand. She stood to one side, slightly avoiding the fire, and said, I don't want to do this, after all, I'm behind the long-range attack. Hearing that, he held her hand and slowly put it in the furnace and said, you don't want it, so let me do it. If I hold your hand and put it here together, it won't be too hot. If you put it in slowly, it will hurt less. She was so scared that her face was distorted and she stammered, what the hell is this? He continued, did she intend to run away every time Avalka used magic? She can't even protect herself or move while casting spells. If we can't be there to protect her, her only option is death. She can't even dodge a snail if it accidentally attacked her again. If you don't want to waste the magicians we're so lucky to have, learn this fire resistance skill until we reach the 10th floor, I'll learn it too. He let go of her hand and she pouted and said, it was true, but, before waiting for her to finish, he said again, Aaron is sorry, but you still have an assignment to choose from. He turned the short sword in a circle. Then he stabbed himself in the arm, with a grimace of pain on his face, saying, what now? Cough and bear the pain. Seeing that, he frowned, sweating, and continued to speak. There's no need to do the same as me. Everyone can find their own method. He handed the knife handle to Aaron and said it would help you guys endure the pain. It would definitely be bad, but he needed to do it. Although healing potions can restore people's health, it often comes with intense pain. If you want to fight while using healing potions, being able to endure pain is extremely necessary. When she heard that, she frowned in fright and said, "It can't be me too, huh?" He immediately replied, "Not her." Hearing that, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He said again, "But somehow in the future she would have to learn to endure pain." She opened her mouth wide and screamed, "What?" Then he said in a low voice, "Please let me do it last." He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "You will learn to convert." She said again, "Convert. Practice until you can switch between bow and short sword as quickly as possible, then you will be able to fight at both long and close distances depending on the situation you say. But I use bow and arrow, more convenient than a short sword," he replied, "so let's change from now on. The medium long-range melee formation has been removed. From now on we will create a triangle formation with the Valka standing in the center as the main damage dealer. We will start training from tomorrow. Even though it's really not suitable for you, if it's just Aaron and I who can withstand damage, it's not enough to protect Ivalka. You need to protect another side while fighting." She thought, "She's protected, so fierce." The image of Ivalka with the cannon in the middle and the three of them on three sides, he said, "This could be called protecting the princess, but we cannot ignore this method if we want to use Ivalka properly. The most effective group composition in this game is the dual mage system. It would be better if we had an additional support mage to heal and shield the group. There is still a ninth floor, but there is a high possibility that we will pause for a bit. The ninth floor will probably be given to Group 2 so they can have more experience climbing the magic. As long as the quest chain is still there, we can't level up with just one group. Then if there is sacrifice there will be no one. Instead, developing a sub-team with many different members is common knowledge, so the master probably already knows." He carried a bucket of water and said, "Subdue, survive, escort, break through, assassinate, protect, surround, pursue, escape." Suggestions were given. Floor 10 is a difficult floor where there will be a mission that requires at least two groups to work together. Because it is a cooperative mission, it will be more dangerous and difficult than what we have experienced up to now. He put a match in the coals. Teeth biting tightly on the cloth, hands reaching into the brazier but still thinking, "We cannot be lazy in the preparation process." In other developments, the system announced that 1-star Han has learned the fire resistance skill. Ivalka shouted loudly, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Right now she is of no use, so she needs to master the skill of the move more, shorten the casting time and reduce. She had to use up all her energy," and spoke loudly. "How dare he say such insulting words?" He said coldly, "Don't you like it?" She gritted her teeth and grimaced, saying, "Pfft." She turned around and ran away saying, "Okay, I'll do it, right?" He whispered. Ivalka's firebending follows a 3-layer structure. Thinking of the image of her using magic and saying, "The first level is to create flames and shoot them forward. The second floor is incineration by detonating flames. The third floor raises the explosion vertically upward. The more operations you add, the more energy you consume. The effect will definitely be very strong, but to achieve that effect, she must constantly practice with all her might." He held the sword in his hand and walked towards Jenna and said, "Jenna, let's start. We are approaching the 10th floor and everyone is practicing with increasing intensity from early morning until late at night." She raised her bow and shot at him and said, "Then I'll start." He blocked the arrow and thought, "As always, I practice how to block arrows." At some point, I stopped using the shield and practiced by dodging arrows and parrying arrows with my sword. She continued to shoot shot after shot at him, then said, "It seems this exercise has helped you get stronger. You are progressing quickly." The arrow was flying towards him, he said. In the middle of training, there was no need to praise him. He used a sword to slash the arrow to the side. At this time, the system displayed that the 1-star Han had learned the counterattack skill, and the novice sword and shield of the 1-star Han had been upgraded to level 6. Seeing that, he immediately said, "Okay, I have the skill I want." She now held a short sword and rushed towards him. In just a moment he dodged to the other side. Seeing that, she immediately pulled out the arrow. He raised his bow and shot at his brother. He said at this time, "How about swapping?" But before he could shoot, he put the tip of the sword to her neck. But in his heart he thought, even though she started out as a 1-star, she had great potential and her learning speed was outstanding. If I didn't know about this game, I wouldn't have been able to surpass Jenna. "Stop thinking about it," and he said, "It's okay," she happily said. "Oh, who just said that you don't need praise when practicing? Who is it?" Hearing that, he got angry and pinched her cheeks, making her grimace, then said, I can beat you if I want. In another place, he thought, a normal 1-star hero would be at Aaron's level, even if he had raised his beginner spearmanship ability to LV3. That's all. Aaron hasn't been to the training ground for a long time. Just stay in your room and try to learn pain and fire resistance skills. Ivalka is probably also practicing what she asked for in the Magic Castle's special training grounds. Even if her firepower is slightly reduced, her spells are still quite strong, not counting the force situations. Just using level 1 of the 3 levels of that move is enough. The current training ground also welcomes a few newly summoned 1-star players, but they are all useless. Both teams 1 and 2 do not have enough 5 people each, but it seems that the master has no intention of recruiting more heroes. New. It seems he wants to take more free people like them to use to level up those who need it. The next day, Edith's team returned after infiltrating the 9th floor, everyone injured. He stood in front of Edith and said, It seems like you guys are having a hard time, so what is the challenge? She replied, conquering a goblin village with about 50 goblins. He asked, Is there anything special about that place? If you see anything strange, please let me know. She thought for a long time, then I remembered, the ground was a muddy field like it had just rained. He said, That's all, it's muddy. She walked past him and said, I don't have time to pay attention to anything else. The system displayed Han, Jenna, Ivalka. He immediately said, It's our team's turn. Fire covers a burning patch of ongoing war. The notice board appears, completing the 3-star Ivalka stage to level up MVP. 3-star Ivalka rewards 2,000 gold and receives 1 iron ore. None of them were injured and calmly returned. At this moment, he thought, there is nothing left to practice on the 4th floor. With that protection strategy, my level is 10, Jenna's is 8, Aaron's is 6 and Ivalka's is 4. Everyone's level has reached the limit of the current floors. He clenched his fists and thought seriously, we have upgraded as much as possible on these lower floors. Operating the equipment workshop helps comprehensively develop the entire team's equipment. The worn leather armor of rank E was enhanced to rank D by adding metal pieces to the outside. Aaron and I received short swords as support weapons. 2 people from the training ground were added to teams 1 and 2, Shuron and Makin. Even if they didn't have the combat experience, skills, and abilities to keep up with the team, there was no other way. The 10th floor wasn't far away. At this time Yuzul appeared and said, How's it going, Loki? Have you predicted the upcoming challenge? You can handle it easily, right? He sat on the chair, put his hand up, held a pen, and replied, God can do it. I don't know if you're here to help me, but stop saying useless things, she said again, but you're the boss of the game. Hey, when I heard that, I immediately said, if I were a god, I would have conquered 100 floors a long time ago. You hateful thing. It's true that I'm the player with the highest ranking in this game, but even so, after 2 years of grinding, I've only reached the 88th floor, and dozens of my teams have been killed because of this, unforeseen random challenges and traps. He pondered, the master of this game progresses through failure. It's just that the master hasn't tasted failure yet, so he doesn't know the difficulty yet. If this continues, the moment he experiences failure will also be his last moment. The 2 teams of Han and Edith prepared to fight on the 10th floor. Ivalka looked around and said, a bunch of people gathered in the town square. Why were they here, or wasn't that kid called them over? He said, she will call them soon, don't wonder. She immediately said, he always seemed to know it all. He was thinking in his head, it had been 30 minutes since the master logged in and had not given any instructions to show that he was considering. At this time, a notification appears, do you want to start conquering the 10th floor? Seeing that, he thought, does he want to conquer the 10th floor, or is he considering waiting longer? The new member is not yet familiar with the team, and I have reached the limit of level 10 for 1 star but have not completely mastered the skills. There is still something missing. If he gives me about 1 more week, skills can be upgraded to the limit of 1 star. Then we can conquer the 10th floor with a much more advantageous mindset. Suddenly the system appears. Yes, he thought, but that's not like the master I know. At this time, Yuzul moved her magic while speaking, opening a space rift. His thoughts continued, this is our reality, not the master's. His cold eyes said, yes, in the end, this is just a game. Even if we all die, he just needs to get more heroes. He looked at Aaron and said, when the match starts, you should find a place to hide. He stammered and said, but I can fight too. His thoughts reappeared, a level 3 person with level 1 beginner spearmanship skills. In this situation he would only get stuck if this battle was a week later than luck. a notification appears, warning that this is a difficult challenge that requires the participation of 2 teams. If there is a shortage of team members, supplement them with premium or free summons. Tips: using the strategy room, you can bring strategies to the players. Hero participates in the challenge. He looked back and said, he doesn't even know how to use it in the tactical room. It's a bit complicated for new players. He crossed his arms over his chest and spoke to Isel. Isel told him to take the items from the storage room, and she said, okay. A notification immediately appears, warning the master that there are unused usable items in the storage, so that heroes who carry these items will use them when needed, giving tips on items that can be crafted, crafting in a smelting facility or magic castle, materials that can be obtained in daily dungeons, items that are lifesavers, and heroes' victories are things you need to know to become a wonder player, former in the game. We have a total of 6 healing potions and a mana split of 3 per team is perfect. He looked at Edith and asked how to prepare, and she replied. When everything was done, he asked again, do you have any last wishes? She replied, joking too much, my friend. His thoughts showed again, mana medicine mainly for Ivalka. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at her, saying, Edith, we might be taken to different areas in that case. We have to gather as soon as possible. She immediately asked, how? He replied, just head towards the center. If you don't know where, then locate from that high visibility place. At this time Isel shouted angrily, everyone try not to interfere. I will closely control it. He heard that and said, don't control them. She replied, is that true? He said, really? She replied, but. He confidently said, don't worry, I will help you pass this 10th floor. A bright blue light appeared and they officially entered the 10th floor. There was a man kneeling on the ground holding his head and saying, we are all going to die, everyone is going to die. He screamed, we can't win, we will all die, women and children too, no one can escape. We will all die, Herwalk. Before he could finish his sentence, he kicked him in the back and bowed his head forward. He turned around and shouted, who are you? I said, who is this kid? He panicked and said, is it a ghost? Yes, it's definitely a ghost. Jenna saw that and said, this guy, I don't think he's seen us. He said, wait, sir. She looked at him and said, hello, have you seen us, brother? He immediately thought, it's an NPC. There are many cases where NPCs appear in challenges and I wonder why they never cooperate well with each other, but are always so stupid. It's strange. He looked around and said, this city seems familiar. Hearing that, Aaron said, he reminded me and I realized, big brother, it seems like we've been here before. It looks a bit different but the feeling is very similar, the city view and architecture. He suddenly said, no. It's true, we've been here before. Looking at the bustling people around him, he said, it was the ruined city on the 5th floor where many people had died, the only difference was. Looking at the clean and solemn city again, he said, this place has not yet fallen. Han wore a shield and looked out the door and said, this is probably the best place to observe the battle situation. The subordinate held his head and bowed his head to the ground, saying, Hue. He saw that the soldier's confidence had hit rock bottom a long time ago. Hearing that, the other guy exclaimed, I don't want to die yet. There are about a few thousand goblins in the northern forest. Goblins are increasing day by day but no one knows what level they are. Someone asked, is that a tower? Luckily, it seems they have no motive to capture them. To the east are a few hundred goblins in the river we saw on the 7th floor. They don't have any capture tools. Han said with sharp eyes, opposing them, our side. He thought about the soldiers on his side and said, it seems that the people gathered outside the castle are all the manpower we have, human soldiers of unknown level. They are 10 times more numerous than us. No, more than that. No matter how you look at it, this is a hopeless situation. Han walked down the stairs while thinking, but there was still no mission description. If this was a survival mission, then our chances of survival were quite high. He thought about other possible scenarios. Suppose the survival mission requiring survival for a certain period of time was activated again. Then it will be much easier than the one on the 5th floor. There are a bunch of NPCs we can use as bait. At the same time, we also have a mage who is proficient in area defense. He walked a bit and saw everyone gathered. He reassured himself, the wheel of fate would turn soon. Team 2 had already joined, and then he spoke up, Edith, this mission. He was hesitant to finish his sentence when there was a very loud warning bell. Han panicked a bit. The warning bell rang 3 times, signaling a high level of difficulty. Floor 10, mission type, defense, objective, protect the city from collapse. Damn it, it's not survival, it's defense. He reconsidered his army, including squads 1 and 2. There were a total of 10 people. including the other 350 NPCs, the total manpower was about 360, defending against thousands of goblins. Han seriously ordered, "Everyone is here. After sharing the information we have collected, we will discuss in detail the mission, goals and roles of each person in it." Jenna spoke up and expressed that, "For my part, although I tried to talk to people in the city, no one answered. This means that we can see and interact with NPCs, but they and he couldn't see or hear us." The bald man didn't know there was someone hiding in his bag and could only silently exclaim, "It seems like my bag is heavier. Am I old?" After she finished speaking, Dika also said that the evacuees were currently gathering in the city center. Meanwhile, the north and east gongs were both being attacked by goblins, and there was no one in the south and west gate, so basically we're stuck. This means that if the outer wall falls, everyone here will be swept away. Edith was standing with her arms crossed, hearing that and quickly asked, "Han, tell me, what should we do this time, is it?" He replied, "Our mission is to defend." Everyone was surprised. Why defend? Then, Han crossed his arms over his chest and said, "Our mission this time is to protect the city from enemy invasion. In other words, we must destroy those goblins." She was surprised by his words. It couldn't be. Roderick looked at him and said, "What if we temporarily retreat? After escaping the city wall and reviewing the situation, we can attack the guerrillas at their rear." Han coldly replied, "No." He patiently said that, I guess, destroying all enemies was necessary for this mission to succeed, and thus the failure condition. Then, he turned around and continued, "On that side, in front of the bell tower. Good thing, the statue is shining." The twin goddess statue is something that often appears in special missions. Han spoke up, "It has nothing to do with destroying goblins. If that statue is destroyed, we lose." After listening, he bowed his head and sighed, unable to believe that we had to kill all the enemies while protecting that statue. "And what if, somehow, we fail in this mission?" he said. "When everyone turns their sights towards you," he said again, "we will all die." Roderick turned to ask him, "Even if we escape the city?" He folded his arms across his chest and replied faintly, "Yes, no matter where we are, as soon as this mission fails, we will die, no exception." Han lowered his head and thought, this was, indeed, an extremely difficult situation, but as long as it was still in the game, no matter how impossible the task looked, there was still a way to complete it. He further explained that although the goblins are very large in number, they only have a tower as their only tool, and moreover, only the northern group has a tower, which means that if we succeed, defend in the north, then we'll buy enough time. Then, he looked at Edith and said, "Edith's team will move to the northern outer wall and assist in the defense. You guys should try to break or push down the ladder they used to climb up the wall, as I ordered." She asked again, "So that's our role?" He saw that her expression was not quite right and immediately spoke up. She looked dissatisfied. "What's the problem? Tell me." She looked straight at him and replied, "No matter how hard we try, we will. I only have 5 people. I don't think adding 5 of us to the 300 NPCs already there will automatically mean the city is completely protected." Han thoughtfully considered her opinions carefully. What she said was not wrong. The combat power of the second team was on par with 50 human leaders. Then he said, "As long as they don't have anything else to surround the city. Their only entry points are just crude ladders. If you successfully defend the most dangerous position on the wall, the effectiveness of the defense will increase dramatically." Edith spoke up, "I don't mean it like that." He closed his eyes and slowly said, "Even if we can buy time, there is no way we can destroy them. I know that." The soldiers were already gathered. He thought that even if both teams cooperated, nothing would change. Even if he could hold on a little longer, in the end the city will still be invaded, all due to the difference in numbers of the two sides. The ratio of combat power is 1 to 10. Han continued, "Even if we were included, it was still 2 against 10. From what I remember on the 5th floor, they had no intention of retreating. In other words, winning this battle was impossible." He said, "But there was definitely a hint. There was a river in the east of the city. Try remembering the 7th floor." What he just said made Jenna a little surprised. It was raining heavily on the 7th floor. Han stood on the rocks and looked around. Did any of the dams break? Due to the dam breaking, the water flow was extremely tight. Piecing together the events, he found that all the hints from the 5th to the 9th floors pointed directly to the east dam. There must have been a reason for the game to direct us here. But there was a problem. What does it mean to dam a river far from the city? Han clenched his hands into clenched fists and spoke in frustration. Damn, there was so little information. Suddenly Jenna remembered something. A moment later, she quickly said, "I remember, I heard this. I heard the sound of horse hooves from the other side of the river." The water still flowed and the rain still fell. He and she both stood silently watching. he said in a panic, meaning. Jenna nervously waited for him to continue speaking. Han reached out and pinched her cheek and asked, "Why are you speaking now?" She felt pain and cried out, I'm not sure." He returned to his original position and ordered, "Edith, to buy as much time as possible, if the outer wall fell, retreat to the inner wall, using soldiers and evacuees as meat shields if necessary, even if it was difficult no matter what, lock the city gates and hold out." Han looked at her with hope, "Until we returned." Edith turned to look at him and replied, "I can't show weakness while everyone else is working harder. Okay, we'll last as long as we can." Jenna asked him, is that all about the strategy meeting? Wasn't it a bit too brief? What do we have to do?" He closed his eyes and calmly said, "Unlike her, Edith has a brain, so she understood right away, immediately. Pack up your things, we will move to the east gate." Aaron spoke up a bit worriedly, "Commander, should we leave? There are several thousand goblins outside, it's very dangerous." He replied, "Yes, but we still have to go." Han looked at the sky and sighed, "If we keep burying ourselves here, sooner or later our lives will be over." He explained that the dam we came to on the 7th floor was already destroyed. If the sound of horses that Jenna heard was the sound of reinforcements, then the possibility of the city on the 5th floor being destroyed was because reinforcements can't cross the fast-flowing river due to the broken dam. That means, what we need to do, according to the map, go out through the east gate, smash through the goblins, and prevent the dam from being destroyed. Jenna suddenly said, "If that's the case, it's impossible." He replied most quickly, "Yes." Han held the sword and said with cold eyes, "We will balance this chess game." Meaning what we have to do, according to the map, it was to exit through the east gate, get past the goblins, and then prevent the dam from being destroyed. Jenna immediately asked, "So that's impossible?" He calmly replied, "Yes." "Then, whichever sword you hold, we will balance the numbers." At the castle gate, everyone moved one by one. In addition to everyone's voices, "Hurry up, move the refugees into the castle, line up properly, don't jostle, go in one by one, just one." Ivalka ran and said, "We just overtook them a little bit." Han also ran and held his shield in his hand and said, "We just got out of the inner city, it's going to be difficult outside." Arriving in front of the gate, he began to give orders. It was the outer gate. Jenna climbed up the wall to check the situation outside. She quickly replied, "Yes." Aaron was preparing to open the gate. He also quickly replied, "Clearly." He looked at Ivalka and said, "Ivalka, start chanting. When the gate opens, immediately cast your spell." She did not dare to delay answering, "Yes." He turned to the side and said, "Is this guy also here?" Han told him. Aaron pulled the pulley to open the gate. Everyone suddenly asked each other, "What's going on? The gate is open, what's going on? Did the goblins get in?" The soldiers replied, "No, it opened by itself, it rotated by itself." Aaron said confused, "What is this? Stop now." Jenna sat on the wall observing outside and then called out to you, "Commander, there are tons of goblins outside the gate, won't they rush in when we open the gate?" He told her that it didn't matter if he got down first. He continued, "Ivalka's magic will open the way for us, we will stop the soldiers from getting in." A soldier suddenly shouted, "What's going on? Is the devil invading or something? Stop right now." Jenna swung her legs and made the soldiers fall. The sounds vibrated, wak, uwak. Out of Grandstagio, she appeared wearing a red outfit and a large fire in her hand. The goblins looked in through the crack in the door, then stealthily attacked. The sound of a collision at the door rang out, "Ki-eek." One soldier was knocked down and frantically asked, "Are you a ghost? Where are you? I won't let you." Another soldier trembled and said, "The goddess has abandoned us." Suddenly raindrops appeared in the sky. Han saw the rain and asked Ivalka, "Is it okay if your fire gets caught in the rain?" Over here, Aaron is frantically fighting the goblins. Whap! Ivalka attacks, blowing them away. Burning. The flames were extremely large, burning everything. Someone warned, "Don't burn the gate or explode outside the city." Before I could finish speaking, it exploded, ki-eek, flames everywhere. Han saw that and called out, "Jenna, Aaron." She understood immediately and replied, "Okay, we'll go first." After the attack, Ivalka held the bottle of medicine inside. He looked at her and said, "Take a sip each time he uses a move." She replied, "I know." Han asked her, "There's still a lot to do, can you do it?" She calmly replied, "Okay, who do you think I am? I can still use the move at least 100 times. Hey." Aaron heard the call from his dark forehead and quickly answered, Yes." Han looked at him with cunning eyes and asked, "Do you still want to follow us?" Sure, on 1 star, in panic, all stats reduced by 30%, he slowly said, "Go to Edith, she will tell you what to do. If you are still alive after this battle, then I will train you." You ran and said, "Clear." The soldiers said to each other, "The gate is closed." He walked forward with shield and sword in hand and said, "If you want to close, then close." The escape route was blocked, he was engulfed in flames. "The only way left is forward, I will kill you all." Han loudly ordered, "Get into position." You divide the tasks, Ivalka, only use level 1 moves, weak firepower is okay, make it spread as quickly as possible, she replied, "Clear." The rain is getting heavier and heavier, they will surpass the fire and crush us. Everyone started to attack the goblins, there were 20 seconds left until Ivalka finished chanting. A goblin rushed in front of Han, 19. He responded with a powerful blow, 18. The other guys rushed in one by one, 17, 16. He continued to rush forward, 15, 14. The goblins were defeated one by one, 13. Aaron also attacked mercilessly, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Jenna is not weak either, she attacks another goblin, 7, 6, 5. At this time, everyone is focusing all their efforts, 4, 3, 2. Han saw that Ivalka was almost finished chanting the spell and shouted, "Protect Ivalka's vision, change positions, 1. Burning, the fire spreads in all directions, Ki-eek." He ran and shouted loudly, "Passing." He felt that, even though he could feel the extremely high temperature outside the leather armor, he could still endure this heat. Luckily Ivalka was part of the team. But because of the rain, they started to attack again. He told her, Ivalka, to chant the spell again, so the fire barrier was disappearing very quickly. He rushed forward and said, "Aaron, cover my right side, I will handle this place alone." 20 more seconds, 3 people teamed up to defeat everyone, 19, 18, 2, 1, changing positions. The great fire swept away everything. Han said, "Move forward, consider the fire as a shield." Jenna also moved forward with full determination, "We will reach the river this way." The fire was so close that the goblins panicked a bit. In the midst of pouring rain, the goblin army was in full swing. The leader of the army coldly pulled out his sword, waving it straight into the sky and shouting to order goblins to attack. A fire burned fiercely. Han shouted, "At this moment, attack!" One by one, the goblins rushed to attack Han, but he blocked them. Han realized that the goblins' attack style had suddenly changed. They still rushed forward despite the fire magic attack just now. Han rushed forward, trying to attack the goblins. Each of his slashes injured the goblins. Suddenly, Han realized, behind the goblin army, the leader was standing high. It was definitely because of it. The goblins continued to attack. Han fought back while thinking, he must have known that Ivalka's spell had a delay, so he controlled the monsters to attack regardless. This situation cannot be allowed to continue, it clearly knew our plans. Han slashed a monster and thought to himself, "Damn, there's no need to be so smart." Han is worried about his teammates, even though Aaron and Jenna look fine. If this continues they won't last. There is currently not much oxygen left and everything is surrounded by fire. Fire resistance only increases heat resistance, but does not provide complete fire resistance. Then, facing 3 rushing monsters, Han quickly cut them off and shouted, "Everyone gather here. I'm only going to say it once, so listen carefully. We can't lose, there's only one chance now." Aaron asked while fighting, "Only chance, what are you saying?" Han insisted, "I'm talking about a chance to tear that monster apart." At this time, the monsters realized that Ivalka was controlling the fire, and they immediately rushed to attack her. A monster rushed to attack Ivalka and was immediately dealt with by Han. But then it recovered and rushed in to continue attacking. Han quickly asked Ivalka, "Ivalka, have you finished chanting the spell? Burn it down." Ivalka's fire burned. Attacked straight into the monsters. But then the monsters continued to rush in with enthusiasm. Han wiped the rain off his face and thought to himself, using just one move doesn't seem strong enough. But it's not over yet, you bastard. A fierce fire broke out and burned. And exploded towards the monsters. Aaron used his shield to shield Jenna from using her bow and arrow to continue attacking. Jenna's eyes steadfastly pointed the arrow at the goblins. The goblins rushed into the wall of fire, causing Ivalka to fall. But Han caught her. Han lifted her up in surprise. Han, calm down, don't say anything. He secretly understood that no matter how strong the magic was, it could not destroy them all. If they continue to be surrounded and don't have time to regain strength, the entire team will be destroyed. However, we were not the goblins' target but the fortress. They are just stones blocking the way. They will risk their lives for the fortress, or risk their lives to remove the obstacle. Without a leader, what will they do next? A loud bang. Han glanced over and thought, they chose the fortress. After that, Han's entire group was safe. Aaron said while breathing, this far away, they are rushing towards the fortress so they probably won't pay attention to us, and Han is calm. He escaped. Ivalka huffed, can't you put me down more gently? Jenna gasped, I thought I was going to die. Han thought to himself, they could all survive because their leader was dead. If he was still alive, the plan would definitely fail and he would kill them all. Han took a bottle of medicine, poured it on the wound and gave a bottle to Jenna, then reminded her, let's rest a bit and use healing magic water. Drop it on your burn and take a sip. Each person only has one bottle. Okay, so don't use it all. It's too bitter. Han thought to himself, the northern stronghold is still under siege. The outermost stronghold is still standing. Edis's team is still holding up. This is just the beginning. Han walked to the fierce shore in the rain. At this time, the goblins also came. Han blamed them, they didn't let us rest at all. Han ordered the team, everyone prepare to fight. Han's team immediately groaned, ugh, how long has it been since they rested? Suddenly Aaron realized, Han, that is. Han smiled confidently, yes, this time. A huge level 23 ogre stepped forward. Han scoffed, they brought a really big guy. Han observed the monster, it looked big. Facing the powerful goblin army, Han assigned tasks to his teammates. I assigned tasks. Olka created a firewall and stopped them. Aaron protected Olka. At this time, the goblin monsters rushed madly. Han's teammates were worried. I could stop the goblins, but what about that monster? My firewall had no effect on it. Han seriously reminded, stop talking, start, I will deal with that pig. The hammer monster attacked straight at Han, but he was able to dodge it. I thought, just one hit from it would be the end of my life. The monster continued to lift its hammer to attack Han. He dodged. With such terrifying power the shield would have no effect, even though it takes more time. I can only attack slowly. The battlefield is now surrounded by fire. The goblins continued to attack frantically. Han jumped up and swung his sword to slash the giant monster's shoulder. Jenna attacks with arrows from above. Each attack continued to injure the ogre. It angrily swung the hammer. Han was proud, oh it worked. Jenna is confident, because it's big, it's much easier to aim than the goblins, it can't be avoided, so if it keeps attacking like this. But despite the injuries caused by Han's group, the monster still attacked strongly. Jenna saw that and immediately retracted her words, the goblins were much easier. Han explained as he dodged the attack, it didn't dodge because there was no need to dodge. If it didn't hit a critical point, it wouldn't take any damage, so save the arrow. Jenna asked in panic, does it have a critical point, Han? But then there was something that surprised her even more. There was another giant monster. She quickly informed Han that it wasn't over, there was another one over there. Han was surprised, what? Right now, Han's group was in a passive situation. Damn it, Aaron was busy dealing with the goblins and then one more and we wouldn't be able to deal with them. If this continues, our side will fall into a disadvantageous position. Then he made a decision, so he had to take the risk. Han used his shield to block the monster's attacks and advance. He encouraged himself to forget the pain. Then he held his sword and rushed straight towards the monster. A loud scream rang out from the monster. Han was pleased, this one is also a male. Ah, this is a critical point. The monster angrily swung at Han, but he immediately dodged. Then continued to jump up and attack it. Han stabbed his sword straight into the monster's neck, causing it pain. Han looked at the monster and thought, too shallow, still not at the point where it needs to be cut. But it's not important. He rushed down and used his shield to hit the sword stuck in the back of the giant monster's neck, causing its blood to spurt out and then collapse. Han pulled out his sword. Standing on the monster's body, in front of the goblin's eyes, finished one. Han's eyes were steady, next was. Jenna reminded him, Han, it's coming this way, it's aimed at Olka. Han told Jenna. Jenna shot an arrow to lure it away. Jenna immediately shot arrows to attack the monster, causing it to stagger. Its feet kicked the ground, injuring Aaron. Another foot of the monster landed towards Olka, who was casting magic. Han shouted, Olka. Luckily, Olka was able to avoid it. She looked at the monster and wondered, what was that? Han observed, apparently, on the 7th floor there was a collapsed dam, as if something had hit it, debris fell on the ground. The goblin has no weapons but has the power to destroy walls and buildings. Damn, it wasn't aiming at Olka, it was aiming at the dam. The monster now ran straight towards the dam. Seeing that, Jenna immediately jumped on the monster's back and attacked continuously. Han also quickly attacked the monster. Do you think I will let you do that? You will die here. Jenna and Han combined to attack the monster continuously. It screamed with bleeding wounds and fell into the water. Han looked at the blood-stained water surface and thought, I almost lost it, but I just died. Suddenly the monster's hand rose to the surface of the water. Makes Han startled and surprised. Huh. It rose from the water and swung its fist, causing the bridge to collapse. Aaron saw that and was worried. Han killed all the remaining goblins, what should we do? Han silently looked at the giant monster and said, we failed. If the information and predictions we have are correct, there will be reinforcements on the other side of the dam in the forest. But now the dam is collapsed so they cannot cross the river. If this continues, the 10 people in teams 1 and 2 along with the 360 soldiers defending the castle will have to fight over 3,000 goblins. Faced with the current dangerous situation, amid calls from teammates, Han is distraught. So, what should we do? The fierce battle took place. The torrential rain continued to make people feel cold in the long night. Aaron kept shouting, Boss, we have taken care of the remaining goblins, now we have to do what is this? The rain continued to rush like that. The flood poured down, making the connecting bridge untenable like a deluge flowing forward. At this rate 10 people from squads 1 and 2 and 360 the soldiers currently defending the castle will have to fight against more than 3,000 goblins. Boss, Aaron's voice rang out. Han Shojin stood there panting, not knowing what to do. So what should I do now? Aaron gently placed his hand on his shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts without an answer. Boss. Han still held the sword tightly in his hand, despite the torrential rain falling. He walked forward, his eyes looking far away. Let's turn back, we have to come up with another plan. That line of thought was still running through his mind, but whether he could find another solution was an endless question with no answer. Wait here, Ivalka's voice came from somewhere. Han turned his head to look at her. What Ivalka? Ivalka raised her hand forward, her wrist carried a bracelet with a sparkling gem on it, and light began to appear around it. Drawsuit Cyrudus. She closed her eyes to concentrate. These words gradually appeared. A purple rage emerged. Han opened his eyes wide, surprised. Move the rock that emerged from nowhere and fly to the middle of the lake. Ivalka used all her strength to control it towards the wooden bridge. Blocking the common path of both sides, the bridge broke in half. Han Shojin was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. He said, Miss Ivalka. Ivalka said happily, moving objects is one of the most basic types of spells, so why didn't I know about it? Han heard this and immediately got angry, creating a heated argument. I thought we were screwed. If you can do this, you should tell me. Why are you shouting at me like that? Wait, why are you yelling at me? Getting angry again when without me the mission would have failed. He reached out and pinched her soft cheek, making Ivalka angrily scream. Kayak, I was equally angry. Who told her to hide this ability? I clearly told you to tell me all the spells you know. Ivalka still argued. This spell is too simple, there's no need to tell you. He glanced at her and said, whatever, we were able to save our lives thanks to you. Ignore Ivalka's pain and anger. He thought to himself, after all, if it weren't for Ivalka, this campaign would have failed. Then, the only thing left. His thoughts were interrupted by the goblin moving forward. They attracted Ivalka's attention. She screamed in horror, Boss. The goblins were coming back. They were coming towards them like a storm. The dark sky made everything here plunge into chaos. Damn, they called the whole herd. A goblin with a strange appearance, making others afraid, held a spear and pointed it straight at Han. He quickly dodged its fatal blow. He raised his head and swung the sword so hard that his body was cut in half. It's been a while since the dungeon started and there's no sign of any reinforcements. I'm getting more and more worried every day. What if I'm wrong? What if there was no reinforcement from the beginning? The resounding voice urged Ivalka to drink the magic support medicine. Damn Ivalka, drink the rest of the medicine. Use level 2 magic too. She quickly popped the cap of the small glass bottle and gulped it down in one go. A goblin suddenly rushed towards her. She wasn't ready to scream yet. Kyak. Han here witnessed everything worriedly and shouted, Ivalka. Right at that moment the monster swooped towards her. Then suddenly someone appeared to save her life. Blocking causes them to lose numbers. The sound of horse footsteps in the rainy night. The goblin's terrifying eyes were staring. Han panted tiredly, using all his strength to fight those vicious monsters. The Iron Lion cavalry appeared, sitting on horseback, looking full of arrogance and war blood. Making Han admire, not understanding what happened. A group of goblins saw it and quickly rushed over. The leader of the pack raised his sword and shouted loudly to command. What power did the Iron Lion cavalry show? Crossing the river, they crossed the river and crossed the water towards where their leader was. Cavalry, Han was surprised to hear this. NPC allied armored cavalry joins the battle. At this time, Han shouted loudly, Aaron, Jenna, don't stand there and gather around Avalka. Both of them heard that and immediately replied, clear. The cavalry group was brave and charged forward. The cavalry had about 500 men. Although they were still numerically inferior, they were much stronger than the soldiers defending the city. Han Shojin's men huddled to one side and watched the cavalry move forward, fighting fiercely. Boss, they were pushing them back. Around Han, the admiring voices of his teammates began to spread. Wow, that's really cool. It seems like we don't need to move our hands anymore. Let's just stand still and see if that's okay. I wish we can do the same. At this moment a soft voice rang out. Do you guys know how to ride a horse? They quickly replied. Ride a horse? Of course, boss knows. Han replied immediately. I can study now. My subordinates are full of confusion. What? Normally masters cannot participate in battle themselves, but they can influence it. For example, a bolt of blue lightning appeared in the sky, requiring skill books and introductory horse riding. Han requested books on horsemanship skills, introductory horsemanship, totaling 500 gems. After purchasing, the hero will immediately learn this skill. Will you buy it? Han pressed the select button. Yes. A book faintly appeared in the air. Horse riding, it's one of the skill books sold in the real combat shop. Even though you can't learn skills that can be used to directly fight, you can learn additional skills to help with the fighting process. Fight. Awakening the skill, Han received the horse riding skill. He quickly gained momentum and climbed onto the horse's back. Ivalka sat right behind him. On the other side Jenna shouted. He said he didn't know. Han replied, now I know. He confidently ordered, okay, we have closed the gap in strength, now let's begin. They and the remaining cavalry charged forward, just counterattack. Right now, Han had firmly grasped the skill in his head and confidently took a step up to the saddle. Okay, the situation was now a bit better, now let's begin. Dozens of cavalry rushed forward, the situation overwhelming the other side. Han Shojin's mind was now full of endless thoughts. Until the city gate collapsed, the goblins in the east were still not a big threat. Right now we need to be wary of the enemy armed with gate weapons from the north. The cavalry group heading north also has the same thought. If we keep following the cavalry we can succeed. There was no way it could be that easy. There was no way the stand game would end like that. At this time, Han turned around and shouted orders to his comrades. Divide our troops to one side and we will leave the battlefield. Aaron blankly asked again, what, shouldn't we protect the north gate? His hands and feet were agile, pulling the strings skillfully. Did you think this would end so easily? Aaron became even more confused, but he still obeyed orders. Han turned around and ordered, move out of their archery range, we will head to the northern forest, clear. The rain stopped completely, right on time. The sky flashed with light outside, showing that the storm and waves had completely dissipated. Han's men were all heading towards the northern forest. That's right, the goblin cavalry is preparing for an ambush from the forest. If we use Avalka's magic to block their path, we can stop the attack. The battle was fierce and roars rang out everywhere. At this time, Han explained to Aaron, you see, if we let these wolf-riding goblins join the main force from here, there will be big trouble. Our cavalry will not be able to stop them, effective without any support. Having said that, he and Avalka moved forward. Avalka, do you have any magic left? Avalka quickly replied, I can do it, but the magic won't be too strong. He continued, instead of strength, let's focus on that range. From now on we will go through the northern forest. Use her power to burn the entire forest, he ordered, and then headed towards the forest like a battleship. On this side, the terrifying goblins were moving towards the vast city wall, gradually climbing higher. Up here, Dika was waiting and gave them a fatal blow, killing it on the spot, with fresh blood splashing. Suddenly this child grabbed the corner of his shirt and pulled him along. Just a little more and you will follow them to heaven. From nowhere appeared a mysterious girl who saved his life. Before he could recover, he stammered and said, thank you. She didn't look at him but shouted loudly, concentrate, keep fighting. Suddenly, surprise appeared in those beautiful eyes, that is. The leader of the cavalry arrived and gave orders, the entire army prepared. Let's show them the burning power of the Iron Lion cavalry. Attack, the signal was given and the battle started again, now there was only chaos. The girl from before, while fighting, said that she was a reinforcement, Han had succeeded. She ordered, everyone, try to hold on, victory is very close to us, clearly, they are all fighting hard for peace. Ivalka's side of the forest is using magic to set the forest on fire, burning brightly. Suddenly the forest burned with fire. Han glanced at her slightly, at this moment, she was exhausted and frowned. He thought to himself, if she used more magic, she would be overloaded with mana, so Ivalka's role would be over, at this rate we'll burn the entire forest, but that's okay. They went in the opposite direction, a peaceful scene was waiting for them, honestly this was for the best, the forest was an ideal place for goblins to breed, burning them all would also help clear them out. The city's defense barrier also started from there, there were about 100 surviving warriors fighting on the northern wall, the city's defenders suffered many losses before the cavalry could reach the aid, support, half of the cavalry troops perished in the goblin ambush and in the battle between them and the remnants of the goblin cavalry that followed. If we hadn't burned the entire forest, perhaps the entire cavalry group would have been destroyed, regardless of that. The cavalry corps is indeed very strong. Even though they were placed in an extremely disadvantageous situation in terms of numbers, their skills were enough to overcome the force gap. Just like that, our mission was over, the crowd echoed, long live the goddess. Above the city, they were overjoyed, peace was gradually returning. Edith looked down from the rampart and saw that Han and his teammates had returned and waved to welcome them. We did not suffer any losses, there were no messages informing us of anyone falling into the arms of the goddess, Aaron happily said, no one had to die, now we are different from when we were on the 5th floor, that's right, we are no longer who we were in the past, moving forward together. Jenna happily said, why haven't we returned yet, isn't the mission over? Hearing this, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Scary memories are slowing down in Han's mind, we have dealt with all the monsters. But the notification, completed pass hasn't appeared yet, why hasn't it appeared yet, there's nothing else to do. Suddenly, a red message appeared, loading. Causing Han to be extremely confused. Is restoring. A fatal error has occurred, you have been disconnected. Please wait. Everything around him started to stop. Behind him, is a formidable thing controlling the game. He suddenly recognized him and shouted, it was the bastard back then, this bastard. With a team of carefully selected 6-star members, we were Koreans who surpassed the 88th floor, using heroes that no one had ever thought of, I reached the 5th rank globally. This is a game based entirely on gacha, skill, and combat elements. The heroes will go out on their own, fight their own battles, I can give some simple commands, but the hero will consider for himself what skills he should use, for reasons that are unclear, there are things that cannot be done while fighting, however, if this was truly a game that relied solely on the player's star level and luck, I wouldn't have been able to climb, being in the position I am today is the factor that attracts me to this game the most. It's that you can overcome luck with skill, but it's all because of that damn thing, LV, 999, even for 7-star heroes, the maximum team level is only 99 which doesn't make sense at all. Han Shojin looked at the guy with level 999 and gritted his teeth and scolded him. Suddenly, surprise flashed in his eyes. Another unknown name appeared. He looks scary, man, we'll wait for you. Then the two dissolved into nothingness, the image gradually blurred and disappeared into the endless fire. Successful recovery, connecting to the server, we apologize for any inconvenience, pieces of time are starting to come together. Jenna looked towards Han, what's wrong, his reaction. Han shouted in horror, Jenna, hurry up, get on the horse and run into the castle quickly. Jenna still didn't understand anything, her face was full of question marks. Han shouted loudly, don't bother anymore, hurry up. Having said that, Han climbed on his horse and quickly rode into the citadel. Aaron still didn't understand what happened so he said, Big brother, what's going on? Han gritted his teeth, trying to run into the castle, everything wasn't over yet, Dark Monk. A monster that was never reported on the lower floors. Its capabilities, suddenly those corpses moved. Then turns into a giant monster that looks terrifying. Causing the soldiers nearby to be scared and unable to react in time. He screamed pitifully, a horrifying scream. Other corpses erupted one after another, turning into living corpses. After witnessing that scene, Aaron was surprised and couldn't believe it. That was it. Hans said loudly, "No matter what happens, ignore them and run straight to our starting point." Reviving corpses, in some special cases, they can turn corpses into living corpses. They will not stop attacking until the head is destroyed. Edith looked down from above the castle and immediately ordered someone to run and open the door. It is impossible for this type of monster to appear in the lower classes. The huge door slowly opened. "What is the gate opening? Close the gate and close it quickly." The four of them quickly rushed into the castle. Suddenly Han picked up Ivalka and dropped her down. He looked at Jenna and said, "I'll ask you to look after Ivalka." Having said that, he pulled the rope to steer the horse in the opposite direction. He ordered, "Gather with Edith in the castle and protect the statue of the goddess. You will be able to hold out if you lock the gate tightly and maintain it like this, so until I come back." Jenna gradually understood what was happening and shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Aaron also realized Han's decision. He couldn't do that, boss. How would he survive with monsters like that? Han shouted, "Aaron, calm down. Will you come back to me alive, or will you become food for the crowd?" Aaron is brave, steadfast in his words. "I will return with him." Jenna also worriedly said, "Big brother, you will come back alive, right? Does that still have to be asked?" After saying that, he gently walked out of the city gate little by little to face the evil. Ivalka looked after Han. The door was gradually closing. "Don't die." As if it was the last time, everyone felt nostalgic, afraid that they would never see each other again. Han said softly, "So did she." The city gate is completely closed. Han's back courageously moves forward, showing the position of a responsible leader. He drew his sword to face those terrible monsters. Humans are so small to them. They look disgusting, but they are nothing if they act alone. He rode his horse forward, starting a fierce battle. If only they worked alone. It would be the end of me if I faced off, all of them, at once. The only current plan is... Suddenly a giant interrupted his thoughts. He held a weapon and repeatedly punched the city gate. Damn, did that guy just come back to life? At this rate the gate won't be able to take it anymore. Herds of monsters were rushing towards him like hungry leeches, looking terrifying. Suddenly they were pierced by arrows and died on the spot. None other than Jenna. She stood on the rampart, looked down, aimed, and hit every shot. He looked back and smiled softly, thinking to himself, "That kid." Inside the city, the soldiers were so scared that they were sweating, because the city gate was about to be unable to withstand their attack. Soon the city gates burst open. The guards were extremely scared. A clear voice rang out, making their fear even stronger. "Monsters have flooded into the city. Han here has heard the bad news. The gate has been smashed. I will have to deal with the person who chanted the spell. That guy disappeared from the smoke in the burning forest. I'm going there, if that's what happened." "Okay, wait, I'll kill you." A huge explosion occurred. An iron bar was broken in half. The movements of the people were based on only two principles. One, to destroy idols. The second is their lust for living things. Their fighting skills and physical abilities are poor even when they are alive. But they have an abnormally increased desire to eat meat. It will be even more troublesome to let them live because they will become stronger and there will be more corpses nearby. A completely random object will be created, out just to fend off attackers. He was now sitting on horseback fighting the monsters below. I thought to myself, at times like this I just wish I had a body. He looked into the distance where Edith was fighting and thought, Edith's leadership ability was more than his credit. Even in a situation like this she still showed remarkable fighting ability. The only thing we need to prioritize is protecting idols. In his mind, an image appeared of a statue with two white angels embracing each other. A battle was drawn up in his mind and he thought, if the outer walls were broken they needed to immediately defend from the inner wall and defend themselves within the city gate. If Jenna and Aaron use their experiences obtained from the 5th floor, they will be able to last much longer. Outside, a group of people were extremely chaotic and kept shouting, "What the hell is that? Let us in. I know there's still room in the inner wall. We have nowhere else to run. Please save us." Inside the battlefield, the fire was burning fiercely. He thought, it didn't matter how long that side could last. I don't know if I can quickly deal with the Dark Monk. At this time, the system rang again, signaling that Han's fire resistance had increased to level 2. Fire monsters began rushing towards him. He used his sword to fight those monsters. He took out a bottle of red medicine and drank it. Looking at the fire burning in front of him, he thought, this is the edge of the map. He spoke up and said, I know you're there. The system displays a message, Mackin is in panic, all indexes are down 50%. He stood in the middle of a sea of fire. Chiron was scared that all indexes decreased by 30%. Mackin has returned to the arms of God, his fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Edith is bleeding, she's constantly going downhill. Dika was scared and all her stats dropped by 30%. He cautiously looked around in all directions. Suddenly, a black claw shot out from his right side. He quickly used his shield to block the claw. While fighting with it, he thought, the fighting ability of a dark monk is very low, but it is a type of monster that will often appear in the middle floors, their strength will be very different in the lower floors, for example, now. At that moment, a series of other black claws rushed towards him. They attacked him so hard that it was difficult for him to fight them. However, he was still injured by that attack. When the attack stopped, he still did not let down his guard and thought, I could have died if I didn't have a bulletproof vest. The system then displays a notification that Han is bleeding and will often lose strength. Seeing this, he quickly thought, the situation is not good, every time I inhale smoke and mist gets mixed into my lungs. I don't have time left, before my consciousness fades, before my team is destroyed. Someone's voice rang out in the space, I want to talk to you. Hearing that voice, he was quite surprised but quickly responded, talking, okay. That voice continued to echo, you are very different from us. At this moment, those claws rushed towards him again. The system then displayed a notification that Han was entering a state of hysteria. At this time his appearance has changed, he fights more frantically. He rushed forward, overcoming many obstacles. Teeth clenched to suppress the pain. He rushed towards a person wearing a purple cloak who was controlling the claws to attack him. Seeing him rushing towards him, he controlled those claws to attack him more fiercely. Through many difficulties, he was able to finish that person off with his knife. When he killed him, he was seriously injured, blood spurting out of his mouth. He sat leaning against a nearby tree and thought, where is the floor completion announcement, it's not over yet. His eyes became increasingly blurred as thoughts continued to flow, so this was the end. I don't know anything anymore. I will probably die before the idol is broken. The system then displayed a notification, Chiron had returned to the arms of the god, his fighting spirit would be remembered forever. His thoughts still didn't stop, damn what kind of death is this, I was dragged to an unknown place and was about to die and had to endure this the whole time. His eyes were closed. Images of teammates, some of them dead, appeared in my mind. Han after many days in a coma. Finally awake. Light shines outside the window. He was lying on the bed, calmly saying, I'm still alive. Outside the light of twinkling lights. And inside, Aaron was sitting in the middle of the house sadly. Suddenly he was startled when he heard someone ask why he was so sad. He turned around and saw him, so he called out, his boss was awake, everyone was worried, he replied, there's nothing to worry about, what were you thinking that made you look like this? He looked at him and replied, I was thinking about the reason why we fought. He slowly walked over, held a glass of water, put it on the table, sat down on the chair and said, why are we fighting? His expression became worse, after he left the gate, corpses flooded into the city. He calmly held the glass of water to his mouth and said, the NPCs must have died up there. He must have been under more stress. Now he stood up, not sure how, and said, I'll go first. He looked in the direction you said, do you plan to still look like that tomorrow? He turned back to look at him and saw the smile on his face. By that time, I had regained my confidence. While he was walking home, he still sat there thinking. The eyes became somewhat cold. At the cafeteria someone said, whoa. Delicious dishes are presented on the table. Jenna looked at them with bright eyes and said happily, what is this, why are we having such a hearty breakfast? At this moment, Chloe looked at her holding a basket of food and said, Mister, Han told me to prepare the most sumptuous meal possible with the ingredients we have. Starting to eat breakfast, Han picked up a piece of bread and put it in his mouth. When he saw that she hadn't touched her chopsticks, he asked, why don't you like it? She happily said, of course if you like it, then you can truly win. Hearing that, he glanced at her. She happily picked up a fork and took a piece of meat. Thank God Jenna was still normal. And Aaron is fine again. Ivalka is fine too. But before he could be happy, he suddenly felt uncomfortable and choked. Edith saw that and walked over to pat his back. He looked at him and said, "This Dika will take a while to completely recover from the stress. Elsewhere, welcome to pick me up." The system displays, master a hero waiting to be upgraded, a hero that can be upgraded. Han tip to upgrade a hero outside of the general room. You need to have supporting facilities for the upgrade room. You have selected the master room's auxiliary facilities. The upgrade room has started construction and the word yes has been selected by the master. Then the system displays, the upgrade room has been completed and now you can upgrade, level heroes. Start synthesizing items, choosing ingredients with low-level fire attribute stones, low-level water attribute stones, low-level wind attribute stones and especially low-level upgrade stones with a success rate of 87%. The general method case 0, automatic. The first 3 stones are low-level fire attribute stones, low-level water attribute stones, and low-level wind attribute stones that have been selected. And the master clicked yes to sum them up. The dazzling light emitted from the spell chanting system, brimming with angelic power. After completing the synthesis, you have received a low-level upgrade stone. She happily said, holding the stone forward, congratulating her on the upgrade. She happily gave the stone to Han and said, "With this, you have already escaped level 1 star. He looked at the stone thoughtfully and she said, "Let's advance to 7 stars and destroy the tower." He replied, "Again, I don't know if we can get to 7 stars or not." She spoke with an eternally proud expression, not knowing that in his eyes her nose was already a meter long. Besides Loki, who else could reach level 7 stars? He calmly replied, "If so, then Cirrus would have reached 7 stars. He said to himself, "I tried everything I could but never got a 7-star hero. There must be some special condition that must be met." The system will appear again. The master upgrade will begin. He went to the upgrade room and thought, the additional facilities in the room sum up the upgrade room. After entering here, I will be upgraded to a 2-star hero, so this is the door to the 2nd floor. He walked into the high-class area. This was one of the areas that the master could not see. After placing the hero and materials in the upgrade room, after a while the hero will appear after being upgraded to the next star. The master cannot know what happened during that time. He placed the upgrade stone on the magic table. As soon as he put it down, he saw a blinding light that made him have to cover his eyes with his hand. The formation is active. The light penetrated straight above him, surrounded by the formation. The light was now so bright that he had to close his eyes. Then everything gradually came back. Suddenly there was a voice, "My child." It is the image of a woman holding a newborn baby who keeps saying, "Good child, good child." He saw that, put his hand behind his back, drew his sword and said, "Who are you?" He reached forward but was stopped by an invisible barrier. He said, "I can't even approach her." Then he said in panic, "That child, I don't have anyone to call family." The woman on the other side was still saying, "Good child, good child, good child." He said to himself at this moment, that child is not him. That child is Hanaslat. The child was supposed to come here, not me. He turned around and left and said, "I don't know what this situation is about. Why am I wasting my time here for nothing?" He walked outside and said, "What about the waiting room?" It turns out that not only was there a facility built, it also didn't look much like whatever's waiting room. Blue light emitted from the crack. He said in surprise, "Yuzul," a girl appeared. He looked closely at her and said, "No, she's younger than Yuzul." She didn't seem to know what to say. "Are you telling me to go into a space-time rift?" He walked over there and the words appeared, "Prove your ability, the dungeon has an extremely difficult level." He exclaimed with a pale face. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a rumbling sound and the upgraded dungeon was opening. A series of emergency announcements rang out and suddenly a source of energy surrounded him, wanting to suck him inside. At this time, the system displayed, Han was afraid that all his stats had decreased by 30%. He panicked and said speechless, "What is this pressure?" He gritted his teeth and bit his lip trying to control his emotions. The system now displayed an emergency. Han had entered a crazy state. Then it was shown again that Han was free from fear. He was now panting and unable to stand, but he fell to one knee on the ground. Then he opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "Who?" It was a level 999 black shadow with an unknown face that exuded dark energy. Seeing that, he immediately stood up, raised his sword towards him and said, "Why the hell is that bastard here?" That guy immediately replied, "Yes, we finally met." He looked at his LV 999 and cursed under his breath, but he didn't have a chance. This is the guy who wiped out the level 5 and 6-star Diora Max guild in less than 10 seconds. His face was very scary, his eyes were white circles, his teeth were sharp and his mouth was as long as his ears. He said, "If you don't come to me, why are you so angry?" Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you only say meaningless words, then take me back." As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands and laughed mockingly, then looked at him and said, "Well, if you hadn't stopped yourself like that, you would have died a long time ago." He was shaking his whole body, raising his hand to his head and saying, "I have a headache and upgrade heroes, isn't it the same?" He walked up to him and said, "You know that's not true, you are a special existence. This place is a gift for you." His legs gradually appeared and became smooth. He said, "My stage is prepared for the glorious rancor of pick me up for you." He held his head suspiciously and said, "What are you?" His face gradually appeared and he said, "I am." After seeing him clearly, he said, "What are you?" President smirked and said, "I am." For some reason, he was still holding his head trying to suppress the pain. She looks a lot like Yizel, he thought. She walked towards him and said, "I don't know how to introduce myself." As she got closer and he saw her figure more clearly, he thought, Yizel might look like that if she grew up. Then he looked at her and said, "Introducing what we know, she is just a bastard." She sat down on the chair and snapped her fingers, saying, "It was just a trick. You think I look a lot like Yizel. It's not that I look like him, it's that he looks like me." In her hand, she held a magic card and said, "It's just a copy of me. If you calculate carefully, it will be 479 millionth." She then waved her hand and threw the card at him saying, "Isn't that the same as the total downloads of the game?" He took it in his hand and had the most prominent symbol on it, the symbol infinity. He was ready to attack at any time when he looked at her and said, "Are you kidding me?" She said calmly, "It's not like we only have one or two names, each of them is used depending on the situation, fit." Hearing that, he felt uncomfortable and shifted his posture. She spoke again, a bit impolite. He said, "Is it you who brought me to this place?" Having said this, he raised his sword high in front of his cold eyes and said in a harsh voice, "That is also the case, right?" She calmly replied, "Don't resent me so much, I never expected you to be summoned into this game." She leisurely sat on the chair and continued, "It was just an accident." He remained in that position, pointed his sword at her and said, "I don't care what your situation is." He was angry, looked at her with fierce eyes and said, "Quickly take me back or I don't want to die." Hearing that, her face remained calm, but her eyes turned red. She mockingly said, "Only 1 star dares to threaten to kill me. Are you daydreaming too much?" He frowned at her and said angrily, "It will change over time." She heard that with thoughtful eyes and said, "If that's the case, killing you here might be the answer." While she spoke, she moved her magic towards him. Looking at the attack flying towards him, he couldn't help but grimace and grit his teeth. It's like a knife, pierced through his skin. Create a bright red patch of blood there. Drops of sweat fell down his face, his eyes like knives looked at her without answering. She happily snapped her fingers and said, "You didn't even blink as soon as the tip touched your heart, you're brave." He said uncomfortably, "What do you want?" But in his mind he thought, "There are many opportunities to eliminate me in the game but she called me here, which means maybe she has another purpose." She stood up and walked towards him and said, "Nothing much, I just want to tell you something. Invincible player Loki ranked 5th in the world. I am a fan of yours. You will not know how many of your games have impressed me every time I watch. Niflheim is also a target of observation. The company's top priority is how can I see someone like you without any concern. I came here to tell you the truth of this world." Looking at his serious face, she said, "Loki, what do you think about this tower climbing game? The plot is one of the elements that users don't really care about in gacha games. They always pay more attention to the content and gameplay." With a sarcastic look on her face, she mockingly said, "Like I'm being honest, the plot in this game is quite outdated." She snapped her fingers and said, "There wasn't much to learn about this world. After evolving hero even a little, most masters didn't even know the world existed." She changed the scene and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" He had now put his sword back and crossed his arms over his chest and said, "I don't really care." She replied, "I'm sorry I said too much off topic." Looking at the scene she continued, "This is on the Tanir continent in the Heim Peninsula in the city of Nelsa. Even though it is the city we found on the 10th floor, you can see that it has been completely destroyed." Looking in the other direction she said, "This is Silkia." Looking at the other scene of devastation, she said again, "Kaya." In the walls of Adora, Pion Yamadian, Icardia Lilja, Halsey, Arantia Cisnia were destroyed. She emphasized that even Bardia, this is the current situation of all regions under Tanir currently. She turned around, glanced at him, smiled and said, "Do you think Niflheim is different? All the continents connected to Mobius have become like this, over 100 million worlds all facing destruction at the same time. This is a book whose end has already been decided. A sad ending, everything comes to an end. The characters in the book hope for a different ending. What they need to do is very simple. They need to pull someone in from outside the book. They need to fix and rewrite the book even if the setting and probabilities end up in a mess, even if space and time collapse and fall apart." To his surprise, she spoke again. "A higher dimensional being can change cause and effect through mere observation. That is why this game was created, Master Loki." Hearing that, I don't know what to say at this moment. Then she smirked and said, "I was wondering what great plot she would share with me. So, the reason why you told me all this, you were a little stunned when you heard that." Then he raised his hand and walked towards him and said, "I want to cooperate." He questioned and asked again, "Cooperate?" While she was saying, "Save the world with me," he threw a short sword at her forehead, causing the small clone flying next to her to panic. Then he coldly pulled out the knife from his back and said, "I was wondering what you were going to say, but you kept babbling nonsense." Even though the blood was constantly flowing, she still smiled and said, "Think about this, Loki, do you agree or refuse?" He said with a black face, "Shut up, you bastard." He said to himself, "After dragging me into this world and seeing myself endure everything, and now I want to cooperate, what kind of trick is she playing?" He was in a fighting stance and looked at her, who was still stabbed in the forehead with a short sword, and said, "I won't cooperate with you. If you're planning on killing me, just try, at least I'll hit you." Her head was once. Seeing the short sword on her forehead covered in blood falling to the ground, she slowly approached him and said, "You're so rude and I'm heartbroken, foo 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 foo." At this moment he thought, "I've deceived everything I could, but I can't kill that bitch right now. I only have 1 star with 10 levels. Then he looked at her with indignation and said softly, "No, if I want to try to kill her I will have to try to become stronger." Then he said loudly, "I don't want to say much with you, please let me come back." She raised her bloody face and looked at him calmly, saying, "You hurt me. I used a lot of intervention to bring you into this place." The wind around her started to pick up and she said, "Loki, I appreciate you a lot compared to the other players in this game. Even if they put a good ranker in front of you, they will only be like a speck of fire in front of your strength, the power of the moon. Do you know why?" She used magic to heal herself and then happily looked at him and said, "That's because you have achieved a unique achievement that no other player has. The message now appears, Master. Please trust my connection, friends with the heroes." She saw that and said, "I know you know where this cluster appears." His hand still holding the sword looked at the notification. It was a notification after deleting the instructions. She smiled and said, "You are the only one who understands the meaning of this phrase. Among hundreds of millions of masters, you are the only one." The scene gradually changes. Hot lava everywhere, deadly scene. She asked, "Do you know where this is, Loki?" "This is the level on the 80th floor of Niflheim where you became a master 6 months ago. Out of hundreds of millions of players, only you and 4 others can reach this terrible and difficult challenge. This is why those ranked 6th. He gradually relaxed his vigilance and thought, "This floor brings me an extremely 80th floor surprise." Then he looked at her and said, "Why did you show me this?" She sat back in her chair and replied, "Simply let's watch this scene unfold." She smiled at him and said, "Sit down and you will be comfortable with it." At this moment, in Han's mind, he remembered the past and commented, "The floor that made him so disappointed, floor 80, as he put the sword behind his back, he wondered, "Why did you show me this?" Truly dominating the virtual world, the president summoned 2 sofas from space, then she sat down very chill and leisurely said, "It's simple, let's watch a play together." While he stood still, immobility. Seeing that he didn't make any move, she turned her face slightly, her sharp eyes said, "Sit down, you need to relax with this." The request had been sent, so Han had to agree, sitting down but not comfortably. The 2 brothers stiffened like robots, while she smiled smugly and asked, "What do you see?" "Seeing it with your own eyes, not through a screen. Very majestic, isn't it, or not?" Looking at the floating oases, accompanied by lava flowing down below, forming a sea of fiery lava in front of their eyes, she continued, "The level was on the 80th floor, which was the first level to conquer. First, everything is not revealed to the players. Pick Me Up has random stages and difficulty based on RNG. But after reaching the 80th floor, the rankers also failed miserably. Among them, the 80th floor was also known as the Wailing Wall. Listening to her presentation just now made him a little aware and immediately said, "I am the same," but suddenly corrected, "No, I used to be like that too." Han's face still coldly glanced at the president and revealed, "I already know how to do it. To pass this level." "What do you mean? Show me the video of me passing the 80th floor." Seeing that he was as hot as ice cream, she didn't want to anger him, so she immediately gave Yuzel, who was happily carrying him, a glass of lemonade, then said, "It's okay, you'll know if you continue watching." Holding the glass of water in his hand, he looked at it for a while because his mind kept wondering. After reaching the 79th floor, I was confident that I could pass the 80th floor immediately, and except for the main team, I suffered a humiliating defeat. Elegant, and most of his strength was dissipated. Hell, that's the only word I can use to describe it, but the environment is so harsh that no life can develop. That's what the 80th floor looks like, full of poisonous reptiles. Deadly factor. The fragment of chaos level 113 times 2775 is a plant containing something mysterious. Next to it was the strange-looking one-eyed scorpion, itself, a fragment of despair level 108 times 3164. Shard of envy level 121 times 2348. Each thing is presented very clearly and sharply like watching a movie. Han holds a glass of lemonade in one hand, the other hand clasped tightly to confirm. Those are fragments, the things that make the 80th floor and above seem like hell. So, without a single mistake, the girl sitting next to her heard that and smirked and complimented, "That's right, you know a lot." Then his normal voice suddenly turned scary, "So do you know this?" Then as shocking news was revealed, the difficulty of pick-me-up can be based on the account, and the summoning rate is also extremely different. Shock, shock. Han heard his eyes widened, he suddenly stiff. With her super sharp angle, she glanced at him and called his name, "Loki, the reason why you have never come up with a hero above 5 stars, do you think it's because of probability? It's not that you can't find a high-level hero because of bad luck, it's simply that there are no more heroes left in Niflheim, because the fragments of chaos level 332 times 13 have become earth venoms with tongues, long." Then the president continued to explain, similar to the difficulty, Niflheim is one of the few accounts rated level 5 within the company. Then the next fragment has also awakened. The level 315 despair fragment multiplied by 11 is a giant squid-headed monster characterized by a glowing red eye. Then the president commented on the Niflheim account. It was the worst. At the same time, the last piece of the 5 great misfortunes emerged, the piece of jealousy level 331 times 15, exactly the lizards but more strangely, they are like living plants with claws and magic stone cracks. Unable to believe in his abilities because the climb was too harsh, she immediately doubted. It was a mystery. How could you climb to the 88th floor? And Han did not respond, indifferently sucking my glass of lemonade. Then suddenly another teleportation gate gradually appeared in midair and flashed in front of where the two people sat. Seeing that something was happening, he jumped up and threw the chair over. The wind from that place was strong, causing the hem of his shirt and hair to flutter. Inside, he was already wearing armor, and outside, putting on his coat to look nice, he stood in a ready position. Then from inside the door gradually appeared silhouettes of feet, causing Han to suddenly exclaim, "The strongest warriors in Niflheim," at first probably belonged to a man. Next are the feet wearing high heels. Besides, a pair of clogs also came out. There was also someone wearing a cloak covering their whole body. And finally there is the silhouette of a swordsman. They are special people with different interfaces but the same operating system as knights. He also revealed something more surprising. From rank 5 to rank 1 are all here. The sudden appearance of a group of brave warriors on the oasis made the giant monsters excited. When they saw an intruder, they immediately rushed to attack quickly. Each one was on their own side, but they all headed towards their teleport. At the head of the group, it seemed to be a white-cloaked swordsman who was not afraid to falter. Then suddenly in Han's eyes, the effect of the strategy room was applied. The logo symbolizing the role of each member also appeared, collecting maps. Is projecting onto the tactical screen. You can decide to guide the hero by touching and dragging. Then a simulated strategy appeared. The path was shown specifically through arrow marks jumping on each floating rock. It was so specific that the shaking circle was exactly where the hero landed. Many paths with different ways of moving appear on each rock. But then they all point upward. Then the virtual flag and shield sign appears, clearly indicating whose direction that is. Seeing that, the president put his hands on his hands and smiled with satisfaction and said, "The strategy and plan you created on the 88th floor is very interesting. Get as many extra items as possible and attack the enemy. The plan is complicated but the goal is simple." Then she shouted, looked directly to see how they acted, and a giant discussion table emerged from the ground. The president then continued to affirm, and what you meant to them, and then the 5 heroes stood around and watched the world model on the 88th floor, watching his strategy clearly appear on it. Then a voice rang out, this is why you are the one, Master Loki. The person wearing the long blue coat asked what his instructions were, and the girl with the white hood replied, as always, perfect, no need to add anything. At the head of the group of heroes, the swordsman who had just solemnly warned that failure would not be forgiven, saw the figure of the hooded figure clearly visible. It was a lady wearing a pure white evening gown and answering with her arms crossed, on one side, obviously, for us, as well as for him. Right now, everyone probably doesn't know anything. Why are they speaking correctly and where are the monsters? A message appears answering the question. The time freeze will end in 10 seconds. Having said that, let's start the move. You must be a magician, so you hold the birch magic spell book in your hand and declare, as we swore. Then the system notification appears. The battle will start again soon. Be prepared. Then a female hero announced her name, the Palace King Nyaku Geisfed. Then she immediately raised her arrow. Strength also overflowed throughout her body, causing her braid to fly. The King of Spears, Mutin Nidelk, looked like a scary purple-haired teenager. Notice the countdown has started. The mission will continue for 8,7,6. A few moments but enough to be arrogant, ready to draw his sword. The scarred man coldly called his name, Sword King Redigen. At the same time there was only 5 hours left. 4. The third moment that appeared was also the time when the magician activated her magic power. The book in her hand opened and confirmed, the King yearneth seed. 2,1 At the last second the leader spoke, the Fire Lord, Sirisigenheim with the sword surrounded by the proud phoenix power, her body radiating the coolness and majesty of a soldier. The system officially opens the bowl and the mission begins. The temporary seal was gradually removed, and this group of people also rushed forward less fated. It was thought that winter would win, but Sirisigenheim had been waiting for a long time for the sword with accumulated power. As soon as they got together, the monsters exploded into pieces, smoke and fire erupting like an action movie. Now she was literally watching a real movie. She was quite excited and jumped up to ask him, Fufu, how impressive, they really promised to be loyal to you. And Yesel also chilled and lay down, swinging her legs and chin in anticipation of battle. Then the president closed his eyes, put his feet up and said, they are all 6 stars and can be considered the strongest on the server, except for 7 stars, there is no one that can compare to them. I guarantee you, you have helped people. Here, I haven't been moved at all by listening. I don't understand what to ask, so what? Taking a sip of sweet, crisp lemonade, he continued, Fufu, actually, their abilities are not important, but what they think of their master. Like heroes climbing the tower and continuously growing, they will begin to understand the truth, and then they will soon despair. When they learn that someone sees them as a toy or a pet, they will have can I continue to be loyal to my master? Her eyes narrowed as if she were smiling falsely and said, but you are different, the only person who truly rules their waiting room is you. Then I looked up at his cool and handsome figure under the halo and passionately called out his name, Loki, you are the king of Niflheim. Then, keeping his head tilted, the president said with a bored look, even now, the heroes of Niflheim are frantically searching for you, even if they know that you fell here. The girl just asked a question. Just think about it, what kind of hero can scare people in all directions for a few days just because their master disappeared? If the heroes in the waiting room did the same, so would Yisel, imitating her exactly, closing his eyes and shaking his head repeatedly. Holding out his hand to show no concern for comment, the play style was also very unique and also very intense, even though I didn't expect it. Who knew a master would appear who didn't use the synthesis room? Those words made him frown uncomfortably and glance at her. Then Hans started thinking about it. The master would normally use the synthesis room to control the hero. When heroes don't listen to orders, or are useless, normal masters will wipe them out without hesitation. And so they ran away from the waiting room using fear. Even low-rank heroes can show off their talent. The master will use it as food for higher-rank heroes, by ignoring how much they scream and beg in pain. For me, I have never given 5 stars, and I only got 4 stars once. Everyone called it a dead account. Even when everyone told me to delete that account, I still persisted in playing. I'm already used to that absurdity. Suddenly it reminded him of the image of himself on a cold, snowy winter day, only standing alone and looking at his grandmother holding his sister's hand. It made the boy laugh so innocently, but he had 2 children but didn't care about him one bit. Then out of his thoughts, he immediately replied, it's not that I don't use it, I only use it when necessary. Then the president's face was cold and scary. He glanced in horror and replied, "The other masters will not merge many times a day, only you are different. In fact, it has an effect. Use. The way you run the game is really different. Before everyone became famous, most owners used the heroes as toys. They used them until they stopped, then threw them away, like disposable items. But for Han, even if their level is low, if they have potential, I won't let them go. If I rule the waiting room with fear, it will soon collapse. Reward them when they prove themselves useful. Punish them when they fail." As soon as he stood up, she asked, "Do you know the truth?" Then her face was slightly distorted, her murderous eyes said, "These heroes are just people." The change in the president's attitude made him more steadfast, not afraid to answer, "I don't know how you know, but it's impossible if you keep playing like this." Then she leaned forward and looked closely at his face with bright red pupils. The heroes are so realistic that it's hard to believe that they are just characters created by a program. They give different reactions to each command, and the way they act is not the same. But everything just stops at the unbelievable. I never thought they were human. This is just the most effective tactic. Han Seo-jin crossed his arms and asked President, "So, do you like my style? Is that what you want to say?" The other person happily replied, "Yes, I want to talk to you at least once. Really, shame I couldn't do that while you were still on Earth." Hearing that, he said with a sarcastic tone, "I also felt very embarrassed. Because if I had met you on Earth, I would have buried you 8 feet under the ground." Seo-jin's expression was filled with murderous intent. He slowly walked closer to the president. "She had already gathered my resentment. If nothing happens, I guarantee I will never forget this. She really made my blood boil." She was scolded but still smiled happily. "Really?" Han Seo-jin now leaned towards her and spoke in a threatening voice, "Tanir or Niflheim have nothing to do with me. I am an Earthling. Don't impose your situation on others." After his anger subsided, the president blurted out a joke, "Haha, it has nothing to do with you. Niflheim's heroes would fall if they heard you say that." He turned his back, straight. Rope replied that they could do whatever they wanted. While he was immersed in his own thoughts, if she simply wanted me to climb the tower, there would be no need to call me here. Niflheim's team was actively attacking. The president smirked, "Smile, you are really interesting." Going back to Han Seo-jin's thoughts, "We actually didn't suffer any damage until the 88th floor and the demon wall that rank 1 was on. The 90th floor was almost in our hands." After thinking about it, he just spoke up, "I won't cooperate with you." He added in his heart, "But while we were doing that, I was dragged here." His eyes flashed a cold blue light. "My only wish was for you to get out of my sight, before I lost all patience." Faced with that person's blatant threat, President calmly closed his eyes and replied, "You could have saved Mobius, but, well, that doesn't matter. I just want you to reach me safely, so we can ignore humiliation at this level." Suddenly he turned around and asked, "Why did the Dark Monk appear on the 10th floor happen to you?" She still kept the same smile on that beautiful face. "What if it's true? Don't be too angry. From the 15th floor onwards I won't interfere. Even if I do nothing, your Tanir will receive you with a shock." The president's eyes flashed a dangerous red light, just like the S-level difficulty in Niflheim. "No matter how well you do, the chance of the master giving up will be about 90%. Well, if I give you a helping hand I might be able to change that." Seo-jin didn't say anything, just listened silently. President continued to say, "At least I will use my name to guarantee this. If you can climb to the top of the tower then I will send you back. And, one more thing, I will transfer half of the shares of Mobius Corporation that I own to you. You will become a major shareholder of a super corporation that can shake the world's economy." Han repeated in his mind, "The major shareholder of Mobius Group." After a while of talking like that, the president turned to ask, "Anyway, do you accept?" Hearing the other person's question, he frowned. "I told you, I just need you to stop appearing in front of me. His thoughts are sometimes present and sometimes hidden, allowing me to return and reward myself." "I can't believe her." The president's soft voice rang out, "So you will hate me to the end. Why?" That story, but before she could finish speaking, a sword came out of nowhere and stabbed her in the eye. Han Seo-jin thought happily, "The more I climb the tower, the truths I don't know will gradually be revealed. Even if I don't depend on trash like her, I will still use my own strength to return." "Okay," he smirked and said, "This is my answer," his hand still maintaining the position of throwing the knife just now. Even though he was beaten, President was still able to laugh. He. "Okay, your sense of morality must be at least this much, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to climb the tower. I will forgive your insolence. I will forgive you. You started climbing the tower, so I'll show you something." A huge door suddenly appeared. She spoke slowly, the actual introduction of "Pick Me Up." "Prepared just for you." The light from the gate is becoming more and more dazzling. It started spreading everywhere. At a gentle sunset. A land where humans and demi-humans live together. On this continent filled with peace and prosperity. An enemy that has never been written about has begun its invasion. The continent was engulfed in the power of darkness and was eventually torn to pieces. Suddenly President spoke up, "Do you know why the difficulty of pick-me-up is so high?" She asked herself and answered, "It's because you have to reverse the situation of the battle that was destined to be lost, change its fate, Loki." The introduction from earlier appeared again, however, there was still a glimmer of hope. "It's you, Master, if you want to save the world then climb the tower. Many heroes will walk with you on this journey, trust in your relationships with your heroes. The future of the world is in your hands, Master," President happily interrupted. "In your hands, of course it is in your hands. The future of this world lies in the palm of your hand and that of your master. Can you really climb to the top of the tower, a task that no one has ever completed?" Those words rang out again. "Many enemies will stop you, mysterious lands hide fierce enemies." Han Seo-jin couldn't help but curse in his head. What the hell are these words, this? Her voice spoke again, and at the same time the giant door was opened. "Climb the tower, Loki. No, we will wait for you." He coldly cursed and went away. The system displays a notification, congratulating the master for awakening the forgotten memories of the hero. Han upgrade completed, he is now a 2-star hero, graphics are being upgraded, Seo-jin thought tiredly, is it over? System notice, your level limit and skills have increased. While he was walking down the stairs, Aaron stood below and asked a question, "You're back. So what are you doing in there alone?" The other party only gives you a vague answer, "Just upgrading, you will experience it soon." After that, he asked another question, "Did something happen?" Aaron calmly smiled and replied, "As usual, just normal." Looking at that person's handsome appearance, Han guessed in his heart that this person's sister was Nina, the reason Aaron had to come back. "My goal has not changed, climbing the tower, and return to Earth. If anything has changed, it's just that I feel more disgusted. Whoever you are, whatever your name is, surely we will both repay this debt." His expression exuded determination. The next day, sudden system notification, system error, apology message, "We apologize to all masters for the unannounced system shutdown that occurred a few days ago. The masters on the lower floors of the tower all lost connection, and an apology message for the unexpected server crash was released. I can confirm that it is something to do with what appeared on the 10th floor just before we cleared that floor." The system gives another notification, error compensation, 1, all masters will receive a special compensation, 500 gems, 2, one more thing, 50,000 grams, 3, plus hey, increase hero favorability, 1 gift card, 4, it's not over yet, no more day limit, all daily dungeons will be open for 3 days. Yizel came out of nowhere, holding firecrackers in his hand to wish him a happy birthday. "Loki, congratulations on his upgrade." Still not seeing any reaction from the other person, she asked worriedly, "You don't look very happy, what happened?" Han coldly glanced at the fairy, "I have met your main body." Yizel asked in bewilderment, "Main body, what do you mean?" He did not answer her question but instead asked the opposite, "Are you also the CEO of Mobius Corporation?" Hearing that, the fairy got angry, "No way, how much do you know?" Han smiled and said, "I don't care much, nothing has changed. I will climb the tower, you just need to help me do it." Yizel only hesitantly obeyed, "Okay." Then, as if seeing a strange object, Han Seo-jin asked confusedly, "So what is this?" The little fairy happily showed off a piece of gilded paper. "Do you know what this is? That gift card, you can get whatever you want." He looked at the gift card in his hand and asked, "What gift? You gave it to me?" Yizel proudly nodded, "It was exactly from the master." Even that idiot was aware of how wonderful Loki was. Gifts are things you can send to a hero when they do something you like, or reach an achievement milestone, which will cost gold, depending on the value of the gift, and higher-level gifts can also require the use of gems or high-level materials. Normally you have to use premium currency, but if you use gift cards, received through events, you can do so for free. The gift is worth less than 10,000 grams, the master thinks it's worth that much. He would probably be quite surprised. He didn't do anything special but his heroes actively climbed the tower for him. After thinking about it, Han bluntly returned the reward ticket. "I don't need it, give it to someone else." Away. Yizel was startled, the fairy's whole body stiffened. The system notification also appeared, Han refused the gift. It wasn't until he saw these words that Giselle shouted in panic, "Really? But with this you can own anything. Delicious food, fancy clothes, cosmetics that increase value, beauty. If you have money you can buy money." He can only smirk. "You can't buy everything. 10,000 G can't buy any decent items in the store. Why are you following me? I'm going to bed." She still didn't give up and continued, "Wait a minute." A new notification appeared again. The war horse statue was purchased with a gift card. The war horse statue has been given to Han. Tip: you can give gifts to the heroes you like. Use gifts to increase the hero's favorite points. Seo Jin absent-mindedly took the wooden horse in his hand. "What the hell?" Giselle looked very satisfied and replied, "It's a gift from the master. He just threw it on the ground in the fairy's panic." If you only give one hero, the others will become dissatisfied. Giving rewards for appropriate achievements is something that determines whether you are a good master or not, and depends on the hero and their personality. The gifts they want will be different. Giving them haphazardly is not enough. Han added the words in his heart. Using them incorrectly is worse than not using them at all. He laid himself down on the bed, comfortably thinking, "For me, I know and remember the personality and interests of Niflheim's top 100 heroes, the Star War Horse statue." Water, what are you thinking? Are you scared, or are you really not thinking at all? A voice rang out in space, opening a rift in space and time. Going back to Seo Jin's thoughts, currently his low rank or ranking is not the problem, the biggest problem is the internal opponent. He told his teammates, "Quickly clean up and get out." Before he could get into the fight, he silently recalled some incidents. The enemy named Master was the problem. Even though he was just a beginner, he had to wake up. Ivalka's stress level had reached its maximum. It was because of the repetitive training schedule and her experience on the 10th floor. The kind master had to take care of his heroes first. Ivalka asked with a frown on her face, "One sentence, where are we going this time?" But he didn't respond at all and continued to think about everything. In this state, he couldn't go to the 11th floor, so he must go to the 8th or 9th floor. Water still hasn't realized the true nature of pick-me-up. A space door appears with the words, "Climb the tower, save the world, main dungeon, current highest floor, 11. When seeing this line, Han Seo Jin sighed in his heart, "No way, he's too sick or something." The system board suddenly rang, "The main dungeon, currently challenging the 11th floor. The door will open within 10 seconds, please prepare." He suddenly thought and confirmed it, then he returned to a calm state and told everyone, "Get ready, it's the 11th floor." Jenna asked confusedly, "What, the 11th floor, are we already going to the next floor?" Suddenly the quote appeared again. Words were created among the players, "I'm too good." Someone was satisfied with praising themselves. "It seems like I've completed another level." There was a sound on the phone, "Passing the test successfully." The disease I'm too good at. The disease in which the master puts all the strategy work on the heroes and then mistakenly believes that overcoming the level is due to his own skills. Normally, he has to rearrange his heroes on the lower floors before aiming for the 11th floor, which immediately takes us to the 11th floor. I know he is completely misunderstanding. Returning to the present, the system notification rang out. Floor 11, mission type, target to suppress and eliminate enemies. The space around Han Seo Jin and the others gradually changed. He worriedly thought to himself, "He's definitely not a good player. Can I climb to the 100th floor with an idiot like this?" At the cemetery, skeletons from the grave began to crawl up. They slowly stood together in a cluster. The system displayed, skeleton level 11x14. Jenna was stunned, quickly grabbed the arrow and exclaimed in confusion, "Bone soldier." Han Shojin held the shield and sword, thinking, "I have to solve this first," and he said, "Get into position." Dika replied loudly, "Yes." The skeleton soldiers began to rush forward. Han said, "One reason why Pick Me Up is called a trash game, a RNG game, is because the difficulty of the first few floors depends entirely on luck." He used his strength to destroy a small group in one shot. He thought that if he came out with a good hero, then the player would overcome it easily, but if it was the opposite, the player would have an extremely difficult time. Difficulty, which case does Master belong to? Next, he thought to himself, it burned, and immediately a huge fire swept away another group of skeleton soldiers. He remembered the gentle face of a young woman, thinking, his first 4-star hero had merged with him. Then he remembered Avon's group, thinking further, including the 5 characters connected to the hero, those were all dead, but that didn't mean his luck was in vain. Jenna kicked a skeleton to pieces. She said loudly, "These skeleton soldiers are so annoying." Han's story continues. He was very diligent in the first floors. He continued to develop the facilities, training heroes, and crafting items as well. He was following the strategy he used before, change starting from the 5th floor. Han Shojin and Dika supported each other in destroying the group of skeleton soldiers surrounding them. He continued to think that he had completed the mission that should have failed thanks to him, and thus, he began to deviate little by little. 1. Ivalka Revel Stracher deployed magic, creating a ball of light. Han thought. Without thinking, he used 5 special turns in one go, and without bothering to develop new members, he brought them to the 10th floor. There was an even bigger mistake. The master mistook the hero's skills for him. He thought it was him who could pass the level. Looking at the destroyed skeleton soldiers scattered on the ground, he thought, the master who only depends on the hero in the game wants to be called, I am the best. At this time, the system displays the information panel. Complete the challenge. Han 2 stars, level up, reward, 30,000 G, iron or X3, bone dust. Then the card with his photo appeared. It said Han Islat. Same message line, MVP, Han, 2 stars. His body was upgraded by the system. He tiredly wiped his sweat with his hand, thinking, it's been a long time since I leveled up. The information panel once again displayed, Han Islat, 2 stars, level 11, exp, 24 out of 110, profession, novice, strength, 27 out of 27, wisdom, 10 out of 10, life, 25 out of 24, agility, 25 out of 25, skills, introductory sword and shield proficiency, level 6, ballistic defense, level 1, composure, level 3, berserk, level 1, horseback, level 1. That night, in that building, Han Shojin crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and called, Yzel. Yzel immediately appeared, saying, here. He looked at her and said, you always answer when I call. She complacently put her hands on her hips and replied, hee, of course. So, what's going on? He said with a serious face, I want to know some things. She replied, some things that I can say. He understood what she was going to say and immediately said, it's limited. What do you mean by that? Heard everything from her. Han continued, so, you can't tell me information outside that range. Yzel was confused, her mind spinning around stammering, that, normally I can't. Then she closed her eyes and shouted, okay, I'll make an exception for you. He immediately asked, the first question, what is her name? She pointed at herself and asked again, her, he answered, your essence. She grabbed her chin, frowned and said, the manager has many names, up to hundreds of millions, depending on the world he is in. If you want to know a name, in Tanir, his name is. His face darkened when he heard her say, tail. He repeated softly, tail. Han Shojin narrowed his eyes and thought, each world has a name, so her name in Niflheim is also different from here. The scene of a castle appears, along with the narration. After completing the 10th floor, the name given to the waiting room depends on the master. The lands floating in the bubbles also gradually appeared along with the narration. The name here is Tanir, and my account is Niflheim. 4th place is Raglansid, and 3rd place is Ezekiel. Han thought, if what Tale said was true, then each master held the fate of a world in his hands. There were 100 million worlds now, and it was growing. The boot was placed next to the bed. His voice rang out, the next sentence, what is Mobius? Yzel questioned, wondering, Mobius, are you talking about our company? Our company, he interrupted, not that company. She was stunned and looked at him with wide eyes. The outer space that appeared, she said, was a spiral universe, connected to thousands of parallel worlds. He thought, is that why each account has different missions, and no heroes overlap between players, and said, so, each master is assigned to a world. Then he remembered the look in Tail's eyes, thinking, I think I'm starting to understand her identity a little. Then he asked, is whatever a human? Yzel put his hands on his hips and replied, human, of course, only humans on Earth can become masters. Han said, that's not what I meant, I was asking if Tail had any influence on whatever or not. She exclaimed in panic, impacting the master. She immediately disappeared, just saying, wait a minute, let's go check, and he closed his eyes and didn't care. Soon, he was lying in bed, thinking, learning about Mobius, then, I don't need to think about it now. The sound of crackling fire rang out. Yzel appeared and said, don't worry, whatever is 100% human. Han Shojin immediately asked, can I believe it? She replied, yes, I have confirmed it from another manager. She said, but from the beginning, to do that required complicated conditions and was too risky. He closed his eyes silently for a moment and replied, I understand. In the area there are mannequins. Han's thoughts appeared, I knew that whatever was just an ordinary person, not affected by anyone. Then Ursher rushed forward with a shield and weapon, shouting, I'm coming. Han held the stick and used great force to attack, still thinking, then, what he is doing now is whatever's normal play style. He quickly counterattacked, he gritted his teeth and dodged, thinking, there can be no mistake. Roderick also moved forward to attack, he quickly used his shield to block it, thinking, whatever is really sick, I am the best. He continuously attacked Han Shojin to make things difficult for him, but he completely dodged every attack. His train of thought continued, if this symptom worsens, he will have difficulty in the future. On the other side, Irshur took the opportunity to run back and attack, but Han still had time to block it. From behind, Edith ran over with a dart while he was blocking his attack. Due to being distracted, he gritted his teeth and looked at his injured cheek when the weapon passed by, thinking, 3 in 1 is too much. In the distance, someone jumped up. Han thought again, whatever is only at level 1, I am the best. Jenna and Aaron simultaneously ran up to attack. The two run up to assist Han against Roderick and Irshur, leaving him to confront Edith. Roderick's group also fiercely fought back. Han thought the most effective way was to eliminate the hero that the master depended on the most. Han let out a breath, his eyes became sharp, he concluded, it was him. A very modern window appears, along with a system notification, welcoming to pick me up, Han, Jenna, Aaron, Ivalka. Han Shojin slowly walked behind the group. Jenna excitedly spoke up, are we going to the 12th floor? We're starting to speed up. Aaron replied, isn't the move a bit strange? This is too early. Yizel flew forward, pointed at the city gate, ordered, opened, space rift, immediately flickering light appeared in space. He thought, we just climbed to the 11th floor yesterday, not even a minute, more days on Earth. If we are sent to the 12th floor, he plans to quickly clear the 2 floors in 1 day. Jenna saw him standing still and asked, oh, aren't you coming in? He didn't answer, just asked Yizel, what floor was whatever taking us to? She immediately stiffened. Then she was confused, scratched her cheek and replied, 12th floor. He narrowed his eyes and thought, just like I thought. Looking at the 3 people accompanying him in front, Han thought, the hero can demand as well as oppose the master, and sometimes disobey their orders. So he crossed his arms over his chest and said, I refuse to participate, causing her to gasp in surprise. System shows, Han, 2 stars, refused to attend. She screamed in panic. What? He said, I won't go. She asked again. Really? He replied, I look like I'm joking. Jenna heard that and wondered. He said not to go. Can you do that? Isn't the order mandatory? Han replied, I haven't said, everyone can refuse. Then he silently said the next part in his head, even though he had to suffer the consequences. She said, it was the first time I heard it. Weren't the other people also dragged in despite them screaming and not wanting to fight? He replied, they just don't know how. Yizel angrily said loudly, please think again, it's very dangerous, but Han just smirked and said in a questioning tone, and didn't throw us into the dungeon again and again. She turned pale and helplessly said, again, he said, I know what you are going to say. The city door opened, bringing with it a bright light. Han thought, synthesis, although he can refuse to participate, but cannot refuse synthesis, if whatever gets mad, I will become a synthetic material. Then he remained silent and said again in a low voice, I will not participate. Ivalka Revelstracher frowned and said, what about us? Are you saying we fight alone? She, Jenna, and Aaron looked at him stunned, listening to him. Everyone can make their own decisions. I won't stop you. He tightened his grip on the stick. Then walked towards him, saying, if you don't go, I won't go either, surprising her. The system announced that Aaron, a star, refused to participate. Jenna also put her hands behind her head, calmly said, you should have talked about this sooner, it's so troublesome. Ivalka saw that and gasped in panic. The system continued to announce that Jenna, a star, refused to participate. So she panicked and exclaimed, how could I cross the border alone? System notification, Ivalka, 3 stars, has declined to participate. Group 1, has lost control. Tip, the hero will sometimes protest, you can solve it by listening to their demands or punishing the initiator. Han Shojin saw the situation in front of him and happily smirked and said, punish the person who started it. Yizel next to him turned pale and awkwardly said, I didn't write this. He replied, I know. Jenna asked him, so, what do we do now? He crossed his arms in front of his chest and remained silent. Then he smiled softly and said, just wait. A giant eye appeared in the sky above, squinting at Han. He still calmly continued to say, see what the master will do. 4 cards with their pictures appeared, with the same title, On Strike. Han thought. Anything seemed completely surprised. The system notification sounds. Group 1 cannot work, suggesting that heroes sometimes do not listen to your orders. You can solve this problem by listening to their wishes or punishing the hero who caused the problem. Han continued to think. He would never have thought that the hero would refuse to listen to his orders, although he could have known this through instructions on the internet. However, he probably did not know. Yizel shouted, Edith, Roderick, Usher, Dika. Edith led the team forward. I thought you guys had left. Why were we summoned? Han glanced at her and replied, we have decided not to go anymore. She was surprised. Why? How? After explaining everything clearly, she said, it's too dangerous, and he sat on the chair and replied, I know, she said again, if you don't prove your worth to the master, you understand, and continued, I will die. She asked him, do you think the master would like it when someone disobeys orders? He asked back, are you planning to commit suicide if the master tells you to do so? I thought you were fighting to live. She was silent, not knowing what to say. It's impossible for a hero to have such a thing as loyalty. They all fight because they don't want to die. She told her team and glanced at him as if to tell him, we're going, and we need to become stronger, and besides, I don't want to be synthesized anymore. Saying that, she and her team entered the gate and disappeared. Jenna asked him, what will happen to us? He replied, I don't know, depends on the master. She said, that's not what you usually say. He calmly argued, I'll tell you one thing, if I get synthesized, give up immediately and never disobey master again. That way, people will not die. Jenna immediately said, you can't die. Aaron agreed, that's right. Ivalka laughed. I have to admit she was right. Han smiled helplessly and thought, they have grown a lot. Suddenly the system notified, 1-star Dika was bleeding, his HP will decrease over time. 2-star Usher has bleed, his HP will decrease over time. The system's voice made him silently say to himself, it seems that the 12th floor is much more difficult than the 11th floor. 1-star Dika fell into a state of fear, all stats decreased by 30%, Edith and her wounded team walked out of the gate. He asked how it was, she remained silent. Suddenly she called, Han. Her face was sharp, how could she disobey orders? He also smiled dangerously and replied, it's easy. Warning system, 3-star Edith refused to participate, Group 2 cannot operate. Yizel flew down from above worried, things are getting worse than I thought. He smiled and said, that's right, his 2 main groups are unusable, he won't be able to participate in the vaults. The main dungeon, patrol dungeon, as well as the exploration dungeon and lobby are now paralyzed. He turned around and said, we didn't listen to the master's orders, but let's just do everything as usual, we won't stop practicing. He continued his words, every dungeon will be open for 3 days to compensate for the error right, we need to replenish the medicine, Jenna and Aaron also need to level up, we can enter the dungeon next week. I like it, so let's go. Yizel panicked, are you sure? What will happen if the master takes a break? He didn't bother replying, he can do whatever he likes, if he can't solve it, then we can't climb the tower either. The fairy turned pale and worried, what if he synthesized Loki? He just smiled, I would rather die peacefully than die from exhaustion from work. It's not too difficult to solve this problem, like in the suggestion, he just needs to synthesize the hero that caused it. He goes on to say, of course, the hero's stress will reach its peak while morale will be at its lowest, but they will never disobey orders again. He can buy gifts or level up to base material things to increase morale, she heard him say and covered her face with her hair, not knowing what to do with him. He walked and said, of course, Enning is not that smart. The next day, we went into the weekly dungeon to collect elemental stones to level up. The door displayed the words, change dungeon, weekly dungeon, collect all rare materials, Cadet Forest, 11 o'clock. Olka and I, Jenna and Aaron, we split into 2 groups into 2 different dungeons. And like that, we received a basic elemental firestone. After that, we continued to practice. Our sword and shield magic had reached level 6. We had reached a level that required special training to reach a higher level. We needed to find an opponent of the same level to fight, or limit it while practicing. I gave Oka a quest since she only mastered one type of magic, which was to practice control magic until she had this skill. Ivalka shouted at Han, I only know how to use fire magic. He said, do you want to eat potatoes all day? That day, eating did not log in, even the next day. Yizel cried, the master still didn't log in. Had he retired? Han calmly drank tea, not knowing. The system sound rings, the download is successful, welcome to pick me up, Yizel shouted happily, he was in. Edith leaned against the wall and said, maybe he changed his mind. He replied, I don't think so. He thought to himself, if it were proven that he was the best and that it was easy to treat, he wouldn't be so famous. Obviously what he was thinking was, he would use all the gems he got along with the rewards to change the attack group. The system displays two options. Master, start the special summon. You have chosen 3 special summons, a total cost of 1,500 gems. Will you continue? Then it announced, Master, starting the special summon. I was excited to see which hero was summoned. Rarely, Master Enning received the 3-star Stein hero. Rare, Master Enning received the 3-star Mazel hero. Rare, Master Enning received 3-star Taser hero. Edith said, in the distance, some new heroes have joined us. Han pulled up his chair and stood up and replied, I know. She said, if there is anyone like Roderick or Olka, we need to split into teams. He replied, no, we don't need to do that, they won't join our group. She was surprised. Why? He didn't explain, just said, you'll see. Taser said, so, can we talk? Mazel shouted, I said no, you smell like old men, don't you know? He immediately took out his weapon and shouted, what did you just say? How dare you say that just because I'm going easy on you? She didn't want to be outdone and summoned her weapon. You think I'm weak because I'm a woman, you son of a bitch. Warning system, 3-star Taser has shown hostility to 3-star Mazel. 3-star Mazel has shown hostility to 3-star Taser. Hostile relations have been formed. Carefully maintain the relationship between hero. Han walked over and thought to himself, they just came down here and are already preparing to fight. Stein was trying to reconcile them. When they saw him coming, they immediately ran to him and asked, were you here before? He replied, yes. Srain smiled and introduced, I'm Stein Rastov, an apprentice engineer. Is it okay if you stop those 2 people? They don't listen to me. Taser scoffed, why should I do that? You're just a chicken. He turned back and asked, what? She smiled disdainfully. I agreed. Who would listen to a lucky guy with a good family? He immediately got mad and picked up his sword. I can forgive insults to me, but I cannot forgive insults to my family. The system warned. 3-star Stein has shown hostility towards him. Mazel 3 stars and Taser 3 stars. Edith was confused. What's wrong with these people? Han replied, they probably don't like each other very much. The reaction between heroes is very important. There are heroes that when combined together in a group will increase their stats, but there are also heroes that when combined together will decrease their stats, although, a bit rare, when they fought as soon as they were summoned. Taser brandishes his weapon. I will teach you how to behave. Srain held his sword and knocked his weapon away. Yizel suddenly appeared angry. What's wrong with you guys? Are you crazy? Do you want to die? He noticed her and asked, hey, who are you? She replied, I am Izel, representing the master. Don't do anything stupid, I am stronger than all of you. Srain held his head. Master. Yizel said, no matter what, no fighting in the lobby, I'll just let it go this time, understand? Mazel waved her hand and said, then, deal with those 2, I don't want to see them. Then she pointed to Han, if we have to form a group, I like the guy over there better. Yizel immediately denied, you have no right to choose the group, only the master is allowed. Notification system, create a team, drag and drop heroes. 3-star Stein has joined group 3, 3-star Mazel has joined group 3, 3-star Taser has joined group 3. Open, the spacetime rift. Edith looked confused as Han left and asked, where are you going? Han, he replied, going to bed. She said again, what about them? He just calmly replied, they won't come back. He returned to his room. The system continuously notified. 3-star Taser had fallen into a crazy state, attacking allies. 3-star Stein was bleeding. His HP would decrease over time. He leaned over the bed. The system continued to notify. 3-star Stein had fallen into a crazy state, attacking his allies. 3-star Mazel has entered a berserk state, attacking allies. 3-star Stein killed an ally. He complained, I'm trying to sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, the system rang out simultaneously. 3-star Taser had returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. 3-star Mazel has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. The 3-star Stein fell into a state of despair. With all his stats down 80%, the notification sound is really loud. 3-star Stein has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Finally it says, Group 3 is dead, you have failed. The system displays a notification that Tarsher, 3 stars, has fallen into a crazy state, attacking allies. Han sat quietly on the bed, his head bowed. The system continued to report, Stein, 3 stars, was bleeding. His HP would decrease over time. Stein, 3 stars, had fallen into a berserk state, attacking allies. Han lay down looking tired. The system reported, Majel, 3 stars, had fallen into a frenzy, attacking allies. Han closed his eyes. The system displays a red message, Stein, 3 stars, killed an ally. Han opened his eyes slightly. He whispered to himself, I'm trying to sleep. System notification, Tarsher, 3 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Majel, 3 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Stein, 3 stars, had fallen into a state of despair, with all stats down 80%. Han tossed and turned towards the corner of the wall. He said, the announcement was really noisy. The system continues, Stein, 3 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Group 3, destroyed, you have failed. The system displays 3 cards of Stain, Tarsher and Majel destroyed. Han was resting his head on his hands, lying on the bed when Yizel suddenly appeared with a tear-stained appearance. The system pops up, Master, are you sure you want to exit the game? Yes is selected. The system announced, see you later. Yizel saw that and immediately cried and flew back to Han. She opened her arms and sadly shouted, Loki. While pulling Han's shirt and hitting him, she cried and said, what do we do? What do we do? What if they delete this account? He replied without hesitation, it's possible. She listened, so heartbroken, sobbing and screaming, what will happen to me, to us? She flew onto his head, pulling his hair and screaming, if Master doesn't log in within 5 months, the account will be automatically deleted. You know it too. We can't keep doing this. Calm down. Glancing at her, she said impatiently, so in terms of time in the waiting room, we have about 1 year and 6 months left. When she heard that, her face immediately became distorted. She held her head in both hands, raised her face to the sky and screamed, the waiting room cannot operate without the Master. I have no right to interfere. I will disappear forever, regardless of the situation, even though I haven't lived that long. In contrast to Yizel's panic, he just calmly closed his eyes and said, don't worry too much, it hasn't been confirmed yet. She stammered back, but... He told her, don't worry, if he intended to stop playing, he would have stopped when he compiled the 4-star character. Hearing that, she felt a little hopeful. She raised her hand to wipe her tears. She asked him, is it true? She wiped away her tears, looked at him and said, ah, okay, I will believe you. He turned his head to look at her. He asked, but why are you so worried? Will you die if we don't climb the tower? At his round face full of surprise and worry, she replied, yes. He sat up in shock, looked at her, and asked again, will you die? Her back appeared with the reply, I will disappear. Han was stunned and turned his eyes to look at her. A drop of sweat fell on his cheek. He thought, wait a minute, if it's 6 months. He winced thinking of the name, Niflheim. He told himself, there wasn't much time left. The next day, the system pops up notices all over everyone's residence, buy whatever you want. Mobius cheers for the Master's choice. You have chosen the golden package multiplied by 3, the contents of the package, 5,000 gems, 3 gift certificates, all for $90. The purchased item will be sent to your phone, confirming the purchase. Han and Aaron were practicing, sweating profusely, when they stopped to look. The system appears, Master, special summoning has begun, we expect heroes to appear, press, spin. A loud noise erupted, and along with that, the door in the hall also opened with a flash of purple light, bang. Notification system, rare, master, whatever, received hero, Noken, 3 stars. Noken walked out of the gate. He smirked, asked, what is this? Oh ho, there is a woman there here again. Another man walked out of the gate. Announcement system, rare, master, whatever, received hero, Winard, 3 stars. Winard slowly walked out. He spoke, this place is fine, but I want to eat something first. And then a purple-haired man. Notification system, rare, master, whatever, received hero, Jelen, 3 stars. He arrogantly walked out, asking everyone, who was the leader here, lead us to a place to rest. Han saw these people and smiled and said to Aaron, it seems these kids need to be taught. Do you want to do it? He awkwardly disagreed, hesitantly replied, no, me. Without respecting anyone, Jelen smirked and approached Han. He asked, who are you, if you don't want to die? Before he finished speaking, he interrupted, you talk too much, I can hear it, my voice is from the training ground. He closed his eyes and turned around and said, Edith, teach them. Jenna, follow me. She smiled and told Edith, be gentler when your group gets here. Suddenly at this moment, Noken rushed up from behind to attack Han. He smiled happily and asked, "What's wrong?" He bowed his head and a voice rang out, saying, "No, not them, leader." At this moment, Han immediately turned around and punched him in the face repeatedly, causing him to vomit blood. Edith also rushed to attack Jelen. Winard's face turned pale when he saw that. Han's thoughts appeared and he turned around 3 more times. It seemed like whatever still hadn't learned anything. He was planning to take 2 one-star characters and give them to him. Enough squad. To Winard's fear, Edith repeatedly attacked Jelen. Noken was punched by Han until he fainted. He choked him, smiling on the outside, secretly thinking, there is a strategy for high-level and low-level heroes to be together in the same group, but it has to be done in moderation. Spinning 5 times is always better. System pops up, team combination, Noken, 3 stars, joined, group 3, Winard, 3 stars, joined, group 3, Jelen, 3 stars, joined, group 3, Robril, 1 star, joined, group 3, John, 1 star, joined, group 3. Han stood in front of Noken, arrogantly said, "Welcome, sorry for teaching you when you first arrived, but it seems you will go to battle immediately." Yizel's voice sounded, opening a rift in space and time. From inside, Noken led the way out, followed by Jelen and Winard. All 3 people's faces were scratched, and finally Robril and John helped each other out. Seeing them, Han began to analyze. 3 people at a time, they didn't seem to be hostile towards each other. Although one person was seriously injured, they passed the test without anyone dying. Han thought further, they seemed to understand their roles in the group. Meanwhile, Yizel happily held a golden card and gave it to Noken and told him, "Well done, this is a gift from the master." A few days later, at the practice area, Han and Jenna were running together. Suddenly Jenna asked, "Isn't it dangerous?" He didn't understand asking her, "What?" The scene of Noken and a few people attacking each other appeared. She told him to continue. "Those people, we should take back the place that was stolen." Suddenly, Noken turned his head, his eyes lit up, and he smiled terrifyingly. Then Han ran by. When he saw that, he turned pale and scared. His head was covered in sweat, he trembled and turned away to leave. Jenna and Han both saw that scene, and he told her to ignore them. Some time later, in front of the scene where Noken and Group 3 were taking advantage of the victory, Han thought to himself, even though there were no magicians, the professional balance in their group was not bad. Group 3 continued to get stronger without who must die. Whatever's plan seems to have gone smoothly. Noken raised his head, he smiled arrogantly and asked, "Do you know why they were not sent away?" "Because they were abandoned by the master." He continued, "If we get stronger, we can combine them." "Ah, except for the magician brat, we have added him to the group." Jelen heard that and asked again, "Isn't the group full of people?" "Why?" Winard immediately spoke up, "We have 2 useless children, let's just leave one." Suddenly, Han appeared. He smiled and said, "Oh ho, that sounds interesting." Noken was talking. "Yes, that was the plan." Then as soon as he heard Han's voice he exclaimed in panic, "Ah!" He was scared, his face was sweaty, but he still tried to turn around and ask Han tremblingly, "What are you doing here?" He slightly turned his head and smiled in response, "Just drinking water, just keep going." So, hesitantly replied, "Nothing, I'm just going to sleep, ha ha." Han heard that, his face frowned, he glanced at them, thinking to himself, they are incapable of teamwork, they treat the 1-star character in the group like animals. Whatever must be very satisfied. The tower's floors were continuously notified by the system that they had been cleared. Han thought, despite some obstacles, Group 3 finally passed the 14th floor. The 14th floor, they easily passed the 13th and 14th floors, but there was an obstacle on the 12th floor, or were they just lucky? He ran, panting, thoughts constantly appearing. There was no one there. Group 3, reaching above level 10, but whatever kept forcing them to continue, and at that moment, Group 3 reached the 15th floor. "We will be synthesized." Ivalka ran behind him. She asked in an echoing voice, "Shouldn't we do something? They will catch up with us if this keeps up." She continued breathing heavily. "I don't know anything, so do something," he replied. "I'm doing it. I won't stop you guys from changing groups." Hearing that, she immediately said, "I don't want to go with them, that's so wrong." He heard that and continued to run and replied, "Then just wait, until the opportunity comes." Then he turned his head slightly and asked her if she had mastered control magic. She replied, "Of course, who do you think I am?" She turned on the trick mode. Several towels wrapped on the ground covered in purple light were lifted up. Han saw that and immediately thought, mindlessness and movement are elementary control skills. He turned to look at her, he smiled and said, "You did very well, you were running all this time, you were too exhausted, tired." He looked up, thinking, but the master didn't take any action. The waiting room has enough equipment, but the number of people has reached the limit. Some structures have been unlocked after completing the 10th floor, but none have been built yet. He needs to level 3 for the system, but currently now I have no intention of doing so. The scene moved to where Group 3 was practicing. Han continued to analyze. Whatever's intention was to focus entirely on Group 3. Preparing to successfully complete the 15th floor, Group 3 realized they had received the Master's favor and began to reveal their true selves. Right now, they've only scolded Chloe for adding more meat to their diet, taking Roby's place on the sofa, and many other small actions, but if they successfully complete the 15th floor, they will be even more violent. Furthermore, notification system, groups, gathering in the square. Winard spoke. Hee, it's time. Jelen smiled, holding a test tube containing red medicine and added, let's go. Noken responded kindly, easily. Notification system, Noken, 3 stars, given 1, low-level health potion. Winard, 3 stars, given 1, low-level health potion. Jelen, 3 stars, given 1, low-level health potion. Edith, Han and Jenna stood outside watching. Jenna sat next to Han. She pouted and said, concentrating for a long time, give them what we made. Master is too much, he calmly said when he heard that. We can make more. Looking at everyone paying attention, Jenna said, well, there was no one here when we got to the 10th floor. Everyone was standing there watching. He replied, this is better. The system alerts, opens, and praises cracks in no time. The group of 3 entered one by one. Noken turned around and laughed loudly, proudly pointing at Han and saying, I'll see you again when I come back. I'll tell the Master to punish you. You should prepare. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, Han slightly bowed his head and smiled. He thought, let's say that when we get back. Edith teased. She bowed her head and said, you're really famous. Aaron saw that and asked, what if they succeed? Faced with Jenna and Aaron's slightly worried and embarrassed faces, Han said, if they complete the 15th floor, we will stop fighting, otherwise we will die. He calculated that the probability that Group 3 would complete the 15th floor was not zero. Noken's back gradually disappeared in the light of the gate. Han continued to think, there will come a time when the 15th floor will be completed by the Suicide Squad, then our resistance will be meaningless. Whatever will regain confidence, and will no longer need us, he said. If they return, listen to the Master, and not oppose. The group of 3 stood together around a circle of light. Han thought, of course, I will be rounded up. Noken at the head spoke, okay, let's go kill everything. Han continued his train of thought, whether we were synthesized after completing the 15th floor, or they failed. Group 3 gradually appeared in the 15th floor scene. Noken's face suddenly showed a bewildered look. Huh. Han continued to think, a bet. Right at this moment, Noken was so panicked that he exclaimed, this is. Everyone paid attention. Jenna sat on the chair, her head bowed, looking a bit worried. Aaron standing next to her. Edith, with her arms crossed, watched intently. Dyke and Irsher standing next to her. Rodsard crossed his arms, his face serious, his head bowed. Han was sitting on the chair, thinking silently. It's been 5 minutes, no notification has appeared, which means they are not in danger yet. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide in surprise. The system displays a notification. The mission failed. The team was destroyed. Noken, 3 stars, has returned to the goddess's arms. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Winard, 3 star, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Jelen, 3 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Robril, 3 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. John, 3 stars, has returned to the arms of the goddess. His fighting spirit he will be remembered forever. Han thought in surprise. Team 3 was destroyed immediately. The system displays a notification in front of the gate. Team 3 has been destroyed. You have failed. Han's face sank, full of seriousness. He thought, it had only been 5 minutes. He spoke, it was a special mission. Suddenly, a red light appeared around them. The gravity seemed to be stronger and there were a few blue lightning bolts. Han leaned back and couldn't keep his center of gravity. Jenna on the other side did the same. She panicked and shouted, see, what happened? The system shows, Master, do you want to log out? Yes, selected. Yizel spun around. She was dizzy, trying to speak up to inform everyone about the situation. The Master threw the phone. The system appeared, so goodbye. Yizel saw this and cried loudly. She pulled Han's shirt and yelled at him. Something happened. What should we do? He wasn't worried at all. He just felt a bit bothered and responded to her. There were many people. Look, let it go. He put his hands on his hands, stood up from the chair, bowed slightly and said, "The show is over, let's go home." Jenna immediately asked him, "What about Team 3? He replied, "They were destroyed." Han thought to himself, instead of completing this floor, they were destroyed as soon as they arrived. We have no clue about the 15th floor, what a waste. Jenna turned her head slightly, her face worried and said, "They just let's go." Aaron turned to look. Han didn't care much, he closed his eyes and said, "That's all their skills are, whatever hasn't logged in for a while." In the waiting room. On the training ground, one person's voice echoed loudly, "Ooh." Han's hand tightly grasped the wooden stick. He was practicing. Yizel's voice rang out, "Loki." She was wearing pajamas, flying close to his head, crying and saying, "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" His face was drenched in sweat. He turned his head slightly and replied, "If you have free time, go to sleep." Looking at the pile of practice items, he told her, "We have to continue living, wake up in the morning, practice after eating, eat lunch, practice, and continue practicing until night." She didn't calm down when she heard that. She opened her tear-filled eyes and shouted loudly at him, "It's been 10 days, besides you guys haven't done anything." Yizel pointed to the scene where the other one-star people were gathering and having fun. She said, "Because the master and the synthesis were gone, they were no longer afraid of anything. No one, not even one person, wanted to go to the dungeon every day." Han raised his hand to wipe the sweat pouring from his face. He replied, 10 days in the waiting room is 3 days in reality. Right now, the system displays a notification. The download process is finished. Tap, welcome to pick me up. Seeing that, Han turned around and said, "What, he's back." Yizel saw the announcement and cried tears of joy. Looking at her eyes in anticipation, she said, "Master." A bright light appeared. Han raised his hand to cover his eyes. The system notifies you, you have taken a screenshot, an image will be saved to the gallery. Han opened his eyes slightly to the bright light. The system shows, "Master, you want to log out?" "Yes," selected, "then goodbye." Seeing this, Yizel was angry. She clenched her hands, said in a harsh voice, "Logged in after a while, and did nothing." Then she exclaimed in despair, "Wait, will this account be locked?" Han saw her like that, then spoke up and said, "He didn't do nothing, he took a screenshot." She didn't understand and asked him why he took a screenshot. He smiled and replied, "Why not, it's for memories." He went to the weapons storage area in the training ground, placed a spare wooden stick there. He asked, "What is your hobby, Yizel?" She replied sadly, "I told you to surf the VIP museum website, already." He smiled meaningfully and asked her, "So, you can access the internet, right?" She replied, "Of course." She didn't really understand, crossed her arms and asked him, "Huh?" Han's eyes lit up with blue light. He came up with an idea and happily said, "You need to give me a hand." A loud scream came from outside. "No way, are you planning on accessing the internet here?" Han lay on the bed, resting his head on his hand, calmly replied, "You can't." It turns out that voice was Yizel's. She shouted to him, "It's not impossible." He raised his head and asked her, "So why hesitate?" She tried to explain, "It's not easy to interfere with information from another dimension, there is a penalty for that." She pointed her finger at him. She said, "We need to rely on the data left by the master. If we just look at it, it could take more than an hour. But if you want to write a topic or send a message, the time there won't be much left. It's not easy to pursue hobbies." He replied, "Is that so?" She got a little angry, turned her head away and said, "Of course, I'm also very tired of it. It's been a long time since I've been able to visit the Loki fan forum." He stood up, bowed his head and told her, "Just as I thought, I need to use the internet." She worriedly asked, "Directly?" He replied, "That would be better." She looked at him with a pale face. Even the cat on her shirt had the same expression. Then she slapped her face and shouted, "Okay." She turned on her serious mode, speaking with full strength, "Because of Loki." She used her power. A virtual computer screen and keyboard appeared. She shouted loudly, "Power, power, little fairy." Her hands were raised high, her whole body was trembling. She told Han, "I'm sorry, but I can't hold it for long." Seeing that, he was a little confused and asked, "Is it necessary to keep that position?" She replied, "I'm concentrating. This is the posture of concentration." She reached out tremblingly, trying to speak up and tell him, "Anyway, hurry up, me." Sitting in front of Yizel's virtual cloud, he coldly responded to her, "If you're tired then shut up, I'll finish quickly, stop." He went to the website. The screen displayed the title, "Pick Me Up, Online Forum." He thought to himself, "I haven't been here for a long time." He scanned the item list, said, "Let's see, the item needs help." He opened his mouth and smiled. A post appeared on the screen. He happily thought, here it is. The post said, I'm stuck. Please help. The account's name is, whatever. The post attached a photo of the waiting room, with the content, hello everyone, this post I want to ask about everything that has been going on for almost a month since I started playing. At first it was fine, but then I got stuck and couldn't pass the level. I think I followed the instructions above. Form, but something is wrong. This is the situation of my waiting room right now. It's full of 1-star characters. My 3 or 4-star characters are all dead. He looked at the character cards and thought a little surprised. This is my avatar, handsome just like the character in the game, but who drew it? He read down the comments section, thinking to himself, it was full of sarcastic words, playing, clever, too much. The screen appeared, an account named, Deep Road, commented, what kind of game are you playing? I'm blind. What? How can you play up to the 14th floor? An account named Headcracker commented, someone give me some experience through the game. Account Genkino replied, here, this guy has the disease I'm in the late stages of. Okay, quarantine is not contagious now. Account, 1 piece 2 piece, what force made you pass the 14th floor? It's just me and you, Pate. If I were a hero I'd be crazy. Assassin in the Dark, wrote, you should change battles tell me. Maybe at first it was okay, but then it went really wrong. With me, Mom, you created a team between hostile heroes. Are you planning to organize a school fight or something? Shigen, answer now below. But look at the stats of the 2-star characters. He's awesome. How does he train to have so many skills? VIP Story Museum. Whoever carries him must be training hard. Mackin 113, comment, don't know what can I say. Telling him would take a whole page. You can read it yourself from Loki's stage walkthrough tutorials. Han looked up, saw Isle with puffy eyes and cheeks. Her face was purple. He thought, this is probably Isle's limit. He touched the keyboard, thinking, if I send my cloud data articles to whatever and successfully support him on how to play, I think whatever's current way of playing will change. Dialog box pops up, Loki Han, check your mail, you can read it. Notorious, reply, what is this, is it really Loki? VIP Story Museum, suspicious, Yakuza idol, reply, oh my god, it's the real Loki. Hey, the nickname on the game guide is exactly the same. Pizza Town Chicken City, WTF, where are the idols these days? Loki, idols, please read my messages, please save the idol people from this, I'm the best. Hey, all EV1, why did Loki help you? Are you the president's son or the admin of the Story Museum? Seeing these comments, Han secretly wondered, I should stay anonymous. Isle on the one hand was probably about to reach her limit. She blushed and shouted loudly, Kua. She fell down on the bed tiredly. Han turned his head to look at her and said, good, it's over. She was tired, trembling and asked him again, is it over? Is it good? He replied, it depends on whatever. She was so tired that her face was melting. She said, looks like you sent a message. What did you write in there? He replied, I wrote down my gameplay, and some other miscellaneous things. Suddenly her hair stood up. With a face full of excitement, she asked loudly, no, the Book of Heaven. He looked at her in confusion and asked again, what? Her eyes glowed, her nose exhaled as she spoke. It was said that it contained attack solutions to overcome levels that the community had not yet completed, solutions to guide levels through the levels written by Loki himself. It was a book that contained everything about Pick Me Up. Why did you send that to the master? He reached out and pushed her away, saying nonchalantly, move out, my friend. He crossed his arms and leisurely said, you're half right. What I sent to the master is a record of the playing process and what I researched after 2 years. There are also some hypotheses in there. Listen to this. Her eyes lit up. She shed tears of happiness. She said, so it was real. Looking at the burning fire, he thought to himself, although I can't say it contains everything of Pick Me Up, it does contain all of my knowledge. Looking at the flying papers, he thought, however I'm not sure if whatever will read it or not. It's as long as several books, and originally it wasn't written down for others to read. Looking up at the window, he told himself, however, if he reads it all, he can solve it himself. Han's eyes lit up with a mysterious blue light. He thought, things would become extremely interesting. He also wondered if he would lose interest in the game and log out forever, or would he try again? The system notifies, the download process is finished, tap. The morning waiting room appears, the system appears, welcome to Pick Me Up. A knife was thrown, spinning in the air. Han grabbed it, he sat still in the chair, a pressure radiated around him. He thought to himself, it's finally here. Isle appeared before him and called, Loki. She held a wooden trophy shaped like a horse in her hand. She said, L is a gift from the master. The system showed up, bought, war horse statue, cost 5,000 G, gave, war horse statue, to Han, 2 stars. He reached out his hand and told her, "Give it here." When she saw that, she was startled and said, "Are you going to hit it again?" Holding the war horse statue in her hand, Han told her that before I sent the documents, I made a few changes. His eyes flashed blue light. He smiled and said, he had to give a hero he liked, a war horse statue, twice or more. The system showed, Han, 2 stars, was happy to receive it, war horse statue, increasing popularity. He put his foot down and walked away. He thought to himself, he had read all that document. He held the statue and the knife he had just rotated, moving towards where Jenna, Vifolka and Aaron were standing. He thought, I don't need an disobedient master. If they decide to climb to the end, surpassing the 100,000 active activities, if he cannot do so, he will not be able to dictate to himself. Holding the war horse statue tightly, he continued to think, even if he still did not fully understand the document, he said, if he sincerely wished. To the smiles of Jenna, Ivalka, and Aaron, Han said, then I'm willing to act. The system displays a notification that Team 1 is no longer out of control. In the room, Han talked to Izel. Izel asked Loki, what would happen if the master did not change? Han replied, there is no such possibility. When is the next opportunity? Izel wondered, you mean to use the internet, you have to rely on the speed of collecting intervention points. Han asked as he put on his shoes, what was the point of intervention? It is what Mobius uses to confound cause and effect in laws. Izel explains, when the master is logged in and active, intervention points are collected. Intervention points are compiled faster as the person clears a floor and gems as well. Izel happily held the bag of gems in her hand. They were the physical form of the intervention point. Each gem has creative power. Han asked as he stood up to prepare, like the power of money in the real world. Izel appeared to wisely answer that human money can create deep hatred. Cryptocurrency is great, but cash is even better. If you bring cash to the headquarters, you will receive an additional 1%. Han walked out of the room. 1%, really stingy. Han walked out and told everyone on the team, this is the first time we've gone out in a while, we've been resting for too long. Display system, Team 1 is active, Team 1 moves forward with enthusiasm. From now on, we will use the ceasefire order. The system displays, great, Master, you have changed the heroes' minds. Jenna said, I don't really care, but this is good. Hearing that, Han immediately asked, don't you all feel itchy hands and feet? Ivalka replied, no, not really. Han's eyes glanced towards Jenna. Jenna avoided Han's eyes and sweatily replied, it was definitely itchy. Aaron asked Han, even if the master changes his mind, our team only has 4 people, we are missing 1 member. Han smiled, no need to worry. At this time, Han's voice transmitted through the system to Edis who was training. Edis, the master wants you to temporarily join Team 1, come here. Edis took his coat and walked out. You revoked the truce, what about the master? Han crossed his arms and replied, as you can see, you will know later. At this time, the system announces that Team 2 is active. Edis was happy, okay, if everyone said so. Display system, 3-star Edis has joined Team 1. Han shouted loudly, opening the spacetime rift. Edis reminded him, I won't be here long. Han replied, I don't ask you to stay long. You can return to lead Team 2 when we finish scanning the 15th floor. Notification system, main dungeon, current challenge floor is floor 8. On the display space door, climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon current floor 8, system prompt, gates will be opened in 10 seconds, please prepare. A ray of light flashed, the group arrived at the 8th floor to perform the mission. Level 8 mission type, suppress the target, destroy all enemies. Aaron said, this is the 8th floor. Han is serious, it's time to show off what I've been practicing. At this moment, the level 9 by 27 goblin cavalry rushed forward with great enthusiasm. Ivalka coldly reached out and chanted a reversal spell to blow away the goblin cavalry. Jenna quickly shot the arrows to hit the goblins. Ivalka chanted a spell that caused magical flames to engulf the goblins. Han's sharp eyes rushed forward. Before, it took 40 seconds, but now she only needed 10 seconds. This is the final level. His sword slashes cut the goblins into pieces. Seeing Team 1's enthusiasm, Edis immediately turned to stone. He called me to join the party. At this time, the system displays the pass level. After the battle, Han thought to himself, Jenna can throw moves much faster, now I can trust her to cover me. Jenna asked Edis if she was bored. Edis happily replied, it was fun to watch. Han looked at Edis and Olka thought, Edis hasn't fit into the team yet, but she's smart, she will find a role soon. Olka was much more flexible in her use of magic, completely different from last time. After the battle, Edis was tired. Is that it for today? I'm exhausted. Han pulled Olka and said, it's not over yet. Olka lamented, using magic makes me tired. Han reassured her, don't worry, you don't need to do much. Ivalka still lamented, I can't believe you, I've been fooled by those words too many times. Han takes Ivalka to the lab. Master, there is a member who can research. Try starting a research. The results from research are the foundation for the smooth functioning of the corridor. Ivalka asked, looking around the magic hall. What did you bring me here for? Han continued to repeat, I told you not to try too hard. What you need to do is research. Current display system, research, development level 0 hero reaction research, level 0 base expansion research, level 0 dungeon depth research. Tips, you can get research points by bringing members into the research room. Try upgrading the hallway to your liking with research points. List of suggested researchers. Olka 3 stars. You want to set Olka 3 stars as a researcher. Suddenly Isel appeared, causing Ivalka to scream in surprise. Ivalka looked at Isel and calmed down. Don't appear so suddenly, you're going crazy. Isel is helpless, try to get used to it. It's not like I wanted to appear like that. Isel instructed Ivalka, you see that table over there, you just need to solve the problems and put it in the container over there. Ivalka angrily looked at the paper. These are the things I learned at the Magic Academy. Why should I? Isel was angry. The master asked him to do so. Do as he wanted if he did not want to receive a lesson. Han flipped through the books in the library but he couldn't read any of them. Meanwhile, Ivalka was still diligently researching. System notification, you have received 1 research point. Current research speed is 10/hour, each hour will consume 10 gems. Receiving the notification, Han thought to himself, 10 dong an hour, that's bad. The efficiency isn't going well, which I expected because she doesn't have any research skills. Set up study time. 3 hours a day. Advice, researchers may feel dissatisfied if you set the research time too long. Don't forget that they also have their own lives. Isel told Ivalka, you have to do this 3 hours a day. Ivalka clutched her head in panic. 3 words, no, my head hurts. The system displays Ivalka's 3-star status showing dissatisfaction. She angrily said loudly, it's not easy, I'm trying to death to solve it, and on top of that, I'm being treated like a slave. Han sympathized with what she just said. It's true, this quite affected her schedule. He closed the book and thought, a way to maintain Olka's efforts without wasting time. He gave an order to Isel, a request to the master. The system board displays, 2-star Han wants a fur coat, will you give it to him? 3,000 gold will be spent. Then a cotton shirt appeared. Han said, you always wanted this, right? This is an advance payment, I will give you more if you do well. Ivalka loves to hug the shirt. You dare to bribe me with gifts, how shameful. Han took the cloak, so just give it back if you don't want it. Ivalka heard that and immediately saved it. Who says I don't want it? I will do it. Isel stood in the middle helplessly looking at the 2 people. He keeps changing things. He takes members to dungeons during the week and order it as a weapon at the equipment center. He created another party 3. This is a rookie party with newly arrived members. The master has definitely changed. Han put his chin in his hands and thought, it wasn't bad. Ivalka said, hey, even though I can only use fire magic, I still have knowledge of other things. I see you're quite talented. Are you interested in learning magic? Han thought, learning magic. Ivalka wrote and said, if it was just me teaching, it would be difficult, but we have the books here so it should be possible. Han thought, as a 2-star character, my profession is beginner. From 3 stars onwards, I will be able to choose a profession. At this level, I can become a warrior, but if I satisfy the conditions, I can open the path to the project profession. Among them is the magician swordsman. Being considered a hidden class doesn't mean it's strong. Then he refused Ivalka's offer. No thank you, I just like to focus on one thing. Ivalka smiled, if you change your mind, just tell me. Then Han asked Ivalka if she asked me because she didn't want to do the exercises alone. Ivalka was confused. What a presumptuous statement. Looking at Han's expression, she secretly guessed that she must have guessed correctly. Ivalka pouted and sighed. Then he raised his chin and asked Han how he lived before coming here. Me, I'm a farmer. Ivalka didn't believe it, lied. Who would believe it? Han reminded her, focus on your problem. Han looked at Ivalka, who was confused by the research paper. She was once the daughter of a famous family, but that family was decimated by war. Suddenly there was a sound. A magical space floated above Han and Ivalka's heads. Ivalka was surprised. What was that? As for Han, he said coldly, it has already started. After a flash of lightning flashed from the air, the system's notification that hero reaction research had reached level 1 appeared. Above the research desk, a sparkling light illuminated everything in the room, blinking magically. Then a notification appeared: the goddess had blessed the lobby. That light began to radiate in many directions. It fell like a meteor. Suddenly one of the crystal pieces slowly touched Avalka's heart. She was a bit surprised but still stood there without running away, but just said, "Huh." Then cards with different abilities suddenly appeared in her mind. One of them was unlocked but the other two were still locked. The system immediately announced there were 3 research options. Whatever chose, unlock, research hero reactions, cost 30 points. Because it was so sudden, it made her dizzy, her eyes were spinning. She had to hold on to the arm of the chair and then knelt down wondering, "What is this? It doesn't look very good." Then he immediately asked her, "Try saying index window," making her bewildered and ask again, "Index window." As soon as she finished speaking, a black information board appeared in front of Avalka that shocked her to the core, causing her to scream, unable to shut her mouth. Wah! He held the crossbody bag tightly in both hands and said, "I guess she can see it. It shows her ability in the form of numbers. Because it's simple, he already knew it, so he reminded her to use it," said, and Avalka was still in shock. He then recounted that Team 3 died because they didn't know exactly what the mission was. They don't know the conditions to complete that level because they can't see the system. Heroic response research makes the system viewable. Then, like what I saw a long time ago, he said, strength, intelligence, HP, speed and skills. She didn't see it. Then she was also slowly studying the information on that board with quite a look. Strange, intermediate firebending, no jutsu. Then he turned around, smiled dangerously, prepared to draw his sword from behind his back and said, "That's your skill. In my opinion, we should tell the others." As soon as he opened the door and stepped out, he was immediately attracted and slightly stunned by the sound of screaming. Wah! A ghost, ah! That was Aaron. He ran like he was flying. His face was extremely panicked and his eyes widened for help. "Ah, brother, there was a light like a ghost that kept chasing me, disappearing, before their eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of. Those who are afraid can go home." And his brother came out, grabbed his shoulders, smiled and said, "Don't be stupid, it's not a ghost." But Aaron's grandfather was still so broken that he screamed, "So what is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the meteor fragment immediately entered his body. Different from before, the feeling was pleasant and captivating. He was at ease, closing his eyes to relax and enjoy. Coming closer, Jenna realized her new skill and activated it easily. She looked quite proficient and exclaimed, "So this is what he often sees." Hearing that made Han a little surprised and wondered, "Did you know?" She then explained, "Sometimes I heard him mumble like that, so I just followed suit." Returning to the familiar stone house, the group of them gathered together at a table next to the fireplace. Then Jenna spoke first. "So, these are the levels, stats, and skills, and we can get stronger thanks to this, sometimes spontaneously. However, I feel stronger, so it's due to leveling up." Then Avalka also raised her hand and added, "Unbelievable, even a great magician can't do this." Then she also asked, "How, and where did he know this? We had never heard it before," and as he bowed his head slightly to blow on the teacup, he immediately replied, "It was just by chance." Faced with Han's somewhat unreliable answer, she crossed her arms and commented, "Accidentally, it sounds so false." Then Jenna also had to jump in to save him, smiling lightly and saying, "Because the boss is the first one there, here it is, ahaha." Seeing that she had been saved, Han followed the climb, confidently asserting, "That's right, I'm the most experienced person here." But not convincing, she frowned, her eyes narrowed with murderous intent. It was so suspicious, but seeing that he seemed reluctant to reveal anything, she had to helplessly give up and sigh. "Well, it's okay if he doesn't say anything. Everyone has their own secrets, and the truth is that his advice is always useful." "Oh well, it's still Jenna." She followed along. "Yes, that's right, it's extremely helpful. Thanks to that we're sitting here." Seeing her everywhere, Aaron shyly crossed his arms in respect. "I didn't know she was so good at flattery." Then she responded with a rather clownish look. Besides that, she was also very professional. It wasn't flattery, it was a fight, technique to survive. Then an argument broke out between Avalka and Jenna, and he still quietly observed everything and thought, "If everyone survives to the end, I will say everything." Then he suddenly smiled because, of course, it was time to break up. The next day Jenna told everyone in the lobby the news. Looking at Edith and Walter's research look, they were very thoughtful, but Aaron was quite shocked because it was empty. He thought, perhaps because the research level was still low, only some information was displayed, and not everyone sees their index. Then the scene immediately changed to a large training ground, filled with dolls. A hand holds a bow and shoots 3 powerful arrows in succession. They all flew towards Han, but he used his sword to deflect them. One hand was carrying an empty arrow basket, the other was holding a bow. Seeing his performance, Jenna asked, "Is that also a skill, counterattacking everything like that?" Using his ability, Han controlled all the arrows back to the beginning, then answered in her surprise, "Yes, it's cheating, I can't get through it. If you have counterattack skills, don't you think there's also a penetration skill?" Hearing his words, she was confused. A star penetrating skill, how? Then without saying a word, he suddenly disappeared, making her panic. After that, he suddenly slid behind Jenna. Without warning, Jenna slashed her sword straight at her, but fortunately her agile body was able to recognize it and immediately ducked down to dodge. Jenna was now heartbroken because she had just experienced a dangerous moment and shouted, "Ooh, come on, are you trying to kill me?" Although his mouth said that she would be fine if she didn't die immediately, it would be difficult to level up her skills without increasing her training level, so he had no intention of stopping and instead slashed even harder than before. He asked, "Concentrate more," until a slash was almost reaching her waist. Then it was time for the second practice. Jenna immediately jumped up, bent 180 degrees to avoid the move and could only say, "No, wait." In the air, aware of the need to fight, she took out her bow again, pulled the arrow from her back, while Han emphasized that she should not be tired at the same level of training as before. From now on, use weapons, the real gas, not the one used for practice, has no rules anymore. He immediately put the shield on his arm and said that his training goal from now on was: when he beats his opponent to near death, his face darkens and his eyes glow blue, like a sword and shield are close together. The space now became silent, only the sound of the wind and the rustling of the wooden doll could be heard. Winard immediately crossed his arms in admiration. "Mr. Han is amazing, can you believe it? He used to be a farmer." The man next to him with his hands on his hips did not believe it. "Impossible. It was probably just a joke," while Han continued to attack, while Jenna quickly retreated and dodged. Then, because Han used a strong force, she was pushed away and had to kneel down and touch the ground with her hands to keep her balance. Then he took out a short sword, making him pay attention and say, "What are you waiting for?" Even though he started first, he was tired enough to ask if she had given up yet. Aaron was waiting. Then in his mind, he continued to consider, should I practice at the same time with 2 people? Standing to the side, he saw this and rubbed his head a bit shyly, saying, No, I'm fine." Then he started counting the number of 32 matches, 32 lost. Jenna still persevered in her determination. "I'll try a little more, even though I had played 19 matches, lost 18 of them." The wind and some dust flew into her eyes, causing her to close her eyes tightly and shake her head back and forth. Seeing her affirm like that, Han immediately ran quickly and said, "I'm coming." Just as he got a little closer, the tip of the sword flew straight into his eyes. His quick reflexes from training helped him escape the accident. He swung his hand and slashed that thing away, wondering, the sword was short. Yes, and that's Jenna in her sword-throwing act. She's super cool with that pose. At this moment, her eyes suddenly glowed red, the symbol of the meteor fragment appeared and she immediately drew the bow. The system notification suddenly appeared. 1-star Jenna had learned to detect weak points, then a bright red aura appeared behind her and immediately let go and shot countless arrows straight at him. At this point, Han was really struggling. He had to use moves to block all those guys. It was so urgent that he gritted his teeth and was tired of wondering, that is. Although she went out a lot for a while but couldn't hit him, Jenna immediately landed in regret. That's not true. Han was surprised by that performance and had to ask, where did she study? At this moment, as if gaining a little more confidence from his shock, she immediately said, "I just thought of it, when you said you had the ability to penetrate, I tried it." Hearing that, he immediately understood, "So she learned a skill just from my suggestion. It's really interesting, so the fighting blood also increased, so I'm going to attack again." But she also went to the palace first and said, "It won't be easy." Han's image and thoughts suddenly appeared. Next to it was his plan: limit his movement with the first arrow and aim for the weak point with the second and third arrows. If it doesn't work, she will shoot diversion arrow. Being able to control his arrow like that, it took a lot of effort to confront her. Those words were not Jenna's but Han's. He had her completely read his plans. Then the announcement continued to sound. Jenna had 1 star. Elementary archery had increased to level 6. He was shocked again, not understanding. Yet another skill leveled up. Then the rain of arrows continued to fly out continuously. While using his shield to block him, he continued to sweep his sword to deflect the arrow and then worried, "Are you kidding? I will." After losing, her face clearly showed happiness and a smile. The uncle was shocked to the core, couldn't believe she was still human. Winard also added, Uncle Han was amazing, but Jenna was no joke. As for Aaron, he was also slightly sweating. I have to say that it's amazing, so that's genius. He immediately tightened his grip on the axe. Feeling uncomfortable and angry, grinding my teeth. The sky gradually darkened, but the training ground still had hard-working warriors trying to practice. Jenna's eyes were filled with spirit. She flew up, raised her bow and shot thousands of arrows towards Han. He strongly used his shield to fight the arrows flying from her, he thought to himself, unable to close the distance. Han said, shields are only used in emergencies. Anyway, this training is to get new skills. I need to do better instead of always being a target. While thinking, suddenly an arrow flew across his face, causing him to suddenly dodge. He immediately thought, if I could predict the direction of the arrow. Notification system, skill awakening, shield throwing skill has increased to LV. 3, basic swordsmanship and skills have increased to LV. 7, skill, clairvoyance received. He passed through the arrows she shot one by one. Then he flew up, swung his sword and slashed straight at her, knocking her down. She fell under Han's sword. He said proudly, this is the 19th victory. She replied to him, you monster. Returning to the concentration area, he looked at the notice and thought to himself, I have received some skills. Jenna looked at it and asked Aaron, how many skills do you have? He said I have basic spearmanship, okay, pain, and fire resistance 3. Aaron looked at her and asked, what about you? She watched and answered him, basic archery, basic sword magic, passing, quick shooting, detecting weaknesses, hawk eyes, moving quickly and... Aaron looked bored and said, enough. Seeing how bored Han was, having many skills does not mean being arrogant, it also depends on your level. If he had an inappropriate skill it would be more detrimental than beneficial. His rampage and composure were an example, but that was a special case. Even though Han said that, Aaron still secretly understood. He looked at her and thought, but Jenna has 9 skills, which is truly top-notch. The sky gradually brightens, in the training area. System starts notification, starts combining items. The combination seemed very strong. The power it emitted created a loud bang, crash, boom, pixie power. The notification sounds, the combination fails, the ingredients will be consumed. Han suddenly thought to himself, failed with only 8%. Jenna said, can I advance now? Yizel suddenly appeared and looked at Jenna and said, you are already 2 stars, time has passed so quickly. The system continues to notify, successfully combining and you have received the basic stone advancement. Master, start progressing. Han sat on the chair with a thoughtful expression, thinking, I was level 12, Olka was level 8, Aaron was level 9 and Jenna was level 10. Suddenly she looked at him and asked, I won't die, right? She turned around and said, I'll go back, right back. He thought to himself, my progress was a special case because Tell had intervened. I'm sure Jenna will see things differently than me. Suddenly she returned with a bad look on her face. Told Han, I had a very strange dream. The forest I was living in was engulfed in flames. He crossed his arms and said with a cold face, stupid dream. She walked over and sat close to him, bowed her head and said, yes, I am somehow. He replied to her, forget it, don't worry about it. Hearing what he said, she raised her head to look at him and smiled, haha, right, what a hateful dream. Han turned to ask her again, is there anything else? She put her hand on her chin trying to remember. She said, there's a little bit, like the weight on my shoulders is gone, that's all. He immediately thought, it seems like the process of advancing is to awaken the forgotten past, to remember through advancement, So all the heroes are losing their memories. The scene that appears in his mind is the image of blacksmiths forging weapons for battle. Suddenly he returned to stand in front of a village. He thought again, at 4 or something they will realize the truth. How were they summoned here? And what happened to their world? Suddenly the whole village was engulfed in fire like Jenna said. Not long after, Aaron also advanced. After being promoted, Aaron became more and more determined, trying to practice day and night. Seeing that, Han thought to himself, I don't know what he dreamed about, but he tried harder. Aaron looked at Han and asked, are you coming back? Han said, I have something to do. He said, I need to try hard like you. Han said, you will destroy yourself if you work too hard. He said, but brother, Han replied, I'm fine. Han turned away. Something strange appeared on his face. His eyes glowed red. The system announced that Han, 2 stars, was in a state of hysteria. Han suddenly shouted loudly, swinging his sword and slashing continuously, a look of bloodlust appearing from the sword strokes he emitted. Aaron looked at him, looking a bit panicked and surprised. And then he turned and left. After a lot of practice, he seemed to be tired. He knelt down and thought, it's not over yet, I've gotten stronger, but I still can't focus my strength where I want. If I activate Berserk, I will become stronger, but my skills will be less effective and I will also lose my composure. If they can combine, they will already combine, like basic sword shield magic. If two skills are compatible, they will become one. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Edith leaned against the wall and said, I'm still practicing diligently at this late hour. He replied, what are you doing here? She spoke up, I want to ask you something before going to the 12th floor. Your group isn't the ones who went to the battlefield, right? She continued, Jenna is a mistake, Aaron is a hunter and you are a farmer, right? Even though I don't believe it, he said. Well. Edith asked, have you killed someone before? Han glanced at her. Her group had climbed to the 12th floor. Are you asking how determined we are? Her eyes turned red. Yes, to survive. Han turned to look at her, his face cold as ice, and said, I can be here thanks to the lives of others. 3 people have been synthesized into me. Did she know the answer? She was surprised by his answer. She blankly looked away and said, yes, he killed the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Han said, are you mocking me? It seems like he misunderstood her, she said. No, I'm just, he continued, everything that appears in the screen is a monster, all you need to do is kill it. She replied again, he could see that, but his teammates didn't. He returned to practice while answering her. If that's not the case, I need to find new teammates. That. He interrupted her, I know them well, you don't need to worry. She turned away and said, okay. Continuing to return to the fierce battles, the journey begins again, opening up the space-time rift. Jenna asked, do you think it will be the 11th floor again? He said that's enough, this time it will probably be the 12th floor. The system continues to announce that the current 9th floor challenge dungeon is on the 12th floor. The door will open in 10 seconds, be ready. They all entered the battlefield. Han took the lead. He said just do what needs to be done no matter what. Jenna said, I know. He replied to her, if you know, do well. Notification system, level 12 mission type, conquer the target, destroy the enemy. Everyone immediately got ready in a fighting position. Everyone looked tense behind their backs towards each other. Jenna said, is the kind that conquers enemies where they are. She was preparing to raise her bow to attack. Then there was a loud shout, stop. Thousands of soldiers were standing in front of them, pointing their weapons straight at them. The soldiers shouted together, lowered their weapons and revealed their identities. They are human soldiers LV, 11 by 13. Jenna asked in surprise, what human soldiers? Everyone is very surprised by that situation. Witnessing the unbelievable scene unfolding, Jenna couldn't believe her eyes. What? Looking at the massive group of armored people rushing towards them, all gaping, human soldiers. Han's eyes became sharper than ever. That is the reflex of a leader. The remaining members were still surprised when standing in front of the army of real people in front of them. Looking at him, he had entered a fighting position. Aaron shouted loudly, boss, they are not monsters, they are humans. Shojin still did not hesitate and asked the stupid teenager behind him, so you don't plan to fight with them? Aaron's mentality was a bit shaken as expected. No, we should talk to them first. Ivalka next to her also quickly agreed. I agree, we can get more information if we talk to them, we can resolve everything peacefully. Hearing the people training day and night side by side being shaken for a moment, he bowed his head in dissatisfaction. You didn't intend to fight, did you? Your voice was a bit hesitant and immediately responded, I hope I can avoid it, shed blood. Ignoring those obnoxious soft-heartedness, he turned to his oldest teammate, what about her? Receiving a question from Han, Jenna herself couldn't give an answer right away. The above expression, his face also looked a bit worried. Looking at the warlike warriors in front of her with iron armor, she silently assessed, they are different from the NPCs, they can see us, but they are also enemies. Han grabbed the armor on his back and turned towards his shaking comrades. What are you guys doing? Pull out your weapons. However, Aaron shouted loudly, boss. His hand still clutched the sword behind his back. His deep voice said, if you don't intend to fight, you guys, are you going to stop me? His cold eyes looked back at each person nearby as if showing anger, making them more or less worried. The wind gently blew past the leader's determined eyes, showing his determination to destroy all the enemies, causing everyone to falter and falter. Han waited for a moment, but in return no one spoke. He sighed helplessly and did whatever he wanted. Aaron didn't dare face Shojin, so he bowed his head and said, thank you, I'll try to talk to them. The young man gathered all his courage and walked towards the human army. He shouted with all his might, "I'm Aaron, I'll negotiate with you guys." The helmeted leader on the other side also spoke up, "So did we don't know why we were dragged to this place." He was a little happy to actually be able to communicate with the legion of people. "How did you guys come here?" He immediately replied, "It's difficult to explain, many things have happened, you came here so you can better exchange." Aaron wanted to advance without any defense. "I came here," but the opponent did not dare to let go for a moment and immediately said, "Put down the weapon first, my teammates are tense." The expression on his face clearly showed hesitation. As soon as the other realized it, he continued, "We have no intention of fighting, so don't worry, we just want to talk." Hearing these words, Aaron no longer doubted and put his weapon on the ground. This made Han feel angry. All his actions were like defaming his long-standing teachings. "Are you stupid? Are you going to follow everything they say?" A strong hand held the young man's shoulder. "Young man," shouted loudly towards the human army, "you guys come here, put down your weapons." The leading man immediately protested, but it didn't work. Shojin, without any hesitation, did not have the heart to let his comrades suffer and replied, "Why are we the only ones who have to put down our weapons and plan to do something?" This caused the army commanders to hesitantly look towards each other. Finally, the sound of weapons being thrown to the ground was heard. "Fine, but the three of us will come together." He tried to convince them, "As you can see, we don't carry weapons." As he spoke, the other side extended his hand to show goodwill. "I hope you will cooperate, too." Han immediately threw down his iron shield and weapon. "Okay." Finally, the human army was defeated. Then, he advanced step by step. "Now, we can discuss." But with every step he took, he continued to speak, implying a strong smell of gunpowder. There was a voice that kept ringing in my head. Even when I covered my ears I could still hear it. The sound coming from the other person becomes quieter and quieter. That voice still resonates, even now. Han was not at all excited about what the man said. "Oh, ho, what did it say?" Somewhere on his skin, strange black lines gradually appeared, emitting a hideous sound. Suddenly the opponent's speed increased like the wind. He shouted loudly, "Kill you all." The human face has now turned into a disgusting and bloodthirsty monster. The surrounding subordinates also rushed towards them and attacked. But fortunately, Han successfully avoided this move in time. He silently exclaimed, "I saw this when I was a master." Each rotating blade flew towards him, but the leader's expression did not change for a second, his hand tightly grasping the sword and launching each counterattack. The heroes who hesitated to attack would be destroyed. Without making any unnecessary movements, Shojin slashed the throat of the hideous monster in front of him, sending black blood everywhere. This sight made Jenna gasp. All of Han's movements were surprisingly precise. He was able to attack the previous leader with one kick. Cooperation never existed. No matter who he faced, as he thought, he used the skills he had honed for so long. Each blade flew quickly in the wind, and no one could dodge it in time, no matter how they looked. This made a monster watching from afar extremely angry, making a sound, "Puke," wanting to secretly attack by controlling and shooting poison bows and arrows. But the next moment another bow and arrow pierced his forehead. Edith promptly approached and defeated the opponent with an expression no different from Han's. The monsters fell to the ground one after another. While Aaron was still bewildered, a sound tore through his dull mood. "Hey!" Han's cold eyes flashed towards the stupid teenager. Was it kill or be killed? He firmly held the sword covered in the enemy's black blood and asked, "Do you still want to talk?" Eye to eye, it seemed that Aaron had truly realized his mistake. "I would fight." My hand clenched my weapon in a ready position. His words without any hesitation caused his nearby teammates to also wake up. "Jenna, are you going to let them go?" She picked up her familiar weapon. "Kill or be killed," a voice of agreement rang out. "Of course." Jenna held her weapon firmly, her stubborn eyes clearly showing her will. Looking straight at the monsters, I made a decision. Each arrow was shot at the same time. All of them were deeply embedded in the opponent's chest, directly defeating a series of iron warriors. Black blood stained the entire sky. Ivalka made a mark on her hand. "I'm ready." Sparks of determination flashed around me, looking at my comrades who were ready. Edith smiled. I was worried for nothing. Hearing these words, he couldn't hide his pride, obviously. It doesn't matter if the opponent is a monster or a human, the important thing that makes this team is not talent or strength but spirit. Looking at the crowd of monsters like ants rushing up, there was not the slightest discouragement in everyone's heart, those who did everything to survive. They were truly a group, standing in alternating formations, ready to coordinate on the battlefield. Han spoke up, Because they were the real monsters. The soldiers lost their reason and rushed straight to attack Han's group. Edis reminded them that they are not normal. Han coldly replied, I know. The group rushed into action and fought with the soldiers. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Avalka. Han shouted, Olka. Her eyes were red. A large fire flared towards the soldiers, causing them pain. At that moment, Jenna fired consecutive bows at them. Aaron also quickly attacked. Han used his shield to block the attack and then finished off the soldier. Han felt the strength of the soldiers, weak. The armor is good, but they attack without formation or order. Han's eyes were cold. Look at the wounded soldier who is begging you, please forgive me, I have a wife and daughter at home. I must return to them. Han's expression remained unchanged. How did he return? The soldier's eyes were now red. He muttered to himself, somehow, that is. But before the soldier could finish his sentence, Han's sword finished him off. Ivalka wondered, these people, how strange. Edis explained, they were brainwashed. I've seen them a few times, but I've never seen so many people brainwashed at the same time. Edis put his chin in his hands and thought, if we count last time. Han interrupted her, are they the same person? Edis replied, yes, I did kill them, but they were the same as last time. Han looked at the soldier's body and thought, their blood was black and thick, just like her. Still unable to speak, there was too little evidence. At the end, the system displays the completed level and rewards. Returning to the real space, Han told everyone, get used to it, I will do the same next time. Aaron asked Han, what do you mean you will continue to kill people? Han coldly replied, yes, monster or human, there is no difference. As expected, the 14th and 15th floors are also humanoid monsters. The equipment, people, and formations were all different, but they were all similar. They are all hostile to us. This is also convenient, allowing us to kill them without thinking. But fighting humanoid monsters was more stressful than fighting regular monsters. Eni noticed that, and didn't force us to fight anymore. He gave us rest, after the battle. A few days later, we had leveled up enough to challenge the 15th floor. Due to Olka and Edis's ranks, their experience did not increase quickly. That's the disadvantage of high-ranked heroes. The equipment shop has also reopened. I was able to carry more things thanks to the canvas bag. System notification, 2-star Han has brought along a primary HP tank. Yizel reminded him, don't drop it, it's very expensive. As soon as Yizel interrupted, Han dropped the HP bottle to the ground. Right now, the system displays that the primary HP tank has broken, suggesting that sometimes, items can be damaged when carried. Han's face darkened as he looked at Yizel. You just said expensive, Yizel frantically explained. No, that's not it, I don't know, it's the master's fault for making me work too hard. Yizel told the rest, anyway, here, you guys, remember to listen to Han if you want to survive. Han asked Yizel, what were you talking about? Serious Yizel, I'm serious, it will be a problem if they rebel. Now, Han's group is standing in front of the space gate on the 15th floor. Han looked at the door and thought, finally, on the 15th floor, I don't know exactly what the mission is. It's not a conquest mission like the 10th floor. Han advised his teammates, we will proceed as usual. Jenna asked, we just need to do as you say, right? Han reminded, don't be too dependent on me. Edis felt that listening to Han was a good idea. Following him was fine. His orders were clear. Han thought to himself, his total stats were 107, equal to the stats of a 3-star. It's been 2 months since I came here, I still haven't had a break. At this time, the system will notify you that by using the recording function, you can record the process of challenging this floor and can review it at any time, but you need to purchase this function first. Han smiled in recognition. I guess he needed to look again, not a bad habit. The display system asks, will you buy the recording function? This will cost 300 gems. Good luck, Master, now you can review the hero's recordings at any time. This will help with judgment and decision-making. Even if it's not needed for this mission, it will still be needed when reaching higher floors. Han told his teammates, there are 2 things I'm worried about this mission. One is that this is a special mission. Remember the goddess statue I mentioned on the 10th floor? It said we would die if the statue was destroyed. This 15th floor is similar. Group 3 entered and died within 5 minutes. They probably haven't gone into battle yet. They failed without knowing what happened, nor the cause of death. Edis asked Han, so what should we do when we get in there? Han replied, find out what the mission is as fast as possible and make sure we don't fail. We don't have much time, probably about 15 minutes. Jenna was surprised. 15 minutes. Han turned his head and said coldly, Group 3 entered and died within 5 minutes. Do you understand what that means? We will fail if we do nothing. We will all die. That is the second problem. Time passes differently in the waiting room and during missions. Based on the difference with the account, we have about 15 minutes. 15 minutes equals 5 minutes, which is very little time. In other words, this is a time-limited mission. Notification system, main dungeon, currently challenging the 15th floor. The door will open after 10 seconds, be prepared. Han told his teammates the plan. Once in there, we will gather information in 3 minutes and start the mission. Light flashed. Han's party has reached the 15th floor. It is a city bustling with people. Han observed the surrounding people talking. Really, don't you believe it? I said it was real, that person, you know, so I have to go now. Han looked around. Didn't they see us? They must be NPCs. This place is so peaceful, unlike the 10th floor. The system now displays missions, level 15 mission types, target defense, and protection of a specific individual. Han frowned. He wanted us to find someone in this crowd. Han said, sweating. Noken looked around and wondered, do you want us to find that person in this crowd? He continued, when Team 3 saw this crowd, they must have been very scared. They didn't know what the mission was, nor did they know who the enemy was. They hadn't even reached the 10th floor yet, so they probably thought their goal was to kill the residents. Here. Han spoke up to explain that there were only 2 possibilities that could lead to their deaths, being killed by a real enemy while attacking the residents, or letting the person who needed protection in this crowd die. In other words, if we don't want to end up like Team 3, we have to find that person. He leisurely put his hand in his pocket and said, the goal is to protect, we have to find that person, otherwise they might die soon. Jenna looked a little worried and asked everyone, but who could do it now? There were no monsters, only ordinary people. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked if anyone knew the terrain of this place. Aaron quickly answered, I am here, I used to come here when I was a businessman. He began to introduce, this place is called a Dilth. It is an intersection area, so it also creates conditions for extremely developed trade. Han thought to himself, so it's in Townia. Then he spoke up, are there any notable places in this city? Aaron continued, in the city center there is a temple dedicated to worshipping the goddess, a very famous spiritual place called Bakugan Temple, if not counting Tanti. It is also in the top 3 major temples. Most of all, Jenna suddenly exclaimed, ah, it's the Silver Temple, I've heard about it before, I heard that place is very large. Han asked him, so you guys need to hide there? Maybe so, something must be happening there right now. He turned to the left and said, Edis, we will go to the temple now, cover me. She replied, okay. Having finished speaking, she quickly moved away. Soon she was standing on the roof of a house. Before the gate, everyone quickly went inside. A guard at the door saw everyone coming and immediately said, stop, not yet and. Before he could finish his sentence, Han gave him a painful punch. Puke. The guy standing next to him was so angry that his face turned red and he shouted loudly, you son of a bitch. Later, he also received one from Mr. Han. Aaron quickly stepped forward to stop him. Slowly, brother. After dealing with the guards, he said leisurely, you guys still don't understand. He turned to look at them and explained, they can see us. Everyone stood still listening to him, which meant they were the enemy. Stepping inside, Jenna immediately said, the NPC cavalry and the soldiers on the 10th floor cannot see us. She continued, but these guys clearly saw it differently. That means they are not normal NPCs. Hearing that, Ivalka spoke up, but it was also possible to guess wrong. He replied, it's possible, rest assured, I haven't killed them yet, she said with a slightly worried look on her face. The soldiers looked like half their lives were lost. Then, stepping closer, everyone cheered, ah, there's really a lot of people. Aaron, that's the Bakugan shrine. He replied, yes. An old man with white hair walked out from the upper floor of the temple. His eyes looked down at everyone below. The cousin was a little lighter. Smashed the stick on the ground. The cousin gently hit the ground with his stick and said loudly, everyone pay attention and keep order. Ivalka looked up and asked, this is... Everyone was whispering to each other, the descendant of the great sun is coming, no one is allowed to cause trouble anymore. Ivalka realized and said, the magic amplified. Han interrupted and said, there is not much time left. Where? Let's go inside the temple quickly. Jenna suddenly asked when she heard that, right inside. I think, with events taking place on a large platform like this, it means that the person we need to protect will be the main character of the entire ceremony, a soldier standing on the platform said. Stop, don't step, next. Han angrily picked up his sword and said, if you don't want to die, then stand still, they said in fear, these people have weapons. A soldier spoke up, are you riders? He smirked and asked again, violence. Having finished speaking, he raised his foot to attack them. The two statues collapsed because of their great strength. After finishing, he asked, is this what violence is like? The commanding soldier shouted angrily, you have lost your mind, kill him quickly, warning, human soldier level 13, enemy level unknown. When he saw that, he said, he guessed correctly. Ivanka put his hand on his forehead and said, his liver is really as big as the sky. Han asked if everyone believed in religion. Aaron quickly replied, no, and Jenna said, I only believe in myself, and you too. He spoke up, we will have to overcome those people, the people who need our protection are probably in the temple right now. The soldiers rushed forward aggressively while obeying orders, get rid of all these rebels. At the same time, Han also rushed forward to speak, breaking the siege. Aaron followed behind and replied, clear. He began to attack with strong blows, causing the soldiers to vomit blood. Then there are several consecutive moves. The soldiers were defeated one by one. When you're done, you don't have to defeat them all, just overtake whoever you can. The commander saw this and shouted loudly, stopping them and protecting the temple. Not paying attention to him, he still rushed forward without forgetting to say, don't kill them all, there's no time left. Han walked forward and said that the target was probably hiding somewhere in this temple, although the reason was clear, that person would definitely die soon. He kicked them away and spoke, there were only a few minutes left. He stood in front of the temple door and said, if he couldn't find that person on time, then we'll all end up in a haunted house. Floor 15, classifying tasks, guarding, targeting, protecting a certain individual. Han hurriedly kicked open the church door because there were only a few minutes left. If we don't find that person on time, we'll all end up in a haunted house. Han shouted, Olka. Olka received the order, she knew it. She used magic to lift all the tables and chairs in the church. A panicked monk, who are you, how did you get in here? Han frowned at him, the chat window still hadn't shown any changes, it wasn't this guy. He discovered the hallway, this hallway must be connected to the entrance. The soldiers also chased after me, where do you think you are running to? Han told his teammates, everyone take care of the right wing and quickly follow me, I will go from the left wing. Jenna replied, yes, you go ahead. Han quickly ran away, a soldier chased after him and caught him. Han quickly defeated the soldier, your fate has come. He quickly used all his speed to run up the stairs, where was he? That old man is not the target either, could be a descendant of the great sun, that's probably it. At this moment, from the door above, a soldier came out. I call Kyle von Strauss, O enemy of the Strauss family, as a knight, I have 4 parts to show you the terrible wrath of the goddess, I will. Without letting the knight finish his sentence, Han ran past him, the knight was confused, hey, wait until the introduction is finished, wait don't leave me. Han ran like an arrow through all the floors searching. I kicked down all the doors to find where you were. Where? Unable to find inside the rooms, he continued running, not everyone here could see him. Han was worried, now it was estimated that there was less than 3 minutes left, there was no time left. Han rushed straight into a flower garden. At this time, the cavalry came. Han frowned at them. A soldier raised his sword in front of him and said, for the peace of the temple. At the same time, in another part of the castle, a woman is standing in front of the balcony. The old man said, Holy Lady, people have gathered in the square. Frykais asked, but isn't there some problem in the garden? The old man immediately explained, perhaps there was an intruder, we will arrange this thoroughly, you don't need to worry. Han is still fighting with 3 soldiers. The spirit's attack injured Han. His blood splattered on the flower petals in the garden. As Han fought and analyzed, they were on a completely different level than the soldiers below. A soldier launched a fatal blow, but Han quickly blocked it. He used his sword to slash through the soldier's leg, causing him pain. Taking advantage of his advantage, he continued to counterattack and cut off the second soldier's head. Han quickly swung his sword and attacked the last soldier. Then he swung his sword long and wide to attack. The fierce attacks caused Han's sword to break in half. But he did not give up. Han decisively swung the blow, causing the last soldier's head to separate. At the same time, the Holy Lady is grateful. I am very grateful to be given this opportunity by you. I will never forget it. The old man replied, Of course, Holy Lady, the goddess will certainly be very happy to hear that. At this time, the back door opened, causing the old man to turn around in surprise. He shouted loudly, There was an intruder. Can you overcome that level of protection? He used his fist to attack with this attack. Surprised Han, what is that? Because that attack was not for him but for the saint, he shouted loudly, pointing his staff at the saint and dying. Han was surprised. He wasn't aiming at him, but at that girl. Not letting him attack the saint, Han quickly rushed forward and chopped off his head. But the power emitted from the staff was still there. That terrible power was released, destroying an entire building. The people below saw this and immediately ran away. Han thought to himself, he had no intention of attacking him, but aimed at the girl we must protect. Frykais, holy woman, saw this and was afraid. Who are you? Han walked towards the girl. She didn't need to know. Frykais shouted, Are you an assassin? You also came to kill me, right? But right at that moment, a hand pressed her down. Han used his sword to block unexpected attacks to protect her. Each broken arrow falls down. Frykais asked in fear, What is going on? Han said with cold eyes, leaning down. At this time, in front of Han were black-clad assassins holding sharp weapons in their hands and attacking the saint. The assassination arrows kept rushing towards Frykais. But Han was able to grab a shield and protect her. Han looked at the arrows and realized they were poisoned daggers. They are indeed targeting her. Another guy continued to rush in but was attacked by Edis from above, seriously injuring him. Han took the opportunity of the third guy not paying attention and rushed in to attack. Give that guy a fatal sword strike. But before falling, the assassin still did not give up and swung a poison dart at Han. Han was able to avoid it and angrily gave him a finishing blow. Edis jumped down to Han. The wall was so high, it took me a while to climb over. There are two more guys, but we've taken care of them. Then Edis noticed, Who is this girl? She looks really familiar. Frykais asked worriedly, Who are you? This is not a place where people like you can barge in. Come back now. Without letting her finish her sentence, an arrow flew straight towards her. Han proudly asked Frykais, Are you sure? If we leave, you will surely die. Frykais turned his head worriedly. What was going on? Han told her, If you want to live, come with us or you will die here. Edis and Han's eyes turned to Frykais. What was her decision? Frykais thought worriedly, then decided, Okay. Immediately after that, the system notifies, Mission completed, Special NPC Frykais Outlander has joined your team. The mission objective has changed. Mission objective, Escape from the city with Frykais Outlander. Han thought to himself, an escape mission, then he frowned and said, Okay, I know they won't let us complete the mission that easily. He picked up the bow and arrow from the ground and told Edis, preparing to attack the siege. I will try to hold the enemy back. At this time, Aaron, Ivalka and Jenna rushed over. Brother, there's no time left, the soldiers are regrouping down there. Han prepared his weapons and told the rest of his teammates, Remember this girl's face, this girl is the one we need to protect. Frykais shyly rebutted, I'm not a little girl. Han teased her, she got mad when I called her little girl, everyone saw. Ivalka seemed to recognize the saint. She was, surprisingly, I didn't expect to meet her in this situation. Frykais asked, Who are you? Do you know me? At this moment, Han quickly bent down. Now who she was no longer important. Edis tied the rope to the railing and said, Listen, we will climb down with the rope, and we will try to open an escape route. I have already figured out an escape route. The left wing is where there are the fewest soldiers, and the path is quite complicated, so using that place for shelter is also very good. Han decided, so we'll go that way. He assigned tasks to each teammate. Edis would go first, then Aaron, me, Olka and Jenna. Olka, please create a firewall so the enemy cannot reach us. Aaron and Edis went down first to make sure there were no enemies blocking our descent. And right after that, the castle was engulfed in flames. The soldiers below rushed, being a magician, to kill the magician first. Edis is ready now, so I'll go first, followed by Aaron. Han said to Frykais, Next is me, come here. Frykais asked, What about me? Han is in a hurry, no one else. Then he hugged her along the rope and jumped down, holding on tight, Don't let go. Frykais closed his eyes tightly in fear. As soon as she landed, Han told her that she was down. Frykais reminded him, "Leave me alone." Then the two looked towards Avalka, who was awkwardly following the rope. Han urged her to hurry up. Aaron went ahead and worked hard to destroy the soldiers to clear the way. But just as he launched his next attack, a knife stabbed Aaron in the stomach. System notification: 2-star Aaron is bleeding. His HP will decrease over time. 2-star Aaron has been poisoned. His HP will decrease over time. Hearing the news, Han was surprised and shouted in worry, looking towards Aaron. Aaron reassured him, "I'm fine." Jenna tightened her grip on the rope. Then she released her hand and said, "Wow, I thought if I didn't die, I would have to have a layer of skin peeled off." She thought that we had found the target, and had also ensured the safety of the team members. Now we just needed to get out of here to complete the mission. Han looked at the girl in front of him and said, "If you don't want to die, run to the left." Several soldiers boldly stepped forward. The leader shouted, "Don't let them escape, capture the witch and those hunting dogs." The white-haired girl suddenly turned around and asked, "Which?" He heard that and immediately said, "It seems to be just her." The girl exclaimed in disbelief, "No way." The soldier was waiting in ambush on the road, laughing and saying, "You won't make it." Before he could finish his laziness, he counterattacked, causing sounds to resound. The soldiers gathered together and shouted, "Kill them, kill them." Edith ran over and called him, "Han, over here." He asked as he ran, "This is the way," she spoke reassuringly. "I know we're going, just keep going this way, we'll definitely reach the suburbs." On the other side, Jenna was still focused on attacking the soldiers. After walking a while, Edith said, "Let's rest a bit." The tired white-haired girl asked sadly, "How could this be possible?" He told her, "Let's rest for 5 minutes and then continue." He went to another corner and thought to himself, "Oka's barrier won't last long, they will soon find us. Being surrounded here is even worse than being there." Jenna held a bottle of some blue potion and thought, "If Olka can use level 3 fire magic, we will have a way to escape. As long as we can escape, we will complete the mission." Han walked up to Aaron and asked, "Aaron, how is your wound?" Even though he was sweating profusely, he still forced himself to say, "Well." Han's face looked a little worse. After that, he held his stomach and said, "Even though I took medicine, the pain still wouldn't go away." Seeing this, Jenna quickly spoke up, "Boss, do you have any way to treat him?" Han remained silent and did not respond. She turned to ask the other girl, "Did she have any skills?" The girl asked in surprise, "What kind?" "The healing system. Occasionally there will be a few NPCs with special abilities," she thought, "if she had." The white-haired girl said sullenly, "I'm sorry." Han was a bit surprised. Then, he quickly thought of saying, "I understand." Everyone gathered around Aaron. Edith folded her arms thoughtfully. Jenna is also very worried about him. Ivalka and Han also looked at him without taking their eyes off. Poisoned, Han thought that he couldn't be cured using normal HP increasing medicine. Maybe at most he could only move his body for another 10 minutes. We didn't bring any antidote. Anyway, there are no NPCs with healing skills. Thinking for a moment, Aaron spoke up. He himself said he would throw us away if we couldn't keep up with him. Han's eyes darkened as he listened to him continue, "I think this is the moment." He tried to stand up and said, "I'll buy you some time, just let me stay." He covered his mouth and thought for a moment. Jenna spoke up and said, "I want us to continue to stand together." Hearing that, Aaron continued, "Jenna, it's not possible, she couldn't bear it, but..." He thought about himself recently and said that I was too weak. Han turned to ask Ivalka, what did she think? She said confusedly, "He decided to go." He silently considered that if performance was considered, leaving him behind would be the right decision. He thought that since the target was defenseless, bringing Aaron along would be too much for us. Protecting one person and protecting two people are two completely different issues. Han closed his eyes tightly, thinking. Then he took out a red potion. He picked it up to drink and then gave it to Aaron. He suddenly took it and asked, "What is this?" I told him, "Drink it." He immediately said, "These drugs can't do anything." He firmly said that it could not cure him, but it would prevent his condition from getting worse. Han turned around and said, "Everyone take all the medicine they have and leave." He gathered them into a bag. "Give it to Aaron," he said, "remember to take a dose every 10 minutes. He felt that this was not good and said, "It's such a waste." He was frank, "That's my problem." Han begins to give orders, "We will split up and take action." He folded his arms across his chest authoritatively and said, "The first group will consist of Elise, this girl, and me. We will take this girl out of here." The remaining 3 people listened to him continue. "The second group, including Aaron, Jenna, and Olka, will stay to protect Aaron until this girl successfully escapes." After hearing this, Jenna suddenly asked, "So we just need to protect Aaron?" He slowly replied, "They were aiming for this girl, so as long as you go in the opposite direction from us, you will find a safe shelter." Aaron trembled and called out, "Boss, me." He shouted at him, "Shut his mouth." Edith then spoke up, "Han, if we do that, it will be very difficult to escape. There will definitely be many guards at the exit. It will be very difficult for us to successfully protect her." He turned back and said, "Find another way." "Okay," she was surprised, "Another way?" He thinks that the top goal on this floor is to find protection and rescue the target. The 15th floor type of mission is to watch over the target, protect a specific character. The new target is to free the target. Mission objective, rescue. Objective, escape from the city with the saint. He was surprised, an escape mission. Then he said, "Okay, I know they won't let us complete the mission easily." Han continued, "So now we will play the game of blending into the crowd first. I'm steadfast, and tonight we will get out of this city." Han looked steadily forward, his eyes sharp, and said, "Tonight we will escape. A city of stunning beauty." He began to come up with a plan. "We would wait until nightfall to escape. Based on the map you said, because then we will be less likely to be discovered by small groups of soldiers. We cannot send ourselves to confront them directly." He calculated for a while and said, "The coming of night will be an advantage for us. We can split up to make it easier to move silently, and escape without having to fight." Han continued, "If we don't have to fight, then we don't need a mage in the team. Fire magic is too easy to attract attention, so we can't take Olka with us. Jenna will be on the same team as Aaron. If they encounter a bad situation, they will be more able to improvise." He looked at the 3 of them and gave careful instructions. "You should go to the edge of the city. There will usually be groups patrolling all night. You just need to take Aaron and run." Aaron tried to get up and said, "I'm sorry." Hearing that, Han spoke up, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not keeping your life for your personal benefit." He told the 2 girls that, if a situation arises where you can no longer protect Aaron, don't hesitate to leave him behind. Your lives must come first, remember, not yet. After speaking, he told everyone, "Break time is over, you go to the right, we go to the left." After that, everyone left one by one according to his arrangement. Han went down the stairs with Edith and the white-haired girl. Suddenly he wondered, "What about hidden places?" Edith replied, "There are quite a few. Some alleys have quite complicated paths, and we can also go inside the buildings." He suddenly asked again, "Can we go inside the house?" She replied, "I tried just now." As he walked, Han muttered, "I guess this is different from the 15th floor. That's a good thing." On the way, there were guys sitting in a corner. Beautiful, free-spirited girls sitting on the side of the road. This made the white-haired girl a little scared and turned around to look. A moment later, a guy approached her, making her panic and clench her teeth. He teased, "Hey lady, are you lost?" He still continued to talk, "Maybe you ran away from home, I can take you there." But before he finished speaking, he was kicked by Edith with a painful kick. He was in so much pain that he fell to the ground. When she finished, she said, "Although it was a slum, this was a pretty good place to hide. The streets were like a maze, and there were many houses." Edith walked up to him and said, "I'll go ahead and find a place to hide." Tip: in long-term missions, sometimes there are cases where the mission lasts longer than usual. Even if the user logs out, the heroes still continue working. Han thought to himself, a message with instructions for a long mission, it would probably be boring to just sit and watch it. He remembered the white-haired girl and immediately thought, as for this girl, she looks worried, but she's still trying to stay calm. I think she's not an ordinary girl. Continuing to walk on the street, he glanced at her and speculated that if he was a normal person, he would have refused to follow us from the beginning. The girl quickly realized that in this chaotic situation, she should go. According to us, this is the only way to live. In front are quite large houses. Inside the door, Han spoke up, "You found a good place. There's also a back door, so it'll be easier for us if we want to escape." Edith glanced at him sternly and said, "We should hide there. Stay here until it gets dark. I've set a trap at the entrance. Be careful." The white-haired girl sat down and sighed, "So are we going to stay here now?" Edith walked out the door and said, "I'll be home soon." He looked at her wonderingly, "Are you going out again?" Hearing that, she smiled and replied, "I have work to do. You alone here are enough to protect her. I will go find a way out." Edith left the room, leaving only the two of them. He sat on the chair thinking, maybe I should take Jenna's place. Looking at everything around him, he saw that there wasn't much for him to do in a place like this. Han put his hand on his chin and said, Fry Kai's Al Lanner. She heard him speak and looked up and said, That's my name, I'm the second successor of the Empire. He leisurely sat on the chair and asked leisurely, then, she turned her face thoughtfully, probably it was meaningless to him. Fry Kai's Al Lanner looked at him and asked, Where did he come from? Han propped his chin, closed his eyes and quickly replied, It was none of her business. She seemed unconvinced and immediately said, I have revealed my identity, you should at least respond. He spoke up, You wouldn't understand even if I told you. She suddenly asked again, Really, do you come from a place we don't know? At this point he replied, What she said was also true. She started thinking, maybe you guys are the warriors who saved Nelsa. Nelsa is the name of the city on the 9th star level. I remember vaguely hearing some NPCs say it before. Fry Kai's Al Lanner touched the crown on his head and said, It seems I was right, I saw them in my dreams. Han seemed incredulous and then wondered, Dream? She recounted the events in her dream to him. In the dream, the warriors fought hard to protect the city. We couldn't see their faces, but we had the feeling that he was the one, is one of them. At this time, she held the crown in her hand and looked at it before continuing. Nelsa's survivors said that a group of people protected them. They said that without those people, the city would have fallen. Sunlight filtered through the door frame, she continued, but they couldn't see those people's faces. Fry Kai's Al Lanner sadly said that I had been having strange dreams all this year. The worrying thing is, in those dreams, everything is destroyed. The image of a burned empire appeared, the empire, the cities of the 4 great families, and even large and small villages and towns. The entire continent was engulfed in flames. She lowered her eyes and said, Those dreams make me certain that, if this continues, the continent will come to an end sooner or later. She looked ahead, confiding to him, You know, currently unusual things are happening across the continent, strange diseases, parasites, and monsters. Fry Kai's Al Lanner spoke his mind. I think the invasion of Nelsa was also a part of it. Monsters don't usually invade human territory like that. He suddenly asked, Why are you telling this story, with me? She frankly admitted, I need strength. Han didn't really understand and asked, Strength? She looked at him and said firmly, The power to save the world. He looked at her and asked, Do you want me to help? Hearing that, she immediately replied, Yes, you expressed your thoughts. I don't understand why you asked me for help. Aren't you a princess who possesses great power? I'm sure there are still many knights under her command. Fry Kai's Al Lanner said angrily, I'm just a puppet. All I have is the status of a princess. Other than that I have nothing left. She gritted her teeth and continued, No one listens to me. No one obeys my orders. Han put his hands behind his head and asked, You have money, go find some mercenaries. She quickly said, Then I will hire you to be my mercenary. I will pay whatever price you want, even though I'm just a puppet, I really have money. He closed his eyes leisurely and said, No, find someone else. If you're willing to pay, she'll soon hire someone suitable. She helplessly recounted that no one believed me when I talked about things in my dreams. They didn't even want to listen to me, but he was different. Fry Kai's Al Lanner looked at him with a hopeful face. He didn't laugh at my story, that's why I wanted to hire him. Han thought to himself, this is really troublesome. If the explanation I heard from the previous stage is true, then this stage is the city's past. Suddenly a short-haired girl appears and says, he needs to help them change the story, even if the settings and authenticity are upset, and even if Spacetime 6 is confused and destroyed, again. Even if I want to help, it won't help. Pink-orange sunset sky with flocks of birds flying. Han wondered, this girl is just an NPC. Once this mission ends, we will have nothing to cooperate with anymore. She asked with a hint of sadness, why do you still refuse? He calmly replied, I have my reasons. She quickly spoke up, what is the reason? Han smiled slightly and said, maybe you will laugh. The girl still doesn't quite understand. After that, he immediately said that we came from another world. Han smiled and said, maybe she will laugh. Fry Kai's was bewildered. Han said, we come from another world. Fry Kai's asked, what do you mean, another world? Han thought, there's nothing to do until nightfall anyway, maybe telling her a little won't hurt. He said, it's a really trashy place. He continued, we came here for a mission. In the other world, we were given missions, and if we didn't complete them, we would die. This time the mission is to protect someone. We don't know who it is, but then we realize that person is her. If we cannot protect the target, we will die. After listening, Kai said, "Wait, so you guys came from another world, to carry out a mission here?" Han replied, "Yes, we are forced to return to our world after completing the mission, that's why I can't help you." Kai said in disbelief, "What an absurd story, another world, you didn't lie to refuse my offer, did you?" Han is indifferent, "Believe it or not, I don't care." Kai said, "Okay, I believe you, you are warriors from another world." She said, "I don't doubt the story you told, because you didn't laugh at my story, I understand that you have your reasons. I won't try to change your mind anymore, you do your job, and I'll take care of mine." Han asked, "So what's your job?" "Isn't it obvious?" Kai's replied, "That is to prevent our dreams from coming true." Han raised his chin and asked, "Were you the one who called everyone to the square?" Kai said, "Do you mean the Silver Hall?" "Yes, I was planning to give a speech there." He stood up and said, "What is the point?" She replied, "To increase influence, right now I am nothing compared to the king." Han looked at her and thought, what an influence, if it weren't for us, this girl would probably have died here. If each mission in the game Pick Me Up has its own meaning, then surely Kai's is an NPC worthy of being saved. He walked out and said, "My name is Han." Kai smiled hearing that, "Han." She said, "Thank you, if it weren't for you guys I would have died." "You said, we're not done yet," Kai's replied, "I understand." Han asked if she knew why they wanted to take her life, she answered, "No." He explained, "She stood out too much, like a walking billboard." She was surprised, "A billboard?" Kai's held up the outfit, "You want me to wear this? What about the outfit I'm wearing?" Han said, "We'll throw them away, there's a landfill outside, don't you want it?" Kai said, "No, I more or less predicted it, but, leave me alone." He went out and thought to himself, I can hear the girl crying. Although only in name, she is still a princess, at most only 15 years old, it must be difficult for her to accept her current situation. Kai's finished wearing the outfit, she touched the fabric and said, "This fabric is really strange." Han spoke up, "Probably some bugs laid eggs on it." She panicked, "What?" He said, "I'm just joking, you're upset, don't joke like that." Han sat down and said, "We will leave in about 2 to 3 hours, you should sleep." Kai's gradually fell asleep. Han thought, if something happens to Aaron, I will receive a text message about the abnormal status, we still have time, just try a little more. At this time Kai's was asleep. He looked at her and thought, after all, I still talk too much. Edith comes in, she slept well. Han asked, "What is the way out?" She replied, "I found it, but there is still a small problem. At the city gate, there were too many soldiers guarding it." Han and Edith hid behind the wall. He thought, there were 22 people in total, they were too many for the two of us. Edith asked, "Should we go to another city gate?" Han said, "It's just a waste of time, I'm sure they are no different from this place." He turned back to look at Kai's behind him. If he could get through alone, it would be possible, but he couldn't ignore this princess. The mission was only considered successful if she passed the gate, and granted the level of that knight. A level 21 knight, at least 5 levels higher than the knights I've faced, I have no choice. He said, "Edith, do you know where Aaron's team is?" Edith said, "No," he said, "but you know the structure of this city, right? If you go into the slums you'll find a dress and a tiara, find Jenna and tell her to put them on." Edith seemed to understand, he intended. Han said, "We'll use her as bait." Han planned, according to Edith's information, "We have no other escape plan, if we have time, we can observe more, but we don't know if Aaron can still hold out, how long." He said, "If Jenna disguised herself as a princess and caused chaos, then surely some of the soldiers here would leave." Edith understood, "Okay, I'll be home soon." Han thought to himself, I will have to leave my shield here, there is a risk that it will accidentally reflect light. Han told Kai's, "At most an hour, we will leave here in that time, you stay inside, when I give the signal, run out." She said, "Even if he was injured," he firmly replied, "Even if I died." Kai's agreed, "Okay. Surely this is the last moment we will be together." He said, "Maybe." Then Han immediately ran away. Elsewhere, Aaron is seriously injured. Ivalka was worried, how much longer do we have to wait, if this keeps up he will die. Jenna silently prayed, "Baby, please. We can't hold out much longer." Han is adamant, "We will leave this city before dawn." In that street corner, Edith opened her mouth and breathed loudly. Her face was covered in sweat, breathing heavily as she looked at the soldier who had fainted beneath her. Elsewhere, soldiers patrolled along the road. Han Shojin hid behind a crate to observe. He held the sword tightly, thinking, Jenna and Freikais had similar builds, it would be quite difficult to tell them apart in the dark. Suddenly the system displayed a notification that Aaron was infected with poison. He widened his eyes in surprise. Next is a series of notifications with the content, HP will temporarily decrease, the situation is getting worse. So Han immediately ran away. He rushed forward with a serious face, thinking, if Jenna's disguise was discovered, all the forces would concentrate on her and put everyone in danger. I had to attract the enemy's attention, just protecting Aaron. It will be difficult but there is no other way. He activated his power, his pupils lit up, thinking, if I don't complete this mission quickly, the system notifies me. Awakening the skill, Han has learned Silent Move. He ran past the soldier holding a fire torch in front of him. Aaron was now barely alive, having difficulty breathing while Jenna held a towel to wipe away the blood. Ivalka Revelstracher asked worriedly, how much longer do we have to wait? He will die at this rate. Jenna gritted her teeth and hissed, brother. Suddenly both of them were startled by a scream, Jenna. Edith immediately picked up the white robe and said loudly, quickly change this. At that time, Jan was hiding in a narrow alley observing the group of guards outside. He thought, that was the skill of a bandit group, but perhaps fate was also on his side. His sharp glowing eyes looked at the enemy. He thought, there were 22 enemies, not many would leave after Jenna acted. At worst, he thought, he would have to fight all of them. Let's wait until the signal comes. Suddenly the soldier felt something unusual happen. A tornado rushed towards the city, leaving the guards stunned. The leader asked loudly, what is that? At this moment, another soldier ran to call, leader. He pointed to one side and said, found her, white dress, golden crown just like you said. So he raised his sword and ordered, let's go to the rescue, follow me. Immediately the soldiers ran away. Han squinted his eyes and counted in his head, 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 18, there were only 4 left. He looked at the knight whose armor was somewhat different from everyone else's. He crossed his arms majestically over his chest and thought, he's still here, a bit ominous but better than before. So he pulled out his sword and rushed out, thinking, hit fast, win fast. The system displayed a time clock, 1 tick. When the clock showed 76 ticks, a soldier on guard elsewhere was stunned to see a figure rushing towards him. At 1 second and 26 seconds, Han Shojin slashed his opponent's upper body, only for him to let out a loud cry. 1 second 64 ticks, the other soldier rushed towards him with a sword. The clock changed to 1 second 83 ticks. When 2 seconds and 28 ticked, he had chopped off his opponent's head. Another soldier watched it all in shock, he just stared blankly. Then in 2 seconds and 64 seconds, he launched the sword towards him. In just 3 seconds and 98 ticks, Han defeated an entire small group of soldiers. Then teleport to another position at 6 seconds and 98 ticks. He swung his sword down, walked solemnly, raising his voice to warn, stay away, and I will spare your life. In 8 seconds and 21 ticks, he stood facing the knight. The clock kept moving from 10 seconds 21 ticks to 14 seconds 28 ticks. The knight slowly pulled out the sword from his back. Han narrowed his eyes and thought, it probably won't work. With my current strength I can't pierce the armor. I'll have to pierce the gaps in the armor, but there aren't many. When 16 seconds and 98 ticked, he rushed straight towards the opponent. He cut his teeth and thrust the sword straight forward, thinking, I don't have time to estimate his strength. He aimed at the gap in the opponent's elbow as the clock turned red, marking 20 seconds and 16 ticks. Then attack straight where you aim. Next he moves to the opponent's upper body. And swung his sword and slashed once. He attacked once more. And so continued the attack. However, the knight blocked all of Han Shojin's attacks. He held the sword to block his slash. He bit the monk tightly and glared at the other person. Then jumped back and away. He frowned and said, this bastard. Looking at his uninjured appearance, he wondered in his mind, why don't you attack? You deliberately exposed a loophole when attacking, but he didn't even bother to counterattack. Once again he raised his sword, thinking, he knew that if he just bought time, he would win, and he said, go up. The system announced, Jenna lost blood, HP will temporarily decrease, Aaron is moribund. The system announced that his life was in danger, then the knight laughed a few times. Han Shojin activated his power, a huge murderous aura appeared, he shouted, then die. The system displayed, Han had fallen into madness. He immediately rushed forward and jumped up high and slashed down on the enemy. He attacked continuously, thinking while fighting, my current strength index is 40, if I can't pierce through it, I will use his armor. Suddenly, the system once again announced that Avalka was losing control of her mana. Immediately an explosion broke out, shocking Han. The system announced, tips, losing control of mana is a condition that occurs when a magic the monk used too much magic. He angrily cursed in his head, there was no time left, and screamed, kid. He said loudly, run away. Frykai's outlander immediately rushed out. She ran quickly toward the exit. Han attacked and said loudly, don't care about anything, run out of the city gate, just run along this road. Then he kicked the opponent hard, exclaiming angrily, get out of here. But the rider kept himself from flying too far. Then he quickly rushed towards her with Han. The knight swung his sword towards Han. He quickly used his sword to block the attack. At this time, she ran into the neighborhood street when suddenly a figure jumped out from a people's roof. Han was surprised to realize the danger. That mysterious person with his face covered swung a dart at Frykai's. She was still engrossed in running without realizing the presence of others. But Han suddenly appeared again, using his body to block a blow for her, causing her to panic. The system informed that Han was poisoned and his HP would temporarily decrease. She screamed in panic, Han. But he spoke loudly to her, don't stop, run. The system displays, the team is in critical condition. Owner, the team is in danger. Notification system, the team is on the verge of death. Master, the party is in danger. Faitu poisoned her chin deeply into Han Shojin's back. He coughed up blood. The system immediately announced that Han, 2 stars, was bleeding, and his vitality would gradually decrease over time. The knight now held his sword tightly and rushed forward. He aimed at him and slashed down. He turned and used his sword to block. Han frowned and gritted his teeth as he looked at the other person. Then the rider kicked the ground so hard that the ground cracked. He followed the momentum and rushed to attack him. The seriously injured Han coughed loudly and vomited blood. He put his sword on the ground, collapsed exhausted, thinking, if it weren't for his chest armor, his ribs would have been shattered. He curled his lips into a shaky smile, thinking, thank goodness, it looks like I've done quite a bit of damage. The knight then also covered his face in pain and trembled. He spoke up, did that blow hurt? The system announced again that Edis, 2 stars, was bleeding. Her HP would gradually decrease over time. Seeing that, he frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, I don't have time. At this time, the mysterious cloaked person once again shot poison darts at Frykai's. He immediately kicked the other knight away and used him to block the dart. Then took the opportunity to turn to that mysterious person. He threw the dart back at his face, screaming, where are you looking? At this moment, the knight behind him held a sword and rushed at him. But Han jumped high to avoid the attack. Then he used both legs to push straight down under the rider. He used all his strength to kick him and spit out a large mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and slid a distance. Han then immediately picked up his sword. The knight lay motionless on the ground. Han raised his sword high, glaring at him with wide eyes. At this time, Frykai's ran out of the neighborhood. Han gritted his teeth. He put all his strength into slashing at the opponent. Immediately the armor cracked and a pool of blood began to spill out. The sword was thrown straight to the side. Han sat down on the ground. He coughed and coughed out a large mouthful of blood, thinking, damn, the poison spread so quickly. The space became quiet again, only the sound of Han Shojin's soft cursing could be heard, damn it. He had difficulty looking back, where she ran from. Looking at her small back slowly moving away from sight. He breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes and leaned his head against the wall, thinking, it's time to say goodbye. The space immediately changed. His body glowed. He thought, I'm so tired. At this time, Edith was surrounded by a group of guards. Elsewhere, Jenna, in disguise, was also chased by a group of soldiers. Ivalka was surrounded by magic power, clutching her head in pain. Elsewhere, Aaron exhaled heavily and sat limply against the wall. He seemed to feel something and slowly opened his eyes. Elsewhere, Frykai still used his strength to run forward. The sun was gradually rising. She breathed heavily. Her feet still ran quickly toward the rising sun. Jenna was also running somewhere else when suddenly her crown fell off. She turned around in panic to see the crown falling to the ground. But then her body gradually glowed. Her body was activated by the system. And the system displays the message, "Target has escaped from the city, MVP, Han, 2 stars." His card appeared, "Stage completed, Han, 2 stars, Jenna, 2 stars, Aaron, 2 stars, Ivalka, 3 stars, Edith, 3 stars, level up, reward, 100,000 grams, iron ore, X3. At the system's game portal, all 5 people appeared at the same time. Jenna angrily screamed, "Wow, I thought I was dead. You were the one who forced me to wear that weird outfit, weren't you?" Han Shojin held the sword and said, "Don't you like it? It looks so expensive but..." She replied angrily, "That's not the problem. Do you know that all the soldiers were trying to kill me?" He didn't care and looked away and replied, "But no one had to die." System displays, "Recording completed, video has been saved to your gallery, you can share it with other users via internet." Han looked at his 4 exhausted teammates and praised, "Everyone did well, no one died, and we successfully conquered the boss level." The system displays, "Master, you want to disconnect, the yes button is selected." He turned to Edith and said, "Especially you, Edith, this case would be extremely difficult without you." She smiled softly and replied, "I just did what I should do." Then the dimension opened a portal. She walked towards it and said, "Now I will return to my team. Anyway, I have no intention of staying here long. I'm sure the master will bring someone else in to replace him." Stop. He narrowed his eyes at her and thought, "The whole thing, including the decoy plan, we wouldn't have been able to do without our understanding of the terrain and ability to gather information, so perhaps the real MVP of this time the mission must be Edith." At this time, Ivalka covered her mouth with her hand and yawned, saying, "Every time you almost killed us all, I'm going to rest now, my skin doesn't like lack of sleep." Jenna smiled and nudged Aaron's side, happily comforting him, "Aaron, don't be too sad, this time you're just unlucky, not a burden." But Aaron turned to Han and softly called out, "Hey." He silently said, "I'm sorry, it's because of me," but before he could finish, he interrupted, "Understand for yourself, don't act like that again, I won't save you a second time." But Aaron replied, "There is no guarantee that something like this will not happen again." He turned around, narrowed his eyes and looked at him wondering, "What are you babbling about?" Aaron lowered his head and said, "Do you intend to take me with you to the end of the tower?" He gritted his teeth and continued, "No matter how hard I try, I still don't think I can catch up with everyone, the gap between me and everyone keeps growing day by day." An image of Ivalka unleashing her power appeared. Aaron said, "Ivalka." Then the image of Jenna holding a dart in her mouth and holding a bow and arrow in her hand appeared. He said, "Jenna." Next was the image of a strong Han Shojin holding the sword with his powerful strength. He said, "And him too." He frowned and asked softly, "So what?" Aaron walked past him, still bowing his head without looking up and said, "I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense." He glanced slightly at his back, remaining silent. Looking at him, he thought, "It's true that this time we lost a lot because of Aaron. If he hadn't been injured, we wouldn't have fallen into such danger." He turned around slightly, continuing to think, "But I was the one who chose to save his life, my lack of judgment put everyone in danger." He clenched his hands and thought, "Aaron's current level is 14, there isn't much of a level difference, but the stat growth rate is very different. Jenna and I grew by 5 or even 6 stat points each time you level up, but Aaron's don't change at all." Aaron's chibi image appeared with a skill board. He thought, considering the skill set, it was even worse. Below is a chibi image of Jenna with a blunt view of her skills. He considers low proficiency, and he even has very few skills. He has pretty good basic fighting skills, but are not good at taking advantage of them. Han looked at the current geographic distance between him and Aaron and continued to think, for now, with what he has, it's still okay, but as time goes on, the distance will become more and more stretched. Eventually, he will be left behind, due to his lack of skills. He narrowed his eyes to observe, contemplate, or die while on duty. He stepped out of the system's space, thinking, we don't have much time to accompany him anymore, he doesn't have enough talent. Han still silently watched Aaron's back, thinking, I can't abandon him because we've been together for so long, but I also can't be so unreasonable as to keep a useless member. Then he turned his back and walked away from him, seriously thinking, if he couldn't keep up, he would be left behind. That was an unquestionable truth. In a citadel. Ivalka's eyes lit up and she happily asked, really, you won't punish us by eating only potatoes for refusing to jog? Han Shojin replied, no, have you been lied to all your life or something? From today, training will be voluntary. I will also not make a training schedule anymore. Are you excited to hear that? Hands to the sky. Han, Jenna and Aaron looked expressionlessly at her running and jumping over there. He said, "This will last for 3 days, in fact it's like a vacation. The master won't call us to battle during that time. Then he asked, "What are you two going to do?" Jenna shyly scratched her head and said, "Resting all the time is a bit unfamiliar. I will practice until dinner and then rest." Now it has become a habit, and Aaron pursed his lips and did not respond. He heard that and asked, "What is that?" "Even though I said you don't need to practice," she replied, "you will practice all the time anyway." The scene of Han running fast along the road appeared. He thought, "Each weight weighs about 10 kilograms. I have to carry at least this amount, otherwise I won't feel tired. Because of my physical ability, I have reached my human limit." You think, this is also an effect of the power of interference that Yizel mentioned. Remembering the gate depicting two gods clasping their hands together, he thought, after he gave whatever the strategy manual, the atmosphere in the waiting room changed. The scene of people living in the neighborhood happily living like in the normal world appeared. Han thought, low-level heroes usually just hide in a corner afraid of being eliminated, but over this period of time, they have begun to it's more relaxing, because whatever doesn't aggregate them, so they don't need to compete with others anymore. Velkus spit out a handful of saliva. He stopped and took a breath, looked at the two people walking towards him and asked, "What do the rising stars of Team 3 need from me?" He grinned and said, "I heard a very funny story when I arrived in the waiting room." Nerissa walked over to stand shoulder to shoulder with Velkus. He continued, "It doesn't matter who you were before coming here, whether you were a noble or a trash, if you want to live, prove yourself to be useful, and show your value, self." I must have raised one hand straight forward, smirked and said, "When someone told me this, I was very excited, that this must be a place where I would get anything as long as I could prove the price, self-control. I enjoy risking my life to fight." Then he changed his expression, his face became grimaced and he growled, "But now what?" Velkus showed a dejected expression when he heard the happy laughter echoing in the space. He said, "Standing here, I can still hear the laughter of people who are not as valuable as a dog or a pig." The image of Velkus holding his sword in a fighting stance appeared. Han Shojin thought, "Velkus, he is also a person from the second generation, but he is an eccentric guy, even though he has never received a summary, but his will to practice is as persistent as Aaron's, and his talent is also extraordinary." The image of Nerissa coldly appeared, he thought, and Nerissa. Velkus began to draw his sword, saying, "I'm sorry for coming here so late, but isn't this completely different from what we heard?" He stuck out his tongue and licked the blade, saying, "If my seniors allow me, I'm willing to go and teach them again, okay?" He replied silently, "Don't overreact." He grinned and said, "Just don't kill them, right?" Hearing that, Han immediately frowned and widened his eyes. So Velkus said, "That's really scary, sorry for being rude." He asked emotionlessly, "But don't you need to give me an answer? You lied to me, senior, about proving your worth." The harmonious scene of the waiting room appeared once again. Velkus said, "From what I see, I don't think proving one's worth has any meaning here. I heard that there is that resynthesis system can help eliminate trash, but strangely the master doesn't use it." Han frowned and replied, "Just mind your own business, you will understand soon." So Velkus turned around and left. He smirked and said, "I'll wait and see, I'm looking forward to it." Han Shojin silently watched the figures of Velkus and Nerissa leave. He narrowed his eyes. Imagine the mansion, he thought, using synthesis respectfully. That was my principle when running Niflheim. When I posted this strategy, many other players also learned the principle of me. The people grinned, revealing every string of saliva in their mouths, he thought, but everyone failed. Han remembered the image of the old people, the scene of Toby asking him with a big mouth, "Will you let me go home, won't you, I'm going home," and he replied, "Yes, just think so." Then come the image of the player panicking when Jockin grabbed his collar and pulled him away from his thoughts at that time. He was blinded because this was his first paid summon, along with his card, with the system's content, Han, 1 star, leveling up, skills, rookie sword and shield ability, pain resistance, leveling up. He pondered, fear is one of the biggest sources of motivation, pushes the hero's actions, so without synthesis, the heroes will no longer obey their master, they become lazy, act arbitrarily, and even ignore orders. Then the scene of chaotic players appeared. Han thought, it was similar to the current situation, where the number of active members compared to the total number of heroes was too low. He put his hands in his pockets, gently looked at Enoch in front, wondering in his mind, has he just returned from the daily dungeon, that is Enoch the carpenter, and spoke up, something must have happened, right? He asked, why did he go to the warehouse himself? Enoch hugged the pile of wood with both hands and replied, no one was willing to work, they just picked up a few tree branches and then lazily walked through the forest. The door opened, he continued to say, because of them, I have to do everything myself. Looking at the group of teenagers laughing and joking with each other, he commented that times have changed too much. In the past, people like this only had to die. He bent down to put away the wood, wondering if the world had become too beautiful. Han Shojin listened to everything and just silently bowed his head without answering. He frowned and looked up at the sky, thinking, at this point, whatever must have also realized that the daily dungeon and training are not going well, and his performance is plummeting. The hexagonal pieces in the sky flickered. The waiting room scene appeared. Han thought, there were two solutions. The cards of each player floating in midair appeared. He thought, Solution 1, mass synthesis. In this situation, most of the second-generation heroes will be lost, but the performance work and training will be enhanced. Of course, if abused, the stress index will skyrocket. The system's information panel displays, Research, this is your current development level, 1, Hero Chemistry Research, Level 1, 2, Facilities Improvement Research, Level 0, 3, Research Dungeon Information, Level 0. The scene of a house appearing, he thought, Solution 2, motivate the heroes with something other than fear. You have chosen to research and improve facilities. 159 research points, the Yes button is selected. Immediately 3 cards appeared. The Hero Chemistry Research card was unlocked and the Dungeon Information Research card, Facility Improvement Research card was locked. Then the Facility Improvement Research card was unlocked, the Notification System, and Facility Improvement Research reached Level 1. The scene in the waiting room has changed. The Notification System, there are more facilities that can be constructed. You can now edit the detailed functions of the facilities, customize the facilities that have been built, unlock. Tip: Facility customization is a function that allows you to edit the structure of the facility to your liking. Please enjoy editing the waiting room as you like, Master. Han held the sword and looked up to the sky and let out a breath. Then he smiled and thought, soon there will be another team. Aaron ran out of breath and asked Han, if you have time, could you fight me? Hearing that, he frowned and asked, with that condition, you just fought Edith, you won't, can't last a minute. He put on a determined face and said loudly, I'm fine, do you think you can become stronger by just pushing yourself? Suddenly a system notification rang out, everyone please gather at the town square. Han narrowed his eyes and said, it was an order to gather, stop training for now. Jenna quickly said, this is the first time the master has called everyone. Edith wondered, will there be a gathering? A moment later, Yizel appeared, smiling happily and asking if everyone was full. She flew high and said loudly, except for the people in the dungeon, there are everyone, right? If you're not there because you're sleeping, you'll be in big trouble. Chloe worriedly spoke up, we're all here. Yizel replied, okay, everyone's here, go into the warehouse now. At the warehouse. Everyone was worried, what is this, what's going on? Yizel looked at a man and said, you might disappear if you get caught in there. Be careful, he replied, what are you getting into? She means Star. She showed an excited look and said, we will have a mass renovation. Suddenly, a tremor occurred, causing everyone in the warehouse to stand up in panic. The town scene becomes chaotic. The system announces, facility construction is underway. Please click on the type of facility you want. 3-dimensional space appears. The system notification line appears. Level 3 housing has been selected. Confirmation of building expansion is selected. The Yes button is pressed. A dimension also appeared in the training area, along with the system's words. The training ground was level 3. Jenna smirked and said, a similar thing happened before, now we have a lot of people, so it's time to reform. Notification system, housing has been promoted to level 3, hero capacity limit has been increased. Edith wondered in confusion, how to renovate. She closed her eyes and replied, she was late so she probably didn't know. That was when the master created more facilities in the waiting room for us, hopefully this time there will be more, a hot bath. The system immediately announces that the bathroom and outbuildings of the house have been selected, whether construction is needed or not, and the Yes button is pressed. The system continued to announce, living room, outbuildings of the house. Aaron looked at Han and asked, what do you think will appear next? The system notification line appears, the dining room, and the outbuildings of the house are there. He quietly replied, who knows? The space where the town is located is gradually changed. The notification system, excellent. With the appearance of new facilities, the town square has been promoted to level 3. Han said, but it wasn't what he was expecting. Aaron was stunned, his eyes wide open in wonder and anticipation. Han Shojin put on a mysterious expression, smiled and said, "You'll see." At the square, the system displays a notification, "Wonderful Square has reached level 3. Aaron now spoke up and said, "One thing is for sure, things will not happen as I expected, as you expected." Hearing that, he gave a dangerous smile in response, "You'll see." Now in the shabby place mode, Jenna is trying to reassure everyone, "Don't worry, he's just building a new building for us, we were in a shabby place to begin with." "Sounds like that," the person excitedly asked again, "Do you mean the facility is being developed?" She heard that and replied, "Yes." Hearing that affirmation, everyone cheered, "Great, my bed is not very comfortable, we also get to eat new food, huh?" Yizel looked towards the door and said excitedly, "The construction is complete, now everyone can go out." Hearing those words, everyone quickly went out to take a look. Everyone was surprised to see the scene before their eyes and said, "Oh, you're right, the buildings have changed." The system then displays a notification that the waiting room has been upgraded to level 2. Everyone's excited voices rang out in the space. Now there were 2-story buildings. Where did that bridge lead to? Is that a new boarding house? It's even bigger now. The system now begins to introduce new facilities. The number of floors has increased. You can now build more facilities. You can use external data maps. The facility diagram has changed. The training center egg has reached level 3. The effective training rate for heroine will increase. The bathhouse has completed. The satisfaction of the heroine facility has increased. The resort has completed. Heroine will no longer be tired anymore. The restaurant that has been upgraded to level 2 will have delicious dishes to serve the hero. Everyone was excited when there was a new facility. Jenna jumped up and ran away to say, "Bathroom, bathroom." Edith still couldn't believe her eyes and just exclaimed, "That's great." Aaron invited a few other people to come with him. Check out the motel. Inside the inn, everything looked shabby, with only a small wooden table placed right in the middle of the room. At that image, many people shouted angrily, "Where were the sofas in the waiting room?" There were no chairs or decorations. The fireplace in the room had also evaporated. "We've lost our bed, so we have to sleep on the floor." What happened? Seeing that, Jenna was somewhat confused and said, That shouldn't have happened." "You heard that, joking around with everyone, maybe. Don't you see there are stairs? Now it has a second floor, go up and see." When she got there, Jenna was so excited that her nostrils were smoking and she said, "Wow! It's on a different level than level 1. So everyone wants to stay here, so how do we register for a room? I can't sleep on the floor." Their gossip life became even more exciting when they saw the luxurious interior of the floor. She kept moaning like that and everyone followed suit. "Is anyone planning to stay on the first floor? So why don't we solve this problem and bring the beds to the rooms of people who need them? How do we register the rooms? I want the second floor, I need to shower every day. Do you think I don't know how to clean myself?" Seeing them arguing so much, Edith was very tired and said, "I still don't understand the master's intentions." Yizel was flying high above. She said to the people arguing below, "Why are you spitting out sentences with this meaning?" Hearing that, some people got angry and said, "Nonsense." Others said, "But to interrupt, the posting signing the room is very important." She turned around and flew away saying, "Everyone go to the second floor square, the master will give you rooms." The system displays a notification again, installing base details. At this time everyone was present in the square. The system continues to inform about the facility: accommodation on the second floor, level 2 restaurant, level 1 bathroom, level 1 rest area. Yizel was holding a black book in his hand looking at it and the contents. Let's see, there were a total of 35, the master's orders were: Restaurant manager level 2, Chloe 1 star, Amarin 1 star, available foods include meat, potatoes, fruits. Installation completed, applying changes, please wait a moment. She closed the notebook and said boldly, "I'll tell you where your room is, so come up and listen." She started assigning rooms to everyone. Team 1 has a total of 4 people, all of you are on the second floor so you can choose your own room. Hearing that, someone spoke up, "I knew Mr. Han would be on the second floor." Yizel still continues his work, as does Team 2, there are many rooms so just choose from there. Chloe, Enoch, Alter, Patrick, Amarin, you guys are also on the second floor, the rest are on the first floor. Upon hearing that, the people who had to stay on the first floor immediately protested. What do you mean? I don't accept it." Velkist and his comrades spoke up after returning from somewhere. "What the hell happened? I just came back from hunting." The person assigned to the first floor said angrily, "Heard her go to the master who was dividing the rooms." Over here, Jenna is whispering to him, "What's going on? It sounds a bit strange." He calmly replied, "I think it's completely normal." The design of the house appeared in her mind and she said, "But there were only 30 people on the second floor." Velkist asked, "So Team 3 is also on the first floor? The others keep shouting for justice. Isn't there a lot of rooms on the second floor? Why are we on the first floor? What a waste." They are still constantly shouting at Giselle, which is making her uncomfortable. "Yes, I'm sure at least 30 people are probably on the second floor. Actually, up until now the heroes are all living the same way. The level of effort in each individual's progress is different but the rewards are the same. That management method is quite good as long as you have a few heroes and you are using all of them in combination, but upgrading the hero lounge requires separation." After understanding that, Jenna asked her teammates, "Is it necessary to divide everyone like that?" As if, sometimes before finishing the sentence she inserted, "Nobles and peasants." It's an obvious path to take if the master wants to manipulate us to their will. I don't like the way they run things like that, but this is pretty good. Listening to what she said, Jenna asked confusedly, "Nobles and peasants?" He then sighed and said, "At least she still wakes up early to go to the training center and practice until the end. She also hunts in the dungeons every day. More than half of the meat we consume comes from your hunts, and you've done your part in the mission as well." Hearing what he said, Jenna smiled shyly. Shay's voice rang out again now, "But what about them? They didn't do anything. You're really stupid. I explained this a long time ago." Edith heard that and asked, "So if Mr. Vic synthesizes him, is he creating ranks?" Those people kept shouting out of frustration, "Redistribute the rooms." "That's right, why do we have to sleep in rooms without beds?" Clearly intending to harm us. The system will then display a notification, depending on the base settings. This feature is only used to decorate the waiting room for the first minute of the game, until the master realizes that the heroes have very similar personalities. People. The newly created A3 model that I used initially in Niflheimer has some disadvantages, but it is the simplest way to minimize the need to use a combination of heroes. Giselle is now angry because those people said, "You guys are making me angry." She used her fist to strike the ground. That punch caused a huge tremor to the ground. She shouted angrily, "You all think you have the right to do whatever you want. Just a month ago you all should have been rounded up. You should know you're lucky you haven't been rounded up yet. Do that. If you heard that, you would say that." But she didn't care about what the other person said, waving his fist in the air and saying, "What do you guys want to eat my nuclear punch to?" Those people, seeing her like that, felt scared and said nothing. Giselle's voice still rang out, "You guys don't have any more complaints, now hurry up. Chloe and Amarin will work as chefs only for the second floor." Chloe heard that and asked again, "Only for the second floor?" She immediately replied, "You are in charge of food for the second floor residents." Hearing that, someone on the first floor asked, "Wait, what do we have to eat?" She heard that and replied, "That's your problem, eat a lot of Thanksgiving or something." She looked at them with contemptuous eyes and continued, "Eating meat on the first floor is forbidden. There are potatoes in the cupboard on the first floor. You can grill or do whatever you want." Hearing that, someone shouted angrily, "Do we have to eat those?" She replied, "What do you think?" The more he listened, the angrier he became. "She forced us to sleep on the floor and didn't even give us food. I'm already upset enough being forced to stay here and now you're still treating me like that. Do you think I would approve of this?" Hearing that, she calmly replied, "So what are you going to do?" As soon as he heard that, he took out his sword and rushed towards her, saying, "She should die." She didn't pay any attention to him and closed her eyes. Before the other person could do anything, one of his flaps was cut off in surprise. He screamed in pain. Giselle looked to one side with angry eyes and said, "What are you planning to do?" Velkist grabbed the other person's arm and smiled, saying, "As long as I don't kill him, it's okay, right?" At night at a bar, someone's voice rang out in the air, "I don't care who you were before. Whether you're a noble or a trash, if you want to live, you have to prove that you're useful, prove your worth." He put his hand on his chin and said smugly, "That's what Mr. Han said." He pointed at Velkist and said, "If you want to get used to this place, you better follow the rules. Don't pay attention to what the second team does, they are really monsters." Hearing that, he replied, "I just saw them practicing. If I could be that strong by training, then I could compete with that guy named Aaron." He started asking him about the situation, "So how strong is this person named Han?" The other person heard that and replied, "I'm not sure about that because I've never been on the same team with them." He heard that and continued to ask, "So where did you hear these rumors from?" The other person heard him ask and replied, "From Jenna. She told us a lot unlike the other members of that group." He heard that and continued to ask, have you ever witnessed the synthesis of heroes? The other person heard that and replied, I didn't come here after the master stopped it, so I'm still alive. He heard that and said thoughtfully, in combination, players can get stronger after each match, and gain more skills when practicing. And the captain of this place is Han. When he got the information he needed, he immediately stood up and said, okay, thank you for the information. The other person saw him standing up and quickly said, well, my name is Alan, if you have any other questions. Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted and looked at him with scary eyes, sorry, but I'm not interested in your name. Those were Velka's thoughts. Back to reality, after cutting off the other person's arm, he turned the sword in his hand in it. I heard all the hardships that the senior had to endure. It must have been very interesting. I was also a bit sad because I joined the team late. The other person was sitting on the ground trembling because of something. He said in a very proud voice, it's not important to me whether I can prove my worth or not. As far as I know, there is a very good system for eliminating trash. It seems strange that the master is not right about it. He looked at the person sitting on the ground with scary eyes and said, you can reattach your hand yourself. If you press it on the broken part, it will heal itself. Everyone around saw this and were extremely scared. His voice continued to echo, don't you know that the video has never been reported before? I'm here after witnessing this interesting thing. I like it very much. Now I'm a bit bored. Does anyone want to have their hands cut off like this? If you don't want to, don't object at all. Seeing his actions, someone shouted, you psycho. He laughed and replied, it's better to be a god than a useless pig, right? He saw his actions and asked, Velkist, why are you sticking your nose in? He heard that and replied, sorry, but it was so disgusting that my body acted on its own before my brain could think. He looked at the person lying on the ground and thought, how lucky he was. If it weren't for Velkist's actions, Yizel would have crushed his head. Yizel flew up high and said, did you hear that? Velkist heard her question and replied, the first floor and the second floor are divided. The first floor is a pig pen while the second floor is luxurious. She heard that and said, that's right, you guys are also on the first floor. Hearing that, he smiled and affirmed, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Hearing that, she said with a disinterested face, I'll summarize for you idiots to understand. Out of 35 people, only 13 people can live on the second floor. The remaining 22 people have to live on the first floor. Those on the first floor can use the buildings here freely, while those on the first floor cannot. If you try to sneak up to the second floor, you will all die. Hearing what she said, he looked with bored eyes. Yizel's voice continued to echo, if you want to go to the second floor, you must improve your skills and experience. Look, here is a perfect model. He is a supermodel. The invincible trump card learns him. Did you see how he performed on the 15th floor? Genius skills and ah. He reached out and pinched her face and said, if you want to live happily, show off your skills. The master is follow you guys. He loudly told everyone, if that day he thought you were good enough, he would let you go to the second floor. Hearing that, some people said cautiously, but that was too difficult. We were all dragged here without knowing it. I never wanted it, and now we have to live like this. Velka stood to the side and looked at him. He looked at them with scary eyes and said, that's enough. I'm the same. We're all forced to come here. In fact, everyone is the same. We have to learn to fight or do something. Right, Jenna? She heard him ask confusedly and replied, well, that's right, we didn't even have food before, and one mistake would mean being taken to the general public. People think we practice all day because we like it. It all comes at a price. Hearing that, the other person trembled and said, meaning? Do you want us to fight as well as you? Hearing that, he replied frankly and accurately. At this time, he was thinking about the rules of this game. Support players and item collectors were still not necessary. Most of them were players who could fight, and a small portion of talented people would be, go to the second floor. Half of them accept this. The other half objected. Perhaps things will get worse as they get used to the luxuries of the past. To convert the operating system here, you need to gradually eliminate free gacha because such heroes are not useful. There will certainly be obstacles and objections when you want to change too much while everything is already arranged from before, like that is the best thing to do now. Someone at this moment shouted angrily in nonsense. He said angrily, you want us to fight while being treated like trash like this? What kind of injustice is that? We don't accept it. Hearing that, Velka sneered and replied, even if he was well fed, he wouldn't fight. The group of people still kept screaming, right everyone, that's right, we will take back what belongs to us. The man shouted threateningly at him, do you think we don't know the secret you're hiding? He heard that and asked again, secretly. The other person smiled dangerously and said, how to make the master change his mind. I know master can't lay a hand on us, he's probably hiding it, but we already know. Hearing that, Yizzle seemed like a stone flower. That person started inciting everyone. What? Risking your life and fighting monsters if you want to live happily? That sounds crazy, right? Why do that? We refuse to fight, we cannot do so. The system then displays a notification. 1-star Sethan has refused the entry price. Team 4 is inactive. Team 5 is inactive. There is a major strike and the heroes are rebelling. He saw that and said, there are 10 people refusing to fight, they don't know their position. He threw his sword to the ground. The other man saw that and was scared. The sword rotated in front of his feet. He said coldly, cut off an arm with this sword, just like him. Then I will let you live. The other person said in fear, are you crazy? Why do we have to do that? I started to scare them. If I tell them and you still don't listen, I have no other choice. The price to pay for this lesson is very expensive. Although the other person was scared, he still stubbornly said, what a nonsense threat, we know everything, we can refuse the master's orders. He heard that and replied, that's not wrong, heroes have the right to disobey their master's orders, and Yizzle cannot touch a hero except in special situations. Edith now warned, if you don't obey, your lives will be in danger, you are not in the same position as us. Hearing that, the other person said, how are you different from us, you're also risking your life. She spoke up to explain, he didn't even know, but before he could finish his sentence, he stopped her, if you have a good attitude, then risk your life. The other person quickly replied, no need to speak. Yizzle's voice rang out, Velkist, Alan, Leslie. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Velkist standing on the high wall asked, is that a synthesis? Yizzle replied, exactly. She said harshly, we don't have time to enter the model. The two of them stood on the high wall and said, summarizing. She said uncomfortably to the two of them, this is the first time I've heard it, what are you doing? If you don't come in, I'll push you in. He said to Jenna, it's funny that they know what's going wrong but don't know the general story. She replied in a formal way, I said it but they probably didn't pay attention. It's been a long time since a synthesis happened, now there are more people who don't know about it than those who already know. Inside the room, the system displayed a notification, will you proceed with the synthesis, and someone pressed the yes button. Alan lay on the ground in fear and said, it's impossible. At this moment Velkist spoke up, I'm Alan, nice to meet you again, thank you so much in advance, you taught me many things. You said I could ask anything, right? His face changed and he said, sorry, but I probably can't ask you anything anymore. Alan screamed in pain, no. The system then displays a notification that the synthesis process has been completed. 1-star Alan has become light, 1-star Leslie has become light, and 2-star Velkist has been upgraded with new skills. After being synthesized, he came out with a new appearance. As he walked he said, the feeling was so wonderful. Still not enough, isn't there more? I still see a few more offerings. Seeing Velkist's madness, Han above spoke up to stop him, that's enough, his turn is over. Velkist heard that and looked up in the direction where Han and everyone were looking at him, smiling a bit despicably and saying that he was sorry, real. And then, to the horror of those who were still arrogantly demanding to refuse the master's orders, Velkist continued to say that anyway, it was very good, I hope to be able to do it many more times. Then, a voice rang out loudly saying Nerissa, Oliver, Walter. But Walter misheard his name, so he was startled and widened his eyes, pointed at him, and stammered and said, I am, but I'm very hardworking. And then the voice from the synthesis room said it wasn't Walter, it was Walter, come out now. Walter felt relieved when he heard it wasn't him. Walter, whose name was called, was extremely frightened and turned to look. The next second, I saw him rushing at Oliver and shouting something like this, you didn't say that, you said nothing would happen. Oliver was grabbed by the collar and was no less nervous. He stammered out an answer, it should have been like that, I really heard that. Walter heard that and asked again, why did you two just come in and leave again? Then, as if he had lost his mind, he turned to look at Yizzle and shouted like crazy, I was tricked by this guy, I was tricked, I didn't know this would happen, and Yizzle showed an uncaring expression, with both hands, put it behind your head and say who cares. But no matter what I say now, it's already too late. Nerissa has entered the synthesis stage, her body is surrounded by blue light, her hair is flying. The next second, I saw Walter and Oliver screaming in pain, tears unconsciously flowing out. Completing the synthesis process, Nerissa felt stronger, her eyes lit up, she smiled like a winner. Accompanied by that, a voice rang out, completing the synthesis, 1-star Oliver had disappeared into the light, 1-star Walter had disappeared into the light, and the card named Nerissa had 2 stars. At this time, she came out with an extremely strong mental state. At this time, one guy saw that 3 people went in but only one person came out and was extremely scared. He shouted, "We will stop the strike." The system reported that Team 4 has returned to your control. Again, the names Jenna and Lawrence rang out. Then there were panicked voices saying, "Help, save us, it's his fault, kill him." But Han just stood there looking at them in a meaningless panic, not saying anything, and Yuzel seemed like he didn't either. Unable to bear it, she closed her eyes and said it all ended like this. The guy from earlier saw that he had raised his voice to stop the strike, but the synthesis process did not stop. He was extremely frightened and gasped and stammered and said, "We will stop the strike. Why don't we stop?" I only saw Han holding his chin in boredom and looking at the other guy who was talking crazy, clearly because they were being used to kill chickens and scare monkeys. The system room rang again. Edith, Liddell. Liddell was now resisting helplessly under the siege of the Yuzel fly. He ran away and said, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere." I only saw Edith sighing, thinking to herself that even if the current method helps, then the threat that sums it all up, but fear is still necessary. Suddenly, the blonde guy ran back and knelt down with Han and trembled and said unconsciously, "What should I say?" But in response he only got Han's coldness. He coldly asked again what to say. The blonde guy replied, "What I heard is that you can communicate with the master. Tell them to stop this." I only saw Han indifferently spit out an extremely cold sentence that he should use a sword to cut off one of his arms. Then I told him, but this sentence immediately made the stiff blonde-haired guy gasp in fear. These two people are like two opposite extremes. Faced with this fear, Han's sharp eyes flashed cruelly and said, "Haven't I told you, this is already too little?" Which caused the blonde to fall into the depths of despair. After that, a bored fat guy ran up and yelled at Han that he was crazy or something and told him to cut off his hand, but Han still used that attitude to reply that I really said that. Hair guy. At this moment, I sat down on the ground, helplessly saying, "Isn't that a bit too much? It's not just a finger, it's the whole arm." And then Han said a sentence. Didn't he risk his life, making the fat man grit his teeth in anger because it was so right that he didn't know how to answer. At this moment, the trembling blonde man raised his arm in front of Han and stammered, "Can you cut it for me? I don't think I can do it myself." But Han stood solemnly and indifferently refused, "I won't do it." The blonde guy shouted in despair, "Are you just leaving us all to die?" Hearing that, Han immediately replied that I gave you a choice. After that, he stared straight ahead, thinking that this was a big deal. For the sake of the future, I can't forgive them, but if someone really cuts my hand, I'll still be able to do it. You might consider keeping it alive. Then he thought, of course cutting off his hand wasn't easy. There were some people who tried to cut off their hands, but all failed, followed by the image of the blonde guy with his bloody and slimy arm. But his arm was bloody and slimy, his hand wasn't broken off. Similar to him, another guy also collapsed holding his bleeding arm, and the fat guy also raised his sword to prepare to cut his hand, and of course, everyone's face turned pale, and full of pain. The ground was full of fresh bloodstains, along with Han's thoughts that to cut them off in just one blow, they needed strong enough swordsmanship or high enough strength, otherwise they could only slowly cut them. After that, the general room rang out the names Han and Seitan again. Han gently walked away and faintly said that finally everyone had disappeared. It was his turn and let Seitan kneel behind him, pain and helplessness with bleeding arms and deep cuts. There was only the synthesis room left around. Everything around became silent because there was no one left. In the general room, Seitan trembled and stammered and asked what would happen to me, while Han was coldly looking at him with his arms crossed, kindly spitting out the words, "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Seitan was so scared that he was in tears. He stammered and said, "We just wanted to," but at this moment the blue light source had enveloped him. The next second, I heard the system announcement that the synthesis had been completed, the 1-star Seitan had disappeared into the light, and the 2-star Han had gained experience. Followed by Han walking out, touching his neck in disgust and saying it wasn't enough to stuff his teeth. Then, he looked towards Belkist and Nereza and said there were only 25 people left. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You guys are crazy, monsters." Belkist heard that and got angry, preparing to draw his sword and say who said that, but Han spoke up to stop him. Belkist stopped his actions, crossed his arms, looked at Han and said he's done killing chickens to scare monkeys. There are still some people who only know how to bark and bark. Han calmly replied that I said so. Why are you still so impatient? Belkist glanced up at the fearless people above, smiled contemptuously and said, "Senior, calm down, I've probably cut them all down by now." Having said that, he and Nereza turned away. Belkist did not forget to leave a sentence that I was leaving first. "See you on the second floor." After that, a system voice rang out the master again, starting to summon 10x, really looking forward to which heroes will appear this time. Under the purple light, a room appeared with a rustling sound and suddenly, the voice of Master Wateva had arrived. The scene is an image between the first and second floors, along with an explanation. Now, depending on the rank, the place summoned will be different. Free heroes are on the first floor, premium heroes are on the second floor. The image of a person holding a mace and a person holding a sword appears. These two people are looking at the statue of two women clasping their hands together. Soon, the selection process will begin. A girl holding a weapon was nervously looking around, and the guards, who were also in a state of war at any moment, were standing behind. Han and Jenna were standing above talking. He seriously said, "Don't be subjective just because we are on the second floor. We can also be lowered down there." Jenna heard that and scratched her face shyly, saying that. The four of them were looking from the second floor down to the group of people on the first floor. Han continued to say that with the second floor, the third floor was not far away. The floors would continue to increase, and the rankings would also be different. The transition is the second day at the competition area. The room is warmly and elegantly decorated with warm yellow chandeliers, creating a cozy feeling. Jenna was having breakfast right now. When she saw Han coming, she said hello to him. "Are you awake?" She looked at Han, who was pulling a chair to sit down, happily saying that she didn't know why, but today's breakfast was very delicious. But Han just coldly replied that there were fewer people eating, so that was it. Jenna excitedly looked at the piece of meat in her hand and wondered how Chloe and Amaranth could prepare food for 30 people at the same time. Han was also happily looking at his delicious sandwich and answered as if their skills have leveled up. "The first floor is probably fighting right now." Jenna heard that and replied that they can probably show off their talents now. Han suddenly looked out the window. He looked out at the scenery outside and thought he could cover everything from this new place. From everywhere he could see the second floor, so if there were people who were not satisfied, it could help them set their goals higher. The scene changes. We see Aaron practicing hard, sweat falling from his forehead but still unable to hide his handsome appearance. Seeing Han coming, he opened his mouth to say hello. Han saw Aaron practicing so hard and asked if he could sleep for 4 hours. Aaron honestly smiled and replied that I thought it was only 3. Hearing that, Han felt that Aaron was terrible and exclaimed in admiration, "That's crazy." Transitioning, we see many personal training rooms and dueling arenas that are decorated extremely professionally, along with the introduction that the biggest change in the training ground after level 3 is that there is now also a training room, individual and dueling arenas. In the personal gym there is a pillar to practice. The personal gym can be locked from the inside so you can practice crazy early in the morning without anyone finding out. In the dueling arena, it's a room like an empty box. It doesn't have the recovery effect like in the waiting room, meaning you can fight in real conditions, and if you get seriously injured you have to be dragged out. Han looked down from above and thought that as the facilities were upgraded, so would the team. The problem was who would fill the vacancies in teams 1 and 2. While looking at the scene ahead and thinking, Han suddenly saw Belkis and Nerissa Eeyore fighting. Belkis was looking crazy, attacking the people around him and with an extremely happy expression on his face. In contrast to him, Nerissa is also very strong but also struggles to attack with such high intensity. Han looked at Belkis with an arrogant and complacent face and bloodshot eyes and thought Belkis' personality was too fierce. He was reckless and more talented than anyone else. The wild natural skill he unlocked yesterday had the rarity rate is less than 1%. Han thought of Belkis going crazy and admired his talent. It was a passive skill that turned anger and fear into combat power, but it was extremely compatible with transformation skills. After that, he looked at Nerissa's scent again and silently assessed her that compared to him, Nerissa lacked combat power but she was very cold and calm. She was excellent at camouflage, transformation, etc. Yes, so if she is developed she will become an excellent thief. Han looked at Belkis, who had defeated 3 people lying on the ground at once. He looked at the defeated men, put his hand on his chin, and thought contemptuously that the others were not worth mentioning. Suddenly, Belkis seemed to discover something and turned his face up to look at Han. When he saw him, he waved his hand provocatively with an extremely suggestive smile. Seeing this, Han just smiled contemptuously and said, "You're an arrogant bastard. Those taken down by Belkis are being recovered." Han jumped down and slowly walked towards Belkis. When he saw him approaching, he looked helpless, smiled bitterly and told him, "Can you teach me once, senior? There are only a bunch of pigs and dogs here who can't stand a single trick of mine." Han pulled out his sword and opened his mouth to ask again what he meant by saying he hated pigs and dogs. After that, a green light source emitted around him. Han opened his mouth and said contemptuously, "Because to me you also belong to the same family." Hearing that, Belkis did not react angrily. On the contrary, he was extremely excited, raised his sword and prepared to fight. His red eyes glowed and said that if he did not fight, he would not be able to tame the animals. One side represents ice and water. One side represents fire. Seconds later, the two rushed towards each other and fought. Belkis continuously launched sword attacks at Han. And Han was also very flexible in avoiding all of his fatal blows. His eyes emitted a blue light. And then suddenly, he delivered a fatal kick to Belkis' chest, causing him to lose his balance and fall back, blood spurting out of his mouth. Under Han's kick, he slid several meters away, his feet and the ground rubbing together, creating a hollow that was both deep and long. Then, in the flurry of rocks, Belkis grinned like a madman, blood still flowing from his mouth, his bloodshot eyes and long scar making him look even more terrifying. But it seemed that this injury made him even more interested. He continued to hold the sword and rush towards Han. Han was avoiding Belkis while thinking that if he only had this, I probably wouldn't need to use turn berserk. The two of them rushed in like arrows, the clanging sound of clashing swords continuously emitted. Han thought in his heart, but it's like this. Switching scene to the competition area, a voice rang out saying Team 1 is here. Ivalka wondered why we were called here. Are we about to climb the tower? While Ezel next to him hugged his back and grimaced, sighing, just moving down was tiring enough. I was right, already old. Next to Han calmly replied that it probably wasn't like that, there were still missing members. Ivalka heard that and asked in return, then why? I don't think we are members who go to the dungeon every day. Then that voice rang out again, answering everyone's questions that the master ordered you to explore the dungeon. Ivalka heard that and mumbled incredulously to explore. Han was equally suspicious, but he didn't say it out loud, just squinted his eyes and thought to himself to find out. Scene transition. We appeared in the dungeon. In the dungeon 3 nameplates appeared, introducing this as the main dungeon, daily dungeon and discovery dungeon. Those are the 3 types of content we have in between, gap in space and time. After everyone heard it, Ezel immediately acted like she was very busy and whined that she didn't have time to rest anymore. The time-space gap had opened. Let's go down to the first floor. And Han looked up at Ezel and thought that the exploration dungeon had been open since we passed the 10th floor, but it wasn't until we passed the 15th floor that we were sent there. Jenna pointed to the door wall where the two girls were clasping their hands together and said there was a similar door on the 2nd floor. Couldn't we use it? Han immediately replied that it was not possible. Aaron hugged his arm and said, is this some kind of dungeon necessary? Han also put his hand behind his back to prepare to draw his sword and answered not really. Then there was the image of 4 people walking down a long set of stairs and hearing Han say that it would take up a lot of our time, at least a day or 2. He continued to talk, but while he was in the waiting room even longer, Ivalka wondered why it took so long for us to get in here. Han replied that who knows, won't we know immediately when we arrive? Ivalka said it like she was teasing Han, so there's something you don't know. After that, Han talked to the master saying, Master, please give your hero some money so they can explore more smoothly. Do you give the hero gold or not? Nominate 3000 G for each person, and see the confirmation in the yes box. Immediately, a bag of money appeared in Han's hand. He said that this is the master transportation fee for us. Each of us take 3 coins. The 3 people took turns holding the gold coin. Each person's expression was different. Jenna happily held the coin and jumped up and down. So this is a gold coin. Ivalka looked at the gold coin and seriously said that it looks really expensive, and Aaron didn't say anything, just stared intently at the shining coin in his hand. Han saw them like that and said, don't be subjective, we might have to fight. When Han's group stood in front of the dungeon to explore where all the rare materials were gathered, Han then chose to open the Heim Island exploration area. The system's voice rang out. Team 1 started exploring. The area to explore is the Heim Peninsula. The remaining time is 48 hours. The tip is that once they have finished finding out the dungeon information, the time the heroes can stay is outside will increase. You can tell the heroes what kind of items they should earn. Immediately, the dungeon door to explore emitted a bright blue light. The next second, everyone seemed to penetrate the Heim Peninsula. Ivalka cautiously said it was there. Before her eyes was an extremely quiet and peaceful river with poetic trees and cliffs. There are also fresh green grass fields, looking full of vitality. 4 people went to Nelsa. This place is like a closed citadel with lots of wooden planks leaning against the wall and a few cars parked in front. Jenna was surprised at the things in front of her eyes and said this was the place on the 10th floor. It was really strange. At that time, this place was very chaotic. The forest burned down, people died in groups, but now... She finished speaking, put her hand on her forehead and rubbed it and continued talking, but it didn't matter. We had been through so much that this didn't surprise me anymore. Aaron interrupted. What do we do here? Do we have to find and destroy the enemy? Han replied with a serious face, it seemed like we weren't going to fight, but we couldn't be sure. Let's go. Not long after, they arrived at the exploration dungeon, the scene of people busy doing daily activities with introductions. Unlike the main dungeon or daily dungeon, this dungeon has the characteristic of being unknown. Sure what the goal is, there are times when the heroes will go home empty-handed, but sometimes they will bring back something that will shock you. When they entered the city, some people around saw and talked. Hans saw that and thought to himself that it seems like this time the NPCs can see us. When they arrived at the city gate, a guard stopped Hans' group and said, "Show me your passport." Han gently dropped a shiny gold coin into the soldier's hand and leisurely said, "Is this enough?" The guard was startled by Han's straightforward bribery. He gaped at the gold coin and stammered, "But this is it, that's not it." Hearing that, Han turned around and pretended to leave, not forgetting to leave a sentence like that, "I guess we have to go to the north gate, maybe that's enough there." After saying that, he smiled contemptuously and glanced at the two soldiers behind him. A soldier intervened to stop the other guy, rubbed him to signal and said that we will let you pass but remember not to cause trouble. After they got inside, Jenna looked contemptuously at those two guys and said that they were a bunch of greedy people, while Han seemed to see through the world, just calmly spitting out a sentence, "Those people only need money to solve the problem, okay?" After entering the city, it was easy to see the bustling flow of people walking back and forth. Han whispered to himself that right before we cleared the 10th floor, Nelsa was almost destroyed because the inner city wall was penetrated, but now the city has no trace of that. A system voice announced that Team 1 was currently exploring the Heim Peninsula, with 47 hours, 48 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. Hearing that, Ivalka suggested that we take a walk around first. Aaron also interjected what information we should collect now. Han did not answer each person individually, just leisurely said to do whatever he wanted. When Jenna heard that, she was extremely surprised and unconsciously let out a loud gasp. Faced with extreme confusion, he looked at Han with eyes and mouth, but he said, "You didn't listen, just go collect information, do it any way you want, just relax." Then he added another sentence saying, "Don't worry about money, the master has already given us money, let's go eat some delicious food and enjoy the scenery." And this sentence immediately made the three people freeze, no believing her eyes. Jenna bewilderedly asked if he was telling the truth. Ivalka also lost her usual serious expression and said in surprise that I could do anything. Then Han said, "Just relax, I will handle everything for you." And of course the three people were even more surprised and bewildered. This time they were speechless. Then Ivalka turned her back and walked away, and did not forget to turn around and deliberately say that I am going far away from this city. "Don't stop me, I will go far away to see Han's reaction." But he still calmly crossed his arms and said that maintaining the state is also part of the mission. "Until we complete the 20th floor, we won't be able to rest, remember that." But when Han said that, Ivalka couldn't believe it either. She turned to look at him and stammered, I'm going to see the sea." Han just said softly, then said 2 more days, she will also return to the waiting room. Hearing that, Aaron happily went the other way and said, "If you say so, I'll go out too," while Jenna excitedly ran after Han shouting, "I'll go with you," but Han refused and said no. When he passed by 2 people talking, he accidentally overheard their conversation. The blue-haired guy said to clear the way, "What's wrong?" The other guy worriedly replied that he couldn't answer, he was blocked, just like me. Thought, I have to call. Han looked back at them and thought to himself that there were strangely too many mercenaries around here. Han was walking when he suddenly stopped. The papers stuck on the board attracted his attention. He looked at the picture of a little girl posted on the board. Then, he looked at her price list of 100 million G and thought to himself, "This brat." The information on her wanted poster contained all kinds of heresy, summoning demons, defaming the royal family, murder, arson, theft, rape and countless crimes. Han read and thought they were blaming them all. Blame her too. Han continued to read aloud that the descendant of this prestigious family had committed many serious crimes and was banished by the royal family. Then he let out a loud sigh, not knowing whether to express interest or disappointment. Next to him, Josh approached and, "Are you also aiming at the witch?" The boy held a pile of letters that needed to be delivered and expressed his disdain that he was just dreaming. It couldn't work, even the best people could search all over the continent and still couldn't find her, so he must be a craftsman. "You probably already know about bounty hunting." Han glanced at the boy and asked, "If you call this kid a witch?" The boy just posted a wanted notice and said he heard she cut out the hearts of newborn babies to sacrifice, and she also used forbidden black magic. Again. Hearing that, Han asked if black magic was forbidden. The boy was still busy doing the work at hand and replied that she had summoned people who weren't supposed to be called, but I don't know the details. Han was interested again and said he wanted to hear more, but the boy had finished his work and wanted to leave, so what should he say? "I'm busy." Han took out a gold coin again, dropped it into the boy's hand and said, "Tell me the details." When Josh saw the money, his eyes lit up. He held out his hands to receive it, stared at the coin and said he was the most free person. "That's right, Nelsa, it's true that matter determines consciousness." Then, under the morning sun, Han silently listened to Josh introduce the witch. Her name was Princess Al Ragna, but because her last name was stripped, she was just Princess, before she was royal heir. The two sat in the tea shop and talked. Han asked curiously, "But you said she had been depressed for a year." Josh said yes and continued to say that was when the order was issued. After that, the boy put Princess's wanted notice on the table and said he had seen this wanted notice. Han looked at the order and crossed his arms, thinking that a year ago, he had only broken up with Princess for less than a week on the 15th floor. Then he looked at the red symbol on the warrant and thought he had seen the symbol on this wanted notice before, similar to the one on the armor of the people he had killed. Then he thought of Princess again and compiled the information in his mind that putting all the information together, this order was issued as soon as Princess escaped the city, and now she was wandering everywhere, seemingly like she's still alive somewhere. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth to ask Josh when was the last time monsters attacked the city. Josh immediately replied that he heard that about 2 years ago there was a strong wave of goblins. He heard that during the council, if you stand up, you can solve them. Then the boy continued to tell the boat that the one who attacked first was a witch, because monsters don't usually move in groups like that. Hearing that, Han felt helpless and worried for Princess. "I think they pushed everything on her. I hope she's okay." Then he asked Josh again if there was anything else special. Josh really did not care about gold coins, enthusiastically said there was another epidemic. Monsters were growing and the weather was getting colder, but strange things happened. The strangest are the dungeons. When Han heard that, he squinted his eyes in suspicion and said, "Dungeon." Josh remembered these things called dungeons. Some are like abandoned prisons. Some places have fire, some places have water, some say it's deserted and cold as ice, and said I think it was a few years ago, things like ruins kept appearing all over the mainland. We called them tunnels prison. But he remembered the image of people not being able to enter the dungeon and continued to tell them that they were very strange. Normal people were blocked by an invisible wall and could not enter. Han grasped the point. To put it that way, some people can get in and some can't. Josh happily answered yes. Then the boy continued, "There was another rumor that at the end of the dungeons there was a strange stone. If you get it, you will have special powers." Han listened and thought to himself that the stone gives special powers, then it can only be one thing. The image of a diamond-shaped sparkling stone appears. In the middle of it is another 7-colored stone, which is an attribute stone, which is the source of the hero seal's power, their third ability after stats and skills, power. Han slowly told Josh that there was also a dungeon here. Josh was surprised when he heard that. What did he say? But before the words were finished, Han helped him save his saliva by answering right away, "That you can see." He looked downstairs where many mercenaries were also stopping to rest and said this place was full of mercenaries. After that, Han's eyes flashed with blue light. He smiled cunningly and said he didn't think what you just said was worth a gold coin, leading him there. He couldn't let himself suffer any losses, right? The man with a body full of wounds lay on an ambulance stretcher, his face contorted to show the pain the monster had left on him. Josh looked at the blood slowly seeping on the other person's sleeve and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the reason I don't want to go there." In contrast to him, Han seemed to be too used to this bloody scene, his expression unchanged. The dungeon must be in the heart of the city. It's right next to the church in the city center. This dungeon apparently appeared right after the invasion. Looking at the solemn and mysterious structures, the monotonous voice, the stairs leading to the entrance to that dungeon, it's easy to spot, isn't it? It doesn't look like much. It all stops in front of a basement. The ruins are surrounded by solid fences. If it wasn't a big deal, they wouldn't stand guard like that. Looking at the group of people exchanging something with the guards, they continued to speculate. There was no treasure in the dungeon, gold, silver, gems, and expensive equipment. It was basically a treasure mine, which, of course, you might die. While they were engrossed in giving their own opinions, a piece of tokens were exchanged between the mysterious man and the guards. The tokens were exclusive to the dungeon, so they profited from the tokens. They come in and out. They also share the treasures people find in the dungeon. What a bunch of thieves. He turned to where Han was standing. "I think I've completed the task corresponding to my share of gold. I'll go home. If you have any questions, just come find me." He quickly replied, "How do I know? Where are you?" Josh still didn't stop, saying as he walked, "This is my matter." The sound of my heart rang out. "I will make it up to you later." Shojin stood against the wind and looked at the young man who was gradually disappearing, his hair blowing wildly in the air, his expression a bit gloomy as he thought about the future. Looking at the solid fence and the bustling stream of people, Han thought, based on the amount of equipment these people brought, they probably intended to stay here for more than a few days. I guess I have to investigate the tunnel another time. My team members are on vacation somewhere, but I have nothing to do. Observing the group of people in front of him, everyone showed a cautious and worried expression. Han read their thoughts. The mercenaries all glanced sideways and up and down with worry. Almost no one was planning to advance. Also, those who can cross the barrier versus those who can't. I think it's mostly the latter. While Han was engrossed in thought, the few players in front took turns carrying their luggage cautiously through the barrier. After observing for half an hour, it seemed that less than 10% could pass the barrier. It's just a limit, but it seems like if the captain can enter, the entire team will pass. Shojin crossed his arms and took a deep breath to maintain his composure. He assessed the barrier and was sure he would pass. The sky is still blue as usual, only people's hearts are rippling. Are you still here? In front of me is little Josh breathing heavily as if he just came back from a chase. What's wrong? I thought you were going to work. He tightened his grip on the belt of his bag and looked up at Han, unable to hide it. To my surprise and nervousness, I took the gold coins for appraisal, but their value was greater than I thought. Of course, gold coins from ancient times or something. Han turned away, his hand placed in front of his chest as if trying to hide something. I can't give you any more. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Suddenly Han suspected of his greed. Josh stood up like the puppy's tail was stepped on. I'm not going to ask for more. 1 second he was shouting loudly, but the next second he transformed into a salesman, picked up the heavy bag and ran after Han. This is free. Do you want to experience the service I just mentioned? Coldly walked away and replied leisurely, not yet. Josh still didn't give up. I heard you were very interested in witches. In fact, witches were slandered by the ruling class. However, Han didn't show any signs of surprise at all. You know, no need to say anything. This completely startled Josh. Eeg, what? I had to work so hard to get the information. Believe that. Faced with his idol's indifferent expression, he still didn't give up and kept running after him, shouting loudly in his ear, so I'll be your tour guide. I know a lot of cool places. I've done it before. Han sighed as he walked away. He said he didn't need it. Why do you keep clinging to me, kid? Josh firmly spoke his mind, because he reminded me of my younger sister. This made Shojin really stop walking and pause for a few seconds. Is that your younger sister? He clenched his fists and focused his strength to look at you. You are an Easterner, right? Among the children playing with me, there is one who looks a lot like you. Staring at the person in front of me with a bit of arrogance, black hair and black eyes, the first time I started talking to you was because of your appearance. Standing in front of Han's tall back, he tried to search through the pile of memories that had long been broken. He was the first person after that person who also came from the East. His name was, but Han quickly blocked him. Stand, don't say anything. This made Josh a little confused. His steady back still didn't turn around and just coldly said, I told him to keep it a secret. His name is not unusual, either. Finally, Shojin left a request, just take him to the blacksmith shop. They passed by each unfinished or old structure, stopping in the shelves decorated with all kinds of armor. There are enough wooden shields and swords. When the two of them walked in, Jenna immediately said, bro, who is that kid? Looking at her, the familiar voice spoke again, bow and arrow. Jenna confidently turned around to reveal a basket of bows and arrows with solid shoes. You didn't tell me I should have had a longbow a long time ago. Of course it did, already enchanted. I bought those 2 gold coins. The game system's display board appears with a dense amount of information. A D-class navigator longbow, magic, has a luxurious appearance but is not practical. Note, is enchanted to enhance resistance. If he took a quick look at the item she was boasting about, he replied, this is fake. Point your finger at the expensive gems sparkling nearby. Use that money to buy something more valuable. Looking at the item placed in the soft red velvet fabric, Jenna suddenly opened her eyes wide. They were elemental stones. Han did not refute but continued, surely if I bring them to the smithy master will like them very much because it's the raw material for leveling up stones. In addition, there were a few other prominent stones. She somewhat despondently reached out for the weapon in her hand. What about this longbow? Han replied without any regret, throwing it away. This is worth it. Bring the blue marble closer to Jenna. It is the stone of rebirth. The reincarnation stone is an item that allows people to experience a boss level that has stopped working because it has been completed. Every scene surrounding the bloody castle rushes back into his memory. He will not receive EXP, but it will be compensated. You will also gain experience in doing tasks. What Jenna noticed was the young man who had followed him back to the base, constantly asking, "But who is that kid?" Han picked up the shield and continued to leave. "Leave him alone, I'm not used to it." His attitude is cold. It made Josh angry and clenched his fists. He was used to it. Tiny feet quickly ran after the two back figures. "I'm his tour guide, my name is Josh," but the hateful voice that teased him still kept coming out. "Yeah, I know, goodbye." The assertive sound as expected of Han rang out. "Listen to me." At this moment Shojin flipped a gold coin towards him. "I have a secret investment plan." Josh also quickly caught it. "However, I just said, you have completed your mission excellently, go home quickly." Looking at the sparkling item in his hand, he smiled brightly. Thank you for investing in me." While Han seemed to pay no attention to Josh's words. "Invest, kid, are you planning on starting a business?" He looked at him. "I will keep the details a secret, but I will definitely return them to you." Shojin walked with her without turning back. "No need." However, contrary to Han's thoughts, the young man smiled softly and said firmly, "No, I hate debt, if you need it." The leader's calm voice rang out in the bustling space. "Sounds like a request, so please help the witches if you have the chance." Josh thought he had heard wrong and opened his eyes wide to look at the person sinking into the bustling East Sea. Yes. Soon Han and Jenna both disappeared behind hundreds of other figures, leaving Josh alone, still not knowing whether he heard correctly or not. Jenna walked side by side with him and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did you say?" "Who is the witch?" Shojin replied without any hesitation. "The child we saved is the witch." It seemed like the memory had popped up in the form of a familiar woman. She spoke up. "Ah, is that a princess?" Looking at the group of dozing mercenaries, he said again, "We still have a lot of time. If you want, you can walk around." The surrounding citadel was enveloped by a strong wind that caused the nearby leaves to rustle. Ivalka closed her eyes and protested, "I can't go to the beach, that place is blocked." He looked at her suspiciously. Did she really try to leave? The girl nodded firmly. "Of course. It seems like we can't go beyond a certain perimeter." Looking at the map full of lock markers makes everyone's mood plummet. Clearing the dungeons opens up new areas every 10 floors. If we reach the 100th floor, we can probably go anywhere on the map. Looking at the familiar and strange faces, Jenna asked curiously, "But how many days have passed? I noticed there were some people I didn't recognize." The monotone voice replied, "About a week," she replied in surprise. "It's been so long, huh?" Looking at the other players who were busy switching equipment for themselves, I couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed like a few people had already climbed to the second floor. "Did we find anything useful in the equipment store?" Han looked at her face and reminded her, "Rest, from tomorrow we will start practicing again." Ivalka grimaced and sighed, "Practicing again." Contrary to her boredom, Jenna seemed to be used to it. This intensity. Happily take her shoulder. "Let's go take a shower." Aaron was carrying his weapon and slowly walking up the stairs, catching Han's attention. "Where are you going?" Seeing Shojin's stubbornness made Shojin even angrier. "You should rest as I said. Why don't you listen? Do you want to destroy your body?" Aaron turned his head to look at the person below. But very quickly the leader was still leaning his back against the cold stone wall. "From tomorrow we will practice and rest. There are a few people like him in Niflheimer. Most of them don't have good endings. There are things that just can't be done by trying." Memories mixed with a sea of fire and flesh and blood made Han even more frustrated with this teammate. If they couldn't achieve something despite their best efforts, it meant they weren't talented enough. Well, they will either have to find another way to live, or sacrifice themselves while on duty. The night falls as if swallowing the tall buildings here, which is also the time when people's hearts become increasingly gloomy. In the training ground, there is still a figure who ignores everything and tries his best to practice. Irsher gritted his teeth and threw each powerful attack. Surrounded by sharp reminders, "Go faster, you're too slow," he quickly replied, "Okay." The commenting voice still rings continuously, "You're too nervous." Jenna looked at the intensity of their training and couldn't stop admiring it. It was unbelievable. I thought Team 2 wouldn't practice in a dangerous way, but they really fought with swords. Has anything changed? Han crossed his arms and looked at the crowd and said, "Dika is not here. Edis, Usher, and Roderick are all here. Yet Dika, who was a member from the beginning, didn't appear. Withdraw 2-star Velkas from Squad 3, withdraw 2-star Narissa from Squad 3. Change heroes' bases, show base blueprints, please drag and drop heroes, drag 2-star Velkas. Change hero benefits current facilities list, level 2 cafe, level 1 public bath, level 1 rest area." Han Shojin looked and said to Jenna and Aaron, "New soldiers have arrived." Narissa and Velkas approached together. He exclaimed, "It's so luxurious here, completely different from the first floor." Han put the sword in his hand into the sheath on his back and said, "It seems we have to recruit more people." Jenna stood next to her wondering, did we really have to draw lots? He didn't answer her question but just said, "Wait a minute." He thought to himself, are they just going to follow a good team? When the two of them climbed the last step, the words rang out, "Welcome to the second floor." Han was still thinking a lot in his heart. Dika must have gone to the first floor, because he couldn't kill anyone. Now the team has fewer people, with only 3 people they can't go anywhere. That's why we decided to tighten up the training. If the master can recruit high-level people then it would be good. But I don't think they have that goodwill, so what about my team? Velkus looked at Nerissa sarcastically. She looked like she was about to kill us. I just came to say hello. She didn't pay much attention to him and replied, "That's just you, not me." She changed the topic and asked the people in front of her, "We will probably be in Team 1 or Team 2, right?" He crossed his arms and responded briefly, asking as if asking. She proactively said in front of everyone, "I want to join the first team. I'm confident I won't be a burden to the team." He stood next to her and was startled when he heard that. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, looking at her with contempt. This woman had lost her mind. She knew her fate. She was no less capable and seriously glanced at him with cold eyes and replied, "Strength alone cannot confirm a person's value. Besides fighting skills, I also have much more than that. If that's the case, if you look, you will see it." This time Han Shojin spoke up. "You two don't get to choose," she said again. "I know, it's the master or you two who have the right to decide." Jenna exclaimed, "It's so strange, she seems to really want to join our team. You don't pay much attention and say, 'How should I know?'" He frankly asked Nerissa right away why she wanted to join our team. She calmly replied, "I think the rumors are all exaggerated." "What rumors are you wondering?" "Rumors about your team. I didn't believe them at first. But I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing that, he secretly guessed that she must have used a rebirth stone. Rebirth stones help heroes to replay completed missions or view other people's battle history. Usually it is used to redo missions, but Enid replayed our mission completion video. What did she see? Everything. The rumors actually underestimated his talent. It's only natural to want to follow the strong to survive. That's why I wanted to join the first team. Edith was annoyed and asked, "What about the second team?" She answered without hesitation, "I like the first team more." Escher immediately shouted in shock, "What do you mean? We are not bad. Do you believe in what you say?" Being asked to cut off like that makes you a bit hesitant, of course. Nerissa didn't want to argue so he kept quiet. He didn't argue but just said, "You bastard, you're just a newbie. This time Velkus will pay you back immediately. Who cares if I'm new or old? This is a war survival of the strongest, not the oldest. You've been here longer than us and you don't seem to know anything." Velkus said, "I agree. I also want to join the first team. I will definitely be more useful than her. Guaranteed." Han still maintained his unchanged posture, looking very serious. He said, "If you two have heard the rumors, you should know that we choose the team by drawing lots." Nerissa countered, "That method depends entirely on luck. I think we need another more effective method." He asked Edith, "Then I will make the decision." She helplessly replied, "You choose, Han." She sighed heavily. "I don't need people who don't want to join my team," he said. "Anyway, you don't have enough people, so your team won't be able to function." Jenna approached and asked, feeling like even if he was the one to make the decision, there would still be people dissatisfied. "Wouldn't it be better to draw lots? Do you have someone you want to recruit?" He looked at her, then answered, "I don't know." He thought to himself, if Velkus' personality wasn't so bad, I probably would have chosen him. Without any further hesitation, he made a decision. "You two don't want to depend on luck or let the decision fall into the hands of others. Do you both want to prove yourself worthy of being on my team?" He looked serious. "Then let's have a match. If I don't know the abilities of both of you, what should I choose? Let's fight until one of them is defeated, then I will decide." Velkus confidently pushed open the door and entered the arena. "I have never refused a challenge. It has been a long time since I had a good match." He asked, "Can I kill her?" "If you can do it." A strange smile appeared on his face, looking very scary. They both went inside. Han said, "You two can fight any way you want. I have to see what abilities you two have." Nerissa pulled out a purple potion from her pocket and said, "That's what I said." Nerissa opened the potion bottle and poured it directly onto the sword and replied, "He said he could fight any way he wanted." Han analyzed to himself that it was a paralyzing poison that caused the whole body to convulse. Nerissa had the skill to use poison since she first arrived. "Your sword is soaked in poison. I've used it many times when fighting monsters. This is the first time I've used it on a human." Velkist also drew his sword in response. You don't have a chance for me to try it, the system displayed. 2-star Velkist requested to fight 2-star Nerissa, and both sides agreed to fight. Jenna exclaimed on the outside. The atmosphere between the two of them was really tense. It felt like one person would lose their life. Han replied, it could happen. Agree to fight. Do you support this fight? Yes, let's start. In an instant Velkist rushed to her place. Nerissa also used her sword to attack. But unfortunately, he was able to dodge every sword strike. Then the two collided. Han and Jenna stood outside observing the battle without saying anything. Escher suddenly said loudly, that bastard, he was completely different from when he fought me. Edith also had the same reaction, so he only used part of his power. Jenna and Aaron both gasped. He didn't change his expression and just told them to watch carefully. You can learn from them. These two people's weapon techniques are at level 4, just like Usher, but when they fight they have many differences. This time it was his turn to strike with the sword, and as before, she was able to dodge aside. Next was a sword slash across his head, but he ducked down in time. Han thought she was taking advantage of her position. Ivalka was already present at no time. She asked with a feather fan covering her face, haven't they just arrived? What a surprise. Maybe even the level and their skills were all low. He didn't turn around and just wondered, why are you here? It's probably time for research. As long as both people attack, the other person can defend completely without affecting each other at all. Nerissa pulled out a dart from her sleeve, making him unable to defend himself. The sharp dart flew past Velkist's face. The system shows, 2-star Velkist has lost health. His HP will be reduced for a period of time. 2-star Velkist has been poisoned. Paralysis effect. Parts of the hero cannot move. His face has been affected by the poison and looks very unsightly. Nerissa just laughed and said, I was. Before he could finish his sentence, he rushed forward and punched her in the stomach with the hilt of his sword. She was hit in pain, her mouth drooling uncontrollably. His force was so strong that his neck stabbed straight back against the fence, creating a loud impact sound. She knelt down on the ground and coughed continuously. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from her cheek. That damn woman, she hurt me so I couldn't move properly. I won. He turned to face Han and said, you see, the fight is over. Do you want to criticize anything? I meant to praise but still speak very sparingly. It was a good fight. I also made a decision. Velkist is arrogant, so of course I am. Before he could finish his words, Nerissa would be the one to join the first team. She was still dragging herself on the floor to regain her strength. When he heard that, his face darkened and he asked again, what? Nerissa fell face down on the ground, her whole body struggling. She smirked. Han's voice rang out. Nerissa was the one who would join Team 1. The air around Velkist turned dark red, his eyes turned fierce red. He coldly asked again, huh? Han crossed his arms and watched from afar with Aaron and Jenna. Jenna said, she's pretty cool. Irsher gasped in surprise. Next to Edith, he crossed his arms and rested his chin in thought. Han thought, perhaps the only people who really understood what happened were Edith, Roderick, and Jenna. In the arena, Velkist and Nerissa fought fiercely. No one held back. Both of them put all their strength into fighting. Han suspected, it was an interesting result. She intentionally cornered herself to catch Velkist off guard. Velkist's face had a wound that was still bleeding. His eyes glowed with blood. His pupils were bloodshot. He bared his teeth even more ferociously. Han thought, the double hand move just now was just a trick. It was all a trick, just for a single attack. Velkist rushed forward with a direct blow to Nerissa's stomach. Nerissa bent back and blood spurted out. Han continued to think. Velkist trusted his skills and just rushed in. The others also observed the incident. Battle but cannot see this hidden strategy. Velkist's eyes were bloodshot. Black marks appeared on his face. He said coldly, please repeat. Han looked at Velkist with cold eyes. He said, if you want, I can repeat it again. Nerissa is the one who joined Team 1. Velkist was furious. His face was dark and his eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and said, what is the reason? Han thought about the people and their skills in his team. He looked at Velkist and said, do you know who we are? A swordsman, a spearman, a mage and an archer, all 4 of us, are all oriented towards fighting. Nerissa used the back of her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Looking sharply ahead, Han continued, we need people like Nerissa to be able to adapt to the situation better. Han crossed his arms and looked at Velkist holding the sword in his hand. He continued, I thought you were strong enough to accept that, but maybe I was wrong. Velkist said, if she didn't play dirty tricks, it would only take 5 minutes. I could have defeated her. Han stood next to Jenna and Aaron. He crossed his arms over his chest and said seriously, I admit you are very talented, but you are not suitable for our team, that's all. Han's eyes flashed dangerously. He slightly raised his mouth and said, "You want to try fighting me? If you can endure for 1 minute, I will accept you." Velkus gritted his teeth, his red eyes sparkling. Han's eyes flashed blue. Velkus grinned. Velkus held the sword tightly in his hand facing Aaron, provocatively saying, "What would it be like to have another member?" Han, along with Jenna, Ifolka and Aaron, stood facing Velkus. Han said that the sword bearer and the spear bearer have different roles. The important thing is not the strength, but the formation. Velkus asked again, "What is the formation?" Probably reasonable, but he's not even up to the responsibility of a spear user. After Velkus finished speaking, Aaron's face darkened and his eyes widened. Velkus crossed his arms and looked up at the image on the wall and said, "I've watched all your matches, it's quite interesting." On the wall appeared an image of Aaron in a battle. Velkus continued, "But there was someone who was not a good match. Do you really need a spear user that much, to the point of willingly ignoring his weaknesses? Don't you see that he is an obstacle?" Jenna raised her arms to hug Aaron. She shouted loudly, "Aaron did a great job, don't talk nonsense." Velkus said, "Maybe she doesn't know because she has talent. Sometimes comfort is poison." Jenna opened her eyes wide and asked again, "Huh?" In the face of Jenna's blank eyes, Han shouted, "Shut up." Velkus smirked. His face had black markings that looked even more sinister. Han crossed his arms and closed his eyes and said, "Yes, it's like you said, spear users are not necessary for me. We can change the formation if a skilled swordsman joins." Jenna looked at Han and said, "Brother." Han continued, "But that is if this swordsman is stronger than the spear user. Do you think you are more useful than Aaron?" Velkus' whole body is being treated. A pale blue light surrounds him. He walks down the steps step by step, smiled and said, "If I didn't think so, I wouldn't have brought these things up." Aaron held the spear in his hand and stood facing Velkus. He pointed the sword straight at Aaron and said, "Accept my challenge." Jenna, Rhodes Sarek, Edith and Ursher suddenly widened their eyes at the situation that had just happened. Ivalka used her fan to cover her mouth and also looked attentively. Nereza, who was being healed, also crossed her arms and glanced over. Han coldly looked at Velkus and asked if he was sure he wouldn't go back on his word. Han crossed his arms across his chest and stood facing Velkus. Han said, "Aaron has been here much longer than you. If you challenge him with this unreasonable confidence, maybe I will change my perspective on you." Velkus carried the sword on his shoulder, smiled and said, "Don't worry, if I lose, I will quietly return to Team 2. Aaron's face was gloomy. Han said, "It's your turn to choose Aaron. It's okay to refuse." Aaron said, "Give me time to think." Han glanced at Aaron. Aaron stood on the balcony and raised his head to look up. Han thought, "It's time. I let Aaron try harder than usual. I also know that if this happens, the outcome will not be good." Aaron tightened the spear in his hand. Han continued to think, "But Aaron is still much more useful. We have cooperated for a long time. Even if we fall behind, he can still take on our position. I'll take a little longer." Aaron's whole body became violent. His eyes turned blue. Han thought, to overcome this situation, he must have a catalyst. Aaron said, "I accept the challenge." Velkus was also angry all over his body. He smiled excitedly. His red eyes flashed. Velkus said, "Finally." The system displays a notification. 2-star Velkus requests to fight 2-star Aaron. 2-star Aaron requests to fight 2-star Velkus. Han crossed his arms and stood next to Jenna, looking at Aaron's back and said, "If you lose, you won't be able to join Team 1. The winner will become Team 1. Do you two agree?" Velkus smiled, "Yes." Aaron also seriously said, "Yes." The system appears. Both sides have agreed to fight. The arena door closed. The system appears. The fight is agreed. You agree to fight? Yes, no, yes has been selected and appears in red. In the ring, Aaron holds his spear and Velkus holds his sword, both in a state of combat readiness. Aaron held the spear with both hands and moved the spear in a circle. Velkus also rotated his sword in a circle with one hand but moved faster, with a cunning smile on his face. Aaron's eyes turned blue. Velkus' eyes turned red. The two fought fiercely, rocks flying everywhere. Han and Jenna stood outside watching. Jenna said, "He really agreed, even if he said not to fight." Han closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest and said, "It's his decision." Jenna said, I know, but what if he loses?" Velkus rushed forward and swung his hand to slash hard. Han commented that guy was quite strong. Aaron struck a blow that made Velkus raise his sword to block the attack. Han continued to say that if he kept doing what he had practiced, he would still have a chance of winning. On the stage, the two people were fighting very hard, the speed of their attacks was getting faster and faster, rocks were flying everywhere. Han thought, both sides had level 4 weapon techniques, Velkist had a few passives, Aaron doesn't have it. Velkist's eyes flashed, he quickly rushed forward with his sword. Han continued to think, but Aaron also had an advantage. Velkist thrust his sword forward. Adran parried the attack with his spear. Han thought, experienced. Aaron threw the spear and knocked Velkist away. A mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Velkist had blood stains on the corner of his mouth. He grinned and said, "You're fast." Aaron retracted his spear into a defensive position, his eyes flashing blue light. Irshur clenched his hands and smiled excitedly. "Yes, let's teach that newbie a lesson." Edith next to him glanced at Irshur. Aaron moved extremely fast, his eyes flashed blue. Han thought, I don't care who Velkist was before coming here, I only know he had absolutely no experience fighting monsters before coming here, this place. Velkist raised his sword and prepared to slash down. Aaron moved extremely quickly and was no longer in front of Velkist, his eyes showed surprise. Han continued to think, and unlike Aaron, who had countless combat experiences, he had never fought a boss monster, nor had he ever fought a spear user like Roderick or Aaron. Moreover, in a fight between two heroes with great skills, the spear user's movements were unmatched. Aaron quickly attacked countless spears towards Velkist. Velkist gritted his teeth and tried his best to dodge the powerful spear that was thrusting towards him. Suddenly, Velkist was hit from behind. He looked up at the sky and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Aaron attacked at extremely fast speed. Countless spears stabbed towards Velkist. Velkist tried his best to defend. Aaron delivered a strong blow. Velkist raised his arms to try his best to block this blow. Irshur laughed like crazy with joy, gave him a thumbs up, and shouted at him, "Yes, when you come to our team, you will have to keep washing dishes." Edith looked at him with dark eyes, speechless. Han Shojin secretly thought to himself, spears are very useful. A long time ago they were often used in hunting and even in war. Thanks to their long attack range, spears were made longer and more effective, results in large-scale battles. But they are quite useful in duels. The difference in the attack plate of a sword and a spear is 1 meter, which in some cases gives an advantage, but a spear user cannot react in time when faced with an attack from a weapon, short gas. They cannot compete with attacks from daggers, and do not have as much of a distance advantage as bows and arrows. But we are talking about humanity, this is where they have to hone their own limits, so this kind of logic is meaningless. Irshur excitedly watched the battle, his cheers were so loud that they could stir up the whole hall. "This is certainly arrogant. When you team up with us, you will have to keep washing dishes." Excitement this made Edith look at him with judgmental eyes. The battle between Aaron and Velkist became even more intense. Aaron decisively swung his weapon at him. With his instincts and acumen, Velkist quickly jumped upward, promptly avoiding that attack. He flipped around in the air. Witnessing this scene, Shojin secretly analyzed that even though Velkist was a very talented person before coming here, the moment he stepped into this place, the principles were different from reality. Aaron has fought with me countless times, he is used to fighting people stronger than humans and monsters. People who use swords have different fighting strategies than people who use spears. As for Jenna, she was a bit surprised. She said, "He is doing very well, but this is nothing like him." Ivalka heard that and immediately asked, "What do you mean? With this momentum he will win resoundingly." Jenna replied, "No." Senior looked closely. The number of times he hit has decreased. Looking closely, Edith couldn't help but be surprised by Ivalka's judgment and asked, she realized. At this moment, Velkist landed on the ground at breakneck speed. He grumbled and cursed, bored. Aaron's technique is very accurate but too blunt. The weakness in the strategy is that it is easy to read. Furthermore, Velkist has very sharp eyes. Based on the fact that he was able to quickly see the pattern of Nariza's attacks, he certainly had extremely good observation abilities. Sooner or later he will receive a skill similar to his mind's eye. Velkist brought his face close to Aaron's. Both of them gritted their teeth and growled, neither one willing to lose to the other. Velkist's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He asked in a low voice, "He was joking with me?" Aaron frowned and replied, "No." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion occurred between the two of them, causing both of them to shoot far away. He asked him, "Then why do you hold back, or do you underestimate me?" He pointed his sword at him and continued, "I heard that when the first team trained together, they would kill each other, but this battle was different. What was the reason he didn't attack my weak point?" Faced with his question, he could only frown in confusion, temporarily unable to give an answer. Han outside concluded that he had softened. He thought to himself, Aaron's spear technique is very easy to read, but Velkist also adapted too quickly. Now there is only one thing Aaron can do. Thinking then he called Aaron. He asked in a low voice, since when do you consider your opponent's life? You are so strong that you can go easy on your enemy. This one sentence from him made Aaron completely devastated. He seriously reminded Aaron, use all your abilities, don't disappoint me. Velkist listened to the conversation just now. He said with a sinister smile, I heard him say. Although Aaron still kept sweating from worry, he had to answer, okay. Having finished speaking, he violently swung the spear around, almost creating a gust of wind. He coldly taunted him, don't hate me if I accidentally kill you. Realizing that he was starting to have more fighting spirit, he immediately prepared his attack position and answered with interest, of course. The two of them radiated two different energies, one blue and one red, like the opposition of water and fire. They grabbed theirs and rushed straight at each other. The battle between the two became more fierce than ever. They continuously attacked each other. The other person not only defends but also attacks in return. Suddenly, Velkist jumped into the air. Aaron immediately took the opportunity to swing a stick at him. But Aaron's moves were easy to read. He quickly ducked down, successfully avoiding his attack, and even stabbed his sword into his body as soon as he realized the flaw. The atmosphere outside the arena was equally tense. Jenna was extremely worried before this match, while Shojin was expressionless, just calmly crossing his arms and observing everything. Both Irshur and Edith couldn't help but feel nervous. At the gate of the arena, a loud noise rang out. Ivalka and Roderick were both very worried. There was a lot of blood and gore on the arena floor. Velkist stood straight with two wounds on his thigh and shoulder blades, he said, although he was a little dizzy from blood loss. But I won. He arrogantly looked at Aaron, who was suffering from bleeding on his shoulder. Faced with this unexpected result, Irshur exclaimed in surprise, no way, Aaron clearly has the advantage. You shouted angrily, what tricks did you pull? I'm sure you used many dirty tricks. He calmly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Irshur still tried to argue, we can't know clearly, but before he could finish his sentence, Roderick interrupted, Irshur, that's enough. The system displayed a message saying that 2-star Velkist had won the duel. Ivalka's face showed concern. She said I thought Aaron would win. Strange, Jenna replied, her voice trembling a bit. He did very well, it's so bad for him. In just 1 minute, trick. Han's face dropped. He was somewhat disappointed to say, it was just one move. He silently analyzed the match. It was difficult to describe, saying he was sharp is not enough. As the match progressed, Velkist read Aaron's attacks. It was easy to see that the longer the match went on, the more attacks he dodged, and then found Aaron's openings. But Velkist waited instead of immediately turning the tables. In just one move, he knew he only needed one attack to win, to eliminate all unexpected variables, to seize the best opportunity to counterattack. He withstood Aaron's countless attacks. And attack as soon as you get the chance. He possesses very alert and logical observation skills, along with the ability to analyze and calculate his winning rate. The method he uses requires patience. Velkist walked past Aaron and said, what a pity, if he hadn't held back from the beginning, things would have been more interesting. Aaron replied painfully, I thought so too. Nerissa leisurely leaned against the wall. She told Han, I'm not satisfied with this result, but maybe it's because he's not ready. He was silent for a moment then spoke, if no one objects, I will keep my promise. He seriously announced that Velkist would join the first team. Aaron left the team. When the system displayed a notification that the 2-star Han had folded, at this moment Aaron's whole world seemed to collapse. The summary table shows members of Team 1, but at this time Aaron's position has been replaced by Velkist. The system automatically displays the text, if you agree, the 2-star Aaron will automatically be removed from the team. If you agree, Han did not hesitate and immediately pressed the yes button. Aaron hugged his wound tightly. Han looked at him and said, Aaron, you lost because I was indispensable. I couldn't help you on the team, you probably already know. Irshur immediately argued back, but Aaron didn't want to hurt his team. But Han didn't care about that and coldly replied, stop making excuses, we're not here to make friends. It's to survive, to defeat the enemy. Those who don't understand that will die. Remember, Irshur immediately frowned when he heard that. He couldn't believe that Han could say such careless words. Ivalka called Han. He replied, it's late for everyone to go to rest. The official system announced that 2-star Aaron had been eliminated from the first team. Aaron was still sitting in the arena, his face darkened with sadness and disappointment. The system announces again that 2-star Nerissa has joined Team 1, and 2-star Velkist has joined Team 1. Velkist gave a sinister smile. He said happily, "This will be fun." Nerissa calmly introduced herself, looking forward to cooperating with everyone. "I'm Nerissa Ear." Han crossed his arms and seriously asked the two of them, "I don't really know. You two think your life will be easier if you join the first-star team. The opposite is true. The things we have to do are more dangerous. Team 2 a lot." Velkist still kept that smile on his face. He cunningly replied, "I know, that's why I'm here. I want to become stronger." Everyone began to leave following Han's instructions. Han still stayed in the arena. He told his old teammate, "No matter how much you sit there forever, nothing will change." Eren thought for a while and then weakly said, "I don't want to leave. It's because I'm weak, there's no reason at all." He slowly walked up the stairs to Eren's place, asking why he didn't text his weak point. Initially he clearly had the advantage. "Why did you let Velkist have a chance to win?" Eren calmly replied, "We shouldn't kill our teammates." His eyebrows frowned. He asked, "Since when did you care about that? I don't think I made you so weak." Eren's expression got worse and worse. He replied, "I just changed my mind. You know I don't have any talent. Maybe I can beat him, and I'm very confident." But when he became stronger and stronger, he sadly asked Han, as well as asking himself, "Do I have the right to kill him, someone who shines brighter than me?" I looked and realized that everything I had done was useless, no matter how long I practiced, no matter how hard I tried, compared to true talent. Han interrupted him, "Is that why you let him go?" At this moment Eren stood up straight. He said seriously, "I cannot harm the master. The two of them are important people. I don't see in myself what I see in him and Jenna. The fog in front of my eyes won't go away. It feels like I'm just messing around." He listened to Eren's confession and thought to himself, it seemed like he was traumatized. After thinking about it, he said, "There is a position as a training instructor. To teach the new people on the first floor. I think you're very suitable for that, as is Dika. You just need to teach new people in a safe location. Usually the position is very competitive, usually 10 to 1, but I will specifically recommend 2 people." He asked Eren, "What do you think?" Eren hesitated a bit and cautiously asked again, "How do you teach others?" Han saw Eren react like that and urged him because he wanted him to regain his fighting spirit. "What are you waiting for? What is your goal? To become as strong as Velkist?" "No, that's not your goal. Is it back to the family?" Eren replied weakly, his voice a bit trembling, "Yes, but..." He frowned and asked again, "But what?" Eren did not respond to him but tried to suppress all the pain inside as if he was enduring something. A moment later, Eren hugged his shoulders and was about to leave. He only said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, I'll become a trainer," but he realized his intention. "Stop it." Eren asked incredulously, "What?" He replied uncomfortably, "If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I once knew a person like you. He was also very incompetent. When he was as good as you, his swordsmanship was only twice that. I tried to fire him many times because he was so bad. Do you want to become stronger, Eren?" After hearing these words, the expression on Eren's face stiffened. Han answered his own question, "Probably not," but Eren suddenly knelt down and shouted, "No." He shed tears, sobbing like a child and then tremblingly replied, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be that pathetic anymore, but is there any way for someone like me to become stronger than not?" Han immediately replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Eren's tears stopped falling. He wiped away his tears, and Han told him to wait until that gate opened. "I will take you to Niflheimer." Eren didn't know if he should ask again where it was. I just saw Han smile mysteriously and say, "It's a very good place. At Team 1's workplace." Jenna gently introduced herself, "Pleased to meet you too, I'm Jenna Sarai," and extended my hand to ask to get to know you. But in contrast to her joy, Velkist appeared unconcerned, even disdainful, while Nerissa glared, her hands clasped behind her back, leaving Jenna's arms and hands hanging in mid-air, making her feel embarrassed before this scene. Han saw this scene, thinking to himself, they are still a bit shy. Then he said, "Velkist, Nerissa, there is someone who must meet. You two are known to heal from any injuries while you're here, and we're fighting a fire mage. You'll have to get used to it. Learn as fast as you can." "Do you know how?" Nerissa asked again. "Do you mean you need to resist fire?" Velkist also wondered. "Just put your hands in the fire." But he also realized that there was a problem with his previous opinion and immediately said that it was a very stupid way, but Han replied that even though it was stupid, it was also very effective. He crossed his arms and confidently said, "I will learn within 4 days, although this girl will probably scream in fear," while Nerissa said with more modesty, "Then I only need 3 days." Han continued to assign tasks. Next was Jenna. She would have to fill Aaron's position. Jenna put her hands on her hips and asked, "You want me to be in charge of bows and arrows, right?" But he did not answer her question but continued to turn to Velkist. "Velkist, both you and I fight in close combat, but don't be arrogant. Fight at a distance that your teammates can support, that. If you only trust yourself and don't cooperate, you will be considered useless, remember?" He smirked and replied, "Okay." He glanced at the two of them, with many thoughts in his mind. Nerissa Ear has a lot of skills, dagger swordsmanship and many other weapons, fast stealth movement and many other movement skills. She should have quite good observation and scouting skills. There are also poison and attack skills. Thinking about it, he asked her first, what did she do when she came here? Was she an assassin or something? She answered him, almost the same. He secretly predicted that if he was really an assassin, he would have asked for a high-level summon, probably something mid-range. He continued to rank her, Nerissa. Her main position would be mid-range, but depending on the situation she must be able to fight in close combat and protect Jenna and Ivalka. She could also hide behind the enemy, attack again if necessary. And you will also be in charge of intelligence. When given orders you must do so. Nerissa nodded to obey the order. I will remember it well. Han kept staring at her with an unfriendly look, thinking to himself, someone like her might agree on the surface, but if she didn't completely accept, there could very well be a conflict. She could have formed bad habits due to the environment on the first floor. Ivalka approached and asked him, "What about me? What should I do?" He replied, "You just run away, with some sandbags." His words hurt Ivalka's pride. She immediately stood still as if turned to stone. Edith stepped forward and sighed. He calmly told her, she was probably still missing a member. Team 2 will always save members because the master is currently not depositing dollars for paid gacha spins. If you can't find someone, go down to the first floor and look for them. She couldn't believe her ears and asked again, "First floor?" He immediately replied, "Look carefully and you will find someone useful." Dika has decided to become a trainer on the first floor, where he focuses on training the most determined and capable people. It's okay if you pay attention to those people. Now if there are no more summons, that's it, her only choice. The free gacha is still being promoted. There must be more than 20 people on the first floor waiting list. There must be at least one talented person. Edith rubbed her chin and said, "You should listen to him." He carefully reminded her, "But when looking for talent, don't boast or overdo it. It could lead to discrimination between members on the first floor." She asked him again, "What do you mean by the bullying phenomenon?" He explained more carefully, "There are many people in this environment who will bully those who are better off than them to show that they have real power there." The next day at the special training ground, in the fighting cage, Han stood in front of the two newcomers, crossed his arms and talked about today's practice. If we clearly understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, it will be very beneficial. He wanted to let Velkist and Nerissa know there were no rules, everyone could freely use real weapons. Having been waiting for a long time, Velkist stepped forward excitedly when he heard that. Han looked at him questioningly. "Are you sure you're okay fighting alone, Nerissa? You should come too. I thought you wanted me to give it my all." He smiled devilishly and asked if he was sure he would be okay. This battle would be very different from a normal practice match. Han squinted his eyes and said he was unhappy and said, "You want to fight one with me?" Velkist became even more excited and replied with a bloodthirsty smile if possible. Han changed to hysterical state and agreed okay. The system announced that Han, 2 stars, was in hysterical state. According to Chloe, the heroes on the first floor went to see Velkist a few days ago. That group includes those who were eliminated from Group 4 due to losing to Velkist. No one can lay hands on him. Some people in that group still seem to bully heroes they didn't like or second-tier candidates. Thinking back to that day, it turned out that these 3 guys had previously been defeated by Velkist and were now picking fights with others. Continuing Han's train of thought, of course, it was no big deal. The girl looked at the group of 3 people with a dead face. They all appeared shy before her intimidating face. Right now, no hero could be a match for the second-floor candidates. Velkist slashed with excitement on his face. Han continued to think, but he needed to know that he casually swung a sword. This sword made him extremely surprised. The power from Han's sword swing is very great, releasing extreme power. It caused the sword in Velkist's hand to fly backwards and slam into the ground. Han still kept his sword-swinging posture, realizing that there were still people much stronger than him, so he said it seemed like he was quite arrogant after defeating the weaklings downstairs. Velka's sweat dropped and replied, "As strongly as I thought." Han heard that and scolded the arrogant bastard. This result was not surprising. He walked out to where the sword was stuck in the ground, lifted it into his hand, turned around and said, "Luckily I joined this team. I will fight with this woman." Nerissa was outside the door waiting to stop them. "Okay." Han's sweat dropped and looked at her curiously, asking if she was really going to use that. She was poisoning her sword and replied that seemed like what he wanted. Velkus smiled happily again and said that this time it was two people at the same time. This match would not be easy. Han prepared his fighting stance with a fiery spirit and shouted, "Who knows?" Peaceful scene in the lobby. This place is magnificently built with a structure like a castle. Inside the fighting cage it was very quiet. Both Velkus and Nerissa panted tiredly. Velkus used his sword to steady his tired body and said, "I thought the two of us could win, right?" Han released his status and returned to normal. He replied, "To you too. It doesn't mean they're stronger, they can't coordinate anything with each other." He said it would be okay to fight Aaron or Usher, but I don't think both of them could win against Jenna. When she saw her name mentioned, she pointed blankly at her face. He called out to her, "What are you doing? Come up here, they're waiting." Jenna quickly ran after her with her bag of arrows. "I felt a bit scared." Han reassured her not to worry, she was stronger. "I remind you two to form a group. I won't allow singles anymore. Fight until you win against Jenna." Velkus wondered if he was underestimating us a bit. "I don't think I would lose to her." Han stood outside the cage with his arms crossed and calmly replied, "You'll see." He stubbornly complained that I didn't like fighting with this woman, she was just getting in my way. Nerissa was also visibly upset and said that's what I wanted to say. Han looks at them provocatively, "So do it, don't say anything, I will fight with you as much as you want, if you win against Jenna." Velkus said his request, hoping he would keep his word. He turned to look at Nerissa with a smug face and ordered her to step back. He confidently said, "Let me." Jenna on the other side put her hands back ready to attack and replied, "Okay." She shot an arrow towards Velkus. He easily knocked that arrow away. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes made him open his eyes wide in surprise. Before Velkus' eyes were thousands of arrows flying towards him. He frowned in panic. He continuously swung his sword to block the incoming arrows. Jenna focused on firing non-stop at Velkus. And he still tries to stop the arrows. Suddenly an arrow flew and grazed his neck. It shot straight into the wall right at his head. Velkus gritted his teeth and sweated as he looked towards the arrow. Han spoke up, "I told you, she is stronger than you." He smiled wryly and replied that I was just a frog at the bottom of the well, so he reminded me again, "Let's fight with Nerissa." A series of arrows pinned on the ground, Jenna holding a bow with the cold iron eyes of a true hunter. Han urged and had to defeat Jenna within 2 days. "I warned you as well, we have to fight many strong enemies during the mission, so why do you want to fight alone? Something as basic as that and the two of you don't have it." Nerissa spoke up with a frown on her face, "But I still had one turn to fight." Han gave up on her and scolded her, she was really stubborn. Sunlight shines into the fighting cage. The scene inside was Nerissa panting. Above the wall are a series of arrows pinned to it. The arrows surrounding her surrounded her body, she tiredly tried to support her body. Han folded his arms in frustration and sighed, saying neither of them could last more than 1 minute. Velkus with glowing red eyes looked forward determinedly, saying that we just need to defeat her together and that's it. "I don't like the idea of 2 against 1, but I will try. Nerissa next to me is also this time it won't be easy, we won't lose." Having finished speaking, both of them rushed towards Jenna. Han stood with his arms crossed, attentively observing the battle inside the cage with countless sounds of swords and bows. He whispered pitifully. Inside, Nerissa slashed her sword to block thousands of incoming arrows. While having difficulty fending off the arrows, Jenna suddenly looked at her with cold, iron eyes like a fierce beast flying at her with terrifying speed. Before she could react, Jenna ran behind her with a dagger in her hand, slashing the sword in her hand. Defeating Nerissa, she ran up to the fence and jumped in the air and then switched to archery. The target before her now was Velkus, who was still having difficulty approaching Jenna. He had to receive dozens of arrows shot at him, causing his whole body to turn red as the arrows slipped past. Seeing that, Han immediately asked him what he was doing. He was performing even worse than when he fought alone. Velkus clutched his wound angrily and said, "Damn it." Han calmly replied that even if he cursed, nothing would change. "Or do you want to change to the second team? They don't train like this there." He was covered in sweat and said, "I will try again." Velkus passed by Nerissa and scolded her for not being able to last more than 10 seconds. She was useless. She also spoke sarcastically and said it was good. He couldn't even swing his sword once. Han looked thoughtful, thinking yes, his self-esteem was definitely being hurt. Velka's face turned black and he looked very savage. Han looked towards Jenna and remembered that Jenna grew up in the forest, so she was more familiar with wild animals than domesticated animals. Then looking at the other two people, he assessed that he needed to learn quickly when facing intelligent animals. Jenna's eyes glowed. She prepared to shoot the next round of arrows. He realized that he had to face even ferocious beasts. Jenna very calmly aimed and charged at a huge wolf. Both Nerissa and Velkas were just prey to a trained hunter. He smiled devilishly. Han was still thinking about a monster. You have to get used to hunting in groups, Nerissa frowned and gasped. The buildings vary in design with circles, arches and towers, surrounded by large walls, creating the feeling of an important area. Light blue tones give a quiet and mysterious atmosphere. In the distance are large buildings with majestic domes, possibly centers or castles, surrounded by green trees and small roads with people walking, creating a living scene or a modern city center mixed with classic. In the training ground, in a certain corner of the building, Nerissa and Velkas were both breathing heavily. Both of their chests were soaked in the bright red color of blood created by the needles stuck in their chest. Nerissa leaned one hand against the wall, both legs bent down. She breathed rapidly. Around her were countless arrows stabbing into the ground. Velkas was no better, with 2 arrows lodged in his chest and another deep in his thigh. He tried to lean on the iron grate behind him to keep from collapsing, gasping for breath. Han stood outside, crossed his arms over his chest, and raised his voice. Don't waste any more time. You guys will automatically recover when you leave the arena. Don't be so nervous and go out. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them immediately sat down on the ground and panted. The wounds from the fight earlier disappeared. Ivalka suddenly appeared, gently waving the feather fan in her hand. She slowly raised her voice. Her demeanor was serene but contained a bit of mockery. Those two people were strangely compatible. As soon as the sentence ended, Han immediately noticed. He called her name and turned his eyes towards her. He couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "What are you doing here? Aren't you practicing to improve your telepathy?" Han continued, "If I don't go practice in 10 seconds, I will cover Chloe." Then he counted, 10,9. As soon as she counted that number, Ivalka was already enthusiastic. I'm going. Then she didn't forget to sigh, Isa really. Velkas on this side was still not convinced. He expressed that he wanted to fight another match with Jenna. One more time, faced with Velkas' aura, Jenna appeared hesitant, stammering a refusal. No, me. Fortunately, Han spoke up to relieve her, and that's it for today. Continue practicing tomorrow. Nerissa still tries to convince, don't we still have a lot of time? Han turned his eyes to Jenna, who had just finished drinking sips of water to regain her strength. He said, you two kept clinging to Jenna more than 10 times so she couldn't even practice her own exercises. Don't waste other people's time. He also reminded them that if you two can't beat Jenna tomorrow, I will find another member. Velkas couldn't believe his ears and asked again as if to make sure, are you serious? Han asked him back instead of answering the question, do you think I'm joking? He turned and left with Jenna, not forgetting to say, I will only allow one chance in the practice match tomorrow. If you lose, you'll understand. Don't disappoint me. Both of them had different thoughts, but compared to Nerissa, who seemed better, Velkas' appearance was extremely unsightly. His eyes kept wide open, his teeth gritted as if he couldn't believe that someone as strong as him would one day be on the verge of being kicked out like that. Jenna was also extremely surprised by what Han said. She asked, did you really do that? About kicking those two people out? He glared at her, his voice lowered. Have you ever seen me lie? Jenna also honestly answered that there were quite a few. Really? The most recent time. Before she could finish her sentence, the arrow box hit her head, causing her to scream. She could do nothing else but hold her head and look at her brother with tears in her eyes, full of sorrow. Han continued to say that if you don't know how to cooperate in combat, even special talents are useless. Jenna responded to him, but if he expelled those two, I don't see anyone being able to join the first team. Wait, it's not Eren. Before he could finish his sentence, Han denied that it was Eren. Their fighting techniques are fine, it's just that they don't trust the teammates standing next to them, or they are too confident in themselves. But if that doesn't change, at this moment, Velkas was still standing there, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that veins appeared. He gritted his teeth and said each word, I will kill you, certain. The next morning, all three of Han, Jenna, and Ivalka were present, but they waited forever and did not see Velkas and Nerissa arrive. Jenna grumbled, where are those two? Run away already. Han immediately replied, no, they went down to the first floor. Jenna was a little curious, what were they doing down there? Han was still lazy to explain, they asked me to give them a little more time. Ivalka high brightened, she exclaimed, today's training. Han slightly smirked and continued, saying that we will need to increase the intensity because we are missing 2 people. Ivalka was irritated with this trait of his. She snapped, I knew it right away. While the other 2 were busy talking, Jenna noticed 2 familiar figures in the distance. 2 figures walking side by side became increasingly visible. They were Velkast and Nerissa. Han asked as if to remind the 2 of them, were they well prepared? Both of their eyes showed determination. Velkast spoke first, I'm ready, then Nerissa continued, as best she could. Han reintroduced the rules to them, the same rules as yesterday. They were allowed to use real weapons, there are no more prohibitions, 2 people only have 1 time. Nerissa replied, I know. Velkast immediately continued his sentence and cooperated in fighting, it's not the right thing for me, but I will. Before he could finish speaking, Jenna took a stance, saying as if to inform the other 2, I'm coming up here. But she never made a move, but instead appeared extremely surprised, her pupils widened. A line of thoughts ran through my head when I saw that the other 2 were also taking a defensive stance. Why are they standing there and not rushing up? She said as if reminding them, I'm still attacking, pay attention. The arrows rushed towards the 2 people, but Nerissa still stood still and took a defensive stance. Nelkas suddenly blocked those arrows. Nerissa even responded to Jenna by throwing the sword back at her. Jenna still shoots arrows like rain. Instead of being confused like the first time, Velkast this time was extremely confident and exclaimed, now I see it. Causing Jenna to look slightly surprised. Velkast slashed each arrow in turn. Drops of sweat dripped down, his eyes gradually became sharper. Both Velkast and Nerissa rushed towards Jenna. But she was still 1 step faster than them. She launched sharp arrows towards the 2 of them, speaking proudly, still too far. Both of them kept the same speed and rushed towards the arrow. Then cut off each arrow. Velkast passed through Jenna's barrage of arrows, he jumped up and slashed Jenna. Next was Nerissa's slash, but fortunately, Jenna reacted quickly and avoided the last 2 fatal blows. She was clearly surprised at the strength of the 2 people. But from surprise quickly turned to fear as if she sensed something extremely scary. She quickly became aware of that thing, the killing intent. Velkast, as fast as the wind, launched his sword towards her. But thanks to her quick reflexes, Jenna once again narrowly escaped an attack. But there was a figure gently gliding behind her. Jenna's eyes widened as if she also felt it, but this time she couldn't escape the sharp blade when it was right at her neck. Space at this time seems to be in slow motion. Han was outside the arena witnessing the entire match. He said in a low voice, it's over. Jenna on this side could only laugh, her voice trembling slightly, I guess I lost. Velkast smirked triumphantly and said, it was as easy as eating porridge. Han said, crossing his arms over his chest, but couldn't the 2 of them realize this a few days ago? On the outside, it was like that, but in his heart were complicated thoughts. Velkast's blatant killing intent was able to hide Nerissa's presence a little. When one's existence is too overwhelming, it will attract the attention of opponents. Naturally, the remaining teammates will have plenty of time to think about their next actions. If they watched our battle in the boss fight, they would definitely know that group strength must come before individual strength. Although there were thousands of thoughts in his heart, on the outside, he still kept a calm voice and told the 2 of them, after all, you 2 passed, remember clearly the feeling just now. It seemed that winning against Jenna gave Velkast more confidence. He raised his voice and offered to fight Han. With this method we could also win against him. Han didn't show any refusal, he wanted to try. Obviously, those 2 people were immediately defeated by me. I immediately activated madness and crushed them as soon as I saw an opening. This is quite simple for me, not only once or twice have I defeated them like that. We still have some time before the tower climbing starts again. The master also did not immediately call the first team away. It looks like the master is spending time with the new members to get used to the team better. And with that, Team 1 is almost done. Still in the citadel with familiar solid architecture. Han raised his voice to inform Nerissa and Velkast that starting next time, Jenna would also join the fight. Velkast and Nerissa were still sitting to heal. Velkast asked somewhat annoyed, what do you mean? Han still maintained his tone, explaining to the 2 of them that we would form a team, just like you 2. Relax. This statement made both Velkast and Nerissa darken their faces. Han also explained further, I'm not saying this will be a fixed team, but we will take turns pairing members together to increase teamwork. Velkast expressed his thoughts, I thought we would usually fight individually. I heard that on the 5th floor, 10th floor, 15th floor, it was just him carrying the whole team. Honestly, I don't think the other members are terrible at all. Then, he asked Han in a disdainful tone, what was the use of practicing in groups like this? Han crossed his arms over his chest, his voice low and scolding, his eyes were just for decoration. He continued, I can't do anything if I'm alone. If each individual is weak, no matter how well coordinated they are, they cannot become a good team and vice versa. As he spoke, the previous memories in his head were like slow-motion movies. The voices of his comrades in life and death with him echoed in his mind. I could still continue fighting. At that time, he gave orders as if to stop his comrades. Shut up. Immediately change positions if I give orders. Some teammate also told him. Perhaps the sentence was deeply engraved in his mind, making him remember now that the mission will fail if he does not know how to cooperate, no matter how strong each individual is. Where? Although memories were still running through his head, his voice was still calm. Of course, if an individual was incredibly strong, they could indeed carry the entire team, but in our team, I don't think there is anyone like that, including me. He raised his voice and reminded in a calm tone, stop complaining to heaven and earth. After getting acquainted with the team, we will train individually until you get bored. He still speaks confidently, so I'll keep my eyes open and wait. The two of them grew very quickly. Now we can split up and fight 2 on 2. Han also saw the progress of the two people. He silently applauded. Not bad. Including basic training in the morning, and weapons training in the afternoon, we spent the entire day sparring. Every time a team wins, we change team members. Unfortunately, no matter which team I was on, that team won, but gradually, they learned how to cooperate together like a real team. After a week we put Olka in formation practice. Olka and Jenna's weaknesses are ways to overcome them, then how to make the most of the power. I instructed Velkist and Nerissa on these points. Nerissa exclaimed, the more I learned, the more amazed I became. Each tactic is very meticulous and effective. I can't imagine what profession he had before. Han sat cross-legged on the chair, arms crossed over his chest. He replied, I already told you I was a farmer. Nerissa said sarcastically, you should lie something more convincing. The announcement suddenly rang out, Team 1, go to the first floor city square. Velka stood next to him, smiling in anticipation. He said, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Han smiled. He stood up from his chair, saying, do you really want to go out and fight? Velkist continued, it was better than competing with a wooden toy. Han replied lazily, whatever, let's go. Remember we are not going on a picnic. A friend reminded him to be careful. Han, he also responded to that prompt, reassured. Everyone has arrived at the announced destination. There were a lot of people gathered here. Han asked, who are these people? Nerissa immediately answered, they were the people summoned after the layers were separated. Third generation. Nerissa continued to tell Han, maybe he didn't know but there was a strange rumor that. Before I could tell that rumor, Han interrupted, I know. He then began to analyze himself. The first heroes, such as Jenna, Edis and himself, were the first generation. Velkist and Nerissa are the second generation, summoned after I wrote the guide. The others were summoned after the upper and lower floors were separated, so they were the third generation. At this moment, there was someone in the crowd looking towards Velkist. That person gritted his teeth and cursed, the arrogant guy. Velkist heard this and immediately raised his voice to challenge, what kind of dog just barked like that? Let's try to bite me and see. But he was immediately stopped by Han. At this moment, an old man appeared from nowhere. He walked towards Han and carefully asked him, are you Han Islat? I'm Melkard and was dragged here 4 days ago. I have something to ask of you. I have an incurable disease and life is inherently difficult. Could you please take me upstairs? Before he could finish his sentence, the old man was knocked back by Han. He cried out in pain, talking back and forth. After all, it was thanks to him. I just threw 2 words back at him, stay away. Coldly continued, whether you have cancer or anything else, the healing power of the waiting room can cure everything. Are you kidding me? Next was Yizel's shrill voice, what are these guys doing? Don't get in the way of the first team, the owner is waiting. Han asked, when did they become like that? Nerissa also responded, since the floors were divided, then everything changed little by little. Han also said to himself, it must be a side effect of the division of floors. Jenna following behind probably didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. She silently said to herself, what's wrong? They are really strange, but leave them alone. Now the mission is more important. The main dungeon, the current trial floor is the 16th floor. The gate will be opened in 10 seconds, be prepared. Han reminded his teammates that once they enter the battlefield, they must obey my orders. Any comments? Everyone answered in unison, no. Right after that, the activation light flashed, and the mission board also appeared. Floor 16, Investigation Mission Classification. The goal was to investigate a strange location. Velkus spoke first, investigating. I've never heard of a mission like this before. Jenna immediately replied to Velkus, I had completed this type of quest once on the 6th floor. It's not too difficult, yes, Han. Han clasped his hands on his hips, looked around and replied, this time maybe it will be different from the 6th floor, let's see. Han thought to himself, this place is a castle or mansion. It seemed Nerissa had the same question as him, but perhaps she was different from him in that she had a vague answer, just not sure. She hesitantly said, this place is. Han immediately noticed and asked, do you recognize this place? Nerissa replied, not sure yet, I will tell you if I am sure. Han moved forward. As he walked, he said, so let's look at this area first, there must be a way upstairs somewhere. He banged on the door, saying, of course it's not this door, it's outside the mission area, as you can see. Then he ordered Nerissa, you go first, maintain stealth to observe your surroundings, then report back to me if you see anything unusual. Nerissa immediately replied, understanding. He continued to instruct his other teammates to move according to the formation, stop the exploration formation. On both sides of the road are lights. Exquisitely carved wooden statues. The chandelier is sparkling but mixed with something dark and gloomy. All four of Han, Jenna, Velkus and Ivalka just moved forward. Ivalka spoke up, looking a bit creepy, is this a haunted mansion, why is there no one here? Han replied that since everything was cleaned, it couldn't be an abandoned mansion, maybe we'll come across something soon. He used his sword to sweep across the wall as if exploring, thinking to himself, there was no gate he could pass through. Ivalka spoke up to break the silence, isn't this place too big, going forever without ending? Velkus quickly replied, the structure of this place is quite unique, where the feeling inside is so big, if viewed from the outside, it must look very strange. Ivalka's voice was mocking, you seem to be smarter than you look. Just that one sentence made Velkus bristle and want to bite someone. What did you just say? His killing intent scared her to the point of sweating. No, nothing. Han spoke in a low voice as if warning, be quiet, don't raise your voice. Over here, Jenna seemed to have noticed something. In front of them are 3 different paths. Han immediately realized it was a maze. Jenna is a little worried, what a maze. Han continued, this is not an ordinary mansion, the roads are all confused like a maze. Ivalka asked confused, so which direction should we go? Han replied, standing here waiting for Nerissa to come back. Han leaned back against the wall and continued, it seems we have encountered a troublesome mission. Jenna also sat down on the ground and said dejectedly, I've never been in a place that looks like this, there's no one here, the road is strange, the other missions are all very simple. Velkus also agreed and continued, I agreed, this is so boring. Han asked seriously, did you do the mission just for fun? Velkus replied, it shouldn't be so boring, I even thought I would have to fight against some powerful enemies. Han remained in the same position. He reassured, just relax, but don't lower your guard, it is impossible to have no enemies. They're definitely in here somewhere. Velkus' eyes immediately lit up, that's good. 5 minutes later, Han discovered something. It was Nerissa who had returned. She reported, I headed towards the middle corridor, and it seems like the branching roads all lead to the same place, it's not very complicated. I didn't detect any enemies or traps, but the strange thing is. Speaking here, she prolonged the last word. Han had to ask again, strange. Versa replied meaningfully, it was hard to say, you should go there and see for yourself. At this moment, in her mind, she remembered the miserable appearance of a certain maid being imprisoned in a place where they would all go. The door gradually opened. Inside is the silhouette of someone. The scene is now becoming clearer. Han, Nerissa and Olka walked in together and saw a maid kneeling down, sobbing with excitement. The 3 of them stared at the girl. One of the 3, Nerissa, spoke up and said she didn't react to us at all, which was also a very strange situation. Han and Olka still looked at the maid without saying anything. Suddenly she spat out a black liquid from her mouth. Jenna was a little panicked when she saw that, and Han still had a cold face. Suddenly, Velkus approached him and said if it was suspicious, wouldn't it be best to kill her too? If you don't want to kill a woman then just leave it to me. Han heard that and turned his head and replied to ignore her if he saw anything suspicious, it's best not to interact with it at all. Jenna heard that and looked at him worriedly, saying that she looked really in pain and must be suffering from a very serious illness. Han coldly replied, do you want to help that person or something? Jenna heard that so she didn't feel sorry anymore and walked forward and said I'm not that kind so let's just move on. Han looked back and seemed to be thinking about something but didn't say it. Everyone entered another room. Olka said it was starting to feel boring. Jenna was still groping around and said there must be a way somewhere. At this moment, Velkus was annoyed. He clicked his tongue. TSK. Hans saw that with a grimace and told him to stop whining. Something would happen sooner or later. Han thought to himself that we have come across 3 identical halls. This maze is not difficult at all because most of the paths are straight. The change only came when we were about to enter the 4th corridor. At this time, Nerissa's body emitted a magical aura. She began to feel it and said there were enemies. Olka asked in the next hallway. Nerissa continued to say that there were a total of 7 armored men, armed with swords, spears and crossbows. Han continued that we will ambush as soon as we enter. Jenna and Nerissa will deal with the crossbowmen. The sword and spear wielders will be taken care of by the rest. There are many guards in the hallway ahead. Han stood behind the door and observed his surroundings. He raised his hand to signal the number 321. As soon as the command was given, a figure rushed forward from a distance with surprising speed, causing the soldier holding the water bottle to have no time to react. In just a few short seconds, Han killed a soldier. The soldier next to him panicked and shouted who was there. As soon as he finished speaking, Velkus appeared from behind and beheaded him. In a moment the soldiers were executed. Han glanced over and thought that in front of him was the stairs leading to the upper floor. Then he looked back and thought the entrance was right behind. He held the shield behind his back while thinking that, Then he decisively threw the object straight forward. A wall appeared just as the shield flew to the stairs upstairs. It seems to be true to what I thought. As expected, we still can't go to the 2nd floor. Han urgently told Olka to prepare level 1 fire magic aimed at the gate behind her. She still didn't realize it and answered in confusion. Behind the front door are warriors, respectively human warriors LV4 by 18, human warriors LV17 by 5. Olka released a blazing flame straight towards the door. Next, Han rushed forward and shouted Velkus Nerissa's name. Velkus and Nerissa heard it and immediately rushed forward, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, using their swords to slash the warriors. As for Jenna, she handled the remaining warriors neatly. After a while, the battle stopped. Han finished speaking and focused on recovering. Olka looked at Han suspiciously and asked him how he knew that he would answer her with a calm expression. She replied that there would be more enemies coming. Han tells Olka that even though we have killed all the enemies, the barrier wall leading to the 2nd floor has not opened yet, meaning the people we have killed are not all. Then he looked up at the stairs and continued, seeing that the wall separating the 2nd floor had already opened. If we go up there, we will consider completing this mission. Then Han, Nerissa and Velkus walked up the stairs together. Han walked and said before going to the 17th floor, we should prepare more carefully. Velkus smirked and said yes, this floor is really boring. Han continued that he had hobbies, destroy everything or something. He replied honestly, that's right. Stepping on it, a light appeared. System notifies completion of Velkus level 2 stars, Nerissa 2 stars, level up and rewards 50,000 gold. Cut to everyone back outside. On one side, Jenna put her hands on her waist and looked at Han. She worriedly asked him if he thought the 17th floor would be like this. He coldly replied that maybe. Jenna continued, I don't like that at all. I like the ending. Let's finish everything quickly. But even the owner left while we were still wandering. Then she stretched and walked away saying it was very late and I'm going to take a shower. Han turned around and told everyone that coming here today was a good job. Turning around, he still saw Nerissa standing there and asked why she was still standing here. Did she have anything to say? She replied that about the place where we just did the mission, I have something to tell you. Han and Nerissa returned to the room and sat across from each other at the table. Han was pouring tea and gave it to her and asked what she wanted to tell me. Nerissa took the cup of tea and put it on the table. Her face darkened and she said, I know the mansion we just arrived at. Hearing that, Han immediately looked at her but did not speak. She seriously continued, not only did she realize that I actually used to work in that place. Han held a cup of tea in his hand and faced Nerissa seriously, asking why she told me this story. She placed her hands on the table and replied because I think you have a very high chance of surviving to the end. She continued that the place was called the Golden Mansion belonging to the Haljan family, one of the 4 prestigious great families. Han brought the cup of tea close to his mouth and smiled faintly and replied, because I'm just an ordinary farmer so I don't know much. Nerissa looked at him with an incredulous face and said that really, no one could believe this. He thought from what Nerissa told him, the Tanir continent was ruled by a single country called the Empire. And within the empire, there exist 4 families that possess power no less than the royal family. Those 4 empires are Asinus, Lantia, Haljan, Schuternperg. Nerissa told Han that even the emperor had to respect the patriarchs of the 4 great families. He replied, so the place we just arrived at is the Haljan mansion. She replied that I think so, but I'm still not sure that only the entrance is the same and the rest of the structures are completely different. I still can't understand the reason for this change. Nerissa rolled her eyes and continued to say that the previous quests were the same. I couldn't understand why we had to do them, but I felt like each quest was strangely linked to each other and was even more certain after observing it. Previous missions by stone replay images. After listening, Han continued her words and said that the Golden Mansion had a total of 5 floors and that the bloodlines of the 4 great families were all mixed with monster blood. Nerissa replied that they are not ordinary monsters, although I am not sure, but I heard that their veins contain the blood of dragons. Han drank tea and thought, oh dragon. Level 20 is a significant achievement in Pick Me Up. This is the milestone that distinguishes intermediate and rookie players. Players who pass level 20 will be considered outstanding masters. The reason is that each player's 20th floor structure is the same. They will no longer face random monsters like ogres, but a monster that is unique to each account. Thinking of this, he thought of a hideous monster. Han thought, continuing his strength, they're on a completely different level than regular mid-sized monsters. The first threshold of Pick Me Up is floor 5, more than 1/3 of players will fail there, and the second threshold is floor 20, nearly 1/2 will fail. Nerissa spoke up, I saw him rescuing the princess on the 15th floor, but it was still difficult to understand why the Golden Mansion appeared on the 20th floor. Han crossed his arms and replied, I don't know what she did there, but if you give up, just say it straight now. She smiled gently and replied, I don't intend to give up because they are all bastards who deserve to die 1,000 times over. Nerissa stood up and said, everything I know, I hope it will be useful to you. Waiting for her to leave, Han raised his voice and finished saying how long she was going to hide here. Yizel in the nearby corner was startled. She forced herself to ask him if he recognized it. Han replied, why is it so sparkling like she wants to hide that it's hard to hide? He turned his head to look at her and asked, what's wrong? Yizel stammered and replied, not only was it fortunate that this time I met him climbing the tower without any problems, but I felt a bit uneasy. Han calmly replied that the game was really starting now, especially the 20th floor coming up, even though Yizel was looking at him worriedly. She immediately replied yes, even the support forum page was filled with complaints about the 20th floor. Han crossed his arms and closed his eyes and replied that this would be a real test for whatever. Yizel looked at him worriedly and asked if he had heard anything useful from Nerissa. He glanced back and replied that with the information I had gathered, the pieces of the puzzle were gradually fitting together. The hunt order was placed on the main NPC on the 15th floor. It seems like it has ties to the Haljan family because most of the bounty in that hunt order came from the Halligan family. I don't know the real purpose of the kill order, what is that story, but from what happened on the 15th floor, it must have something to do with the goddess. Yizel quickly asked, do you mean the 15th floor and the 20th floor have anything to do with each other? Han stood up and replied maybe so. He walked away and continued, I learned 2 more things from the conversation I just had with Nerissa. First, the Golden Mansion with the structure of a 5-story maze coincides with the number of floors we have to go through from the 16th to the 20th floor. Han stood in front of the window and continued, followed by the names of the Golden Mansion we met on the 5th floor who possess dragon blood. Yizel replied in panic, what does that mean? He replied that there was a high possibility that the monster on the 20th floor would be a dragon. Then Han rolled his eyes and looked at Yizel, curling her mouth and saying that they were so strong that they almost had no weaknesses, but fortunately it wasn't a pure-blooded dragon, she said in a panic, but a dragon is still a dragon. Han calmly replied that the only thing we can do is prepare carefully. He looked at the sky through the window and continued, we will complete this mission, you just need to help when I speak. Yizel also gradually calmed down and seriously replied yes, I understand. A new day begins somewhere, a space door gradually appears. Han, Nerissa, Jenna, Velkist, and Ivalka together entered the next mission. System notification that the main dungeon is currently conquering the 17th floor. Velkist looked around and said that the 5 different gates were even more complicated than the 16th floor. Han looked at him and replied mentally prepare that if this floor is also a maze, it might take several days. Jenna looked at Han in panic and asked if we wouldn't get stuck and starve to death, right? He turned his head to look at Jenna and replied don't worry too much, if you follow certain rules it won't be too difficult. Han looked down with sharp eyes, thinking the problem was that the difficulty of this account was not ordinary. Jenna and Han both looked around very carefully, and he also looked and took meticulous notes. As for Ivalka, she was almost stabbed by sharp arrows, thanks to Velkist holding her hair and pulling her back so she was not harmed. After that, the soldiers were all destroyed by Velkist and Nereza, and the system announced that the level had been completed and the 2-star MVP Velkist was rewarded with 50,000 gold. Not long after, everyone fell asleep next to the fire, with only 2 people, Velkist and Nereza, standing guard. Then everyone continued on their way. Han held the notebook in his hand and was still taking notes. The system continues to announce the completion of the level and reward 50,000 gold for 2-star MVP Jenna. A moment later, everyone had completed the task. At this point, Jenna smiled brightly and said, climbing to the 19th floor was easier than I thought. Why do you keep scaring everyone with the idea of starving to death? Nereza looked at her and replied, we did encounter some dangerous situations and even familiar routes over and over again. She looked towards Han and continued to say the reason why we could easily overcome it was because Facility Construction Notification System. Please click on the type of facility you want to build. Did you select LV1 repository with build defined? Yes. Ivalka looked up in bewilderment and asked what the master was building so loudly all this time. The space shook slightly. Han looked at Ivalka and replied, the archive is a place that can store all kinds of spirits. She replied, isn't there already a warehouse? A building appeared. Han answered differently. His sharp eyes looked towards the building and seriously said that it was our grave. Ivalka, surprised and a bit dumbfounded, responded to the grave. The notification system continues that the archive has been completed, so you can contemplate the heroes who have returned to the arms of the goddess. You can check the illustrations and data of the deceased heroes through the memoir, but it can only be viewed if the hero's relic is placed inside the archive. The 5 of them were standing in the middle of a large courtyard. Han spoke up, Master has finally allowed the second team to reach the 16th floor, the secondary teams still need to be improved, and the Master also understands that. He continued to say, Team 3 will soon begin conquering the 16th floor, so everyone must understand that the time for us to encounter the 20th floor is approaching, right? He looked at Jenna with the bow and arrow behind her and said, Jenna, from now on you will focus on practicing using the long bow. If you need more equipment, ask someone else, just focus on the skill of using the long bow. He then turned to look at Ivalka and continued, Ivalka, try to increase the firepower of your fire magic, unlock the 4th circle if you can. Ivalka put a hand on her hip and replied, 4th circle, that's not easy. Nereza looked at everyone and said, I'm going to the dungeon to patrol. Instead of paralyzing poison, this time I'll prepare some deadly poison. It might take some time. Velkist also smiled and replied, and I want to practice with you, using real weapons. Hearing that, Han happily replied, so let's start early in the morning. Velkist replied, any time is fine. Han immediately smiled, but he had a thought, this guy is really interesting. Even though he lost countless times, he still never gave up. His way of thinking is completely different from Aaron, Dika, and Usher. Suddenly Ivalka shouted, I want to spar too. She continued speaking without paying attention to Han's helpless expression. Why do you always leave me out? I can fight too. Han replied lazily, you once said you don't want anything else. Ivalka immediately replied shyly, I've changed my mind. I don't want to have to go into that strange room. An image of a tower appears with a large door. On that door there is a sculpture of 2 women closing their eyes and placing their hands on the frame. Ivalka turned around and asked, what's wrong? Han replied, it seems that the master is also preparing for the 20th floor. Ivalka was startled and shouted, building a tissue is preparing for the 20th floor, so ridiculous, and why is it called a storage room? Hearing that, Han immediately explained, it's like a tomb. Of course it's not to store our bodies, but to store things we use before we die. Velkist heard that and immediately spoke up, how ridiculous, so that room is a place for us to mourn the deceased, it's better to build a new training ground. Jenna also went up and said, I think it's good, it seems that the master is still thinking about us, so even if we die, we will not be forgotten. Ivalka, after listening to Jenna, shouted, nonsense, it sounds like someone will die on the 20th floor. Hearing that, Jenna immediately rushed towards Ivalka, then put her hand on her shoulder and happily replied, no, we have Han, everything will go as smoothly as on the 15th floor. Ivalka angrily replied, what do you mean, back on the 15th floor, 15 of us almost died. Jenna replied, don't worry too much, we won't have to stay in the room. Nereza looked at the 2 of them and said to Han, she is truly a strong girl. Han also looked over and smiled and replied, if it weren't for that strong mindset, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now, that's why I often bring her along. Nerissa continued speaking, by the way, next is the 20th floor, that will definitely be a difficult task. Han turned back to look at her and smiled and replied, are you scared? Nerissa also did not want to be outdone. She replied, of course not. If I was afraid, I would have chosen some support job, instead of joining the team. Suddenly Han said seriously, it's not too late. Nerissa didn't know how to react to his serious words. Then suddenly she smiled again. A stream of magical firepower suddenly rushed forward powerfully. The one who took action was Avalka. That stream of fire was directed towards Han, but Han avoided it. At the same time, Velkus with the sword in his hand moved quickly towards Han. Velkus swung his sword strongly, and Han immediately used his shield to block. Velkus display system, awakening skills, basic swordsmanship, 2 stars, have been upgraded to level 5. Han, not to be outdone, swung his sword. The system displays again that Velkus' awakening skills and basic swordsmanship, 2 stars, have increased to level 8. Jenna was also practicing hard on this side. She used her hands to stretch the arrow, and the magic power quickly passed from her to the arrow. In a moment, the arrow contained all its magic power, and she aimed straight ahead. The arrow seemed to tear through the wind and rush straight forward. As soon as the arrow was shot, she was very surprised because the system had just spoken. Jenna, 2 stars, had learned the longbow skill. On the other side, one arm is covered by a thick layer of fabric, using 2 straps to secure the fabric that is being removed. Suddenly he threw the whole cloth on the ground, but just throwing it made a hole in the ground. It seemed like he used a bit of force. He raised his other hand to hold his right arm. It seemed like the preparations for the 20th floor were going quite smoothly. Behind him was Jana happily jogging, running and whistling. A few days later, we acquired a few more useful people on the 2nd floor. Some apothecaries who can make healing potions have been assigned to magic rooms. Dika, who had become a trainer, returned to the 2nd floor. At a yard when Dika met Han, he said, "Thank you for promoting me as a coach, Mr. Han." Hearing that, Han just smiled and walked away. The 20th floor is right in front of us, so support work becomes extremely important. Now each auxiliary profession has countless more apprentices. The smithy was improved to meet equipment needs and he was now able to produce items above D+ rank. Team 3 has also started climbing the tower. Because we may need them to conquer the 20th floor of the tower, it seems that after this conquest, they will become an official team on the 2nd floor, instead of just being a team, a group of talented people like before. A large room containing only a few simple necessary items looks quite spacious, and the sunlight outside the window can illuminate the whole room. But now that room is filled with weapons and necessary items that block out the light outside. At night, in a 3-story house, all the window frames are filled with lights. Han was sitting in his chair, looking intently at the book full of drawings placed on the table. He thought, level 20 is extremely difficult, surely the master would know if he read my instructions. I also had a difficult time on the 20th floor, when I lost 3 teams in a row, but we are not allowed to fail even once. On the 20th floor, and the following missions too, Han said and closed the book. In a forest, there is a large gate with an image of 2 goddesses closing their eyes and holding their hands together. Standing in front of the gate, Han spoke up, "Think about whether you've done all the things you want to do, like writing a suicide note or something. Just write it down and wait until you guys die. I'll tear the letter into pieces. Peace." Hearing that, Jana quickly replied, "Olka is really writing this." Velkus then smiled sarcastically and asked, "What did you write?" Olka replied as she wrote, "It's none of your business." Nerissa in the back did not speak, silently listening to them talk. Han spoke up and said in a voice filled with confidence mixed with a bit of hope, "We will survive. Have I fooled you guys yet?" Olka also replied, "Actually many times." Suddenly the system appeared again with the words, "Warning, this mission requires 3 parties. If you don't have enough members, use summons to fill the vacant positions." At this time, another team heard this warning and asked, "So this is a boss subjugation trip?" Edith replied, "Not sure, but it seems like our enemy is only one." The system continues, "You can choose which team will attack. Your choice will have a huge impact. Think clearly." After hearing that, Sharn replied loudly, "I will do my best." The system announces again, "Tip, the teams behind can start fighting once the first team reaches a certain condition or a certain amount of time has passed." Hearing that, Jana excitedly replied, "So this is an all-out war." Han also said, "This mission allows many teams to participate." Suddenly there was a voice, "Huh, who is that?" A sacrificial lamb was sent to get information about the 20th floor. A yellow-haired boy with a sword and shield in his hand was trembling in front. The voice continued, "He will go in, first to look around, then let's go in. This happened on the 16th floor before, don't you remember?" Behind him, Yizel shouted loudly, making him panic, "What are you doing? Come in quickly." The person who just came in couldn't even last a few minutes. The image of a large gate with two goddesses appeared again. The system displays, selecting Team 1 as the vanguard team, please confirm. Han now seems prepared for the battle ahead. He spoke up, "Let's go, it's our turn." Yizel floated in the sky and said to Velkist, "Remember to be careful, and listen to Han." Velkist looked at her and smiled and replied, "You are really flattering. What did he do to this fairy?" Nerissa immediately replied, "You go first, we will catch up soon." Han looked at her and smiled. The text appeared on the large wall, "Conquer the tower and save the world, main dungeon, current level 20. Suddenly the light seemed more dazzling than the words gradually fading. The text disappeared completely, leaving behind only that blinding light. At this time, the system displays the text, "Mission is being recorded, the video will be saved." The main dungeon, the challenge tower floor is currently the 20th floor, a path opens with endless corridors, what is waiting for them to explore? Before entering the door, Han told everyone that as soon as they step through this gate, the mission will officially begin. "We will do as we have practiced." Having finished speaking, he turned around, pushed the gate open and entered. The system continuously broadcasts danger warnings. Floor 20, Conquest type mission, the goal is to destroy your enemies. The group entered a place that looked like a medieval arena. Jenna raised her bow and arrow, preparing to attack at any moment and said we were in a very strange place. Ivalka used magic and muttered La Grande Sejus. Suddenly, laughter rang out from the other side of the arena, ha ha ha. An old man looked at them with fierce eyes and shouted that it was all because of you. Han immediately gave the order to shoot. Jenna immediately shot the arrow. And Ivalka also shot the summoned magic at him. He had his left arm blown off by Jenna's arrow. Then Ivalka's fire burned him right after. Han and the others rushed to attack and he said to keep shooting, "We will defend." The remaining group of people rushed forward simultaneously. Then suddenly in that fire a bright and sharp eye flashed. A dragon emerged from the fire and roared fiercely. The system issues a warning that it is dangerous. That dragon is the level 42 half-black dragon Halgiraffe. The system also notes that for the owner, a strange monster will appear. Tip, sometimes a unique monster in the world will appear, please remember this. He still rushed forward and said there was no time for surprises. Jenna, behind him, raised her bow and aimed at the dragon. Her arrow flew towards the dragon but could not touch it. The arrow tried to attack the dragon, but in front of the dragon's skin was a solid shield, so the arrow lost its momentum and fell. The system appeared again saying that this monster was resistant to physical damage. Jenna was surprised that she failed when trying to attack the dragon. Ivalka summoned fire again and she chanted burn. The next second, the fire engulfed the monster, but it remained unharmed behind the protective layer. The system says this monster has the ability to deal magic damage. Ivalka puzzled and wondered if it was still okay after being subjected to level 2 scorching fire magic. Han immediately jumped up and attacked the dragon straight in the eye. But he failed again and the system reminded him that this monster was resistant to physical damage. Velkist and Nerissa jumped up to attack the dragon. If Velkist hits the neck, the system reports that this monster is resistant to physical damage. Nerissa also hit its back and the system reiterated that this monster was capable of dealing physical damage. The dragon finally took a stance and prepared to counterattack. Then Han realized something was wrong and shouted to stay away from it. The dragon rotated around and let its scales fly all over the arena. While he was blocking the scales, the system shows that the 2-star Nerissa is bleeding. Her vitality will slowly decrease over a period of time. He worriedly turned around to look at her wound, but saw her pouring medicine into the wound and saying it was okay, no problem at all. Jenna shot another arrow and said this time I would aim for its eyes. The arrow hit the protective layer right at its eye and flew elsewhere. The system informed again that this monster was resistant to physical damage. Jenna shouted in surprise, "What was that? I didn't see any effect." Velka smiled helplessly and said that neither sword nor arrow could do anything to it. It seemed like magic had no effect either, its scales were too hard. Han argued that it wasn't hard, but that arrows or swords couldn't penetrate it. Velkist heard him say that and asked him what he meant. He clearly explained that Velkist understood better that no matter how much we attacked, it would have no effect. Velkist finally understood and shouted loudly asking what, then how to kill it now. The dragon madly attacked them, so Han said to talk later. It was coming. Han, Nerissa and Velkist were running in formation when Han signaled to Velkist and Nerissa. Velkist replied that I already knew. All three people simultaneously rushed forward to attack the dragon. And the system also constantly reminds that this monster is resistant to physical damage. Ivalka also showed signs of fatigue while maintaining fire magic. The system also reminded her that this monster was resistant to magic damage. Velkist couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked in annoyance what to do now. Han ordered everyone to stay as far away from me as possible. I will fight this thing alone. He frantically slashed here and there on the dragon's body, but it still had no injuries. But the system reiterates that this monster is resistant to physical damage. He seemed to realize something, so he told everyone that it only attacks one opponent. If we attack all at once, it will be a waste of effort. Then he looked at the pile of scales stuck in the ground and said and. Before the words were finished, a group of monster minions appeared, so everyone immediately understood what he meant. The system says that darkness is level 14. He smirked and said everyone had work to do. Velkist excitedly asked, so we just need to get rid of those things, right? He just used his shield to block the dragon's attack and then tremblingly said yes, there is definitely a way. Velkist rushes forward and says our attack will be effective on them, I will destroy them all. Jenna aimed another arrow and asked, should we just endure until we find an opportunity? She then shot a powerful arrow that distorted the henchman. Han fights while analyzing resistance to physical damage, magic damage, shooting scales, close-range physical attacks, and summoning minions. Analyzing it all once, he synthesized these things and then thought that shooting scales, swinging claws and tail, summoning minions, those were its 3 attacks. In the end, he concluded that it wasn't complicated. Then he slashed its neck to avoid its mouth that was planning to swallow him. The system warns that this monster is resistant to physical damage. He was angry and silently cursed. He did not give up and still rushed forward, determined to live and die with the dragon. The system warns that this monster is resistant to physical damage. It moved to attack him, but luckily he promptly used his shield to block it. He was scratched by it right on his stomach, causing the area to bleed. The system warns that Han has been hit by an adverse effect the second it appears. His health will gradually decrease over a period of time. He quickly took out the medicine bottle and poured it in, and the wound quickly healed. After quickly healing, he immediately rushed towards the dragon and attacked crazily. He was scratched several times by it and was injured again. The system reminded Han that he had been hit by a bleeding effect, and his health would gradually decrease over a period of time. Jenna heard the announcement and immediately said that Han was in danger. He interrupted her and yelled at her to take care of herself first. Ivalka was having a hard time saying what the hell, my attacks weren't effective, these strange guys kept appearing. Ivalka angrily asked if you want us all to go find somewhere to die. He just frantically attacked the dragon and then told him to hold on a little longer. The system's response to his attack was that this monster was resistant to physical damage. Velkist got impatient and asked how long we had to wait. Han had to fight and dodge the dragon's attack at the same time, so it was very difficult. He dodged and scolded me. I couldn't think of anything. When would this phase end? Looking at the dragon roaring fiercely, he thought that an opponent could not be defeated. With endless minions summoning magic, this was a hopeless battle. Suddenly he discovered that a group of people were standing in the stands. Then I wonder when those people came here, are they observing our fight? Just when he wasn't paying attention, the dragon attacked him, but luckily he was able to dodge it in time. Velkist was destroying the monsters and then interjected into his thoughts and said that when I watched him fight, I also felt that this match was quite difficult. This time the mission was fun. Velkist looked at the dragon and asked again that he could kill that one, right? Han, who was covered in blood, replied happily that it seemed like he was talking nonsense more and more. Suddenly the system appeared and said the formation was complete. The master was able to let the rear training team go into battle. Help heroes who are in difficult situations. Is selecting the training team behind the designated team. Team 1 is fighting, Team 2, Team 3. Jenna turned around and asked who those people were. The system jumps to the selection and then asks you to choose Team 2. Do you want to let them go into battle? After choosing yes, Team 2 appeared above the stands. Edith saw that the person struggling down there was quite familiar, so she wondered and asked Han. Then he realized what he was struggling with, so he asked again what that thing was. Aaron was worried and was about to rush in to help but was stopped by an invisible wall, so he could only helplessly call Han. Road Sark stood watching and asked if we couldn't go down there. Irsha replied that it seems our role is different from the first team. Team 2's chatter drew the human warriors' attention to them. The system notifies human warriors level 18 by 18, human warriors level 20 by 5. Road Sark asked, so our job is to overcome these guys to support the first squad. He looked at the situation and thought the vanguard team would face the boss, and the rearguard team would take the necessary objects in this multi-objective mission. As soon as he attacked, the system said this monster was resistant to physical damage. You dodged the attack and prayed that I would rely on you guys too. Someone ordered Diron, defeat the soldiers holding crossbows first. She gave the order to raise her bow and respond. Edith jumped a few times and overcame the group of human warriors blocking her way, and she said, try harder, I'll take these guys down quickly. All of Team 2 handled these monsters easily without any problems. Han saw them rushing quickly towards the god statue, so he told everyone in the team to quickly eliminate all the henchmen before Team 2 reached the altar. Ivalka worriedly asked if Team 2 could come. Would anything change? He wasn't sure either, so he replied that he should just prepare the third circle magic for now. Ivalka quickly replied that she understood. Give me some time to cast the spell. He turned to attack the dragon again, and it was angry, so it roared Qua. The system repeated that this monster was resistant to physical damage. The dragon's minions simultaneously rushed forward to attack Team 1. And was dealt with by Ivalka using a burning spell. Then she changed to fire. Ivalka was exhausted from having to perform one magic after another. Seeing that, Jenna immediately gave her the bottle of medicine and said, here, drink this. Finally, Han was secretly happy that the henchman had now been dealt with. Suddenly the dragon's tail swung towards him. And he was raising his sword to block the blow when there was light and blood splashed. He looked at the glowing sword in surprise. The dragon screamed in pain. The system announces that Team 2 has captured the altar. The power of the altar is starting to take effect. A light shines down on the statue and the system tells the master to have activated the goddess's blessing. Please drag along the screen bar to grant holy magic to the selected heroes. After pulling the screen bar all the way, the system congratulated the heroes that their strength had reached maximum level and that the heroes' weapons were covered by holy magic. Nereza's sword was covered in the powerful light of holy magic. Jenna's bow, Velka's sword, and Ivalka's power were all covered with holy magic. The entire Team 1 is now full of energy to fight the dragon. Han excitedly said that everyone has seen it. Our attack can damage it. Now we will divide into small groups. One group will fight the boss, the other two groups will destroy the boss. Dark, after telling the plan, he divided the teams into Group 1 being me, Group 2 being Velkast and Nereza, Group 3 being Jenna and Ivalka, and would support Groups 1 and 2 from behind. Notice that the dragon is about to do something, so tell it that it is about to release its scales on a large area, so prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon immediately released scales everywhere. Group 2 dodged those scales and rushed towards the dragon. Velkast quickly jumped up and slashed it a few times, causing it pain. Before the pain stopped, Nereza gave it a few more blows. Finally it roared in pain. Krua. The newly fired scales turned into minions. Fallen Darkness Notification System Level 14. Han chased away the henchmen and said that fighting the boss was very difficult and tiring, so he should quickly come back here and take my turn. He was still undergoing medical treatment, so he told me that while I was fighting the darkness, I would restore my stamina. Group 3, support me. Jenna immediately shot an arrow to open the way for him. Han noticed her bow in her bag and thought her short bow was out of arrows. Seeing the difficult situation, he rushed forward to open the way for her to collect the arrow. She realized his intention, so she rushed forward to collect the arrow. He rushed forward to open the way while she followed behind to destroy the attackers on both sides. He ordered her that Jenna, use the longbow to attack that boss. Now I will deal with the remaining shadows. She used an arrow to shoot through the henchmen. Then the arrow hit the dragon's shoulder. Its blood dripped to the ground. Then Velkast took the opportunity to jump up and slash it. Han approached and told Group 2, now change positions with me. As soon as you retreat, remember to drink the water potion immediately. While warning everyone, he threw the sword towards the dragon's eye. The sword was stuck in the eye, causing the dragon to scream in pain. Then he jumped up and grabbed the sword. Then drew a line from its eyes down to its mouth. The painful dragon fought wildly in the arena. Edith shouted loudly to Han, "We can't hold on anymore." He dodged the attack while analyzing that Team 2's resistance was limited. They couldn't defend like that forever. At some point, the defense would be broken and they wouldn't be able to hold the altar anymore. Team 2 is holding off the human warriors while every time they kill another one comes up. Aaron was annoyed and told them to knock them down from the ladder. Don't let them climb up. Suddenly there was a scream. Han looked over and saw that Irshur had been stabbed in the abdomen. The next second, Irshur's mouth started bleeding and the system informed that the 2-star Irshur was bleeding and he would lose strength. Aaron was supporting Irshur and Edith was fighting and telling him to quickly take him back. Ivalka looked at the current situation and judged that it was too dangerous. Han was upset and silently replied that I know that. Looking towards Team 2, he panicked and thought we had reached the limit faster than expected, and we would be wiped out if the altar was taken away. Looking at them fighting hard, he guessed that with those 4 members, Team 2 could only hold out for more than 5 more minutes. Suddenly a citadel appeared in front of both teams, surprising everyone. The system pops out a notification that the shooting range setup is complete. Master, you can deploy the squad to continue the mission. The system gives everyone options to choose the team to perform the mission. The assigned groups are Team 1 is active, Team 2 is active, Team 3 is allowed to participate. Then the system notifies you that you have selected Team 3. Do you want to assign them the task? Team 3 was brought to the stands where Team 2 was falling. As soon as Han saw them coming, he screamed and ran away. Sharn had just arrived and didn't understand anything, so he wondered, what? He shouted that he should run to the top of the tower, run to the top of the tower quickly. He pointed at the crossbow and told him to use the machine gun to aim at that lizard. Team 3 ran towards him and replied, I understand. He was still in the yard urging them to hurry up. The system says that the human warrior is level 18 by 45, the human knight is level 20 by 6. Edith and Aaron took turns destroying the men climbing up from the wall. Seeing Han fighting so enthusiastically, Velkus stepped forward and reminded him that it was time to take his turn. He gritted his teeth and replied, I know. As soon as he took his turn, Velkus cut off its tongue. It was once again screaming in pain. Nerissa asked Han if he thought the poison had any effect on it. I just guessed that there might be a little bit. Observing that it had weakened a bit, he told it to gradually lose consciousness, so use that. She replied that she understood. Jenna then aimed the arrow and shot towards it. Han asked Jenna how many arrows from her longbow she had left. She quickly responded with 5 shots. Once he got the answer, he told her to use it all up. She replied that yes. Looking at the situation of Team 2, I think we must defeat the boss before Team 2 is completely defeated. Team 2 is quite chaotic with only 4 members left. Edith said, Roderick, help Aaron keep them from climbing up here. Dylan and I will take care of the front. Han saw that Team 3 seemed to be taking a long time, so he was thinking that there was no more time. Suddenly Sharn said, we were there. I was almost there. He thought broadly about this arena and thought that when the altar is taken and the blessing disappears, it will become invincible. If that happens, then our chances of winning will be less than 10%. He instructed Sharn that only one person could operate the arrow launcher. The remaining 4 people needed to retreat to the gate. Sharn stood there confused and asked this, how to shoot? Hearing her question made him angry and asked why he had to ask about that. She shyly said I would try. Then she turned back to her teammates and told them to stop the enemies. Edith tiredly told everyone to hurry up. Jenna also had difficulty saying this was my last arrow. Han passed through the monsters and said to use the short sword to kill the shadows and protect Ivalka. Now I will join the line. Sharn took the arrow's aiming position and prepared to shoot. Suddenly she realized something and panicked and said, hey, it's going too fast. Han passed the dragon and told Velkus, Nerissa, to make it stop moving for a while. 2 people rushed forward to block its path and replied, I will try. The dragon used its claws to knock both of them away. Han took the opportunity to jump on its leg and stab it. The dragon cried out in pain. He pinned the dragon to the ground and told Sharn now, shoot. Sharn confidently replied that before, I was ordained thanks to this and that. Sharn recalls that when I first came here, I was quite confused. Surely, there are a few others like me. In this situation, only those who adapt quickly can survive. I was born and raised in a poor family, lacking food and clothing. The only person I could rely on was my older sister, whom I knew since childhood. When I came of age, I was sold to the docks. I worked in a place filled with life-threatening dangers. Sharn was lying alone in a damp and pitch-black room, silently calling for help, "Sister." Then the ship she was on was reported to have monsters. A member of the ship scolded her, "Sharn, why don't you shoot it, quickly." She stood in front of the cannon in fear, trembling and crying. The crew kept shouting, "Sharn, shoot." Returning to reality, she shot an arrow that flew straight to the dragon's heart. She was so happy that she got it. She was secretly happy that, looking at it, as long as she persevered, everything would succeed. Then think to yourself that in this place, anyone can become strong. You don't have to obey anyone, it's just you and your teammates. Han turned to tell her that it was not okay and shot again. Suddenly Han was surprised because Sharn had been hit in the head by an arrow. The system announces that the 2-star Sharn has returned to the arms of the goddess. Your fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Sharn's teammates saw it and shouted no. The system shows again that the 2-star Nadil is feeling scared. All abilities are reduced by 30%. Han yells to stop them. Everyone focus on the target. Sharn's teammates panicked and called Sharn. Sharn was dead. The system announced that 2-star Ronnie was in panic. All abilities were reduced by 50%. 2-star J-Kale is feeling scared. All abilities are reduced by 30%. Han saw that the situation in Team 3 didn't look good, so he really cursed these bastards. Velkist also chimed in and said this was not good at all. The system announced that the 2-star Ronnie has returned to the arms of the goddess. Your fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Han's group told everyone to hurry up. Before it recovered and got ready to attack, Group 3 couldn't hold out anymore. One person said to leave them alone. The system announced that Nadine Haisai has returned to the arms of the goddess. Your fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Han called Ivalka, preparing to use magic. The system reports that the 2-star Rodel has returned to the arms of the goddess. Your fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Ivalka seemed to have reached her limit, so she said, "Hey, sorry, I can't afford it anymore." The system reports that the 2-star J-Kale has returned to the arms of the goddess. Your fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Team 3 has been completely destroyed. Han stood in front of Velkist and Neriza and told them to get out of the way so I could. 2-star Usher is in a near-death situation. Your life is in danger, Aaron told Han. We can't do that, I'm a mercenary. Han rushed forward while thinking about aiming for the heart. He looked at the arrow Chandra stuck in its heart and told himself that was where the catapult had hit and knocked its scales off. He thought that according to his observations, if he stabbed his sword straight into it, he could pierce its heart. Edith told Irshur, "Please try to stay with me, just wait a little longer." Irshur said we would travel around the continent together and be brave. Han told Team 1 that when I give the signal to immediately rush into it. Understand, Dirian, please wait a little longer. Diron tried to say, Han, please hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, Diron was stabbed by a human warrior and fell down into the citadel. Irshur's mouth was full of blood and said it was cold. I'm so cold. Edith, where are you? Diron fell down and was surrounded by soldiers, so he could only cry out for help. Irshur lay in a corner listening to Diron calling, I don't want to die. He closed his eyes and heard Diron calling to save me. The 2-star Diron system has returned to the goddess's arms. Your fighting spirit will be remembered forever. As soon as he opened his eyes again, a group of human warriors pointed swords at his head. In the moment he was about to die, he remembered when he first entered this place. A man carrying a sword asked him to focus on looking after his luggage. What are you looking at? Another guy who was practicing his sword interrupted and asked Irshur, don't tell me you want to be a mercenary. After that guy finished speaking, he smirked and left, saying to him that he should give up. He doesn't even know how to hold a sword. The other guy was so amused that he laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Then he fell silent and looked at his hands. Returning to reality, he picked up his sword and smirked, saying he knew how to hold a sword. Down in the yard, Han was frantically attacking the dragon. As soon as he stabbed it once, this monster alarm system became resistant to physical attacks. He was still surprised when Edith's Team 2 said sorry, I'm really sorry. The altar notification system has been taken over. The goddess's blessing was lost. Then the system added that the 2-star Irshur has returned to the arms of the goddess. Your fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Han worriedly observed the situation and thought that Team 3 had been destroyed, and now the catapult was useless. Team 2 is also in the same situation. There is no way to recapture the goddess statue. He was helpless and thought that there was really no other way. The system reports that human warriors are level 18 by 115. Human warriors are level 20 by 32. He gasped and wondered how things had come to this. How can I find the answer? The dragon raised its claws to attack him. Jenna also used her sword to slash the henchman and then told him that it seemed like it was the same on the 5th floor. What should we do now? The matter was to take back the altar. He interrupted her saying that even if they came, Team 2 would still be destroyed, so they should continue to observe. He called Velkist and told Velkist to give me his sword. Velkist, who was fighting monsters in the back, asked confusedly why. As soon as he finished speaking, Velkist immediately threw his sword to Han. After receiving Velkist's sword, he called Ivalka and told Ivalka to burn this sword. Ivalka asked again. Han asked her hand to create white flame, right? Then he infused a purple fire into the sword and told me he would try combining it with power transmission. Ivalka uneasily explained that although the goddess's blessing was in the fire, it was too weak to refine the blade, but, if he amplified the blessing, he could use magic, vigorously. It may take some time. He happily said that was enough. She asked again to make sure level 4 was okay. If you can answer that, that's good. Velkist was using his hands to block the monsters, so he angrily asked what we should do. Han told them not to let them touch Ivalka. Velkist understood and replied, "Try your best." Han applied power to the sword and smiled and replied that there was no need to remind me. Ivalka recites the spell La Gran Infigio. Han then rushed forward and aimed at the area where the scales flew off and silently said that was its important position. He dodged its claws. Then slash hard on the scab area. The system again shows that this monster is resistant to physical attacks. He looked at the place he just cut and said it was still too weak, the blessing wasn't strong enough. He then wondered if its attacks could not be neutralized. So there's no way to take back the altar. He immediately thought about firing the catapult a second time. Or try to hold out until it loses too much blood and dies. While he was still thinking, the dragon attacked him several times. He raised his shield to block but still analyzed that no matter how much he attacked it, its strength was still as strong. He gritted his teeth in despair, thinking of all options, leaving only the worst outcome. He finally decided that there was no time to think of a strategy anymore. He would do whatever he could. He hit it randomly and the system repeated 3 times that this monster was resistant to physical attacks. He fought and thought until he found a way to kill it. Velkist couldn't believe that after attacking like that, it was still really strong. Nerissa scolded angrily, "Is there still time to look elsewhere?" Han was still going around hitting it all over its body. But suddenly he realized something. He looked at its tail and wondered if he should try hitting its injured area, then he decided so then. He rushed forward and took a swing at the tail, causing him to scream in pain again. He realized that as expected, there was no resistance. Now he attacked the wounds as much as possible, before the blessing ran out. The angry dragon rushed towards him madly. And he used his shield to give it a blow on the head. Then he threw the shield aside with the force of the dragon's head. The dragon opened its eyes wide and looked at the shield. Then that was the direction Ivalka was casting magic. Han saw that and immediately realized it with worry and scolded him. It was heading towards Ivalka. He shouted a warning that it was shooting scales. "Quickly get away from Ivalka." He quickly rushed to block in front of Ivalka and knocked away the scales flying towards Ivalka. A few of those scales only flew away and a few stuck to his body. The system immediately reminded that the 2-star Han was in a bleeding state and his stamina decreased for a certain period of time. Jenna worriedly asked if he was okay. He still stood firmly, raised his hand to let everyone come forward and said, "Don't worry about me, worry about yourself, protect Ivalka and deal with the darkness." Ivalka is still casting magic and Han warns her not to let anyone affect her. Suddenly the system displays a warning. Then announced that the half-black dragon Haljaraf had gone on a rampage. The system then reported that 2-star Han was falling into madness. He frantically rushed forward, determined to live and die with this black dragon. While fighting fiercely, the black dragon used its tail to attack him, so he had to step back. He angrily swung his sword, but the sword could not withstand his strength and immediately broke. He looked at Nerissa and called Nerissa. She understood and immediately threw the sword to him and said, "Here." He caught Nerissa's sword, then madly rushed towards the dragon. He slashed wildly all over its body, making it scream in pain. As he held the sword, he thought that he was not used to holding Nerissa's sword and could break easily, but he ignored that and shouted that I live and die with you. The dragon turned towards Ivalka even though she was protected by Velkist and Nerissa. He saw its direction and immediately wondered if the damn monster was still aiming for Ivalka. Someone threw him an axe and said here it was. Han grabbed the axe and then attacked the dragon all over. As he fought, he thought to himself that his legs were heavy. I felt dizzy, my body felt like it was screaming for rest. He was in despair and saw his teammates in danger, so he immediately thought if only he could give up everything, if only he was allowed to let go of everything. The sword in his hand collided with its scales. Then he used the momentum to rush down from the sky and raised his sword towards its head. It was dusk. Inside a fog, there was a dragon going crazy. The system displays skills that have reached 2 stars, indomitable skills and skills that have achieved levels after reaching the limit. The 2-star Han's Berserk skill has leveled up twice now that its skill is at level 6. Just by screaming, countless people fly away. Everyone around ran away. Damn, there were countless of them. This monster recovers physical damage. Han is also trying to endure the scolding right now. Damn it. The dragon became angry and threw Han away. Jenna outside saw this and shouted worriedly. He is now lying down. Not stopping there, Han slowly stood up, his strength becoming more and more terrifying. So both sides fought a terrible battle. After a while, the dragon was seriously injured and gave up. The system displays that the monster that has achieved the new 2-star achievement has acquired the dragon slaying skill. Seeing that, he gave a satisfied smile. The system informed again, 2-star Han was no longer in a hysterical state, but had become exhausted and all his stats had dropped to 90%. The monster began to become exhausted and disappeared. Han ran to everyone. Jenna happily said, "Good, the darkness is gone." But Velkus shouted angrily, "Let's get together and it's not over yet." The monster began to regain consciousness and was more ferocious than before. Everyone felt surprised. It couldn't be, it was cut off. How could it be? The blessing is gone and we can't do anything anymore. Han's face was now full of fatigue, but he still calmly said, "Don't be so frantic. Olka has finished casting." At this moment, a bright yellow light appeared around. The monster was also caught up in it. Han said, "That's Olka's 4-circle magic, I've never seen it in real life before." Then Olka immediately merged. The magic began to fight with the monster, both of them tearing each other apart in terror. Everyone was amazed at the scene before their eyes. A huge explosion rang out. Finally, the system displays, the level has been completed, and the results are announced. Han 2 stars, Jenna 2 stars, Olka 3 stars, Velkus 2 stars, Narissa 2 stars, Edith 3 stars, Roderick 3 stars, Aaron 2 stars has leveled up. Congratulations on passing the 20th floor, you have completed the amateur level, we are very proud, please continue to enjoy Pick Me Up. Weekday dungeons have been unlocked. A new building has been unlocked, please take a look, there is a hero waiting to level up, use the level up stone if you have enough materials and find the lost fragments. A dimensional rift may open. Now everyone is happily talking to each other, at least none of us died. Han immediately said, "Leave me alone, go help Iakla." Suddenly Velkus walked over and said, "I want to ask you a few questions, are you really human? I've never seen any humans slashing dragons' necks one by one like you. What's left is the 5 of us in the first team. And 3 people in team 2, at this time, Edith walked around tiredly and said, Han, I'm sorry, we haven't completed our mission well. Han crossed his arms and said with a gloomy face, "What are you talking about? We were able to get through it thanks to everyone. Take care of your team, don't get depressed over things like this." 15 people went in but only 8 people came out. Hearing that, Han thoughtfully said, "All of Group 3 are dead, that's better than everyone dying, but we don't have a good enough backup team." "Good job, everyone, tomorrow is a day off, you can do whatever you want." Velkus immediately said, "I want to fight you tomorrow." He bluntly said, "Shut up." The cave space gradually closed. Display system, increase the number of war horses for Han 2 stars, Yesel said cutely, "Everyone did a great job, super awesome. This is a gift from the master, for the Dragon Slayer hero. I'm confused, I don't need it. Return to your room." Edith seemed so tired. She lazily opened her eyes. As if she wanted to collapse, she thought, but she was the only one left alive, just me. That night she cried a lot. The next morning, the group gathered again, still maintaining an indifferent and cold expression. Han was quite surprised with Jenna's appearance. He wondered, "I thought I told you to take a day off, what are you doing? Here it is." Meanwhile, she was placing her hands on her hips, answering his questions while looking forward. "I was wondering if I should go into the storage room, but because of the atmosphere in there, so I abandoned this idea." Having finished speaking, she clasped her arms behind her neck and continued in a calm tone, "Even if I practice now, I will be very tired. I am planning to go to the rest area. I heard there is something called chess there. The king is right. He didn't ask much, he directly agreed. Then go." Ending the idle conversation, we all approached the storage area. Jenna suddenly asked, "Where are you going?" Han did not answer in detail but only said implicitly, "I'm busy." The storage room is getting closer and closer. Two angels with gentle and warm faces are exquisitely sculpted on two doors made of iron. Because of our most recent mission, many heroes have returned to us. Goddess's bracelet. After entering the room, the group began to observe the furniture inside. In front of them was a cup that seemed to have been unused for a long time, old and chipped, right from birth. Usher of the second team had he's already a 2-star hero. Edis quite likes him because he grasps new information very quickly, and his personality is 1 star more enthusiastic than his. I'm sure he will cooperate very harmoniously with the newly recruited Diron. Tomb. Next, their eyes stopped on an ugly and tattered doll. Sharn and the other heroes in Team 3 were not bad either. Those two objects were displayed inside a glass cabinet close to each other, making the room's atmosphere dark and a bit scary. They just lacked experience in fighting floors with bosses. Their deaths showed that the hall was lacking in things. What? The three of them stared intently at those two things for a long time, silently not saying a word to each other, only focusing on the scene in front of them. It seems that the sudden departure of strong heroes has unintentionally caused complicated moods of the survivors. The atmosphere is awkward and mixed with unrelenting gloom. Among them, perhaps Edith was the one who suffered the greatest blow. The regret and torment constantly tormented her, making her eyes lifeless and lacking any emotion. Her face was pale, always looks quiet and doubts himself. Immediately after that, a massive and bustling city on a flying island emerged. At the same time, the system began to announce missions. "Welcome to Pick Me Up, Master. There was a hero waiting to progress. Level, the hero can now advance. 2-star Han. Tip, you need intermediate advancement stones to advance to 3 stars. Can combine basic advancement stones and basic spirit stones to create advancement stones intermediate class. Please remember." After completing the mission, the system continues to give participants 2 options. You have chosen to add a conversion room as an auxiliary building for the synthesis room. Do you want to continue building or not? As soon as the participant clicked to agree, a massive structure was quickly set up. Blue streaks of light covering the building appeared brightly and then gradually disappeared. The system once again displayed the mission progress notification. The conversion room has been completed. You can now switch heroes. Seeing this, the participants couldn't help but rejoice, shouting softly, "Good, it didn't take too much time." The conversion room was almost completed. Extremely magnificent and magnificent. The advancement room had reached level 2. The overall productivity would be higher. Suddenly, the 2 doors separating the transformation room opened wide. A beam of bright yellow light radiated around, along the top of the room's roof, shining into the sky, forming a dazzling column of light. "Master, the transformation began." Tips: conversion items are now available. Transform heroes to get various materials. When the entire transformation room is filled with light, it means that the participants are about to embark on a dangerous ordeal. Transformation: this is the second method to turn a useless hero into something useful, knowing clearly that if he participated, his life would not be guaranteed, so he extremely resisted and determined not to enter. Despite the fairy Isla using all means to coerce him, with an angry face, she gritted her teeth, pulled his shirt and pulled him in. He was extremely scared. His face turned pale and he screamed, "No, let me go, I don't want to die." After a while the transformation room began to do its job. The door closed completely. But the light has not really disappeared but still lingers around. The golden light pillar continued to shine straight into the sky and then radiate in all directions, bringing with it an illusory smoke. At this time, the system gave out reward items for carrying out the conversion process. Completing the conversion. Exchange: you have received Basic Spirit Stone. Basic Spirit Stone. Hero conversion will give items. Receive basic reminders and information about the mission. When the effectiveness of the synthesis room decreases because of the difference between the target and the sacrifice, you should use conversion. Han sat and rested on the bench, long, crossed my legs over each other and pondered. Now we have all the necessary materials to advance to the 3-star stage. Leaning back on the chair, he couldn't help but exclaim, the name just now wasn't even worth summarizing, nor was it a pretty sight. Through the conversion process, the system continues the synthesis process with the items that Han has in hand, starting to synthesize items: basic advancement stones, basic spirit stones, intermediate advancement stones, level, 91% success rate of automatic synthesis method. Now that he has enough ability to make intermediate advanced stones, the message appears again: do you want to continue the synthesis? The announcement's proposal was accepted by him, and soon the system's sound rang out around him. Boom, whoosh, spirit power. The intermediate advancement stone was quickly successfully crafted, the synthesis was completed, you received the intermediate advancement stone, the intermediate advancement stone. Just like that, the item immediately fell out. The fairyzel carefully held the dazzling pearl. Her face was more happy and radiant than the participant. She happily shouted, "Congratulations, now you have reached 3 stars, already." In contrast to her excitement as if she had found gold, Han was not very happy or excited. His face was still indifferent as usual. His lazy eyes glanced at the intermediate advancement stone in his hand. When asked, "Is this the second time?" the fairyzel answered happily, "Because the highest is 7 stars, so you only need to do this 4 more times." He didn't care much about them, so he changed the subject. "How many interference points have you earned to connect to the network? I want to contact the master again." Hearing that, she couldn't stop sweating coldly. Confused, I was confused and didn't know how to answer. My eyes were a bit averted. Well. Seeing that the other person hesitated and did not answer, he also vaguely guessed the reason. With a suspicious and frustrated look on his face, "Have you used it all?" Izel panicked because of that expression, afraid to find an excuse. "No, it was YouTube. I just watch a little bit of YouTube." Knowing clearly that that ridiculous reason could not get past him, she had to tell the truth, struggling to defend herself. "Okay, it's true that we used it all, but we have no other choice. There are many guys, so heroic. Every day I have to work all day. I thought I would die with this amount of work." Han was also a little annoyed but didn't blame me any further. "So how much do you have? I guess you didn't use it all." Still looking confused, she apologetically replied, "Well, the usage time is about 30 minutes, as I told you. If you write an email or post, the time will be reduced." That much information was enough for him. Han finished his rest period and lifted the sword behind his back, preparing to carry out the mission. That was enough. Prepare to go. Without any hesitation, he decisively approached the 2 open doors, his feet walking proudly on the stairs, ready to enter the annex of the general office. As soon as he entered, his eyes meticulously observed the internal structure of the building. When he went deeper, in the center of the hall, before his eyes was a black metal cylindrical object surrounded by a red magic circle with ancient spells. His hand gently placed the glowing crystal on the black pillar depicted by a clear and sophisticated circle. Immediately, that magic circle glowed and resonated with the intermediate advancement stone that Han had placed. Right after their powers were neutralized, a bright light radiated out, causing him to frown and cover his eyes with his hands. When the light gradually faded, he gently opened his eyelids to observe the situation in front of him. At this moment, the scene around him suddenly changed. It was no longer the gloomy and mysterious room before but more like a normal house. He was a bit surprised and looked around to find information. This place was, a while ago. Suddenly, a pitiful cry rang out incessantly, catching his attention. Not far away was a small boy huddled in a corner, his whole body shaking, accompanied by moans. Han stood there looking at the boy, sighing tiredly. Again. It seemed he was familiar with this scene. His finger carefully touched forward, an illusory barrier immediately appeared. Just as he thought, the surrounding area had been blocked. He deliberately continued to touch that barrier but couldn't get in. He thought to himself, "I can't leave here through another door like last time." Until he was helpless and decided not to do anything. "Now I can't do anything." Before he could even finish thinking, that pitiful cry rang out again. The image of the boy huddled alone, his teeth clenched in pain with tears streaming down his face, his wails ringing out every now and then made his mind go blank. Without thinking much, he immediately used his foot to kick down the obstacle separating him. With an angry look on his face, that thing, withstanding his force, broke into pieces. The barrier gradually disappeared. He stood there thoughtfully looking at the boy who was bent over, sobbing, saying, "Mom, Dad." After that, he did not intervene any further but leaned over, his arms crossed over his chest. His hair fell down, covering his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Han's face became even colder and more terrifying, as if he could swallow anyone, he thought, so annoying. His mission was completed. The system rang a notification, and at the same time a card printed with his picture with 3 stars below appeared. "Congratulations, Master, the forgotten memory of the hero has been awakened. 3-star Han, successfully advanced, he has become 3-star, created a new illustration." At the end of the mission, he walked out of the annex and returned to the place where he had rested before. His level and skills had increased, and the hero could learn another job. Meanwhile, the fairyzel was lying on the bench, comfortably enjoying a pleasant dream. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he felt a bit frustrated. While glaring at her, he flicked his hand hard on the other person's cheek to wake her up. I haven't been gone that long and you're already asleep. You'll just woke up. Before I woke up, I couldn't help but cry out loudly. Without explaining anything further, he suddenly announced, "There are too many people here, let's go into my room to talk." She quickly obediently agreed, sat awkwardly on his shoulder, smiled, and let's go. As he walked, he heard the system speak, "Master, start 5 consecutive summons. I'm looking forward to seeing which heroes will appear." Normal card, Master. Seeing that information, he couldn't help but doubt, are they summoning more heroes to fill the gap? Then he turned to ask her, "Are you sure you don't have to go tomorrow?" "It's okay," she quickly replied. "It's okay. The selection process will start tomorrow." Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the room he rented. The whole room was lit by 4 candles placed on a round frame hanging from the ceiling. Yizel began to speak. "I have to tell you about something first." Her face was extremely proud and complacent. She said, "I surfed the internet not just for fun. Actually, I tried to help that person. I learned a lot of things that might help you." Han didn't seem to care much. He continued to take off his shirt and nonchalantly said, "What?" Her face became more and more mischievous. She smiled with amusement and excitement. "Do you want to know?" "Of course you do. Isn't that right? We have very interesting information." Before she could receive an answer from him, she excitedly told him, her face extremely excited and radiant. First of all, the master had already registered to join the Ragnar Loki fan club. This information made him a bit suspicious. His eyes looked towards her in surprise. Huh. Her nose became long and sharp like a wooden puppet boy, she boasted, meaning that the master had recognized Loki's greatness. Yizel now made him feel scared, cold sweat all over his body. "So the master has joined my fan association. The more you talk, the more boastful your expression becomes." "That's right, the Ragnar Loki National Loki Association, the #1 fan community." Her face looks exactly like a scoundrel, her smile is extremely mischievous. "What else do you expect? I'm so jealous, I want more too." And Han is helpless, gently patting his tangled head. "Blind, what is the second story?" But that expression quickly changed with eyes of surprise mixed with shock after her announcement, which was information about Niflheimer. Her intonation was very firm and her eyes were confident. She crossed her arms over her chest and narrated what she knew. They had already posted an advertisement to recruit students. The conditions were 3 stars or higher and level 20. Heroes with a second server will soon receive a job. It seemed like he was interested in this issue, so he asked the student to show me the details. Hearing that, she immediately used her ability to create a notice board from the social network. Flickering purple rays of light appeared. A series of information about recruitment rooms appears. Associations are constantly recruiting members to their side. Recruitment rooms, titles, pick-me-up community, main announcements. This is for related posts. Regarding recruitment, unrelated posts will be deleted. Only level 20 players can read and write here. Recruitment notices Niflheimer training service. Request please help fulfill the request recruit for White Peach. Among them, the most notable information from the Niflheimer Association is the recruitment announcement of the Niflheimer training service. Click to view detailed training service information. The recruitment office announced the Niflheimer training service. Loki chat 145,312 views. Loki Niflheimer spatial coordinates 101. Start the training service. I will receive 100 heroes from the second server. I will train your heroes to reach the condition you require. Duration is 10 days. Classes will take place at Niflheimer facilities with staff training, ensuring the best results. Please leave the names and spatial coordinates of the heroes in the comments section below. Others will not see your comments. Second server conditions. Above level 20, no profession. Cost 500 gems per hero. Notes, self-operating, hero life insurance, bonus if high level achieved. In that notice board, there was information that made her angry and shouted loudly, "Isn't that funny? Loki is right here. How dare they?" He seems calmer than her. Gently rubbing his chin, he focused on the notice board in front of him and thought. Seeing that he wasn't angry at all, she still couldn't help but feel frustrated. Her pouting cheeks asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you surprised? I thought you would be very shocked." Her response to the question was a light smile. "I asked you to manage my online account. They are basically doing the same thing." His answer had so many hidden meanings that she couldn't understand. "What do you mean?" Seeing that, he smiled slightly and explained, "Hero of Niflheimer." Recalling the incentives that the training service brought to participants, he had a guess about the reckless person behind taking advantage of his reputation. "I am here." But the person who wrote the post was Loki. The only ones who could have done this were the heroes of Niflheimer. But there was some information that made him think and think. Who would have thought that they would interfere with the user system? I really didn't expect it. It seems that the vice president has more powers than I thought, and some conditions this. And their conditions are also a bit confusing. Conditions: second server, above level 20, no profession. It was the information about the conditions that made him seem to guess something. His expression was extremely doubtful and surprised. He seemed to not believe his eyes and paused for a few seconds. Here. In Han's mind, a base suddenly appeared floating in the air with a complex and massive architecture, built from many overlapping layers, each layer shaped like giant flying saucers covered with by the golden rays of sunlight, so magnificent and magnificent, as if they were inviting us. Yizel leaned over his shoulder and pointed and said, "It's been a while since Nilfheim posted, let's see." She lifted her head from his shoulder to look at the screen. Han sat on the edge of the bed looking at the screen in front of him and spoke, "Fifth month, that's right, on Earth it is May." She pointed at the screen and spoke in surprise, "But the real Loki is here, so who posted the post?" He looked at the screen coldly and said, "Only 2 people have the right to do so when I'm absent." 2 cards appeared. One was the best hero, Cirrus, the other was the second gold Urnit. He smiled slightly and narrowed his eyes and said, "It was too obvious, this was posted by Urnit." In the article there are photos of a few people in an organization. The leader is holding a sword against the ground. Next to him is a man and a woman. The service the article mentions is training potential new players, coming from other lounges. Heroes can participate in intensive training with good trainers with high-end equipment. When training, you can also collect gems. So in my heyday I often used this method. She asked him with innocent eyes, "What should we do?" He didn't care and said, "Register." Looking at the registration board, she said, "The ratio is 1 to 1 to 100, but Master will register us. Each hero costs 500 gems." He looked at the screen and smiled and said, "Didn't you say that whatever had joined the Ragna Loki Guild? No need to worry." He thought to himself, whatever has registered as Fan Cafe, which means they know who sent the message. He looked at her and said, "Open the window, I need to send an email." She flew in front of him and said, "Okay." She raised her hands to the sky. She controlled the computer and said, "Hiya, fairy power." After opening it, she tilted her head back and died. He looked at the screen and thought, whatever still hasn't replied to the last email. What does that mean? Maybe it's because after reading it they didn't know what to say. Evening, outside a house. Edith opened the door, wearing a crop top and shorts, wearing a pair of boots and walked out of the house. She paused slightly and turned to look. Han wore a t-shirt and long pants, put his hands in his pockets and said, "Following me for a moment." He led her to a 3-story building with bright lights inside. The 2 of them sat down on chairs, on a long table, with a candle in the middle. He put one hand on the table and one hand on the chair and asked if she was asleep. She put her chin in her hands and said, "Who knows?" He looked at her and thought, she looked stressed, then said, "How is the members' morale?" She looked at the candle and spoke. The old man was fine. Aaron seemed to be training harder than before. He was still at the training ground. She suddenly turned gloomy and said, "But the children are on the first floor." She remembered the children on the first floor who were constantly scared, frowned and spoke loudly. She spoke up, "Because the 3rd team was killed, all the gladiators left. Some people even said they would rather eat potatoes. The rest of your life is better than dying on the battlefield." Han crossed his arms and said seriously, "It's true that fighters' survival ability is extremely low. Right now fighters, support and sub-teams are all out of balance." She looked at him and asked, "Is there a way to solve it?" He closed his eyes and said, "They need to be trained and have experiences suitable for themselves." The footage of the 3rd team was replayed. He spoke up, "The 3rd team's inexperience before the boss levels was the main factor that caused their death. If we have enough response stones, we can give other teams saw our fighting style, but we didn't, and the situation at the training center wasn't very good either." He looked at her and said, "No matter what we do, it all depends on how much the master wants to invest in equipment and resources." She said in surprise, "Him?" She looked down slightly and said, "Nothing, I just see that you are very talented, you are knowledgeable in every field, and your plans are extremely precise." He sat quietly with his hands clasped together. She clasped her hands on the table and looked at him as he continued to speak. His decisions were all carefully calculated and good at actual combat. I couldn't even imagine that he single-handedly killed the dragon. Edith clasped her hands together and nervously spoke up, "Compared to you, I feel like I'm just trash. The first time I met you I saw that, but for some reason, the distance between us is getting farther and farther." His face was serious. He tilted his head slightly and said, "Don't think nonsense anymore. I told you, I can't do anything alone." She smiled wryly and said, Sorry." She was surprised to hear him say that I was going to be absent for a while, about a month. There was a candle frame hanging on the ceiling. She wondered, 1 month, are you going on an expedition or something? He replied, "No, I'm going to a more remote place." Han closed his eyes and calmly said, "Until I return, ask you to take my position, you will have a lot of work to do." She laughed softly and said, "You mean I have to do it well, right?" He sat cross-legged and said, "Well, at least don't let me fall behind." She asked, "But where are you going?" The candlelight shined on his face. He calmly said, "I will go to another waiting room." Edith said in shock, "Another waiting room?" He pursed his lips and thought, "Except for me, Edith is the most important hero in this waiting room. Even if I tried to train Jenna or Roderick, it would be difficult for them to have leadership talent like her. No one can replace her, so Edith." He clenched his hands and thought, "How should I explain? Well, that's enough." Outside, the night sky was quiet. The houses inside the city walls had all their lights turned off. Inside the house, she said loudly in panic, 100 million, there are 100 million places like this one. He walked over and looked out the window and said, 100 million is just by name, actually it's only about a quarter of that. She put her face in her hands and said, "No, but still." He said, "We only have to contact a maximum of 10 waiting rooms, you don't need to worry." She leaned her face in her hands and spoke, feeling like, "I just stepped on a bomb crater." Her image was reflected in the glass window. She spoke, "I know, I will try to do as you say." Han smiled brightly and said, "I believe in you, Edith." He turned around and walked away. As he walked, he thought, rage increased by 2 levels, Indomitable and Dragon Slayer. The bonus stat I got from the Berserker was almost 10. 2 cards appear, with strange shapes. One is Indomitable, which reduces the effects of poisoning, confusion, bleeding and other status effects, and is recommended for most heroes to use Berserk. This auxiliary skill, one is Dragon Slayer, helps me get a bonus every time I fight a dragon. This is a special skill that cannot be trained but must be achieved. The system rewards the decisive blow. It was my intention, not a Valka, who ended the dragon. I was never lucky, but lucky in a way. He put his hands in his pockets and looked out the window and said, "I'll see them again soon." His back shows loneliness. He speaks, the true form, of the things he nurtures. A floating island appears. The system sounds, "Welcome to Pick'em. On the wall there is a door," she said again. "The dimensional rift is a special setting that allows you to experience the outside world. Pick'em only unlocks for masters above level 20, no additional activation fee required. This feature includes broadcasting, war, participating in events." The system sounds a warning, "Pay attention, when the dimensional rift opens, you can join the dimensional channel on the right side of the main screen. You can communicate with other masters here. Warning, when the dimensional rift opens, you will receive the dimensional code. The lobby's level 1 shield will also be disabled. You may face invasions from other masters. Please be careful." Tip, the dimension code is the coordinates of the waiting room in the current server. Tip, if you want to play solo, you can open the dimension rift. The system sound rang out, "Master, you are opening the dimensional rift. Are you sure you want to open it? You can't change it." There are 2 yes and no. I press the yes button. On the door is painted 2 women pressing their hands together. The system speaks again, confirms opening. He clicked the yes button. Yizel raised her hands and used her magic. A light appeared in front of her. She spread her arms and spoke. The dimensional rift opened. The system appears saying, "The rift has been opened. The dimensional rift has been added to the menu. Communication has been added to the submenu. Events have been added to the submenu." Yizel flew towards him and said, "Opening the dimensional rift is not a good thing." He put his hands in his pockets, a sword on his shoulder and smiled, "But we can do more things than we can do now." He smiled and thought, "The rift has opened. I am even more certain. Nilheim has chosen whatever as an apprentice candidate." She flew towards him and spoke. "I suddenly remembered. What did you write in the email to the master?" He calmly replied, "Nothing, but still very important." He remembered when he saw the registration board. He spoke up. "I talked about 3 things. To post a registration comment in the beginner summon and open the dimensional rift. All the answers were hidden, so I thanks to them for internal information of Nilheim. With it, the ratio of 1 to 100 or 1000 is okay. Secondly, about game tips." She angrily said loudly in his face, "You already gave them the heavenly book. What else?" Again, he closed his eyes and calmly spoke, "The way they play is still not enough. Currently the main task of the waiting room is to train the players. As a low-level remote, this is the right decision, but relying on that alone is extremely foolish. Everyone is working hard to practice." She spoke up. "Their rank is really low, but there are some people who are talented. Although compared to high-level heroes they are still inferior." He spoke up. "Yes, growth is by training. Creating low-level heroes only works when the system is stable. You can't just throw them to the training ground and hope they will do something. We still need the power of high-level heroes." He was walking when he heard her ask, and the third thing, he replied, lastly, is don't blindly believe everything I show you. The system rang again. Tadnir Lounge has been assigned a space code current coordinates, current area, tips, use the Dimensional Rift tab to see if anyone is near you on the map. Detailed information please visit the support tab. A magnificent city was in front of him, he said. The way the waiting room was operated needed to change flexibly according to the situation. At a certain point, they were no longer allowed to look at instructions but had to make their own decisions. The system rang again. You can now use the Dimension chat channel. You can interact with other masters through here. He carried the sword on his shoulder and went inside. The system sounded a warning again. Pay attention, about protecting new players before your account reaches level 40. To floor 40, you will not die in confrontation with another master. Your heroes will not be destroyed even if they die. However, heroes who lose their lives will have their skill stats, abilities and levels reduced. Tips: restoring heroes is no longer the same as before. We recommend using them for combination or conversion. When opening the Dimensional Rift you can enjoy diverse features. You step inside, the system continues talking, interacting with other users, even moving to another waiting room. The benefits from broadcasting, war, participating in events, will also increase. He closed his eyes, the system spoke again, but he opened his eyes. In red eyes, the system rang. This also means that you allow other users to invade your dimension. He stepped inside. You hear the system warning, pay attention, warn of enemy invasion. Master, please choose an escape route to prevent an invasion from occurring. Heroes who cannot continue to fight will evacuate along this route. Tip: residential areas are sacrosanct. He turned his head slightly and looked back, thinking, after I return from Niflheim, the waiting room. He smiled and thought, he must have finished his promotion. The system rang, Master, you need an airship to go out. An airship can be crafted by combining 4 materials: fuselage, engine, dimensional error and drawing. In addition, you also need a magic scholar pilots the ship. The outside rotating shafts are separated from the iron door. Inside the door, there was the sound of metal hitting each other. The two of them charged their weapons at each other. Purple Hair smiled cunningly and raised the sword back. Blonde Hair with sweat on his face jumped up and lowered the spear in his hand towards Velkist. The two continued to fight. The two weapons collided and made a clanking sound. Aaron pointed his spear forward. The spear's tip was still a few centimeters away from the Purple Hair's eyes. He leaned back to avoid the spear. Aaron was breathing heavily. The tip of the sword was placed right on his neck. Velkist still kept his old posture and smiled ferociously. He looked towards the door and smiled softly, then asked, "What's going on? I thought we were on break." The two kept their old positions looking at him standing outside the iron door. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke, "I have something to tell Aaron." He and the boy went to a room. Inside, there was a chessboard. She smiled brightly and said, "Checkmate." Ivalka sat on the chair, rubbing her hair and grimacing, cursing, "Damn it." He and the boy walked in. He looked at the chessboard and rubbed his chin and said, "Is there chess here too?" She saw him stand up from the chair and asked, "I'm here. Do you know this game? I was with Ivalka before. Didn't know about it." She slapped the table and said, "Don't you know? Is it true? Then how come I lost 10 times in a row?" She propped her hands on the table and calmly spoke, "How could I know? I have lived in the forest all my life. Today is the first time I played this game." He looked at the two girls and said, "I have to talk to you, Aaron and Jenna." Because there was no one here, she angrily pointed at herself and said, "I'm here." He spoke, "I'm joking. Can you go out for a moment? We'll talk quickly." She opened the door and walked out and said, "Okay." The two of them sat in the chair next to him and looked at him. He sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, folded his arms and called out their names, Jenna and Aaron. The two of them were surprised to hear what he said and were about to leave this place. Outside, the sun shines on the house. The door is being closed. She looked at him and asked, "So the three of us will go to another hall?" On the table was placed a teapot and a few glasses. The two of them listened silently as he said, "Yes, we will train for about a month in another hall and then come back. This will be a good experience." Jenna slightly turned her head to look at him. He clasped his hands together and spoke up worriedly, "Wouldn't someone else be a better choice than me?" He looked at him seriously and then spoke. He was the one who said he wanted to become stronger. Aaron looked down worriedly. "You've made the decision to say, 'I'll go.'" He crossed his arms and said, "Then everything is simple. Jenna, can you go out for a bit?" After Jenna went out and closed the door, he looked at him silently and said, "Han, is that the place you mentioned before?" He remembered the tower with overlapping circles. He folded his arms and seriously said, "Yes, it was Niflheimer." She put her hands behind her back, walking back and forth. "In the room, he spoke up and said to you, 'For us it's been a month, but you're not like that, Aaron, you.'" He was shocked when he heard him say that he would probably never come back here again. Han looked at him and said, "What does it mean to go there now, do you understand?" He slammed his sword on the ground loudly. "The people there were trying to practice," he said. "The position of trainer is vacant. Dika can't take care of everything alone. You don't need to be a combatant, you can also choose another path." He continued to speak. "I will give you more time to think. There is no need to go on the thorny road," he said hesitantly. Aaron clenched his fists and placed them on his thighs. Suddenly he resolutely said loudly, "I will go." He bowed his head slightly, smiled and said, "Okay." Outside, the sun was shining on the building. He spoke up, telling Edis to let him leave the team. His training wouldn't last a month, he needed a year. He suddenly said, "It's taking so long, why?" He continued to speak, "Do you think it only takes a month to get stronger?" Aaron and Jenna's card appeared. There were 3 stars on their card, so it wasn't long enough to change our destiny. The whole scene in the Citadel is vast, but the wheel of fate here is spinning 3 times faster than in its world. At the dining table, Velkist held a loaf of bread and frowned, saying, "Why can't I go with you to the place you're planning to go?" There was sumptuous food on the table. Jenna sat next to him and smiled wryly. Ivalka banged on the table and said, "What about me?" Riza said as she cut the meat. "I was wondering the same thing." He calmly brought in the meat. "Mouth and speak. When the time is right I will send everyone there." He looked over and said, "Just do as Edis said, especially you Velkist." He spoke while chewing the bread. "You don't need to worry so much." She bowed her head and cut the meat and said, "Really, have you reviewed your past behavior?" He took a bite of bread and said, "Are you sure you'll come back?" He crossed his arms and asked, "What do you mean?" He licked his hand. His eyes stared at him and then spoke, "I'm saying, are you planning to stay there forever?" He heard him say that and thought to himself, "He is very smart." He bowed his head slightly and said, "I also thought about that." Orange Hair looked at him worriedly. He spoke reassuringly, "But don't worry, I'll be back." Outside the large citadel, the system rang, announcing, "Niflheim's airship, range Ido 7, is sending a landing request. Do you want to allow it?" The yes button appeared in red. Standing in front of the door leading to the ship, the system said, "Master, another account's aircraft is sending a landing request. The aircraft will land temporarily in this lobby. Do you want to allow it?" The yes button appears in red. The system rang out a notification, opening a spacetime rift for the range Ido 7 airship. 5-star Captain Misakath sent an exchange request, asking for 1,500 gems. At the door, 2 women bumped their heads and pressed their hands together. The 3 of them had finished changing their clothes and equipment. The wind blew his hair. He asked, "Are you two ready?" She smiled and replied, "Okay." The boy standing behind him replied, "Me too." Edith stood with her hands on her hips. Next to her was Roderick. She smiled softly and asked, "Are they leaving?" He crossed his arms and closed his eyes and spoke. He would be very bored without them. There were many people coming to see them off. Velkist had one hand on his hip, one hand in his pocket and said, "Have fun." Nerissa looked at them and said, "We will wait for you guys." He tilted his head slightly and looked back and said, "What a sad send-off." She flew over crying loudly and called out, "Han, I heard a very strange rumor. Is it true that you won't come back after going to Niflheim?" He frowned and spoke. "Who said that?" Jenna smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to drag him back." She flew to grab his collar and cried, "Don't let them take you away." "Me, never." She pinched her cheek in pain and spoke up, "Those people were a bunch of thieves and tyrants." He pinched and said, "Is that so?" "Sorry." She cried and spoke up, "No, I didn't say you." She held out her little finger to speak. No matter what, she had to remember to go back there. Promise. He reached out and hooked her little finger and said, "Okay, stop nagging." He turned around and covered his face with a sigh. The girl behind him spoke loudly, "You promised, you have to go back there, at any cost." Behind him, Aaron said with a forced smile, "That fairy only talked to him, that's just how you are." The 3 of them walked towards the light at the end of the street. Han and Aaron walked straight in without turning around while Jenna turned around and waved. After entering, he bowed his head slightly and said, "I'm really impressed." He smiled and looked forward. She smiled with bright eyes and he was surprised to see what was in front of him. At the head of the boat there was a huge buffalo head. They looked very small when standing under the huge boat. Seeing the ship, Jenna widened her eyes in surprise. "Whoa, that looks so cool." Han Shojin saw that and asked her if she knew about flying ships. Jenna excitedly replied, "Yes, a long time ago my father told me about ships floating in the sky." I saw one a while ago, but I wasn't allowed to sit on it because it belonged to a noble. The magnificent and luxurious airship began to make noise, checking your identities to see if you were Han Island, Jenna Cyril and Ashiaran Del Cut of Townia. As if not waiting for a response, the airship continued to call, the master began the maneuver, the hero was dispatched, Han 3 stars, Jenna 3 stars, Aaron 3 stars, Niflheimer Area 101, training type, time 10 day. Inspection completed, entrance opening, please be careful. This time the warning sounded again as soon as they sent the heroes away, their dependent unit would temporarily change to Niflheimer, do you want to allow it? Of course they chose yes. As he stepped onto the ship, Aaron looked at it and said that this plane was different from the one I had seen. Hearing that, Han with a sarcastic expression asked if it was newer. He replied that it seemed so. Welcome, a voice said when everyone got on the train. A girl appeared with a bright and smiling face and introduced herself as Liedel, the tour guide leading everyone to Niflheimer. Seeing the Han girl walking and thinking, she was a magician, although I wasn't sure who she was because there were hundreds of them. Meanwhile, the girl Liedel announced through a device on her body that Rangrid 07, the passenger who had boarded the train, left. On the other side of the train, two strangers looked at them and talked and laughed with each other. Jenna looked worried and turned around to ask Han, are you sure we will be okay? He did not answer hastily but turned back to glance at them with cold eyes filled with murderous intent. Scared the two strangers and quickly turned away. One person whispered what was wrong with that guy, scaring me to death. The other person could only be surprised in silence. After calming those two guys down, Han started to turn around and talk to Jenna. There were many heroes from other halls, so just stay in one place. Hearing that, she felt less worried and replied, okay. Right now the ship is starting to enter a glowing space portal and an announcement calls out for Niflheimer's Rangrid 07 airship to take off. A beam of light approached the three people, making Jenna and Aaron a bit surprised. And then after passing through the white light, the ship was flying in the sky of another location. There was a voice from the ship, Dimension 1935, Townia. The huge, majestic aircraft flying through the sky above the clouds made Aaron exclaim in excitement, that's great. Responding to his excitement, Han looked up at the sky with a relaxed expression and asked, really? Jenna standing next to him also turned to look and asked idly if there was anything that impressed him. Without answering, Han turned around and went inside and told the two of you to come inside soon, we will arrive in 2 days. He looked up into the distance, where a skyscraper appeared surrounded by clouds and thought that was the tower. Pulling out of sight, the ship was flying over a place like a desert, full of sand. Han continued to think, below us is Townia, what we see is a collapsed Townia. Rangrid 07 flies through many different dimensions to pick up passengers, all of them are heroes chosen to participate in the training program. There are a total of 20 trainees on ship number 07 including us, the rest are travel on different aircraft. Jenna lay in the hammock with her hands on her hands, contemplating and saying to herself that there are many strange places. She turned around and said to Han suspiciously, our Townia is completely barren while other places are engulfed in flames or flooded with water. What's with that? Han lay on the bed on one side and replied, how do I know? At this time, suddenly the sound of the ship rang out, please inform all the passengers on the ship that we are about to arrive, please come to the deck. Hearing that, Han immediately jumped up. He thought, it's almost there, and turned to look out the window and asked where Aaron was. Jenna immediately replied he said he would use the empty storage room to practice, so I'll go call him. 1106 Dimension Niflheimer. At this time outside, there was a red sky and mountains with lava waterfalls flowing down, sending hot smoke into the air. On the deck of the ship, there are currently many people standing and admiring the surrounding scenery, causing the tour guide on the ship, Liedel, to wave his red stick and loudly warn, please do not lean over the railing, guard will be very dangerous. The boat may shake during landing, so please hold on to the railing tightly. Jenna led Aaron up to the deck and said, hey, come back. Before he could finish his sentence, a scene suddenly appeared that made everyone extremely frightened. Everyone on the deck looked up in shock. Han looked at the scene before him with a serious and wary expression. In the sky were countless ships approaching in flocks. Aaron suddenly looked up and asked if this was Niflheimer. Jenna couldn't help but stammer and ask him what it was. Liedel was next to him and explained, is that it? That's Seedrith POW-1, it's a transport ship that can carry 37 aircraft. The aircraft next to the ship number 01 are escort ships, Trude 03, Trude 18. Suddenly the ship rushed into a bright space door, causing everyone on the train to cover their faces. Liedel walked up and raised his hand and said, everyone, we are here. Welcome to Niflheimer. In front is a giant architectural building. Rengrid 07 entered the parking lot on the third floor number 5, clear, Frist 14 number 8, Frist 09 number 11. Rengrid 07 has landed in the dock on the third floor, taking the stairs down, please be careful. Everyone started to get off the train. The tour guide Liedel stood on the train and said loudly that I had one more trip coming up, so I had to say goodbye to everyone here. Thank you, students, good luck, lucky. Meanwhile, Aaron was still surprised by the things in front of him and exclaimed that it was truly amazing. Up ahead, there were many groups of people passing by. Jenna saw that and said it was true that there were many people. Suddenly there was a voice and it turned out that he was a student of grade 7. An uncle with white hair looking very majestic stepped out and introduced himself as Elderkin Bra. I was a senior trainer of Niflheimer following me. He is Elderkin Bra ranked 114th. After following him, Han immediately realized that he looked very different in real life than in the photo. Going through the places, Aaron suddenly asked how big this place is. The person in front of him replied that there are 4 other areas. This is only a small part of Niflheimer. Go to a place like an elevator. Elderkin turned around and told everyone to line up one by one. A fat man behind him was confused and asked what this machine was and where we were going. He replied that I would explain later, but when he heard that, he immediately got upset and said, "You old man, you're so mean." Before he could finish his sentence, the fat man was immediately punched in the face with a lightning-fast punch, causing his teeth and lips to mix and blood to splatter all over his nose and mouth. Leaving him without time to say anything more, Elderkin was left, his whole body emitting dirty murderous aura, his fist retracted as if showing pressure. He didn't stop there, he also grabbed his face, picked up his whole body and threw it somewhere else. The scene was so violent that everyone there could only tremble in fear and not dare to say a word. Behind her, Jenna sensed the fear and immediately said I couldn't even see how he was going to attack. He was really strong. Standing next to him was Han, who also looked down and worriedly told him he was stronger than me. I thought he was so fast that I could use clairvoyance but couldn't see anything anymore. There is a notification sound and you cannot see the target index window. Jenna was surprised and asked if he was stronger than him. Han replied of course, so just do as he said. The elevator started going down to the 5th floor, 4th floor and then continued down to the other floors. Sitting on the elevator, Han thought he couldn't remember all 20,000 people. And on the 2nd floor the elevator started to stop. This is the training center on the 2nd floor of Niflheimer. Everyone stepped out of the elevator. Jenna looked around in surprise and asked if we would train here from now on. Aaron was also stunned and said too much. Elderkin's voice rang out, "Line up, the Major General will arrive soon, so remember to keep quiet." A girl walked out and clicked her tongue and said to the stupid old man who was crazy about queuing. Before he could finish his sentence, as if in a familiar sight, he radiated a powerful aura over her, making her unable to stand. He was like an oppressive beast that made the girl unable to resist and knelt down. Han looked at the girl and immediately thought about intimidation skills. Looking at the others, Han thought, they are all leaders in other exchanges, so using force to control them is best. If you guys act presumptuously and go over the line. Think of this image of a huge Elderkin. And people like Han, Aaron and Jenna are all small and scared. At this point they knew that if they did so they would be beaten to a pulp. Aaron put his hands on his hips and asked loudly, "Hey, if we do as you say, can we really become stronger?" A girl immediately answered in a loud voice, "Just listen to us, you won't regret it." The old man standing next to him also said, "Elderkin only asks you to keep your line. He doesn't tell you to stand at attention, correct? While remaining silent you can relax." Hearing that, Han immediately thought to himself, after leaving Earth, I still have to endure all this nonsense. At that moment, a girl slowly walked out and said in a loud voice, "Welcome to the soldiers." She then started introducing her identity. "I am Eclet Perdissa, the person responsible for all the training in Niflheimer. From now on everyone will go through training, but I won't force you. If you want you can go back without doing anything. We will try our best, but whether you want to study or not is everyone's choice." Eclet smiled slightly and continued, "Everyone here is our guest, just like me before." She suddenly pointed towards the stands and loudly asked, "Man, how many aircraft are there in your territory?" A man suddenly faltered and replied, "Me, too." Eclet immediately turned disdainful. There were a total of 427 aircraft in Niflheimer, about 210 times more than his territory. He shouted angrily, "What do you mean? Do you want to laugh at me?" Eclet started babbling incomprehensible things. If we compare the forces in more detail. We are about 3,000 times stronger. As you know, Master expects a lot from you, but do you know how to fulfill Master's expectations? Is your master good enough for you to be willing to bet your life? I'm asking if your master is suitable for Loki. Hearing that, Jenna whispered and asked, what is she talking about? What is it? Hans standing next to him replied in a low voice, who knows? But inside he was vaguely aware of the problem, so that's how things were. I wondered why there were so many people here. Eclet still hadn't stopped talking. After finishing, if you train here and return, what fate awaits everyone? 80% of the people here will only be seen as pawns and receive a meaningless death. 10 out of the remaining 20% will become sacrifices. That is the fate that awaits everyone, there. The girl closed her eyes tightly and continued, everyone will become toys and be thrown away like trash without any honor. But this place is different. If everyone proves their worth, they will be rewarded. Eclet shouted loudly, this is everyone's chance to become a part of Niflheimer. The first reason to bring students here is gems. If each person collects 500 gems, they can count nearly 50,000 gems. The second reason is to recruit more people. Eclet gave a small, sinister smile. Our master doesn't care who you were or where you lived. I myself was once an enemy of Niflheimer, but now I'm standing here. Hans suddenly fell into deep thought. Eclet Padissa, she was not from Niflheimer. She was the hero who wanted to ambush me when I failed to clear the 80th floor and lost most of my forces. She spearheaded that invasion. I destroyed that guy's hall and captured Eclet. Cirrus said I should execute her, but I took her in because we were short of people. Jenna opened her mouth and exclaimed, what is she talking about? A residence permit or something? Han immediately replied, what she meant was that the top 3 students would be allowed to become members of Niflheimer. The girl stammered and said, so. Han replied in a low voice, she would change halls. The people here are all loved by their masters, Niflheimer trains them, and those who reach the highest rank are rewarded and given the chance to become part of Niflheimer, after which they negotiate with their masters. Head. Prices vary, but will range from 1,500 to 5,000 gems. One paid gacha costs 500 gems, so with 1,500 gems you can own at least 3 3-star heroes or more. Master also knows and still agreed to this. This is what has worried Izel for so long. Eclet looked around wildly and said, just think clearly, of course Niflheimer will be responsible for everything. The Major General immediately asked, we will start dividing heroes by profession. How many people in total? The boy next to him quickly replied, 54 warriors and 46 thieves. He frowned, continuing, those who want to become warriors should go to the right, and those who want to become thieves should go to the left. A young girl also called out loudly, everyone, do as the Major General says. Those who want to be warriors should go to the red flag, those who want to be thieves should go to the green flag. Jenna asked in surprise, what is that? Han quickly answered, they are classifying us. At the end of the training period, hey, we will all have professions. Aaron also spoke up and said, I remember hearing about this. Once we have a profession, we will be able to learn advanced skills or something. The girl immediately cheered, replied, then I should probably go to the green flag. A soldier whispered, 54, 46 makes a total of 100, no problem at all. The Major General nodded and replied, go. Jenna said goodbye with an excited look, see you later. Those boys smiled slightly at her. A moment later, at the majestic castle, the Major General began to announce in his voice, now we will begin the inspection. Line up in front of me. This is to see your current skill level. That way we guarantee that you will receive the necessary training. There is nothing to fear. This test will divide students into 4 levels, low, middle, high and top. After dividing students into these levels, they will begin training. Next, you are the one, came up with this system. He looked at the boy in front of him and thought to himself, low-level student, he is level 20, his spearmanship has not reached higher than level 4. The Major General stood stunned when he saw Han's appearance. The old man frowned and exclaimed, that's excellent. The soldier standing next to him asked again with a puzzled expression, what is that? The old man quickly replied, look. That guy hesitantly spoke up, level 20, this is. Someone like him was a 1-star when he was born. The Major General politely said, I need to talk to you privately, sorry, but you stay here. Han reluctantly replied, okay. At that moment, there was suddenly a loud voice, I was about to tell you to relax, but it seems you've already done that. Han still calmly asked again, why do you want to talk to me? They quickly answered, I have reported to my superiors about you. The Major General will be here soon. Everyone else go, follow me. Elderkin was also a 1-star when he was born. During his first battle, he panicked and couldn't do anything. I saved that recording, which was quite funny. Han smiled slightly and then silently pondered, this feeling is so strange. The places that I built and the heroes raised with my own hands are actually real and walking around here. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him jump. I received the report. A girl opened the door and rushed in, excitedly exclaiming, "You are Hana's lot, right?" He asked annoyed, "What do you want to talk to me about? I guess you didn't come here to recruit me." Han's face suddenly changed color. The girl immediately stabbed the sword at him, then replied in a low voice, "That's right, I didn't come here to recruit you." Han smiled slightly and said, "It seems like it was to interrogate me." Eclet immediately answered, "Correctly. You're excellent, but you still need more time, you can't beat me." Han was all sweaty but still calmly spoke, "I know." The two of them kept talking to each other. "Where did you hear that information from?" "What information? You didn't really know, that's why you asked." Eclet's face gradually became tense. "I mean, how did he know that Master Loki was gone?" "I guess your master is the one who knows. No matter what, tell me everything, including the source of the information, if you still want to live." Han was secretly bored. This game was no longer fun. He had to raise his voice. "You want to know who I am?" The girl stammered and said, "You." Han quickly interrupted, "Come out here." At that moment, a tornado appeared. He kept muttering, "It seems like you really are everywhere in Niflheimer." The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. A girl slowly appeared and was slowly coming to Han's place. The girl knelt down and respectfully said, "Hello, master." It turned out that girl was Yrnith. At the city center square, Gilbert suddenly greeted cheerfully, "Nice to meet you, I'm Gilbert." The young man Dika also excitedly replied, "I am the trainer, nice to meet you." He asked curiously, "Have I heard an explanation from others about this world? It's clear that I will die if I don't adapt quickly, this is a scary place." Gilbert smiled slightly and continued, "So you are our trainer, you look very young." He squeezed Dika's hand and muttered, "I come from the mountains, so I don't understand the outside world very well, but I guess, you learned to hunt from a master." He looked at Gilbert's face and silently thought, "No more, dare to challenge me." Then Dika immediately answered, "Let me remind you that I came here a long time before you guys. There are rules here that are slightly different from our previous world. If you practice hard with all your might, one day you will become stronger than me, but if it's not like that from the start, has shown." Dika began to squeeze his hand. His strength made Gilbert groan miserably in pain. Dika said in a low voice, "He would die without a doubt." At that moment a voice suddenly rang out, "What's going on here? It's so noisy, have they just been summoned?" He turned his head and replied, "Ah, what brings you here?" It turned out that the owner of that voice was Edith. She spoke up again and said, "Aaron is gone, now there are 3 vacancies for the training position, so I will search around the first floor. Do you have any suggestions, any ideas on whether there is a position as a trainer?" Dika happily expressed her thoughts. "Recently, there have been a few people who are quite ambitious and talented. There are also many people who came to me and left stronger. Roderick, he has a strong sense of responsibility, he will be a good suggestion for you. Anan, he's bright and full of energy, so sometimes he's a good commander. Since Squad 3 and Squad 4 are no longer official attack squads, these members often change within the squad, meaning their abilities will be able to change based on how well the team members work together. Ganik and Lilani, they work well with Anan, they're both quite calm, but I can tell how good quality people they are when I watch them practice. I think these 3 are a good combination. I almost envy them as they have such a good friendship here. Oh, and finally, there's a guy named Ryman." At that moment, suddenly a ray of light appeared, causing Edith to exclaim in panic, "That light," he also said in surprise, "summoned. That's not the second floor, not the first floor." Velka suddenly spoke up and said, "I guess we finally get to meet new strong guys." A strange foot suddenly appeared. A sinister smile also appeared. The building behind is also gradually moving. Just a few seconds later, it stood still and returned to its original state. However, only the doors remain ajar. Yrnith knelt down and respectfully said, "Greeting, master." Han immediately replied in a low voice, "I've been waiting for you for a while." She quickly explained, "Sorry, I was busy preparing to welcome you." Yrnith turned to look at the girl and coldly asked, "Did you hurt the master?" Eclet shouted in fear, "Ah, no, me." Yrnith rushed over and asked eagerly, "Oh my god, are you okay, master?" Han immediately replied, "I think she is no more okay than me." She angrily shouted, "Elect, greet him now, he is our master Mr. Loki, how dare you so boldly and foolishly raise a sword towards the master, curse before him, and prepare killing him is a serious crime." Eclet confusedly explained, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." She asked again, how she planned to make up for and cleanse herself for the sin of daring to raise a weapon at our master. Eclet was so scared that he was sweating. If you allow me, Han quickly interrupted her, she doesn't know anything, she's just doing her job, forget it, which hero would know that their master will descend to this world? Urnith smiled slightly and replied, I am here. Han immediately countered, you are the exception. But inside he was still secretly admiring, she was quite personable. Urnith snapped her fingers and said, Master, this is not the right place for us to talk, let's go there, let's be quiet. A mysterious light suddenly appeared. Moments later, the two of them moved to a tent. Steady smoke continuously rose from a cup of hot tea. The atmosphere at that time looked very charming. Han suddenly spoke, it looked like I could see the sky, we must be on the 13th floor of Niflheimer. Urnith happily replied, yes, among the 20,000 residents there are only the top 5 people, and the secretary of they are allowed here. She gave the cup of tea to Han and gently said, please go easy. He enjoyed the tea and replied, how did you know it was me? Urnith smiled slightly and said, only the 13th and 12th floors know that you have not logged in for more than 3 months, there has been no information leak, so if anyone knows this information, that must be you. Han shook his head and replied, that's not enough. She immediately spoke her thoughts, when you disappeared, I learned that you had fallen into Mobius. Nislord, my secretary, and I are the only ones who know you're here. Well, I guess now that's the 3 people of Eclect. Do you want to meet the other members as well? I can summon them all if you wish to meet, I'm sure they will all be delighted. Right now Nyakui and Mutin are busy on a mission, Liturgian and I are currently training, Han asked in a low voice, and Cirrus? He suddenly fell into deep thought. Nyakui was in charge of diplomacy, so she was absent here quite often. Mutin had completely moved his base out of Niflheimer to go on regular missions. Urnith quickly replied, Nislord, can you get us some more tea and cakes? At that moment, Urnith's secretary suddenly appeared and greeted, Master Loki, the honor to meet you. Han asked in surprise, don't you hate me? I thought I was going to get stabbed or something. Urnith then muttered, you mean since you used me as a pawn, how could I hate you? He does not discriminate against us, he always gives us a chance, and he always leads us to victory with his brilliant thinking. If it weren't for the long-lost Lord Niflheimer, neither I nor everyone else here would be as strong as they are today. She smiled slightly and continued, thanking you very much Master Loki. Anyway, it's truly an honor to meet you, you're as brave and handsome as I imagined. We've prepared a castle for you on the 13th floor, so please rest there and come back tomorrow morning. Han curiously asked again, a castle? Urnith quickly replied, we have prepared it specifically for you, it is located in the center of the 13th floor. He immediately spoke up and said, I used to be a master before, but not anymore, I don't need to be treated so lavishly. The girl asked again with a puzzled look on her face, you mean sir, will he return to the 12th floor with the others? Urnith shouted in panic, I put a lot of effort into that place, with a welcome party for you two, you can review the victories you have won. Han suddenly interrupted the girl, no, thanks. She slammed the table hard and said, we can immediately go down to the 2nd floor and tell them. He quickly stopped, don't, but Urnith was still very determined, so how can we support her, help you? I have a lot to say and do for you here. Han replied in a low voice, I have a place to practice, come pick me up when I finish practicing. The confused girl said, Master, how about this, we can send all the trainers to you and, however he coldly replied, dispersing. Urnith still stubbornly said that we can replace all the trainers as you wish. Han gradually felt uncomfortable and dispersed. She shouted in panic, the 2nd floor of the training facility has very small rooms, and is not suitable for you, I can repair and renovate. He still coldly replied, no. Urnith put his face down on the table and sobbed, but your dignity, how could you be in that place? He asked in confusion, what dignity? She quickly regained her composure, a lot of dignity I could see in you, the imperial aura surrounding you. Han turned to ask the secretary, did you see it? Nislord quickly replied, I'm not sure if there is, sir. He heard that and said in a low voice, have you heard? Urnith gave a slight smile that lost all humanity. He slowly stood up and said, anyway, I will return to that place right here, open a portal and don't make it stand out. They all replied in unison, yes, sir, master, master. A mysterious door suddenly appeared. Han immediately praised, Urnith, you did very well without me here. Do you still consider the current me as your master? Urnith stood stunned upon hearing his question. Then the girl smiled slightly and replied, of course. Finally a smile appeared on Han's face. At that moment, suddenly there was a loud voice shouting, where is the master, Urnith? She turned her head and said, "It seems Lady Jion knew you were here. He was breaking the magic barrier to enter." Han asked in surprise, "Is he always like that?" Yurnith replied, "I was always the one who wanted to meet you the most." No more time. Lidigian is usually calm when talking, but it's difficult for him to talk when he's angry. He walked slowly, saying goodbye. "Okay, then let's go." Han slowly walked through that mysterious door and moved to another space. He looked around wildly and thought to himself, "Is that an illusion?" It seemed like no one noticed that he suddenly appeared. At that moment a girl suddenly appeared and said, "If you are looking for a friend, your companions, they are in this direction." Han looked at the girl bewilderedly, then asked, "Why are you coming with me?" The girl hastily replied, "For your safety, master." "Don't worry, if anyone dares to lay a finger on your body, master, I will crush his spine immediately. I want to go home." In his room, Han lay with his head on his hands and eyes staring at the ceiling. Thinking about Yurnith's actions, he thought to himself, "Yurnith, she has treated me quite thoughtfully. This is the 5th floor of the annex building, a place to welcome new recruits. The top floor of the annex building is for trainers, but strangely there are quite a few rooms. The original place for me was the 4th floor, however an unknown fire broke out in the room, so I was moved to another place." The knock on the door rang out. The servant respectfully bowed his head. "Sir, is it inconvenient for you to stay here? The conditions are not very good. If you like, you can go to the 13th floor." Hearing that, he replied, "It's okay. Won't you tell them who I am?" The maid quickly replied, "Yes, of course not." Watching you walk away, the maid respectfully said, "I will perform my duty well." Jenna saw him and waved to say hello. "Are you here? The facilities are quite good, so I slept very well." Aaron stood next to me with a haggard face and reluctantly said, "I slept well too." Looking at his listless face, he had to pretend to believe, "Well, maybe so." He laughed dryly, "Ha ha." Jenna pointed to the girls behind and happily said, "Yesterday, I talked to other girls. They felt this place was great. The number of people was large, the facilities were good, and there were a lot of strong people." Speaking of this, she became even more excited. More importantly, Nifheimer has never lost once. Aaron is also interested in this place. I heard so too. Everyone said this place that's invincible. Hearing that, he was a bit pensive. Had he never lost before? They were talking about a battle between experts, not a mission. While he was thinking, the two of them said more about what they heard, said there's no need to worry about being rounded up or dying while on a mission. The rewards here are very good and the merit evaluation is also very good. No one will be discriminated against even if they come from another place. Looking at the two of them, he asked, "Do you two also want to become top experts here?" Jenna saw him ask that and immediately replied, "What can I say? Of course we have to go back. My teammates are still waiting." Aaron standing next to her also had the same opinion as her. "So did I." Hearing that, he didn't say anything more and thought, even if they don't want to, they can still have excellent achievements, they can be sold out. Elderkin, standing on the podium looking at everyone sitting in the hall, from experience, perhaps you also know this world has different rules from the real world, so what do you need to do to be able to live? Leftover. His eyes turned cold. That was information. He raised his voice to the information board. The warriors need to know about the rules of this world, so you need to understand the message that appears before your eyes, about the stats, about the skill information. The three of them, Han, Jenna, and Aaron, were now sitting down listening to him teach. Jenna frowned and felt that these things were very familiar. Stats, skills, tasks, I seem to have heard about them before. What are they? That's right. Han, sitting between the two, replied, "I already explained it to you." Elderkin laid out the chess set on the table and explained that each person had their own position. It was a game called chess. He holds the pawn forward. You must understand that we are the master's pawns. Heroes are toys used by masters. If they are not aware of this, they will not be able to survive. Han looked at Yurnit and said what he was wondering. "How did you know I fell in here?" She didn't answer right away but asked him, "Master, do you remember what I said yesterday? The connection between masters and heroes is very tight." She slowly explained further. The power intervened. As the level increases, this power becomes greater, and the bond between the master and the heroes will become stronger. The moment the master falls into Mobius, the five of us knew it instinctively. He frowned and asked, "Does that rule only apply to members of the 13th floor?" She didn't hide it and replied, "The difference lies in ability. Although Yurnit and Iklet are both at the highest level of 6 stars, the difference in fighting power between them is extremely large. Even if everyone at rank 100 gathers together, they cannot defeat people in the top 5. Yurnit looked down at the open book under her hand. "It was thanks to the special favor he gave to the 5 of us. Looking at her operating the information panel, he was a bit surprised. She could interact with star systems. She slowly added, heroes grow closer to their masters thanks to their sincerity and affection, which means we receive the power to intervene. He looked at her in disbelief. So you guys are not heroes, normally? She smiled and replied, if you put us at rank A, we will have 6.5 stars. Even though we are from Mobius, we can enter Earth, all thanks to the master. Han didn't expect this. I was really surprised. Her voice contained a smile and replied, of course, the higher dimension is a big place for us. But he still wondered, so what? I fell into this place again. Urnit explains, when heroes get close to their master, the master also becomes close to the heroes. One of the reasons Mobius is able to control his presence is because of that. With her explanation, he gradually understood more and more, which meant that 7-star heroes were completely different from regular heroes. Urnith immediately explained more about this. They have the ability to freely break the force rules of the system. It can be said that they are half heroes, half masters. She looked at him with some expectation. If you knew, you wouldn't lose your power as a master. I feel like you probably wouldn't need it. The book on reversal of fate, to become a 7-star, right? He raised his teacup to deny. You're talking too far away. Now I'm just limited to small talk. He put down the teacup and asked in a questioning voice, as for Cirrus, so Cirrus didn't come out to find me. Knowing this, he asked her, is that why I don't see any fairies in the waiting room? She was a bit surprised at his quickness. You understand really quickly. I'm taking on the role of a child, that child. Han frowned, his voice filled with worry. So how long could Niflheim last? Urnith immediately realized his concern. Are you worried that your account will be deleted because you haven't logged in for 6 months? She confidently said, don't worry, Niflheim has more intervention power than other places. We won't be erased after 6 months. With the remaining intervention power, it's normal for us to live 10 years. Hearing that, he said in surprise. It was hard to believe. She looked at him questioningly. Did his question have an answer yet? He replied, as if yes. At the end of the conversation, she looked forward to telling him, hoping that I could talk to him more. After speaking, the image of the two of them gradually disappeared. Han was teleported to the castle. Urnith told him in a low voice, this is the castle prepared for you, master. He didn't pay attention and just focused on looking at the picture hanging on the wall in front of him. Urnith was very happy. After knowing that you fell into this place, I was both worried and happy, because I was able to see you directly. She looked at him and added, and with my sincerity, you have come here, master. I believe this is the time for you to return to your rightful position. Urnith knelt before him respectfully. Master, please stay in Niflheim. She said respectfully, I will give my power to you, so you don't need to worry at all. If we, Niflheim, support them through the alliance, they will grow without you present. We need you, master. His face didn't change at all as he looked at her. He coldly refused, I am no longer the master. Hearing the refusal, she didn't want to give up and said, we will support you. Tanir will continue to receive our support, so you don't need to worry. He mockingly replied, is that so? Then he immediately pressed the button to refuse to transfer her rights. Urnith opened her eyes in surprise. She panicked and said loudly, Master, if we are missing anything. He turned around to interrupt, you guys are not missing anything. He tilted his head and said, it's just that I'm weak now. You still don't want to give up. If you give us time, we will. He firmly replied, no, I will return to Tanir. Seeing your brother's determination, you had to compromise now. I understand, but we won't give up. Urnith's face had a cold expression. If he couldn't return to Earth, then what would he do? He replied in a low voice, at that time, I will follow your wishes. She suddenly performed magic at this time. He looked puzzled. What was this? Her appearance now changed to that of Han. I thought it would be pointless for the master to leave to continue unnecessary training. I mixed some magic spells together, so even your comrades won't even notice. She firmly said, please let me go. He was silent for a moment, knowing she wouldn't give up, so he said, okay. Aaron held the spear in his hand and looked blankly ahead. They were surrounded by enemies. He glared at them, panting. Han turned around to look at him and shouted loudly, Aaron, what are you doing? Come and kill them. Edith also looked at him urgently and said, Aaron, hurry up, we can't hold out for long. Only then did he awaken to activate the power in his body. Awaken, Aaron, 2 stars, activate hidden power. Every index increased by 1000%. His power burst out strongly. Aaron slashed a spear towards them. He quickly defeated them quickly. Jenna looked at this in surprise. When did Aaron become so strong? Velkist also found it hard to believe. I never thought he had such strength, he surpassed us. Looking at Aaron's strength at this time, Rhodes Sark also found it hard to believe. It was unbelievable. Han, who had now lost an arm, struggled to tell him, good, very good. Looking at the blood pouring out, he screamed in horror, boss. At this moment, Aaron opened his eyes. It turned out that all those images were dreams. The corners of his eyes were still tearful, and his body was also covered in sweat. He woke up panting. Was it just a dream? Eclet turned around and ordered the heroes behind him to move the squad. The maid walked in front and led the way for Han, raising her hand and saying, Master, please go this way. He looked at the heroes walking in this line and silently assessed that based on the color of their uniforms, they probably belonged to the main branch. The maid led him to the elevator. This elevator was reserved for high-ranking members only. It reached the 13th floor, and allowed him to directly enter Lady Urnith's garden. Urnith looked at him seriously and said, I want to send 1 million gems to Tanir. Han took a sip of tea and disagreed. Don't interfere with Tanir. Hearing the rejection, she covered her mouth and shed tears, acting sad. Master, you make me sad. It's true that you look cool if you get stronger without our help, but, he crossed his arms and looked at her, acting, you want me to rely on you a little more, something like that, right? Seeing her like that, he had to say, I will ask for you later. Hearing this, Urnith's face brightened. Really, really? She excitedly approached. What is that? How can we help you? He used his hand to stop her. Move away a bit, it's too uncomfortable. Han looked at the black iron filled with cuts under his feet and thought, so this is black iron, several times harder than iron. Only one person can engrave these cuts on black iron. That's a hero with outstanding talent. He's so good that it makes me doubt that he's a bug character. Heavenly Sword, wielder of Claim Saleh, it's Redigen. He's holding the sword and waiting to look at you. I'm waiting for you. Redigen is a 2-star hero, a great genius among the thousands of heroes I have chosen. He tilted his head to look at me. It seems like this is the first time we meet, right? Master used to strengthen me. Saying that, he stabbed the sword and knelt down on one knee. He said respectfully, now, I will strengthen you immediately, Master. At this time, a muscular man stuck his sword straight into the ground and said, just like the Master had strengthened me before. He knelt down in front of Han and said, now I will help strengthen my master. Redigen still maintained the serious stance of holding the sword to the ground. I couldn't feel his presence. It was as if I was looking at an inanimate object. Is this a visual effect, evolutionary form of composure skill? On the shiny sword at this moment, his face appeared, and another reason was because he possessed the skill, the unified sword body. Han now began to speak, stand up and go. He continued speaking, will you train me in the old way? As soon as he finished his words he said, Urnith has given you the power, so you can take a look. Redigen, 6 stars, level 99, strength is 10 out of 10, intelligence is 10 out of 10, endurance is 10 out of 10, agility is 10 out of 10, skills already possessed, cannot be detected because effects of Heavenly Sword Spirit, level, max. He had now stood up, his face full of contemplation and thought. His stats were the usual stats of a 1-star, level 1 hero, but he was able to cut black iron with such low stats. He continued to say, good, I've confirmed, now we can begin. He continues lazily, anytime you want. Hans, 3 stars, has fallen into madness. As soon as the notification system sounded, a powerful blood-red aura emitted from within his body. At this moment, he said, use all your strength. Hans Isrit, 3 stars, level 20, exp is 58 over 160, class, novice, skill is 55 over 45 plus 10, intelligence is 0 over 10 minus 10, endurance is 31 over 42 plus 10, agility is 49 over 39 plus 10, possesses skills, basic swordsmanship, level 8, mind NHX, level 5, fire resistance, level 3, resistance sense of pain, level 4, calm, level 5, berserk, level 6, indomitable, level 1, Dragon Slayer, level 1, Sneak Move, level 1, Horseback Riding, level 1, Current State, Hysteria, level 6. Suddenly a stream of red air shot into the ground in front, causing it to peel off a large piece. He approached and slashed directly at him. He was not inferior and slashed back. The two kept fighting back and forth like that. When you hit him, he dodges. At this moment, a beam of light flashed across Redigen's face. From above, he stabbed the sword straight into the middle of the top of his head. At this moment, he was surprised to think that he was much stronger and faster than him. He started to counterattack. I moved 3 steps only for him to move 1 step. Now he looked slowly in his direction, his eyes also slowly turned red. Just in time to counterattack, the tip of his sword was pointed right in the middle of my neck. I couldn't do anything. As soon as the battle ended, he knelt down and said, "Please forgive me for pointing my sword at you." He then dropped his shield and fell to the ground and said, "Don't say things like that, I feel uncomfortable." He continued to say, "No, if I were at the same level as you, it would be difficult for me to defeat you." At this time, he gently wiped away the sweat on his face and said, "My strength is like that, isn't it strange? You're exaggerating." The two of them continued to talk to each other. Up until now, he was always the most talented. He had achieved basic swordsmanship level 10 when he was only level 7. He continued to say, "The reason you can't level up is because level 10 skills are the limit for everyone before changing professions. I thought you were a bad character." He was a little happy at this moment. "Really, it's an honor to receive such high praise from you. But, if sunshine is everything, then the hero closest to master is." Hearing Snowsea come here, he just smiled lightly and said, "That's right." As he spoke he put the shield back in his hand. Although he did not surpass Urnith in every aspect, there was not a significant difference between the 5 people. As long as there were variables, the outcome of the game would be different, can be overturned at any time, so 5 people fighting against each other is hard to say who wins. Speaking of which, Hans started to transform back into the same shape as before. Let's go to the next part, let's fight until I can cool it down. In the fawn house right now, everyone is attentively eating their own poop. Suddenly a voice rang out, and, "Has Hans' behavior been a bit different lately?" Seeing that person asking like that, he answered while eating, "What about him?" Then he turned his face away and observed, On one side was a guy with long hair shouting loudly, "There is no warrior stronger than this Lugia. Do I have to train with these brats? What a shock! Is anyone confident in their skills?" A redhead laughed and said, "They all come from all over the country, don't you recognize them? Don't just stand there talking, attack them." As soon as his words finished, Han made him spray blood from his mouth and flew a meter away. Those rude people were dealt with one by him, Aaron said from one side, "I think he's still normal." Jenna also replied lazily, Suddenly Cirrus shouted loudly from afar, "What is this? Do you want to be kicked out? Fighting between students is the problem." She stood there and continued talking with an angry face, "If there is an argument, let's resolve it another way. I say again, if there is any problem between students, I will definitely deal with it severely." Jenna said a bit panicked at this point, but still found it a bit strange. On the contrary, he didn't, so what? A bald guy said fiercely, "You bastard Daya, only when you show your talent will others know your value. Come on, the court will win you with just one finger." Then they both arm wrestled each other. I think he was still the same. On the other side, clouds were about to cover the high mountain. Redigen stood to the side with a calm attitude. And he is trying to use all his strength to attack. While attacking he thought, he didn't avoid me, maybe he changed his sword style. The two kept fighting back and forth. Objectively evaluated, I belong to a special category, in the top 1%. Only possessing 10 skills, especially composure and agility, the highly appreciated general and indomitable skills. If I slough, I will be willing to pay more than 5,000 points to recruit me, right? But he tried to avoid his attacks. Now the value of Redigen is priceless. I don't know how many points it takes to recruit. Once again, that sword was at his neck. He smirked, grabbed the tip of the sword and thought, whatever is not the only one who learns to lose. Then he spoke up, "Let's fight again." Facing him, he thought, in Tanir, I have never lost. While he was still thinking that, not Xena, not Aaron, not Bilkist or Narissa, not even Edith or Roderick, no one had ever defeated him so completely. He always thought that he was always fighting and always had a superior position over others, but now it was different, an overwhelming power. At this time, he held up another sword and said, "Even though it was only a short period of time, you have made a lot of progress. If you go over the wall again, you will be able to have a medium-class weapon, a monster that I cannot touch." Han had now finished treating his hand and said, "That was a hard sword, right? The last time you showed me it was a soft sword. It still seemed like there was no punishment even though your physical strength was not good, exist." He stood there and asked, "What technique will you show me this time?" He slowly answered, "Guess what?" Then he started to attack. He quickly slashed his sword and thought, Redigen, whose total stats are 40 points, I can't even give him a scratch. He stood still and said, "A sword is not stronger just because it contains more power, the same goes for its speed." While hitting him, he said, "Even if you swung it with a strength index of 10, it still wouldn't be completely strong. In a fit of rage, he swung his hand hard to the ground. As soon as he found out that he had blocked his move, the surrounding rocks and soil just flew up. Han now spoke up, "How much power does my sword have, and you?" "Under your question," he answered very honestly, "about 80% of your total strength, mine is 3 times higher." He ran back from afar at extremely fast speed and said, "Redigen, as expected, you are indeed very strong." He is calm and lazy at this time, very honored to be praised by you. His eyes were now bloodshot. And he was as bright as headlights. The two rushed at each other fiercely. On the card now appears, Redigen, 6 stars. At a tall building. A hand raised and knocked on the door. It was a woman. It was Edith. She stood outside without even bothering to speak. That day, she had been away from the room for several days. It was difficult to meet a student in training. On the other side, Eclet was thinking, at that time, I was too rude to the master. She felt a little regretful and clenched her hands and said, "Master." At this time, it was in a rather desolate place. Redigen is still fighting with Han. He says, "You only need to stay here for a year. No, even just 6 months, you will become stronger than now." While hitting him, he said, "That's obvious. Even if you use all your strength, you still can't compete with him." He stood there and said, "The way you fight is different from me. You can just stand in one place and still be able to counterattack." He said, "Basically the skill in using weapons is quite excellent and the skills always support each other. The master has a fighting style similar to Cerise, which is the type of person who is well-rounded, able to demonstrate his abilities in any situation." Right now he was still frantically throwing moves. He said, even if he searched everywhere through Mobius, the number of 3-star heroes who could fight on par with the master could be counted on the fingers of one hand. As soon as he released the move, Swawaf said, "If you practice properly, you will definitely become the strongest person." At this moment, he stopped and breathed tiredly. He said, "If only it were as easy as you said." Speaking of the strongest, Redigen is the only hero capable of defeating Cerise. He is an expert in small-scale battles and duels between individuals. If the opponent is human, then his ability to win is almost absolute. This Slux spoke up. "Renange, the best thing about the master now is that he can use the Berserk skill, Berserk, without losing the Calm skill. The reason he is this is because..." Before he could finish speaking, you intervened. "I guess it's because I'm half a hero and half a master. Calm and Hysterical have skills that a hero cannot use at the same time. It is clearly a bug character and has exceeded the system's limits." At this time, he said in a calm tone, "The master's current state was similar to a 7-star hero, and 7-star heroes were all above level 100. He continued to say, "Roge's skills are in the same state as a master. Skills that initially cannot be combined will become combinable. Skills that were initially inseparable will become brains, separable." The Snoid continued, "So the number of people they could defeat was limitless." He also spoke up, "At that time, the balance would collapse, so it was considered cheating." "In this lonely place," he said, "according to my experience, 7-star heroes have one more characteristic." He asked, "What is that?" He answered calmly, "With high synthesis efficiency." As soon as he heard it, he was silent and thoughtful for a while. When a hero receives data from a provider, 90% of the information is lost in the conversion process, which means that even if you use a hero with 100 power as a sacrifice, then the target hero will only receive 10 damage. He now spoke up and asked, "But would it be different for a 7-star hero?" He slowly put the sword in and said, "I can see that you have been trained in swordsmanship positions. Usually masters, people from Earth, will not be trained in swordsmanship. Are you a newbie? Your sword posture is really bad." "This is my first time. I can see the sword marks the art of a knight in his fighting style." At this moment he thought to himself, "Shaylat Hastry, a 4-star hero has compiled with me. I guess her fighting experiences have been mixed with mine." Thinking about this he said, "Is it possible that I have as the talent I have now because I synthesized it with a higher level hero?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "If that's true, then the master's swordsmanship will probably be very different from what it is now, although that synthesis also has its effects, affects your skill but not much." He continued, "From what I see, that hero's swordsmanship is only in the middle range. Can you now use that hero's swordsmanship skills?" At this moment, he held the sword and rotated it. The image of Redigen appeared on the sword. He spoke softly, "I will try." Now he closed his eyes. The image appeared at that time. "I was not selected. So I'll leave it to you." That light suddenly flashed through his eyes, making him open his eyes again. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. Rocks and soil were scattered everywhere. The snafe system sound rang out again. Awakening skills, Han's basic swordsmanship skills, 3 stars, now at level 9. He quickly stabbed the sword into his neck. But he quickly blocked the sword. That calm face said, better than before. Then he slowly pulled the sword in and said, in your case, this synthesis won't just give you more experience points. He continued, please be careful, high performance is not necessarily good, your information and that hero's information are mixed together, so there is a risk of negative effects. At this moment, he remembered that image and thought that synthesizing too much would lead to information being mixed up. He stood facing him and said, this could be the reason why you can't learn defense skills despite possessing swordsmanship skills. Han then sat down on the ground and said, I guess I should be careful, be more careful, because I want in the future, I will achieve the unified sword body skill. At this time, a maid walked in pushing a food cart. Master, it's time for lunch. Then she acted like the wind. All food has been placed on the dining table. Spoons and chopsticks are available. She held up her dress and said, I have prepared everything, I hope you enjoy it. Then she quickly left. Let's eat together and continue later. Yes, master. 8th floor, mission type, target exploration, please check carefully at the designated place. At this moment a man's scream rang out, Rosa, Lilani, please cover me. As soon as they heard it, they quickly rushed over, okay. They advanced and attacked those who dared to harm him. A scream rang out again, Benique, those arrows won't be effective until the other night, protect on and from behind, got it. Everyone is trying their best to protect him, Benique, those sword-using knights, be careful, I know, both of you, bend down. It's chaos there right now. Suddenly a bright red light appeared. That guy's face was full of ferocity. The system again displayed a notification, stage completed, Anin, 2 stars, Lilani, 2 stars, level up, reward, 5 or 10,000 gold, Vo, Ryman. At that time they stood there and said, everyone did a good job, the opponent is human and you don't even flinch, I've gotten used to that since the 12th floor, it's necessary to survive. At this moment Rosa spoke up, you did well, Lilani. In return she also said, thank you, Rosa. Edith stood up high and heard them talking. I heard Team 3 say the target might be on the 2nd floor. We need to try to get to the 2nd floor. Sighs, I'm so sick of potatoes now. I think if we were a chef, our food would be better. I heard that Julia has 3 children, so maybe she's very good at cooking. You just stand there and listen to them talk. You haven't eaten the food she cooked. She put all the spices and ingredients in so it turned into porridge, just like pork porridge. You should give up the desire to eat well while you're here. She stood from above and observed them with somewhat sad eyes. Teams 1 to 3, the main fighting group, are the main heroes in the hall who will attempt to conquer the tower, allowing access to the 2nd floor of the hall. Teams of 4 to 5 support groups, which are support teams for the main battle group or a certain group of qualified heroes, because they always take turns supporting the main battle group, so there is no fixed formation, determined. Teams of 6 to 10 backup groups, this is the group that explores the dungeon every day or tests combat performance. They are used to check where the battle will take place. One person will be sent to the place where the battle is needed before the main battle group goes upstairs. Members of Teams 4 or 5 who have little activity will be moved to Team 6. Heroes at risk of being synthesized or converted are heroes that are not on the list. The above teams, heroes that have no value, and do not reveal their abilities, will be at risk of being synthesized or converted. This time at a castle. Inside a large iron box, a noise was heard. There were countless lights emitting from inside, and the sound was also a bit intense. Edith now moved quickly. She glanced left and then right. Her eyes were full of determination and also emitted a bit of golden light. Very quickly, she used her knee to kick Anand's stomach straight, causing him some pain and his face to wrinkle. On Rodazeric's side, he held something quite large in his hand and swirled it around. At this time, both Lilani and Critical, the attack was so strong that it made Critical scream, "Arg!" On the other side, someone raised their bow and arrow and shouted, "This was absurd." At this moment, the image of a person holding a knife to another person's neck with cold and cruel eyes. "I told you to fight with the will to kill anyone, otherwise, you will die, it's you." On that side, Edith continued to say, "Even though you are 5 or 2, you must not lose your guard. On the battlefield, as long as one enemy is alive, it is still possible to destroy an entire team." Hearing her say that, Anand panted and said tiredly, his voice trembling, "Please let us do it again." As soon as his words ended, a spear rushed forward. Critical thrust his spear towards Rodazeric, who quickly dodged her attack. On the other hand, he used the iron rod to swing around to attack both Critical and Lilani. Ryman also put his strength into attacking fiercely. He launched an attack, but Edith quickly dodged his attack. Her body flexed, delivering a blow to his lower arm, the pain making him scream. Luke Snaith, there was another person who rushed towards her. She dodged the attack while thinking. Everyone was still hesitant when confronting their opponents. Even though they were used to fighting enemies, they were still not used to confronting their teammates, even though they lacked with such experience. But I guess their scores are enough to pass the test. There are 5 candidates. The one most likely to get into Team 2 would be. Right now in a house, it looks quite quiet from the outside. Inside is an attractive food table. At this time, she sat at the dining table and asked if everyone had a good meal. When they heard her question, everyone answered in turn. Bennett gently and calmly said, "It was very delicious." As for Anon, he ate as if he was about to starve to death. He held the food in both hands and gulped it into his mouth. Looking at him, he said loudly, "Yes, it's delicious." Lilani also spoke up, "Thank you, it's very delicious." Hearing them all compliment her, she smiled warmly. Then she slowly said, "From now on the 3 people would be members of Team 2. After hearing this sentence, everyone stopped. Seeing that, she immediately asked, not liking why Anon was so happy to hear that he shouted loudly, "No, it's such an honor, finally having the opportunity to go to the 2nd floor." Seeing him like that, Bennett grimaced a bit. That said, "Don't shout so loudly." Lilani seemed shy and said, "If you go to the 2nd floor, it means the mission will be more dangerous, right?" Lilani continued, "They said that Diron's brother, who had gone to the 2nd floor, had also died." At this moment, her expression darkened a bit. She continued with a slightly shaky voice, "So since I came here, I've been very scared. If someone puts me in Team 2, I will." She hadn't finished speaking yet when a calm voice spoke, "So please stay on the 1st floor." Edith continued, "Even if she stayed on the 1st floor, one day she would die. We have seen many people disappear." She said as she calmly cut the meat on her plate. She would probably be sent to scout the arenas as a group of 1 person. They would give her many different tests to form a breakthrough team. Click. All 3 of them listened to her and became more cautious. If Team 3 entered, the atmosphere in the waiting room would also change. Since they had already passed the 14th floor, they would proceed to the next floor, 18, where everyone is staying in 3 days. Once Team 3 enters, your chances of going to the 2nd floor will be lower. Think carefully before deciding. At night, the lights were still on in that house. They were gathered in the lobby. Everyone's faces were a bit wary. From inside, Critical stood with his arms crossed, watching quietly. At this moment, Lilani spoke up, "Rosa." Suddenly, there was a hand placed on Anon, making him a bit wary. That person was none other than Ryman. He spoke up happily, "Congratulating you guys on going to the 2nd floor." At this moment he turned and said, "Uncle Ryman." Outside, the scene is a bit gloomy. The system began to sound, Master, began to transform, a golden light glowed. From the other side, someone shouted, "No, why me? I tried so hard. You said if I tried I would live. Let me go. I tried what to do." The screams still echo like that. "Don't, give me a chance, help me." The screams just ended and the system announced, "Good, the conversion is complete. You have received a low-level soul stone. Low-level soul stone multiplied by 3. Start synthesizing items. Low-level upgrade stones, low-level soul stones, mid-level upgrade stones. The probability of success is 91%. The synthesis method is automatic. Good, good, good. The synthesis is complete. You have obtained the intermediate level promotion stone, the 3rd intermediate level promotion stone. Anon, 3 stars, successfully promoted to 3 stars. Illustration is being updated. Bennett, 3 stars, successfully promoted to 3 stars. Illustration is being updated. Ririni, 3 stars, successfully promoted to 3 stars. Illustration being updated. Right now on one side, there are 2 people whispering to each other. 3 people have disappeared. One day, we will also be like that. But with my skills, I'm not sure if it will happen. Where can I get to the 2nd floor? They started fighting each other. One person was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. He was beaten to the point of screaming in panic. The man stood in front of Anon and said, "If I was stronger than you then I could survive, right? It wouldn't take as much time as I thought." He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Ah, congratulations Kiss, soon, X-Master will let you join Team 4 or 5. Gilbert raised his hand to stroke his beard and said, "Does that mean I'm already a candidate for the 2nd floor? Since coming here, I've climbed to the 11th floor in just 2 weeks, so I'm not really a candidate. Useless, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked out at the gate from afar. Then suddenly he laughed cunningly. Looking at him, he said, "That's the second floor. Right now in a place that looks a bit desolate." A white light appeared. A blue light also appeared. That's what happened when the two people were sparring. Han fought frantically, thinking to himself as he beat him, when you reach 10, you need to separate the skills. If the low-level weapon skill is combat, the mid-level weapon skill will be war. As he thought, he remembered that scene. From the intermediate level onwards, it was no longer simple civil wars. It will turn into a war where people build castles and pressure each other. Defending your territory and destroying your opponents is the essence of intermediate weapon skills. Strong swords, like swords, and swords are suitable for such battles. Master, you have established your own territory. However, it is not complete. Currently there are only fences. You must build it into a strong wall. If someone enters the territory, do not let them escape. At this moment, he launched a blow. The system also rang at the same time, awakening the skill. Han's low-level sword fighting skill, 3 stars, had reached level 10. Han's low-level fencing skill, 3 stars, has reached its maximum level, and can be upgraded to a higher level skill if special conditions are met. He began to attack even more fiercely, his eyes also emitting blue light. A sound rang out, good. But then Redigion once again attacked Na's abdomen, causing him to lose his guard and fall far away. A great aura of power has appeared, Master. If you reach the highest realm of this section, even if you don't need to touch them, or don't need to swing your sword. Facing Han, he continued to say, he could also cut them. Luke Snape was behind him, all the dirt and rocks were blown up. He smiled lightly and said, I don't intend to go that far, I don't intend to become a master. Then he began to speak, Urinate, it's me. He held the piece of cloth in his hand and said, I've been out for too long, how's the training going? While putting on his shirt, he said, please open the gate to Mutant before tomorrow afternoon. The system then asked, do you mean dimension 0584 stars? Han said slowly, there was someone. A person who is attentively taking notes will be sent there. At a building, there was a knock at the door. Han stood inside and called out, come in. A maid walked in and said, you're awake, master. At this moment he turned around and said, Nild, is it necessary to go to that extent? You are serious and lazy, this is a courtesy, master. He continued, okay, Urinate, cancel that illusion, now I will go out on my own, will you join the training now? His eyes were a bit red at this time and he said, yes, I also have something to tell the others, in the morning it's nothing, in the afternoon you have something to do, obey orders. Now from afar, Jenna happily said, you look a little different today. Seeing that, he immediately asked again, is it different? She put her hand on her chin and said, is it different? She continued, it's hard to determine, but I have a feeling that he was showing a helpless expression and whispering, her senses are also sharp. Then she straightened her shoulders and said, the classes are tiring, after sitting and listening to lectures for 10 days, my body feels like it's frozen. He leisurely put his hands in his pockets and said, I'm going to starting today is combat formation training, maybe it will be a little different. At this moment, he looked at her and saw that she was happily talking, but there was one interesting thing, everything he told me during class, happened exactly like that, like he knew the future, so, as soon as he finished listening to her, he thought to himself, her senses aren't sharp at all, if you think about it carefully, with what you've done since then, even an idiot would realize that you're different from other people, normal hero, right? Then he spoke up, Aaron, let's change today's schedule, let's go to the backyard of the annex building. He quickly replied, okay. In a place that looks luxurious. That is where you practice. From now on, you will practice sparring using the theoretical battle formation you have learned. You may have never cooperated with your teammates, my other. But if you practice well, you can improve your tactical skills. Then there was a shout, starting, he thought now, the speed of improvement was truly amazing for a one-star hero. At this time, he observed Jenna practicing and thought, because each movement has a corresponding skill, it allows her to perform many different movements. While practicing, he thought, right now at this level, she has no opponents, if she uses teammates as shields, she can fight a whole group alone. Aaron was now sparring with someone else, on Aaron's part, on the other hand. In the hallway of the training area. Aaron followed behind Han Mafwire. Where are you taking me? Hearing him, he immediately raised his cold voice, please be quiet and follow me. After walking for a while, he was suddenly surprised by something. A stream of pink air appeared before his eyes. At this moment he said, come in here. Then he moved closer. Then they walked inside one by one. Aaron looked confused and asked, "Oh my, where are we?" The maid behind spoke up, "This is the 13th floor of Niflheim, the Mist Garden." Hearing that, he continued asking, "The 13th floor, is this where the strongest people live?" She answered, "Yes." At this moment a person appeared in front of them and said, "Nice to meet you, I am Urnit Sid. Just introduced, you look like an angel, I am the master's right hand." As she introduced herself, she turned to look at the maid, causing her to speak up, "Cerise is the master's right-hand man, right?" Aaron standing behind was a little confused, so he asked, "What's going on, Han?" Hearing that Urnit asked, "Did he call you Han?" he didn't answer her question but asked, "The gate leads to Mutin Soa Place," she replied, "Of course I'm opening it." He stood behind, not understanding what was being said. What was this? The current situation was so confusing. He continued, "Didn't you say you wanted to be stronger, Aaron? I'm trying to help you realize that wish." He also said, "You have the right to refuse. After being trained by the coach here, you will fulfill your role in Tanir." She also spoke up at this time, "In my opinion you should listen to him. I have seen a few people like you, they always try to use effort to make up for the lack of talent." Ko continued, "But eventually, when they reached a certain point, they would hit a wall, they couldn't grow any further." Then he also said, "There's no need to be sad, not everyone is like that." She lowered her head and said, "There are exceptions to everything." Even though he was the same person, far behind others in terms of talent, there was an idiot who had reached the same level as us. Even though everyone tried to teach him, he still couldn't learn. Aaron stood there wondering, what happens after that? She quickly replied, "You will see." As she spoke, she performed magic. This was the gate leading to the space of 0584 for Luanin. Luanin, where the World Raid was held 2 years ago, is also where Mutin currently resides. She continued, "This dimension was at a level that could cause him to give up his life." The maid now spoke up, "There were many people who had been trained by Mutin in that dimension, and," before she could finish her words, Han interrupted, "They all died." "That's right, the survival rate was less than 3%. It's very dangerous. If you're afraid of death, you shouldn't go there." At this moment he tightened his grip on the stick in his hand and said, "But if I can survive there, then I will become the strongest, right? If that's the case." He firmly said, "I will go." He stood facing it and said, "I don't want to die, but I want to try my best." Urnit now stood behind him and said, "Time in Luanin will pass differently than here, remember that." He closed his eyes and said, "Nina." Then opened his eyes with a determined spirit. "Han, please take care." After speaking, he walked in. At this moment he spoke up, "Do you think he will survive?" She quickly replied, "The possibility is quite low. I have already informed Mutin, but..." She hadn't finished speaking yet when he turned around and left. While leaving, she also said, "If he regrets coming back, take him to Tanir." Then she said, "He won't come back." This guy is right, I know. Aaron tried to find his own path, just like me. At a mountain. He continued to fight Redigen. The two keep fighting each other. At this time he asked, "Is that good?" He said gloomily, "I think you have achieved your goal. My level hasn't changed, it's still 20, my stats are the same, but one thing has changed. Han Isrit, 3 stars, level 20, exp 13 out of 160, class, warrior, strength 45 out of 45, wisdom 10 out of 10, stamina 41/41, agility is 39 out of 39, skills already possessed, intermediate swordsmanship, level 1, sword body fusion, level 1, elegance, level 6, fire resistance, level 3, resistance, level 5, calm, level 6, rage, level 7, indomitable, level 2, dragon slayer, level 1, knight, level 1. My basic swordsmanship has reached intermediate level 1, I have completed the skill separation, although the proficiency of the skill, shield, has decreased, but in return, the understanding of swordsmanship has become more profound. Pain resistance, composure, rage, and indomitable, other passive skills also level up. Most importantly, my job has changed to warrior. With this, I have enough conditions to develop skills. I have lost skills, secret moves, about job penalties, but I don't regret it because anyway, that skill is not suitable for me. Jenna also completed her job change to thief. Thanks to winning 37 matches and losing 0 matches against new recruits, she no longer needed to participate in that training group. After achieving intermediate archery skills, she was now trying to combine skills, detect weaknesses, and shoot quickly. And he'll take the course of Nezel Lexna, an archer ranked 13th behind Nyaku, now. At this time, someone took out the ring and said, "Please take this, Master." Title, rank, SS, Legendary, a ring made from specially processed crystal from Niflheim. It contains power that surpasses all laws. However, to use this ring, it is necessary to have high-level magic. Note, this is a special bound item. Others cannot use it. It cannot be destroyed. Uranit said at this time, the sloth measuring ring is reserved for the master. If you wear it and pass by others, they will recognize you. What is more important? Now I think back to that saying, if you wear the ring, we can contact you no matter where you are. Then you speak up, there's no need for that. He looked at Voifnose and said, this ring also has the function of manipulating high-level information. In addition to item information, you can also manipulate the system's status window and log skills. How long can I use it? Ring of Darkness, rank, C, magic, made from black iron, note, has spells, increases durability. If Tanir's master is on the 50th floor or later, the effect will decrease. Han continued, you did a great job. It must have been very hard to make something like this. She quickly replied, I started making it before you came here. Before you came, then it has been completed. At this time she was sobbing and crying, but he had to leave again. It really made me. This action of hers made him feel a bit ridiculous. Don't overdo it. We will meet again. Hearing that, she was happy and said, really? He calmly replied, I will stop by here again before returning to Earth. Hearing that, she felt annoyed and said, that's not what I wanted to hear, seeing that he was about to leave. Oh well. He continued, I forgot the most important thing. After that, open the armory. Han turned around and said, I will take away a weapon from Niflheim. Inside the weapon jaw right now, the weapon store is level max. There are all kinds of weapons and spears here, or swords. First iron sword, level, Begong, excellent, made from high-quality steel, with special manufacturing techniques combined together, light and sharp, not easily broken by external impacts. Note, Niflheim collection. She spoke up, such tower-level weapons are not suitable for the master, please come this way. As she walked, she said, to the area with more special weapons. She led him to someone else. Uranit began to cast magic, she said, the weapons here are all S rank or higher, this is the master's true treasure. The door was finally opened. The two of them walked inside together. You speak now, 132 Vux keys, right? She calmly responded, yes, there were a total of 103 and 12 weapons. She continued, the weapons here were all created by the master using his fingertips. At this time, the two of them looked at the sword in front of them. Uranit said, do you want to use this Mistletoe sword? It can disable defense and cause damage to opponents, very useful for climbing towers. Mistletoe, so level, immortal, a sword created from a combination of cursed world tree branches and black iron, uses blessings to damage opponents, however, is incapable of attacking physical and magical attack. Potion properties, deals damage to a fixed location. Note, this is a special linked item, indestructible, belongs to Niflheim's collection, 06 years. Han spoke up, in Tanir, where I live, there is a black dragon on the 20th floor. If I take care of this thing, I can disable its physical and magical attack resistance. The fairy came and picked up that sword and said, however, the use of effects is still limited, an item that can be used on many objects would be better. She suddenly asked, what about this? Barisada, S level plus, immortal made from the horns and scales of the Dark Demon King, nullifies the opponent's physical resistance and related skills, attributes, physical attacks, S, notes, special item of the Niflheim collection, number 113. Barisada, an effect that causes physical damage makes the opponent unable to defend physically, but, this Barisada sword was created by destroying the Demon King of Darkness. His soul can hide in many dimensions time, then moves on to touch the opponent's armor or scales, turning the opponent into a scarecrow. Uranit now casts magic, but it does not have the ability to neutralize the opponent's magic defense. It is not good to attack. She continued, what about this Gunjar spear? He suddenly asked, do you want me to use this? She quickly replied, yes, it is an active spear so it's okay if you don't know how to use the spear. He also said, the first version of Brunak, which is convenient, with just one blow, I can crush dozens of enemies. Uranit continued, you can take all the weapons here, because from the beginning, they were all made by the master. He put his hands in his pockets and said, "It wasn't just me, it was all thanks to the help of the item production support staff. The equipment I made was only level B. Without your help, I wouldn't dream of receiving an item of S or higher." He continued, "Aren't most weapons only suitable for their own owners? I shouldn't be able to take them all as I please. As expected, there are no weapons here that are suitable for me." She then spoke up, "Although the treasures here were very valuable, they were not comparable to the master's fammer price." He now called her name, Urnit. Hearing him call her, she immediately responded, "Yes." Then Han said, "I need to make a weapon." She bowed her head in submission and said, "According to his wishes." In that blazing fire, as a furnace LV max. He stood there looking and said, "Are you ready?" She put her hand on his shoulder and said, "Of course." Then there was a shout, activation, the machine was started. He thought now, linking all the power of Niflheim. From now on, you can craft special items. I thought again, "Master, what kind of weapon do you want to make?" "I just started racing Fleen, a growth-type weapon." The system displays a notification. You want to select a material, a Buddha image will be applied. Please select material, Niflheim Crystal, A207, Mithril, S193, Hell Horsehide, A93, Sea King Scales, A13, selected material 13 types of ore, 10 types of leather, 15 types of crystals, 9 types of wood, 8 other types, a total of 55 types. Looking at the face stripping kiln, I thought to myself, the ingredients are ready, the kiln is ready. I announced the summoning of the masters. At this time, a white-bearded man stepped out and said, "Urnit, why did you call me? This is the master's order." Hearing that, he said, "What, the master is here?" At this moment a scream broke out, "Ah, that's impossible." An image of him standing at the top with Urnit appeared. He thought to himself, the first summons, gathering the first-level craftsmen to come to the workplace. He suddenly came and said he was lazy to say nothing. Okay. Item Factory LV Max, perfect conditions. As long as the conditions are met, the best weapons will be created. Linked objects, Blacksmith LV Max, Woodworking Facility LV Max, Facility Max Level Processing, Max Level Supply Facility, number of participants, 1-3 years. The urge rang out, "Hurry up, we must show our abilities after a long rest." The first processing process begins, transferring materials. At this time, someone asked, "What about the design, currently being drawn?" The weapon's form is automatically grown, with rapid analysis of the host's fighting style to change it to the appropriate shape, followed by synchronization of the furnace and production plant. He started to speak, "Isn't it too difficult to use 13 types of ores? Their astringency doesn't match at all. Please wait until instructions come." Urnit now spoke up, "Is the master okay? The calculation result for the difficulty in creating this weapon is greater than expected." He coldly asked, "What level is it?" She quickly replied, "Estimating the level, the difficulty is higher than the level of hell." Han smiled and calmly said, "The difficulty of Renault's is equivalent to creating 5 divine weapons. It is likely that its difficulty is at God level." She continued, "It might be higher." He said, "Let's wait and see. Prepare yourself to be fascinated by it." Yes. The furnace is not operated automatically, so it is quite labor-intensive and difficult to make. Super Hell, Super Ultimate, Ultimate, High Level, Intermediate Level, Low Level. There are a total of 8 levels of difficulty when creating items. In this case, choose this one. Super Hell. Whoever wants to enter Hell must have a sacrifice. Activate the Super Hell version of the furnace effect. Choose 3 items. The hidden level will be unlocked, depending on your level, the item you sacrifice. He now said something incomprehensible, then thought, "Are those 3? That's right." A voice rang out, obeying orders. The swords were thrown into the furnace. "You have sacrificed a valuable item, now go to the door of Hell. Difficulty, Super God Level, Super Hell." At this moment he thought, Super God Level Star. The difficulty penalty is activated, the effectiveness is reduced by 33%, the probability of success, it is guaranteed that it cannot be stopped. Do you want to continue? He smiled and said, "He told me not to do it, but I had already sacrificed the item." The girl standing behind also spoke, so there was no going back. Han leisurely squeezed his shoulder and said, "Do its riddles have any meaning?" "Of course they do." His eyes showed determination. "I understand." Then he clicked select on the system. "Do you want to continue?" "Yes." Preparing puzzles, air level, super god level, cube solving, super hell plus punishment, rhythm games, Tetris, marbles, nonogram, logic, find the difference, jigsaw puzzles, mazes, find hidden objects, minesweeper, unlock magic, fake password, puzzle. Are you ready to face hell? He said calmly. First is the Rubik's Cube. Are you ready, Yearnit? She stood aside and said, yes, yes. His eyes flashed brightly, so did her eyes. Start, solve the cube, super hell plus penalty. Hans stood on a high area, he was nervously controlling the system screen. His eyes were shining with blue light, he was concentrating hard thinking, right, left, up, down, left, right, up, down, right, left. Display system, activate penalty, Bill Curse opens eyes. The time limit is 29 minutes, the space now turns black and white, he thought worriedly, I can't see anything. Finished calculating the formula, 3 left, 2 right, 5 up, 4 down, 2 left, 2 right, 2 up, 8 down. The system once again displayed, completion time of the experiment was 14 seconds, 100% matching rate, amazingly the hellfire was shining in the original furnace. Many matrices appear in the sky now, the power transmission intervention factory is completed and begun processing, Hans said to himself, it's finally done. The second is a rhythm game, super hell level and punishment, without hesitation he immediately touched the system to choose to start. His fingers constantly moved on the keys. Great fire was added to the original furnace. 3 is Tetrix level super hell and punishment, the blocky block to use includes 5 types of speed up times 3, complete the number of consecutive combos is 15. The surrounding area now appears with the magic matrix, a wonderful demon furnace that has been infused with the hell matrix. The system displays again, the fourth is to shoot balls with acceleration multiplied by 3, many wonderful rays of light appear around. The fifth penalty was activated nonogram, he kept touching the keyboard. The 6 super hells looked for differences, seeing this, Yearnit said in surprise, I can't believe it, he's really come back. Completed alloy, starting to use. 7th punishment super hell and punishment. Penalty 8 is the maze. Then comes the 9th penalty to find hidden objects. In the 10th mini sweeper we have to find the same numbers. Penalty 11 unlocks magic. Penalty 12 decoding magic, we have to decode the system given that if we lose just once, the production will fail. Penalty of 13 puzzles, on the system many blocks of different sizes appear, forcing us to arrange them. Han thought to himself, when I held the phone before, I used to play these games like crazy people. Now that I've escaped the human world and become a hero, this level is nothing to me. At that time, the system displayed the word excellent. The challenge of completing the production is being carried out by the blacksmiths. What material do you use to forge? Be careful not to make mistakes during the steps. On the other hand, Yearnit is feeling that Han can complete 13 punishments within 5 minutes. Your skills have also improved a lot, Han, but you don't have time to be happy about this now. The beginning. Haven't stopped yet. Next is number 14, solve the cube 35 times 35. A secret arena with super difficult challenges. It's similar to the first one but twice as difficult, even though the punishment is doubled, the rules of the game are still the same. Left up down right left up left up. Just like that, after a short period of time, the cube was also completed by the hellish spirit that had resided in the original furnace. The casting stage has also been completed, moving on to the next stage, now the sword is also covered with a brilliant color. Next is the 15th maze penalty, the time limit is 30 seconds, very quickly overcame the awesome eternal fire of hell has appeared in the starting furnace, auto recovery has been added, special possession has been added, hardness enhancement has been added. Han's eyes widened at the image before him. Do you doubt playing 2 games at the same time? The system announces Game 16, 100 by 100 puzzle, time limit of 2 hours, next notification of Game 17, find the differences, time limit is 30 minutes. Han turned on his transformation mode and used his hands to quickly put the puzzle pieces into the empty boxes. He thought that these challenges were truly not for humans. The system continuously announces results as Han completes awesome games. Immediately after that, the connected formations recharge the sword automatically, the SS improved automatic update system was added, self-judgment A was added, attack B was added. The game is open to level 21, rhythm game, super hell level, penalty, speed up x3 key number 7. Han frowned. His whole body was sweating and angry at this game. He was worried. I thought to myself, it's dangerous, I'm gradually losing concentration. After a while, the sword gradually revealed its eternal notification system, and the curse of hell began to reign in the original furnace. Urnith on this side was also concentrating on chanting the appear, display, confirm spell. She sweated tiredly and said it was the last round. Han on this side was no less competitive and even more tired. He was breathing heavily. The system sends the final level information. All puzzles will appear at the same time. Please complete all games within the specified time. Number of puzzles 32. Time limit of 5 hours. The puzzle pieces continuously rushed towards him at lightning speed. Han used all his strength to type as fast as possible to try to complete the game. The sword and scabbard were surrounded in a formation. Han still tried to continue typing nonstop with his agile hands on the virtual keyboard. Immediately the battlefield surrounding the sword changed color to blue. Time seemed to slow down as Han struggled with the difficult games before him. He gritted his teeth and endured. The sword inside is being formed into a new shape. The formation is changing to golden light again. Skillful fingers continued to glide across the keyboard. Every time Han passes a game, the sword transforms once. It seemed like everything was gradually being completed. He used his thumb to press hard on the virtual keyboard with a face full of enthusiasm. A golden light flashed past. Gradually, the streak of light flared up fiercely like a miniature sun. The system sent information about the successfully completed goal. Hans, 3 stars, created Bivristu. Urnith looked after him and finished asking. Han sat down on the ground because he had no strength left. He glanced back, breathing heavily, saying intermittently, "No, mistake, nothing." Her face was full of sweat and she smiled gently and replied, "No, as you can see." A shiny black sword appears. Bivris Data Update System, unknown rank, a sword forged by Hellfire, has infinite abilities. Note: 1. This is a special possession item. Ownership rights cannot be transferred or revoked. 2. Stores user data and automatically improves. Current owner, Hans, 3 stars. 3. Link to Don Tien Certificate, SS. He wondered that the last line of the sword information was 3, linked to the Fallen Heaven title, SS. He asked why it was linked to that. Urnith turned away confused and said, "I was worried that you would leave alone." Han's face looked bewildered and questioning. "So you added that yourself without even telling me?" She explained that it helps him move through different dimensions. At that time, he can also summon any weapon in Niflheim to him. Han held the sword he created and looked at it curiously. "I had never heard of that feature." Urnith praised this sword as being really powerful. She worriedly reminded him that no matter how excellent he was, he couldn't know the future. If he really wanted to, he turned away and interrupted me. Urnith sincerely expressed that if you allow it, I will leave Niflheim and stand by your side. If something happens and the master does not survive, then we will have no one to rely on anymore. Looking at him holding the glowing sword in his hand, she clearly stated that this sword summons weapons in Niflheim up to 3 times, only applicable when you are truly in danger. He glanced at her suspiciously and asked if he had summoned weapons from Niflheim 3 times. Were there any other limitations? Urnith smiled wryly and replied, "Sorry, but its power was a bit limited during the main quest." She remembered the connection between Niflheim and the arena and the sword, telling her that because the distance between her teammates was too far, he could only use it once per mission. Han reassured her not to worry. "After seeing the sword, I also don't want any errors to occur during use, so I will try to limit the use of that feature." The craftsmen below looked up and talked to each other. Returning to Han's side, he said, "Now, I don't need to carry the previous weapons anymore." Urnith looked at his old shield and sword and asked if he really threw it away. Han firmly replied yes. His old weapons were dropped straight into the furnace. Looking at the fire inside burning brightly, Urnith said, "I will miss you very much." Han strapped his new sword to his back. He turned around and confidently said that when he comes back here, I will surprise everyone. Bivris sword information, unknown rank, a sword forged by Hellfire, has unlimited abilities. Note: 1. This is a special possession item. Ownership cannot be transferred or cancelled. 2. Store user data and automatically improve. Current owner, Hans, 3 stars. 3. Link with Don Tien Certificate, SS. Information about Falling from Heaven, legendary SS Hank, a special ring made from the essence of Niflheim. It contains power that surpasses all laws. However, to use it, the owner must have magic high-level technical experts. Note: this is a special property. Ownership rights cannot be transferred or cancelled. At this time, inside the stadium, sunlight shone and covered the entire auditorium. On the field, there was a girl rushing forward, preparing to kick forward. On this side, Shay, with a stern face, stuck his sword into the ground to block the kick from the other girl's side. Not only her, there was also a man behind who stabbed a spear from behind. Han and Jenna sat in the stands watching the dramatic battle below. Jenna was sweating as she evaluated the match. They said this was the last training session. I wonder if we learned anything. Han, did you observe in time? It was so fast, I don't know what it was. Han, next to him, he folded his arms and silently observed. The person holding the spear just now stopped and explained to everyone that those who use weapons such as spears and axes must fight in mid-range positions. If it is one-on-one, then you definitely cannot lose to the enemy in battle. Territorial aspect. The black-haired girl below also explained that the key point to help you become a thief is to make your opponents lose their guard, always having to perform many different movements, so that your opponents cannot guess your intentions. Shay on this side continued, and now, the coaches will instruct each person to practice. Everyone should wait for their turn. At this time, Jenna was below the field confronting the coach, a black-haired girl. She concentrated on holding the short sword and loudly shouted. She rushed to slash at the coach quickly, but she saw it and easily retreated back to avoid it. As she fought, she thought that normally, if the two sides had a big difference in abilities, people would instinctively avoid close combat, but she didn't do that. So brave. Jenna on the other side gritted her teeth and swung the short sword in her hand wildly. The female coach leisurely dodged the attack. She even looked towards the field next to her, thinking it was the boy from the same waiting room as her. On this side, Han was also training with the coach, but it was a bit opposite to Jenna's battle. He completely forced Shay back. Everyone sitting in the stands were surprised and wondering if they saw it. It was unbelievable. He had countered the coach's attack. Shay couldn't believe his eyes. A level 20 person had just attacked him. She was so embarrassed that she became angry and clenched her teeth. The system announced that Veselin, 5 stars, had fallen into a state of rage. Her state was exactly like Han's. Her indignant face was about to rush to regain her honor when there was a hand on her shoulder saying, "Veselin, that's enough." Elderkin was the one who went to advise her not to go too far. She recognized the familiar voice of the head coach and suddenly regained consciousness. She flustered and said, "Lost, sir, I'm sorry." He turned away without saying anything more. He thought this was the end. The 7th training we opened has passed 1,000 students, but I have never seen anyone with such talent. In his mind, he knew Veselin hadn't used his full strength yet, but up until now, no student had been capable of injuring the coach like that. He was so special. Elsewhere, a girl's laughter echoed. It turned out to be Urnit. It seemed she had seen Han's battle. She placed her hand on her rosy cheeks and happily said, "Now everything is just beginning." The maid next to her was pouring tea and looked at her with a smile. The ring where the matches take place is built in circular blocks. Stay at a palace-like resort. Inside the room, the bed is kept neat and tidy. The maid walked in and saw that the room had been arranged. Her mouth puffed out and said, "Have you finished packing your luggage?" Han embarrassedly scratched his head and smiled and replied that today is the last day, so I want to clean everything up myself. Then suddenly a full-color board appeared with the words Han is lot on it. "Congratulations on graduating with the top position, Niflheimer." He looked up, sweating, and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Urnith, why am I reached the top position? Then you thought you couldn't do anything." Urnith replied that your talent and skills had surpassed hundreds of students. "Thanks to that, I had the opportunity to reward you. You are an item." Han put his hand in his pocket and asked her what she meant by this sword. She immediately admitted that yes, it was Niflheimer's reward given to the top student. Han wondered what about the person who ranked second. Urnith explained Jenna Shirai. She ranked first in the thief category and second in the overall rating. She was also talented. He told her not to touch anything. "There she is. She will return to Tanir with me," she said. "I have already reminded the head coach." Ekla was standing in front of Han's room looking for him. He thought Ekla was here too. Han turned around and told the maid. She said Ekla was going around looking for me to apologize. I wrote a note to encourage her. Please pass it on to her for me. He praised her for doing her job very well, and the maid respectfully replied that it was my honor to serve him. Return to Urnith's garden. She asked the master with a sad face, "Do you really want to return to Tanir? It's good here." She expressed that I think Cerise felt the same way. Han replied, "Thank you for everything. Without you I would have spent a lot of time and effort." She's also quite an interesting person. Urnith was stunned when she heard him talk about her like that. Han continued to express that I think, if I were everyone, I would feel very frustrated. The master brought everyone into challenging and difficult battles. Everyone did everything the master wanted. He took a sip of tea and said, "So, I want to reward everyone, but in reality it's impossible to do so." Urnith happily blushed and replied that it's okay, if you want to do something for us, then as long as you keep in touch regularly, we'll be happy. Han put down his cup of tea and wondered how to contact him. She explained that the ring I gave him had a special feature that allowed him to contact him, although it couldn't be used much. I was happy to only need it once a week. Happy. Urnith's expectant expression expressed his desire. "I really want to know what you do. Whenever you are sick or injured, if you encounter any difficulties and need help, we will be there immediately." Han stood up from his chair and accepted, "So I will keep in touch once a week." Before Han turned to leave, Urnith added, "Master, Redigen also wants to see you. He has some advice for you." After that, I went to say goodbye to Redigen, who taught me more about swordsmanship until the moment we parted. Redigen stepped forward with a majestic outfit that was different from usual. He spoke up, "I have said everything that needs to be said. Whenever you call, I will come immediately." At the aircraft station, the lights were bright. The tour guide girl on the train said to everyone present that it's been a month. "You've learned a lot, haven't you? I hope the experiences in Niflheim will help you. It's dangerous out there, so take care." Han and Jenna were also on the plane at this time. The two of them stood at the edge of the ship admiring the scenery. Jenna exclaimed finally, "We are leaving this place. I want to take a long bath as soon as I get back." Han confused. I asked if the bathtub here wasn't good. She happily said that the instructors are very good at teaching and the facilities are good, but anyway, this is not home. I don't know if anything will change there when we come here. Maybe. There were many new people there. The instructor announced preparations for a space jump, and the aircraft gradually approached the huge space gate. The ship is gradually flying through another type of space. Jenna gasped at the scene before her. Han was also curious. Where the ship flew over all the lava below, there was also a hole that blew flames into the sky. Han seemed to recognize a familiar fire and said, "Isn't that Levitane's fire? It's so brilliant." He reminded himself that now is not the time. "Until I get stronger." There is a girl below, Cirrus wearing armor, sticking her sword into the ground and standing majestically. Han thought at that time, "We will definitely meet again." The ship continued to fly through the hot lava flow. It's been 2 days since the sky was gray. The ship has flown to a dark and dusty land. The guide girl announces to the passengers on board, "The ship is about to arrive at Taunir. If you have arrived, please go to the deck. The afternoon communication system Space 1935, Taunir. Alarm system 2 Taunir passengers, please get off the train." The female instructor walked towards Han and Jenna and said hello to the two excellent students, first place and second place. "I heard the news. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Niflheim?" Jenna replied that the team was still waiting for us. System update completed. Shipping. Hans, 3-star and Jenna, 3-star have returned safely from Niflheim. Hans, 3-star and Jenna, 3-star can now accept missions again. The female tour guide stood on the train and waved goodbye to everyone. Jenna and Han walked down the stairs. She was curious that there was no one to pick us up. It was so deserted. "You said we didn't say they knew we were you. If I go back, how will they welcome me?" The system notifies during the move. "The status of the heroes has changed. Please check the details in the Heroes tab." Stepping through the space door, Ysel, eyes filled with tears, quickly called out to Loki. She clung tightly to Han's face and cried loudly, "Finally he came back. I thought he wouldn't come back again. I thought he was gone forever." His face looked indifferent and she raised her hand and said, "I said I will. Come back." Ysel used a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said Niflheim was much better and more magnificent than this cramped place. "Didn't they tell him to stay there too?" Han answered briefly and said, "Ysel thought that because of me, you rejected them because of his sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks." His face was sweating and he was speechless. She chased after Han to ask him, "He must be tired, so rest." Now the physical conditions here are better, no longer the old Taunir. He suddenly asked if things had changed. Ysel replied with a bright face, "Of course, he would definitely be surprised." Han looked thoughtful when he heard Ysel proudly talk about the change of this place. Ysel flew next to Han and asked him, "You're tired, right? So rest today. The material conditions are very good now. It is no longer the old Tanir like before." He was a little confused and asked her, "Did anything change while I was away?" Her face was filled with confidence as she said, "Yes, he would be surprised. Tanir has grown quite a bit." Surprised him a lot. He asked Ysel, "So the third floor has already been built?" She firmly replied, "Yes." Han frankly expressed his disbelief. "It was truly unbelievable. I was worried that the enemy would sabotage us." She told him about the 3 floors of the building. The first floor was for useless people, the second floor was for supporters and promising people who weren't full yet, and the third floor, he gave A the answer but not sure, is for those who fight right. She quickly confirmed that, yes, the food was better, the bed was warm and comfortable, and there was an entertainment area. 7. He fell into deep thought when he heard that, wondering if whatever had read the Gmail he sent. In the last email he left 2 pieces of advice. One is to supplement his strength with advanced summons, or not to trust his strategy too much, but improve his own skills. When thinking about this, he couldn't help but remember how hard it was to send the message that day. Not paying attention for too long, he immediately asked about the situation on the 3rd floor. How many members were fighting on the 3rd floor? She quickly gave a specific number. There were 15 people. He immediately said that was them. We have doubled the number, then groups 2 and 3 and that's it. He told her to inform them that tell them, we will have a group meeting tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and can start the 21st floor mission from the day after that. When she heard this, she started to panic and told him not to misunderstand, but Loki. Well, you are not here 10 year. Seeing her hesitate like that, he understood. They climbed the tower when he wasn't here. She confirmed it with a yes. He also comforted her that there was nothing that she had to be so rigid about. If they weren't destroyed during the mission, it would be fine. She also smiled wryly and said yes, no one died. He continued to ask, so what level had they completed? Hearing her answer that it was the 25th floor, he suddenly asked again that it was the 25th floor. She continued to confirm that it was correct. He asked again if it was not the 24th floor but the 25th floor. She continued to confirm that it was correct. Twice it was confirmed that it was correct. He fell into deep thought. Did they defeat the final boss too? He frowned at this unexpected information because in his opinion this was not natural. According to Diesel said many things have changed but they have changed beyond imagination. He asked Diesel Master when the advanced summoning was. The time she told him was a month ago right after he left. He told her to show him the system data from then until now. As soon as he finished speaking, system boards appeared around him. He couldn't help but exclaim that summoning him 5 times in a row seemed like he had already used some money. The system board has the words, Master please start advanced summoning. You have chosen 5 consecutive summons for a total of 2,500 gems consumed. Do you want to summon? Advanced summoning Master is being as we proceed. We are looking forward to seeing which heroes will appear. Diesel added that they had bought the entire package before. Looking at a notice, he couldn't help but be surprised. Master whatever has acquired the 4-star hero Kishasa. This is whatever's second 4-star person. He and she both looked at the notice board and couldn't help but exclaim, this guy is so lucky that he could achieve that 1% chance twice. Since they weren't summoned long ago, he was still able to subdue them even though there was a level difference but they still leveled up as much as they wanted. He asked Diesel if these newly summoned guys had wiped out the 25th floor. She told him that they had many rebirth stones. Tomorrow when the master logs in, you can watch the video recording the completion process. Floors is required. He smiled slightly, really wanting to know who they were. Velkist is training at the practice area. He's furiously hitting the suits of armor. He walked over and asked him what he was doing. It was late. Seeing him appear, he didn't care too much and asked again, why has it been a month since you came back? Han also replied I just came back and asked him what happened. Nothing, he was just practicing. He said you looked like you were taking out all your anger on the workout equipment. Hearing that, he held the sword tightly in his hand, creating a posture to continue practicing, telling him that he would end it soon. The two of them would fight, and then he gave him advice that he should go to sleep. That last shot was a response to your advice. He didn't say anything anymore but looked. He is concentrating his strength. 40 slashed down, causing the armor to break into pieces. He turned around and told me he was ready. He didn't see him carrying a shield, so he asked directly if he had thrown it away. A lot of things had happened in the past month. In the competition room, they both took a stance to prepare to attack. He complimented the sword in his hand that looked strange. Very good. He asked if he was jealous. He asked in return if he asked would he give it. After he answered no, the two started fighting. He was quite satisfied that he had improved his beginner's weapon skills and was somewhere around level 9. He asked, it seemed like something was making him upset. Along with the yes answer was a slash towards Han. He quickly dodged and counterattacked. With a strong sword strike, Velkis was thrown far away and slammed against the wall. He stood there and told him that if he wanted to attack him, he should wipe away the sweat. If he was stuck in an uncomfortable feeling, he wouldn't be able to use his skills optimally. He held the wall that he had smashed into a hole and gradually stood up and said he was much stronger. What kind of training did he have? Watching him gradually step closer, he only told a secret. He said it felt like he was being shot by a cannon. This world is truly extremely vast and full of unimaginable things. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by a kid. Hearing this surprised him and asked the boy's name. At this moment, looking at Velkus without showing any emotion, he said he would not, no, he would be speechless when he saw their appearance. Don't let Han say anything, just leave a careful sentence and then leave. Looking at his figure further away, he fell into silence. At night in the housing complex. Looked at Revel sleeping soundly on the table. I'm just helpless and don't know why she sleeps here and doesn't go to bed. Walking down the long hallway thinking about how today, the residence has changed. Now there are 3 tunnels, each with 5 rooms. It seems like each nest is provided with different options. Returning to his room, he lay on the bed thinking about the 3 teams. Han sat on the bed and then leaned back to lie down. He thought dreamily, 3 teams. At the training center. The chandelier flickered. Han told everyone, it's been a while since we last gathered. Ivalka held her chin and pouted, just saying hello. Han said, okay, it's my fault for not waking you up. Ivalka excitedly suggested, why don't we have a party? Now there are 3 floors, the food is better. Han immediately refused, no, starting practice this afternoon. Velkus glanced, really grumpy, not happy at all. He crossed his arms and spoke loudly, until the master turned around. Suddenly under the table, a foot appeared and rustled. Han swung his leg and kicked so hard that the table flew into the sky. The flower vase on the table was thrown high. He smirked and discovered that there was a mouse. If you're going to run away, then run away properly. The tablecloth blew up in the wind, revealing the silhouette of a person crawling on the ground with sharp fingernails and toenails. That person was gritting his teeth. Was he exposed? That person stood up and knocked the table down, so there was no other way. The table was knocked over, revealing a girl in beast form with chest-length hair tied into 2 bunches, a small face with blue eyes and sharp iron teeth. She stood with her hands on her hips and said loudly, I am Lakari Bikeshabi, an honorary member of the Wind Fury tribe, unlike you filthy and despicable humans. The whole room fell into silence. Lakari laughed loudly, ha ha ha, you guys are so scared that you don't even dare to open your mouth. That's right, since I was born, I've been different from you guys. Don't you know there's a shadow approaching from behind, close? Han grabbed Lakari's hair and pulled her up, causing her to startle and scream, what is that? Han carried her like he was carrying a child. Who is this brat and is so bold? Lakari struggled discontentedly. Hey, get off me, you filthy human, Nerissa explained, a member of the group, Team 3, summoned last month. Lakari and his brother had a fierce argument. Hey, you coward, as expected, you are a vile and disgusting person. Han replied, this is your first time attending a meeting, why are you acting like that? Girls scream, shut up. Lakari turned to Velkus for help, the weak person she beat yesterday. Come here and help me quickly. Velkus' face turned black with anger. He pulled out his sword and was about to deal with her when Jenna worriedly advised, brother, don't use a sword on a child. Velkus objected, did he look like a normal child? Lakari blushed angrily and gritted his teeth, but take advantage of loopholes when people are talking. Lakari unleashed a blow with incredible destructive power aimed at Han, who broke free, surprising him. She groaned loudly. The blow left 5 deep lines on the ground, smoke and dust rising, just a few millimeters away from hitting Han. When Han avoided the attack, she exclaimed, dodged. What was that? The members of that group were all beastmen. They were an extremely rare race, living in the far east of the Empire. Lakari angrily shouted, stop babbling, attack, no one dares to come up. Velkus struck her from behind, knocking her unconscious. He angrily watched Lakari fall down. Stop barking. Jenna enjoyed poking her cheek. What are he going to do now? Han replied, who knows? Velkus explained further, they have a different way of thinking than us. It seems they don't like humans very much. It's really annoying. Lakari passed out lying on the ground. Han carried her on his shoulder like a bag of rice. The vast forest is quiet. He went deep into the forest, silently assessing. They even created a forest. It must have cost quite a bit. Han looked around at the empty tents. He wondered if there was no one here. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Who are you? On 2 large tree branches right behind Han, a girl with short pink hair was sitting on the tree, and on the other side was a boy with long orange hair standing with his arms crossed. They appeared to be beasts similar to Lakari, and both were watching, close to you. Han thought to himself, their appearance is not much different from humans. He asked them, why did they call a child like this a spy? She is not suitable, he said, and put her on the ground. The kid was so rebellious that I knocked him out. The orange-haired boy asked the pink-haired girl, so is he the one that person mentioned? The girl replied, if so, among the others. The girl and the orange-haired boy jumped down from the tree branch to Han and asked, are you Han Aslat? Han replied, how do you know my name? The orange-haired boy carried Lakari, coldly looked at Han and said, she is waiting for you. With that, all three disappeared. I wonder what they want to do, he thought. Empty swings in the trees. The training doll is silent. Suddenly a voice echoed, ha ha ha, I'm waiting for you. A girl who was also a beast suddenly appeared. She had pink hair, bright yellow eyes and sharp teeth and iron nails. She introduced, I am Kishasa Bikeshave, nice to meet you. Han Aslat, I have heard a lot about you, the strongest man in the waiting room. Han tilted his head in wonder, the strongest man. Kishasa was excited, I saw you fight through a master's miracle, very impressive, it's been a long time since I felt this hot. Without waiting for Han to answer, she rushed at Han and roared loudly, Warrior Hans Aslat, let's fight. Kishasa launched a powerful blow, which he blocked. Han's eyes flashed, a punch using a star claw. She continued to deliver a foot blow. The ground cracked into a large hole, sand, rocks, and dust flew everywhere. He jumped and dodged the attack. Avoiding the fiery attack, Han silently exclaimed, what the hell is this power? Why is that brat so scary strong? He smirked, wanting to fight me. Kishasa happily replied, of course, what's more exciting than fighting strong people? Han began to enthusiastically respond, it didn't matter whether it was a riot or a beast. The two fiercely attacked, causing the surrounding ground and sand to crumble. Han's eyes flashed, he muttered, Kishasa Team 3. Having completed the 25th floor wasn't due to luck, her eyes also flashed, her teeth bared, eager to attack. Kishasa Bikeshave 4 stars, level 22 exp 32 out of 180, beast class, strength 54 out of 54, intelligence 10 out of 10, stamina 48 out of 48, agility 59 out of 59, intermediate level combat technical skills 1, fighting spirit level 3, super intuition level 1, fighting endurance level 1, beast nature level 4, forest hunter level 8, lightning movement level 9. 1-to-1 engraved slot, Defender of the Beast King B+-, level 3 heir to the bloodline of the Beast King, in the ancient past, fought for dominion over the empire and continent, that is the line track of mighty warriors, mental attack resistance effect plus or minus 50%, fear resistance, when falling into a situation near death, all abilities increase by 20% lasting 60 seconds, unique skills unified. The sky is still pouring rain. A sharp sound rang out, it was Han Shojin. He swung his sword straight at her. Although it did not cause a fatal wound, it was enough to cause her to lose momentum and fly away, causing rocks and soil to follow and scatter. Almost immediately, she regained her balance and gave a mischievous smile and looked towards him. Suddenly looking down at his arm, he noticed the scratches she had caused before being thrown away and thought to himself, she did a great job. Looking at the opponent right before his eyes, he realized that in every index, she was superior to him. Mixed with that mischievous smile of hers was surprise. It seemed she had underestimated him a bit. You are really different, I never thought you were capable of that. But those compliments did not distract from the thoughts in his mind right now. From the beginning, there was a difference in abilities between him and her. Moreover, she also possessed rare skills, including intermediate weapon skills. Her indicators of strength, intelligence, health and agility are all at an absolute level, and her skills are not inferior to any opponent. In addition, thanks to being a descendant of the Beast King, she also possesses outstanding effects. Han Shojin realized that she also had a seal, or in other words, among the 4-star heroes, she was the most different. Taking a closer look, he also learned that, just looking at her stats, she was equivalent to a low-level 5-star hero. The wounds she had just inflicted on him had begun to heal. If it weren't for her unified sword skills, I would have been far behind her. The battle was about to enter the climax when suddenly, Yizel appeared from nowhere in front of Han's raised sword, screaming at him, "Hey, what are you two doing?" With a smile on his lips, he said, "Don't stop, we're not killing each other, we're just greeting each other." On the other side, Gates Fed showed an amused expression, "Ahaha, so you also knew that." She displays her strength through her voice. This is a conversation in action between two bodies. This greeting ritual is to strengthen the strength of our friendship. With steady steps, she quickly walked towards him. "Although you are human, I like you." In response to that sentence, he firmly held the sword, got into a ready position. "Fine. He reassured himself, ignoring other trivial techniques, focusing on the most important technique, that would be stronger. I'm not good enough at using swords to be as proficient as Redigen. So, there's no other way but to focus intensely on a single technique. Only when one realizes that truth can one learn the body and sword unity. Cheng, sharp metallic sounds began to resound. She looks very excited and attractive. A series of heavy sword attacks were launched, but that was not enough. With her incredible speed, Kishasa easily dodged everything. A kick was thrown by her, the ground under her feet was broken, dirt and rocks were scattered. Hans entered a state of hysteria. She activated her animalization state. Is that so? It's so embarrassing. Not knowing what happened next, a huge explosion erupted in the middle of the forest in the lobby. The surrounding trees were broken and bare, leaves flying everywhere. He commented coldly, is that her true form? He thought to himself, now I understand why they are called beastmen. Kishasa now looked like a ferocious tiger roaring in front of him. In another development, at the training ground on the third floor. As usual, Velkus was still practicing vigorously. The metallic sound every time he swung his sword at the dolls shattered the silence. Suddenly, Nerissa appeared. She asked in surprise, are you still here practicing? Without looking back, holding the sword in one hand and wiping away the sweat dripping from his face in the other, he replied coldly, without her paying attention. Nerissa found it strange that his friend was still here in the middle of the night. It seemed that being called weak had hurt his pride a lot. He tried to look indifferent. Well, those people deserve my attention, but inside he was filled with bitterness. Nerissa reported to Velkus what happened. One day after arriving, they went to the fourth floor and returned alive. He commented harshly, so Team 3 has been assigned to become members of the second floor. The rules here are like shit. Edith appeared from nowhere, interrupting their conversation. There was no way Dika could train beastmen. After listening, Velkus left dejectedly. If the master has decided, then I have nothing more to say. Nerissa worries. Right now, they may not be stronger than us, but they will catch up soon. He turned his head, still with the cold voice from before. Why care about those weak people? Just focus on practicing. The story shifts to a few weeks later. Everyone suddenly received an announcement through the loudspeaker. Kishasa, Nishazu, Daruma, Nandio, Lakari, gathered on the first floor. Everyone felt confused and surprised. Some feared something serious was about to happen. Suddenly, a loud, firm and somewhat arrogant voice echoed from the beginning. I'm back from the 25th floor. Unexpectedly, Team 3 was sent to climb the 21st floor, but they broke through the 25th floor in just one go. Somewhere someone said that because Teams 1 and 2 lacked members, it was reasonable to send Team 3, but, someone was whispering, it didn't make sense. Were those people that strong? Now, the situation has completely turned upside down. Anan was worried. Edith, she clearly expressed her concern. She didn't expect that they would climb to the 25th floor and still return alive. When Hans returned, how could they explain? Gilbert added, we definitely have to reach the level to become members of the second floor. How interesting. The fairy easel appears in a flashy manner. Everyone, let's go to the warehouse, right away. Excellent, the lounge was on level 3. Bennett complained dejectedly, commenting on the new forest. This is the forest created for Party 3. It must be very expensive. Cold as usual, Nerissa said. You're complaining again. If you want to compete with them, you should talk to Easel. But, I don't know if those fairies will listen to you. Out of nowhere, a member of Group 3 appeared in the middle of the conversation. I had to go check it out because I had just moved here. The human habitation was so boring. It was so much fun in a place like this. She smiled mischievously, her fingers twitching like the way beastmen often do. Who are those brats? Hey, that human, you are the strongest here. Bennick thought for a moment, then responded with a meaningful smile. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked as aggressive as a tiger hunting. Now let's fight. And almost immediately, she was taken down, causing Daruma to come and carry her home, just like how someone carries a bag of rice on his shoulder. Daruma said nothing, but in just a short moment, she showed Bennick what strength was. A series of scratches were released, so strong that it tore off part of Bennick's shirt, so fast that he could only raise his eyes and look without reacting. Bennick's anger flared. Daruma calmly stepped forward. You are not the strongest among humans, right? I know, I've heard, the black-haired guy is the strongest here. She continued to comment, not bad, but you are not him. And, she was angry. That anger flared up like a fire that enveloped her. Her eyes looked towards Bennick as if there was a bolt of lightning. That human name. A loud explosion sounded from the nearby doll. Bennick said to himself, last time, I thought I could confront those monsters. But at the moment of facing them, instinctively, a question suddenly appeared in me. Perhaps, since birth, I was destined to lose to them, eh? I doubt that with my current strength, I can't win against them. To fight those monsters, I can't stay at this level. I think about Hans, he seems to be still fighting. The dragon slayer, who beheaded a true monster, was fighting another monster. And I made up my mind, at any cost, I will defeat you guys. Hans is still fighting, you beastmen, I will tame you. The battle stopped, a laugh echoed throughout the forest. Waha. Kishas's whole body was covered in wounds, surrounded by a healing blue magic. She said loudly, "It's been a long time since I fought like this, it's not in vain that you came here." Seeing the wounds that were torn and bleeding, she asked if you were okay. Han was also using magic to treat the wounds on his body. He put the sword away and said it was okay. "This is not the first time I have fought in a battle like that." She happily praised him for being such a strong warrior. He thought that if he continued fighting for another 10 days, his upper body would fly off or Kishas's head would fall off. It was definitely one of the two. If he kept fighting to the end, there was a high possibility that his head would fall off, necessarily so. He thought while admiring her excellent fighting ability, she even had the ability to transform. Kishasa not only transformed into a fierce beast but also had a very wild personality, so he thought that even though his temperament was a bit unusual, it was acceptable. Kishasa suddenly thought and said, "I was wrong to ask Lakari to come and invite you to think again. Lakari really hated humans, that child's parents were murdered by humans." Lakari hid behind a nearby tree and glared at Han. He glanced at the girl and told Kishasa that she had also argued with Valkist. Kishasa replied that she was causing trouble with him because she was very concerned about looking like a strong warrior. "We hate humans but don't hate innocent people." She arrogantly added, "If you feel offended then I'm sorry, we can have another match." Wahaha. Lakari stood behind the tree and heard that, screaming loudly, "Are you bringing a human into our house? You are a traitor." Han saw that and secretly thought, "Is she not tired?" Not paying attention to Lakari's words, Kishasa held a cloth bag and asked Han, "Do you like meat? There's a lot of it here. Thanks to you, I can have a lot of fresh meat to eat. Look at the bloody bag of raw meat." Added the scene of Kishasa picking it up and eating it deliciously and asking, "If you don't eat?" The man stiffly bored and answered bluntly, "I'm not hungry." Not caring about that anymore, Han got straight to the point and said, "We needed your cooperation to complete the tasks in the near future. If you were here, climbing the tower would go more smoothly." Hearing those polite words, Kishasa asked while eating, "Was it necessary to say those words? From the beginning, my family came here because of the contract, or rather, I was ready to do as requested." Han's expression changed and he asked again, "Contract?" She said, "The end of the world, when our homeland was covered in darkness and disappeared, I heard a voice that said it would save us. So we accept to comply with all requests." She pointed at the other person and continued, "It was strange that the other members of their clan couldn't hear that voice. Anyway, I'll do the quest thinking that the humans here are all useless. It's a relief because there still exists a great warrior here." Kishasa smiled arrogantly like a leader and emphasized that the warriors should tell the humans not to invade our territory. "We will never forgive those who invade our territory." She pointed at Han and said, however, that he could come at any time. Night falls. The next day, Han reflected on how he felt when he started practicing. "I noticed changes in the waiting room. The biggest change is that each side is allocated a separate training ground with the opening of 2 separate training centers for the 2 sides. Previous shortcomings are also somewhat reduced, and finally the master is online. The notification sounds, 'Welcome to pick me up. Master has one unread email. Do you want to read it?' Yes. Training results information topic from Loki, Niflheim. Thank you for participating in the training course. Your hero has successfully completed the training course and achieved high results among 200 recruits, so we sent this email to congratulate him. The hero with excellent performance will be rewarded and the master will also be rewarded. Hero Han 3 stars first place, Jenna 3 stars second place. Do you have an attachment you want to receive? Yes. You have obtained a premium spirit stone. You have received a premium promotion stone X2. You have earned 300,000 gold. Han's booty of the C-class black ring is the A-class iron sword. Jenna's trophy is a B-class magical power amplifying quiver. The gift shop bought a warhorse statue for only 5,000 gold. We gave Han a 3-star warhorse statue. Yizel held the statue in surprise and said, "Loki, the master gave him a gift." Han didn't care and threw the gift into the water tank, making her panic. The announcement sounded again. 3-star Han was disappointed when he received the warhorse statue. His favorability dropped. He said don't send things like this anymore, take them all away. Yizel heard that disappointed and replied that he thought he would like it. Han continued telling him to give him something to eat. She answered yes and then waited a moment. The tip notification sound to get favor from the hero. Master, if that gift reduces the hero's favorability, try changing to another type. Favorability is an important indicator to increase the hero's ability. A statue of a white horse appeared. The gift shop bought a statue of a white horse for 8,000 gold. A statue of a white horse was given to Han with 3 stars. Still the familiar scene of Han angrily smashing the white horse statue to the ground, making Yizel even more panicked this time. Immediately it was announced that the white horse statue had been broken. Han said the number of people in the waiting room had reached nearly 100 people, but the management was still poor. Use the rebirth stone to show me the video of the 25th floor. Yizel replied in despair, okay. The system sound rang out. 3-star Han requested to view the video data on the 25th floor. A blurry white screen appeared. Sound tip system drag and drop rebirth stones onto heroes. In the hero box you can show heroes videos on request. Heroes use the experience they have gained in strategy. Please note tip 2 rebirth stones can be collected in low-level Zritar mines, but that has a pretty low probability. If the hero has the gathering skill, then the probability will increase. Han stands in front of a white screen. The system sound rings again. Do you want to use the rebirth stone on 3-star Han? Video, floor 25 has regenerated, 7 remaining, yes. Han 3-star started browsing the web. At this moment he was slowly closing his eyes. Until he opened his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes, he saw a fairly large village in the desert. Everything around was full of sand. He thought an unknown desert field was a mission. Kishas's third team had completed the mission on the 25th floor. He looked towards the village and thought he could find out exactly what the mission was by observing this village. At that time in that village, there was a group of people chasing and killing a woman. One of them shouted to capture that bitch. Han stood on a nearby cliff and silently observed, unable to catch up with the woman. The captain inside shouted loudly to block all escape routes. Not even ants could get through. The rest of the people replied clearly, "Sir." An old man in the group asked with a serious face if the wanted poster was sure it was her. Nameless. Next to him, he replied, "Yes, I think so." People started to surround her. That's when she spoke up and didn't let me go. Why do I have something to look for? I won't touch you guys. Hearing that, one of them angrily shouted, "You said you wouldn't touch us. My son had a stroke because of you. Now he's dying at home." Too excited, that person screamed ferociously, "It's because of you that monsters are now running around like that." The girl immediately denied that I didn't do that, as if she couldn't hear him shouting to shut up. The traitor to the Empire, Frykais, a white-haired girl with yellow eyes, was panicking in fear. Han stood in the distance, reminiscing about the old image of Frykais, a princess with long white hair and golden eyeglasses. Han thought to herself that she was no longer a kid. At this time, from the surrounding group, someone asked if they should shoot. Another person replied that if they killed her, they would reward her. Hearing that, the group immediately raised their crossbows and prepared to shoot Frykais. When she saw that, she panicked and quickly retreated back. The arrows were released and flew as fast as the wind. She was so scared that she closed her eyes. Suddenly, some force caused the arrows to break in half. A person bared his sharp teeth and smiled happily, saying, "I smelled the dirty smell of a large number of humans." That person was none other than Lakari. She excitedly asked, "Can I kill all the humans here?" Up high, the figure of Kishasa jumped down and answered privately that she is not allowed to be killed. "We need to protect her." Hearing that, Lakari replied, "Then kill all the remaining guys." One of the group heard that and immediately panicked and explained that the woman was a wanted criminal of the Empire. If you protect her, before he can finish his sentence, he will receive a fatal punch. Not only that, Kishasa's men killed all the remaining people without giving them time to say anything more. When Frykais saw that, he was just surprised and couldn't believe it. The system sound rang out on the 25th floor. Escape mission type target escape from the area that has been designated as a special target protecting NPC Frykais Al Ragna. The soldiers were frightened by that scene and one person spoke up, "You guys, where did you come from?" The image of Lakira frantically killing others made him fear that the next person would be him. He quickly shouted to explain, "Listen to me, we have no intention of starting a war with you, we just want to capture her, that witch." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slashed twice in the head and neck, causing the upper part to split into 3. Lakari angrily widened her eyes and said, "This is why I don't like humans. Why would I want to talk to someone who wants to kill me?" After killing all the soldiers pursuing Fryakais, Kishasa looked at her and said, "That woman, please follow me." Fryakais then asked again, "Are you beastmen? Why do beastmen only live in warm areas?" The zone appears again here. Kishasa ignored her words and turned to talk to the person under his command. "I heard a strange sound and smelled blood. Dashes, please find out what is going on." That person immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." Having finished speaking, Kishasa immediately turned around and read the notice board, wondering what kind of mission it was to escape from the designated area and take the NPC with her, even though Fryakais was calling behind her. She didn't care about being ignored and asked loudly, "If you were the warriors at that time, one of your group had saved me, right?" Neither understanding nor wanting to care, Kishasa was still looking at the notice board and said with a frown, "What is she talking about?" Someone nearby jumped down and was so annoyed that a noisy girl just tore off an arm, then she'll just keep her mouth shut. Hearing that, Fryakais immediately panicked, sweated and shyly said, "Isn't there someone in your group named Hans, black eyes and black hair? He's a head taller than me, uses a sword and shield." Listening to her description, that person was still upset and asked what nonsense she was talking about. Hans stood behind everyone watching and it seemed like no one could see him. Kishasa now calmly glanced at her and answered the person. She said it was him. After hearing this, Fryakais immediately knew that Kishasa and the others were related to him. She smiled excitedly and replied, "Do you know him? Why am I looking for him? If you go to the same place as Hans, then," without letting her finish her sentence, Kishasa interrupted him, "He used to be there but now he's not." Hearing that, she had a bad feeling and asked again, What do you mean?" Kishasa replied that I heard that he had gone to a strange place, perhaps he was dead now. Fryakais was a bit confused and replied. Hans stood nearby with his arms folded, and after hearing that, he felt uncomfortable and thought that he was still alive and said he was dead, already. Suddenly, Dashes had just returned from checking from above. She jumped down and shouted loudly, "Sister!" As soon as she landed, she immediately reported that monsters were approaching the village. "I thought they would be here soon, that's why I heard the sounds just now." Hearing that, Kishasa turned around and left, saying, "We have to get out of here right away. That woman should follow me." Lakari looked at Fryakais with a wary expression and said, "You seem a bit nicer than us." The other person. After listening, she avoided Lakari's eyes and replied in a low voice, "That's not really the case." A moment later, a hideous, ferocious monster cried out. The system sound also begins to sound. Hostile relations appear, lizard people and soldiers. Tip while doing missions, sometimes you will encounter enemies. Take advantage of it to complete your mission, okay? Lizard man lever 21x355, human soldier lever 18x103. Right now the soldiers are fighting the lizards. In another place, Kishasa's group of people were running quickly forward. Lakari complained as he ran, "Can't you run any faster?" Fryakais heard that, panting tiredly and replied, "I've tried my best." Kishasa heard it and glanced at it and said there was no need to slow down. Then she shouted loudly for Daruma. Suddenly, a figure jumped quickly across the rooftops. Land to where Kishasa is running towards. While running at her pace, he respectfully said, "I'm here, ma'am." She asked how the situation was. He replied that there were 3 exits, west, east and north. Monsters were raging at the west gate. At the east gate, the humans were fleeing. The north gate was quite deserted. After hearing that, she asked again, "So the humans are all heading towards the east gate, right?" He replied that all the monsters will rush here soon. "I think it's too late for the humans to escape, need to go to the north gate." Kishasa continued asking how many monsters there were. He replied that when I went on patrol, I saw about 30 monsters. Suddenly Fryakais' voice spoke, waiting for me to have something to say, and Kishasa immediately turned to look. At this moment, she was panting as she had run a long distance and struggled to ask her fellow warriors if she could help them. It only takes 5 minutes. In 5 minutes the refugees can escape safely. You just need to stop on the main road and intercept the monsters for a while. I know it's shameful to ask a benefactor for such a dangerous favor, but those people were all innocent. Kishasa was quite surprised by her request. On the contrary, Lakari, after hearing this, went crazy, grabbed Fryakais' collar and pulled him up and said, "No matter how many people die with me, I'll let them slaughter our beast clan all the time." She rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth as she raised her hand to hit her. This human, Kishasa saw this and immediately grabbed Lakari's hand and said stop. It seemed like she didn't want to let it go easily. Lakari replied, "But oh my god, this human." Kishasa held Lakari's trembling hand tightly and continued, "Don't be careless, just tell her we disagree." 43 She looked at Fryakais seriously and said, "Human, sorry we can't help you." Hearing the answer, Frykai said nervously that it was really impossible. Kishasa coldly replied yes. Think of the scene of people gathering at the city gate. Frykai closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and took off his hood. To everyone's shock, she knelt down. The system sounded, a small branch in the main quest appeared. Special NPC Prizhal Ragna asked for help. Branching type side quests with the goal of buying time for refugees to evacuate reward increased NPC favorability, experience, and bonus unlockable gold. Side quest tips during the main quest sometimes appear side quests. Side quests are not much related to the main quest, but if completed, you can receive valuable rewards. However, don't forget that if done side missions will also put you in more danger. Master, you can order heroes to carry out missions. 1. Complete it well, protect the refugees and protect the city. X2. Reward. 2. Complete it, protect the refugees. 3. Refuse. The status of the heroes is as follows. Kishasa opposes Lakari, strongly opposes Daruma, endorses neutral. Nandio Nishas opposes. Frykai closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, anxiously waiting for an answer. Kishasa spoke, open your eyes. Notification sound. 3. Rejects. The quest has been rejected. Under Frykai's tearful eyes of despair, Kishasa continued, sorry, but it was too dangerous for us. Kishasa's serious body exuded a powerful aura and her eyes flashed, saying, I cannot sacrifice my loved ones in order to save humans. Gold experience and additional rewards. Kishasa refused this rare opportunity. Frykai clutched his shirt, shed trembling tears and said he still couldn't do anything. Kishasa turned around and walked away calmly, saying they would soon swarm here and there to continue on their way. Then everyone started to leave, leaving her kneeling there. At this moment Han was standing on the side of Frykai watching everything. The village scene now looks pitiful. The monsters are coming. The figure of Kishasa with a face filled with murderous intent excitedly rushed towards those monsters. She breezed through and killed them all in one hit. Then everyone ran forward together. Frykai ran behind and saw the scene of people dying miserably, so he closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and left in torment. Han walked and thought that this mission was not difficult. Maybe this was just a bit of peace before a big storm. All they had to do was escape with the NPCs, but hundreds of lizard men rushed in at the same time, and the high-level boss didn't show up either. The difficulty of floor 25 is not like the floors I have experienced so far. Suddenly, the announcement rang out, completing the 4-star Kishasa level to Lakari, 3-star Nishas, 3-star Daruma, 3-star Nanoid, 3-star level up with a reward of 200,000 gold. MVP Kishasa 4-star. The video viewing is completed. The 3-star Han has gained experience. The 25th floor of Regeneration Stone has been consumed. Han is now standing in front of a white screen. He looked up at the screen with an image of Frykai closing his eyes, clenching his teeth, kneeling on the ground, thinking about the branch quest that appeared on the 25th floor. Thanks to it, he had the opportunity to re-enter that level again, an exception that has never happened before. The system beeps tips side quest 2 for quests that contain branch quests. You can try again. This does not require you to complete the floor, however you cannot get the reward you were used to receive. The rewards of side quests are experience points and gold. NPC popularity increases and additional bonus doors will be unlocked. Experience points and gold can be transferred to other heroes. The latter part is important, best. At this time, Han thought that week 25 was the beginning of the bridge to climb to the 30th floor, with a high possibility that in the bonus information of the next floor would be revealed. He smirked and said that mission. Then click on the system panel showing 1, complete while protecting the refugees and protecting the city, and the reward is multiplied by 2. His face was full of excitement, his eyes lit up and he smirked, saying he would do it. The Metal Citadel has many different subdivisions, surrounded by a rare quiet atmosphere. Han carried the sword on his back, folded his arms across his chest, looked sternly ahead and said, tomorrow, we will go to the 25th floor. Velkus was sitting on a chair lifting a weight with one hand and asked with wide eyes, so soon, are we going to stay up all night? I think just an hour or two is not enough for us to return to our old fighting habits. Ivalka glanced with sharp eyes and said, tomorrow you're leaving. I'm not complaining, but you've changed a bit. It seems you've also left your shield behind. Has the team's strategy changed? We've only been training for a day. Isn't it too early to leave already? The group of Jenna, Ivalka, Harisa and Velkus looked up at him with serious expressions. Han crossed his arms and calmly stood facing them and said, don't worry, everyone's roles haven't changed much. The training includes competing with Team 2 to maintain condition and sharpen everyone's fighting intuition in real combat. Velkist had a long scar on his face from his forehead to his chin, getting bigger as it went down. He closed his eyes and said a bit reminiscing, "Why fight Team 2? There were 3 brats coming to fill the member positions. Still, I don't think even fighting them will arouse our fighting intuition." Han crossed his arms and silently observed him. Han frowned, his eyes lowered, his face became serious. He thought, "Brat." Dim light shines on the structure inside the citadel. In the distance there are several NPCs standing guard. Edith looked at everyone on the team, smiled and raised their hands towards the 2 men and women standing behind and said, "Except left and right were Anon, Lilani, and Bennick." Bennick had a cold face. Lilani shyly clasped her hands in greeting. Anon excitedly clasped her hands, clenched his hands and smiled happily. Anon's eyes sparkled, his face turned pink. He clenched his fists and raised them high, saying loudly, "I've heard a lot about you, big brother. I also saw with my own eyes. The moment you killed him, the black dragon looks really cool." Lilani blushed shyly, her cheeks reddened, her hands poked each other, her eyes wide open and she mumbled, "My name is Lilani." Bennick said with a cold face, "I'm Bennick. I've heard a lot about you. I hope you can help me." Anon smiled, narrowed his eyes, pointed at Bennick with his thumb and said, "He just acts like that, but once you get to know him, you will see that he is quite enthusiastic." Bennick closed his eyes and said, "Don't talk, some more useless words." Edith turned her head to look at Han and smiled and said, "They joined Team 2 about 2 weeks ago. They are quite ambitious, and their strength is not bad." Han silently glanced at her. Anon's eyes sparkled and said, "We'll try our best." Bennick said coldly, looking at Anon, "You're too loud." Edith said with a serious face, "They will be of great help in future missions." Han tilted his head and glanced at her. Then he turned silent and thought for a moment. Looking at the 3 people Anon, Lilani and Bennick standing next to each other, behind them appeared the silhouettes of 3 people. Aaron stood in the middle holding the shoulders of Hansen and Zid. They chatted happily, even smiling brightly. Han said, "Don't be too close to them. It will be very difficult to do that task in the future." Edith Syetz chopped her hand. The back of her hand was full of veins. She said, "Don't worry, because this time I won't let them die." Han turned around, turned his head and closed his eyes and said, "I understand, then it's all thanks to you." The domed engine room has 2 large lights in front of the door. The large door and the window frames are tightly closed. The members of Team 2 stood back to back, raised their weapons. Everyone glared seriously, in a state of combat readiness. Han's group also held their weapons tightly in their hands, sharp eyes showing a devilish smile on their faces, all in a state of readiness to fight. Anon's eyes widened, his face turned black, he panicked and opened his mouth wide. Han dropped a powerful blow from the air. Anon gritted his teeth and struck out a blow to block Han's attack. Han smiled devilishly, raised the sword in his hand and hit it hard. He said, up until now he had only played with toy swords, so now fighting with real swords, it feels completely different, isn't it? Han continued, "You just need to attack as if you want to kill us." Anon gritted his teeth, his eyes sparkled brightly. He put his shield forward to block Han's attack, his other hand raised his sword high. "Raise your sword," Han continued to say. "You should remember that if you are not serious, you will lose your life." Han's eyes flashed blue light, he jumped up and delivered a strong blow. Bennick stretched the bow in his hand, the shiny arrow was pointing in one direction. Han continued, "He adapted very quickly, quite well." Lilani held the long spear and shouted loudly, stabbing at Han. He quickly retreated to avoid Lilani's attack. A demonic beast with red eyes, a long scar on its face, and jagged fangs appeared behind Lilani and spoke, "It's been a long time since I've seen you. You're just a coward to crawl all the way up here, right?" Lilani became angry again, her eyes widened in panic. Velkist jumped down and slashed his sword. Lilani retreated to avoid it. She raised her spear with both hands to fight against Velkist. Edith swung her leg from behind Velkist's back and gave a strong kick towards Velkist. He smiled and glanced back, nimbly avoiding Edith's attack. Velkist quickly stepped down next to Han. He smiled and looked straight ahead. Han also smiled and looked at Velkist's eyes and asked, "Do you know her too?" Velkist said, "She was standing right next to me and this was my first battle. I thought she would be stuck on the first floor forever, but now she appeared here again." Harissa jumped up and hit Bennick hard. Bennick raised his hands to defend. Harissa said, what was blocking her way was her own personality, but if you just look at the way she moved, you could see that she was very talented. Edith clasped the small sword in her hand and smiled, saying, "Han, don't be lenient on them, the children should also suffer some injuries." Han smiled cunningly and asked, "Can I kill them?" Edith widened her eyes and angrily shouted, "Stop it." Hearing the conversation, all 3 of Bennick, Anon and Lilani were surprised, paused the fight and turned their heads to look at Edith. all three of them suddenly turned small and faced the people of Team 1. They looked at the members of Han's team like giant devils. Their eyes were red and filled with murderous intent, and their faces turned red, a devilish smile. Edith used her hand to cover one eye. She closed her eyes and said, "I shouldn't have said anything." A building with bright lights in the quiet night. In the room, there are many bottles and some laboratory equipment on the table. 5 small vials containing a yellow liquid appeared. The system displayed a notification. Extremely successful. 3-star Han created a heat-resistant potion. Extremely successful. 3-star Han created a heat-resistant potion. Extremely successful. 3-star Han created heat-resistant potion. Extremely successful. 3-star Han created anti-heat potion. Yizel hovered above the medicine bottles. She looked intently at the medicine bottles and said, "Is it okay for you to create items like this? Surely the master will be suspicious." Han said, "If I use this ring, it will be okay. If you can't hide something from master, please help a little." Han held out his hand, tapped the index finger with the purple ring on the table. Yizel asked with sparkling eyes, "Where did you get it?" Han replied, "From Niflheim. I got it from an acquaintance." Yizel said excitedly, "I wonder if that person is Yernit, the strongest prophet." Looking at the 5 medicine bottles neatly lined up on the table, surrounded by many bottles and experimental equipment, Han thought, although the 25th floor is not as hot as the other floors, I still have to be prepared for everything. Thanks to Avalka we can all resist fire, but that skill cannot help us withstand the heat of the desert. This task won't take much time, but we also don't need to waste our physical strength on such things. Stupid. A corner of the citadel was in darkness. The light gradually shines on a corner of the entire city. The system announces, "Welcome to Pick Me Up." The system displays a notification, "Master, Captain of Team 1, 3-star Han has made a request. The request is to pass the 25th floor. The goal is to complete the side mission. Do you accept? Yes, no." Select yes and red appears. The dome door slowly opened. The system ordered. The space-time rift opened. A large screen on the wall began to light up. A notification appeared on the system board, recording the mission. A video recording was created. The large screen on the wall appeared. Climb the tower, save the world, main dungeon, stages conquered 25. The system gives another notification, announcing that there is an unfinished side quest on this floor. The quest will begin when different options appear. The door emitted a blinding light. Frykes was kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped tightly on her knees, her eyes closed, sweat pouring down her face. She closed her eyes tightly, frowned, gritted her teeth, and sweat poured down her face. Then she opened her eyes still vaguely seeing something. Frykes widened his eyes, gaped and stammered, "Ah, how could you appear here?" The whole Team 1 appeared in front of Frykes. Everyone turned their heads to look at her kneeling on the ground. Han put his hands in his pockets and smiled at her, saying, "How are you these days, little girl?" Frykes turned his head to look around. His eyes panicked and said, "The beastmen were there just now." Han looked at her calmly and said, "They are at home eating and sleeping well. You don't need to worry about them." One of the team asked, "By the way, what is this woman? She seems to be asking us to do something." Frykes' face darkened. She widened her eyes in panic and asked, "I don't understand. Is this magic?" "No, not even magic." Han reached out to touch the sword on his back. He glanced at her and said, "This is not the time for you to panic like that. We need to deal with that trash first." Frykes raised her head. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Han and said, "You mean, will you listen to my request?" Everyone in Team 1 turned to leave. Han also turned to leave. He looked away while drinking water and said to her, "You didn't even know. We had already started taking action." Jenna walked next to us. Han, without turning around, said, "So we have to buy time for the people to escape. I like this mission." In front of Frykes' wide bewildered eyes, the system displayed a notification. "The team leader, 3-star Han, asked you to accept the side mission. Would you accept?" "Yes." "No." "Yes" was selected and appeared in red. Frykes frowned and closed his eyes, biting his lip, his whole body trembling. Frykes bit his lip and opened his eyes, tears spilling out from the corners of his eyes and drenching his entire face. The system pops up. The mission begins. The lizard people are level 21 by 17. Then in the desert many lizard people appear to attack humans, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Suddenly the group of lizard people stopped attacking. They turned their heads to look in one direction. A blue light flashed past a lizard man's severed head, blood splattering everywhere. The lizard man's head fell next to a person's feet, still spitting blood on the ground. Seeing the scene just now, the group of lizard people became violent, baring their teeth fiercely, and they turned their heads to look in the same direction. Han's group was surrounded by lizard people. The lizard people's eyes flashed red. Han pulled out his sword, raised it high, smiled and said, "Kill all of them in 10 seconds." The group heard it in unison, "Yes, boss," then excitedly held it. Powerful weapons rushed forward. The system displays a notification. The 25th floor is a side mission, a protection mission, extending the time for refugees to escape. The special goal is the survival of NPC Fryaki's Al Ragna. Group 1's card appears: Han 3 stars, Jenna 3 stars, Ulka Rebel Strasher 3 stars, Narissa 3 stars, Velkus 3 stars. With Han deciding to bring the first team back to the 25th floor to complete the side quest, the monsters at that time seemed to fall before everyone's overwhelming attack. Ivalka also showed a lot of progress in the past month. She can now test the ability to transfer spells at super speed. Even so, the weather here is really unpleasant. Ivalka told Han that, if it weren't for the medicine he gave me, I would have been in big trouble. Belkist on the other side slashed harder and harder. After a long rest, this was the first time I was relieved like that. The civilians were frightened. How could this be possible? Oh my god, there are ghosts. Of course, it's because normal people can't see heroes. It seems like those people are so scared that they have no intention of running away from here. Velkus said, then they will have to die here, right? The more intense the match, the more scared the people become, even if there are ghosts. Han recognized the traces we left behind quite clearly. If you stay here, everyone will die. Quickly run to the east gate. Fryax also quickly spoke up. A soldier recognized her and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" That makes the Fryax realize they don't see heroes like her. They are fighting to protect everyone. It seems only I can see them. "Are the demons here ordered by you?" he asked again while Fryax explained himself. "I don't have that power, I just asked them for help." Of course, how could that guy believe this myth? Don't be so ridiculous. I know your identity. You are a traitor to the Priya Empire. You must have sold your soul to summon demons. Come here. And so the next second he ate another girl's shovel. At times like these, aristocrats like him can only run ahead. Whether it's a ghost or a demon, it's thanks to them that we can survive. Having said that, she and the others ran towards the east gate as Fryax said, "I will not forget your gratitude today." As for Fryax, she was somewhat relieved. It seemed to have been partially successful, but for Han, everything was not over yet. The side quest has already begun. At that moment, Fryax also panicked and exclaimed, "What's going on? This number is too large." The system notification shows that the remaining time is 10 minutes. If you block their heads, they will not be able to attack from behind. Han comforts everyone. It is easier than the 5th floor. Remember to block them all at that time. 3 directions. If we spread the distance, it will be difficult for them to surround us. On the other side, the monsters gradually began to attack with each drum beat. The leader shouted towards the Han group, "Those humans have violated the laws of nature. How dare you guys disobey God's will?" He is the leader of the lizard tribe with level 28. Jenna here innocently asked, "Do we have to kill them?" Han replied, "Okay." The Fryax in the back were also very worried about the whole team. "Will you be okay, Han? There are too many of them." But Han's face still showed confidence that there were about 100 people, divided into 20 people each. Her job now is just to look from behind. As soon as the words fell, Ivalka pioneered the ability to transform the fire area. Burns a large area of the front area. Next, Jenna also launched an arrow followed by a monster that kept counting. But something wasn't right. In just a moment Jenna ran out of names. Activate Rank B Magic Amplification Arrow, a magical tool that increases your arrow count up to 100. Obviously this is the item Jenna was given from Niflheim during her previous training. Han, as a swordsman and captain, also rushed to the front line with 1 slash and 1 head fell off. Awakening Skills 3-star Hans has learned the attack skill. Same goes for Belkist, Velkus swordsmanship skills. From 3 stars, promoted to level 10. Even though the number is quite large, it's boring. They are nothing more than scarecrows. Remaining time is 4 minutes 38 seconds. Fryax admired how incredibly strong he was now. "It's so different from before. Why is that?" Han replied, "It's hard to explain in 1 or 2 sentences." However, his appearance has not changed at all compared to 3 years ago. And she has changed quite a lot. Fryakai stood before everyone and said, "I will express my gratitude to the warriors here. I can see another warrior standing here." Jenna said hello to her, and the other two then used a short sword and injured her. She was probably talking about Edith and Aaron. They were somewhere. Velkist urgently asked if the mission was over. There was no need for the captain to answer as the lizard man's rushing footsteps rushed in from behind. Humans, we can see them. The current number of lizards is 31 with level 22. But when this group of rearguards rushed to the scene, they realized that something was a bit wrong. They looked back and forth before deciding to run away. Velkus looked at them and asked ignorantly, "What the hell, why were they running?" Hans stood behind them and looked after him, then replied, "So they were also afraid." The current time is 3 minutes 21 seconds. The whole team has defeated more than 100 lizardmen. I don't think this mission is difficult. Have we really become much stronger? Maybe. Han then ordered Nerissa to check the surroundings. It seemed like the situation was okay. The others should rest for a bit. Ivalka was sweating and had to use her hand to cool herself with a fan. After drinking that miracle medicine, I felt the weather was terrible. Jenna pulled Ivalka's hand over here. Ivalka replied, "What's wrong? It's fine here." Jenna looked back and invited Belle to go with her. In the three of them, only Jenna understood, leaving private space for the captain and the Fryax princess. As soon as they left, she asked, "So how did you go through everything? I thought he was dead, but, finally, we met again." Fryax continued to ask about the beastmen from before and Han said that they were people who had just joined us recently. I had just returned so I didn't know much about them. Maybe in the future, she and they would meet. There are a lot of each other. I understand that they are your new colleagues, right? I can't manage them either. Fryax smiled from ear to ear. They looked like they were really difficult to manage. Thanks to our help, I was able to do it. You mean what happened in town just now? No. Fryax explained that the Haljan family, one of the 4 great families, was always chasing me, and without him I wouldn't have been able to continue living. I'm a bit shocked because the entire residential area has now become a pile of rubble. According to Neres' explanation, the Haljan family is related to Odor, the main enemy of Prisus, and it seems that the 20th floor is related somehow. I can't understand the strange atmosphere in the villa. Han continued to ask why she came here and was told that this was the Silkia Desert. I came here to look for that. Han wondered, that thing, is indeed what I saw in the dream. It's called the key. Han still doesn't understand what that thing is for, and what she will do with it. Fryax replied, "Isn't it obvious? I use it to save the continent." Han looked at her and continued, "What the heck is that key? I don't know what it is exactly. I just have a feeling that if I find it, it will be very helpful." Han thinks you say unrealistic things. When we first met, I always wondered what your dreams were like, what kind of destruction you had. Having said that, he looked at Fryax and thought about the reason why she appeared twice in the main quest. In addition, there were also some small connections to other quests. Leaving aside that this village has 3 entrances, refugees go to the east gate and Prisus go to the north gate. Is there any other way out to find that key? At the same time as that thought, the mission time reached 0, the side mission was completed, and the enemies were disappearing. Han also told Fryax to quickly escape from the north gate before her puzzled eyes. The monsters disappeared and he left again. Prisus Alranya died at least once. When the party of 3 people climbed to the 15th floor through advanced summoning, they were destroyed. And recently the third party, which has the form of a beastman, has completed the 25th floor. In other words, Prisus has now appeared here for the 3rd time. Han replied, "No, if we include the one-man teams we sent to scout the level's difficulty, then even that number is more than just 3 times. Before leaving, Fryax turned around and said to Han, "We will meet again, right?" As an affirmation, "See you on the next floor." Jenna next to you asked, "What about the next floor?" "Well, I mean I'll see you soon." Her eyes were full of hope. "Thank you for your help. I will not give up. I will continue to live to not disappoint you." Then she turned and walked away. Mission completed. Level up reward 100,000 gold. Special rewards and extra rewards have been opened. Bonus levels can appear through time-limited rifts, a unique chance and a unique hero. Returning to the Sky Hall, Jenna was happy because the mission on the 25th floor was not as difficult as she thought. The 30th floor was also very good, but Ivalka immediately denied it. "To be honest, I was not reassured. According to my experience, it will usually be easy first, difficult later." "You also think so, don't you, Captain?" Han nodded in agreement. "Then tell everyone to go ahead." Jenna wondered where the big brother was going. Nerissa glanced at her and replied, "It seemed like he was going to gather some materials." Ivalka also continued, "The scenery there was beautiful. Maybe he would go relax alone or something like that." What else is there other than the fact that he plans to complete the reward level? These are individual missions that only have one chance and allow only one hero to enter. It's hard to ignore it. Very quickly the proposal was agreed by the master. In front of Han's eyes, it was basically a maze. Complex roads spread throughout. And there are no monsters or traps. Just like that, after 1 hour of exploring the level, the reward for this mission is 5,000 gold. But surprisingly, there was no treasure chest or anything left behind. But anyway, I finished everything on the 25th floor, and from tomorrow I'll start completing the journey to the 26th floor. If my guess is correct, the 25th floor mission is just the prelude. Thinking back to Ivalka's words just now, Han smirked, as Ivalka said, easy first, difficult later. She understood quite clearly the nature of this game. After such a long time for Fryax, it seems like you're still alive. Although the situation is not very good. As you can see, I survived, even though I was mentally prepared, but it was still difficult. At the same time as talking, Han took out his bag and asked Fryax to use them. Here are cooling water and food, please use them. She hugged her bag in a tired state but still tried to say, I still owe you forever. Velkus got straight to the point. What was the mission this time? Han replied, simply walking with Priasis and protecting her. Then he turned to ask, do you know the destination? I don't want to get lost somewhere, and was told by Fryax that I had seen it many times in my dreams. Just follow the signs. Han looked in the direction of the finger and sign, but he didn't see anything. But before he could finish his sentence, Han was startled and saw an army of lizards in front of him. Lizard monsters level 24 number 15. They are rushing at a breakneck speed. Nerissa just looked at them and guessed that they were much better than the previous batch. They were more equipped and stronger. Seeing this, Jenna confidently said, they are perfect to help me exercise after meals. After that, work was as usual and the lizards quickly collapsed. Fryax exclaimed that because the lizards were stronger than the Imperial soldiers, they treated them so harshly. After that, everyone said goodbye to her, but promised to meet her on the next floor. She looked and replied, I know Hans, see you next floor. Complete the level, reward 50,000 gold and 1 bottle of desert essence. Returning to the Velkus lobby after 2 consecutive floors, he couldn't help but exclaim, he really didn't understand why there were missions like that. Could it be that he kept following that girl forever? Nerissa reminded him to tell him, careful. Seeing that, Velkus added, she's nothing, I can't call her a girl, am I a princess or something? Han, standing next to him, replied, that's true. After listening, Velkus was extremely surprised. Huh, what, wait. Nerissa glanced at him. If he saw that the 15th floor result was a rebirth stone, he would understand. He frowned and continued, was she a brat that time? How could it be? It was only a few months. I really can't understand this country. After returning to the lobby, Han's first team is always the team sent to protect the Fryax on the upper floors. The lizard monsters on the upper floors are also much higher level than those below. On this side, Fryax thinks that we don't have much time, we have to hurry. If my dream is true, in less than a decade, the end of the world will take place. Han was even more confused now. She didn't know what the keys were, so why did she still collect them? That was the proof. Those keys were legendary items only mentioned in the legends of the kingdom. Fryax further said, if I can get them, they will lend me their power. Han asked, who are they? The Asinus family, one of the 4 great families, is the strongest military family in the kingdom. I promised them I would prove myself useful, and to do so, I had to do the impossible. Han turned to look at her, so collecting the key was impossible, yes. After answering, Fryax turned to Han again and asked, but why did he help me? I have nothing to give you, I don't have any money anymore, now all I have is this poor body. He quickly explained, I don't want anything from you. Hearing that, Fryax expressed shyness. Don't misunderstand, it just happened that my mission was related to it. She also happily responded, anyway, thank you very much. Jenna and Ivalka were in the back watching the two of them talking and gossiping, so that's what I could imagine. The love story of the princess and the knight, just like that story. Han suddenly appeared from behind like a ghost, causing the two of them to panic. What were they talking about so happily? Ivalka was warned by Han pinching her face. He was just in front. Han replied, I hate being misunderstood the most. Remember, Jenna next to me pretended to be innocent. Why did you only pinch me? Jenna also. After passing the level, the reward is 50,000 gold and 2 ghost lizard scales B. The Fryax say goodbye to the team and see you upstairs. Although it's not yet certain because there are still many other teams. Returning to the lobby, he began to think about the plan to attack the 30th floor. Maybe it was similar to the previous mission to raid the 20th floor. The teams needed to combine. The entire attack team was in danger because of their mistake. Remaining team. Maybe the master has discovered that they are not stupid people who don't know how to learn from experience. The next afternoon, Team 3 climbed the tower. Team 3 arrived on duty and gathered on the first floor. They will replace Han's team to command Princess on the journey to protect the princess. Even though her personality is a bit crazy, she knows what she should and shouldn't do in her situation. While we were in Niflheim, the job change facility was also completed. Because the level was still low, we could only switch to basic jobs, but it was already good. Velkist is already a 3-star warrior, Nereza is a 3-star thief. Therefore Velkist and Nereza became stronger and stronger. After Team 3 conquered the 28th floor, the next day Team 2 was sent to conquer the 29th floor. Although they also completed the mission, the 3 new recruits returned sadly. Next is the boss level on floor 30. Han thinks this mission is very difficult because floor 25 is very easy to conquer. A quick look at the squad in the waiting room on the 3rd floor does not meet the requirements to challenge this floor. To have a chance to conquer the 30th floor, we need to increase everything to 31st. With that goal of leveling up, we will conquer the 28th floor again. The other floors are all linked together due to chain quests, so we can't try again. Master sent us and Team 2 to the 28th floor one after another. On this floor Princess does not appear, only lizardmen monsters. This is a massacre mission that requires us to take down those sitting behind the desert dunes. Back in the lobby while the key members were busy leveling, something happened. Some people on the first floor formed a guild and robbed the dungeon items every day, the most important being meat and fruit. They did not put the resources into the dimensional gate but put them in their own pockets. The master also quickly carried out the punishments. Half of them were immediately compiled, the remaining half were left to maintain the detention center, waiting for their punishment. On the afternoon of the second day whatever had a decision for them. They were considered heroes who gathered information for the 30th floor. This floor requires 5 combined teams. After less than 5 minutes all of them were destroyed. With this everything gradually became clear. Han realized that the 30th floor was a big mission for the Tanir floor and required 5 teams, so the master sent 51 teams as vanguards. At the end of the day in Han's room. Through the ring, he contacted Han and said a few jokes, but it seemed a bit light. As for Han, he said that he was about to participate in the boss stage, so I told him in advance just in case. You mean accidents can happen, it's not impossible. If you have an accident, don't hesitate to use the ring. Han looked at the ring in his hand and replied, I understand. If you allow it, we will send Nyaku Tanir to help, and of course Han refused. Not beyond my expectations. Anyway, I wish you good health. The two of you say goodbye to each other and see you later. Han's side has just completed sketches of monsters and upcoming floors. It's hard to predict what will appear on the 30th floor. Exploration, conquest, escape. If this was just a normal floor, I could narrow down 3 missions, but Tanir is out of every mission. Forecast. The maze you explored in the boss level will definitely reappear in some way. All attack team members need to remember this maze. The clue we get is when we sacrifice 5 teams of 1 person. In the following days, Team 3 was also sent to the 28th floor with the goal of leveling up. The entire attack team also completed the initial leveling goal for everyone. Now it's time to train the remaining teams. Teams 4 and 5 are sent out more. They roamed the desert fields to enhance their fighting abilities. Besides fighting, we also prepared other things. Ivalka was taken to the castle to spell and solve questions for 18 hours until she achieved the acceleration research skill, which is understandable, just because until now she was still the only hero to research Tanir. She buried her head and pulled her hair to show her frustration. It was too much. The current reaction level of the hero in the lobby is 3. We have 5 teams, and in order for the team to coordinate well with each other, we need to increase the level to at least 5. After 3 days of suffering, Ivalka was released. With the results of researching the hero's reaction, it has increased to level 5, meeting the requirements. A new function is also unlocked. With the communication function, heroes who learn this function can communicate effectively and improve coordination. At this moment, Jenna approached from the distance with a complaining look on her face. It's been so hard to see you lately, you must be very busy. I have to go to many places. Actually, not only Han but also Velkist and Nisa spent the whole day in the practice room. They said that they were about to learn a new skill. He's also great. In fact, I feel like he tries harder than Avon. I just feel like instead of just training he's really risking his life. The same when we fight. It's the same with us, right? You keep talking like we don't try to practice. Very soon the practice match had results. Hey, quickly pick up your sword. Obviously this isn't enough for Velkist. Outside, Hans silently evaluated and noticed that his sword style was changing. Is this the condition to achieve the intermediate weapon ability that Ledijan talked about? It seemed like he would level up soon. As for Nerissa, she also tries hard to practice, but she specializes in more support skills, such as information gathering and trap detection. Now, the gap in combat ability between her and Velkus was huge. Right when Velkus slashed down, Hans stood up to block Nerissa. He realized that this attack could be dangerous. Step back, Nerissa, I'll practice with him. Nerissa was tired and said, I'm sorry. Velkus saw the captain and immediately looked happy. Where have you been lately? You're too late, I've been waiting for you all day. Han replied, sorry. Velkus continued, luckily I joined Team 1, if I had gone to Team 2 I wouldn't have had this experience. Han smiled lightly, since when did he become a talkative guy? Not so much, Velkus said, as a hungry tiger charging. And attacked violently compared to when they returned to the lobby. Now their battle had become more evenly matched. No matter how many times he falls, he will stand up and fight again. Even if he realizes he is weaker, he will not give up, if he is not this type of person. Well, I kept Avon on the team. That evening in the third-floor lobby. This was the first time the 5 teams gathered together. The commander and leader was none other than Han. Nearby, Edith was also quite surprised because even Team 3 was present. Kishasa laughed it off, we are also part of this important mission, I have no intention of neglecting my responsibilities. Edith also lightly smiled in response, thank you. Kishasa continued, you are not very strong but still very polite, unlike other humans. Edith took it as a compliment. Ignoring Kishasa's teasing here, the captain of Team 4 Ryman is also very fond of Han. You are Han, right? I am Ryman of Team 4, I have heard a lot about you. I'm Gilbert, captain of Team 5, nice to meet you. After the introduction, Edith said that she was the one who called everyone here, not Han. I wanted to decide on the command system from the 30th floor onwards. There are clearly 25 teams, so we all need a leader. Kishasa laughed out loud. Ah, you mean warrior chief, that makes it easier to understand. So we choose the strongest person, huh? Han replied, but a strong person does not necessarily have good leadership skills. Edith raised her hand to nominate Han. He has the most experience in missions and is also very good at assessing the situation. Those who have fought side by side with him will definitely agree. He is also a warrior, very strong soldiers. Kishasa also agreed to this proposal. If the dragon warrior was the leader, I would have no complaints, but we won't fight together. We don't like fighting in teams. Then Edith complained, but then there was no point in choosing a leader. But Han respects Kishasa's decision. Their way of fighting is different from ours. Forcing them to fight our way will not be effective. Ryman wondered, so my team also listens to you? Han said he only gave basic orders but the rest was up to everyone to decide. I'll tell everyone in advance, no matter what happens, don't panic. The first person to panic will lose their life. Every problem has a solution. Everyone just needs to remember this. There's one last trip left. If you don't intend to fight with all your might, don't participate. Although Ryman later affirmed that he would not be lazy, seeing his hands sweat like that must have been scary. At the same time, Gilbert wanted to ask Han something. He told the story about teams 4 and 5 also trying very hard to get to the second floor, but as soon as we got here, there was a third floor. If we do this mission well, can you let us go to the third floor? That's up to the master to decide, but I can give suggestions. Having said that, he continued to take out the pieces of the map he copied. This is a maze that will most likely appear on the 30th floor, so everyone should try to remember it. While Han was speaking, Gilbert had thoughts in his heart. He's too young. Leader, if this meeting is to show us the distance between the second and third floors, then are we just hands, just wrong? Okay, I will choose to be patient. But soon the position of leader will be mine. It was bright. The sunlight illuminated the entire base, shining on the windows. Han sheathed his sword and asked if everyone was ready. Nerissa put her sword at her waist, answered him, ready. Olka also checked his weapons and jokingly asked if he had written a will yet. Velkus followed her with a question, have you written it yet? His tone was still somewhat teasing. Olka calmly replied, of course not. At this time, Jenna also said, no one intends to die here, right? Because this time the boss will lead us. As soon as she finished speaking, Han immediately said, you depend on me too much. Hearing Han say that, she immediately replied, he turned around really quickly, didn't he tell us to stick to him? They said as they moved forward. Han said, let's go. The first team was prepared under the leadership of Captain Han along with team members Jenna, Ivalka, Nerissa, and Velkus. At this time, the second team including Roderick, Anand, Benik, and Lilani had also fully prepared their equipment and freely advanced under the leadership of Edith. Kishasa is the third team captain and members Lakari, Daruma, Nandio, and Nishes are full of fighting spirit. Team 4 also quickly gathered. The entire team included Rosa, Lykulin, Vidine, Rodrisk and Captain Ryman. Gilbert also brought all the members of Team 5 to them, Riken, Karen, Miguel, and Jidi. They created the number 1 attack unit, small, first team, second team, third team, fourth team, fifth team. At this time the total number of heroes was 25, the unit commander was empty and the proposed unit commander was Han, who had 3 stars and most of the unit members recommended him. The system asked a question: would you appoint a 3-star Han as unit commander? Of course, everyone chose yes. At this time, everyone was fully gathered. Edith told Han in a firm tone that we would be more useful on the 20th floor. Hearing that, Han immediately replied, "No need to mention it." Ivalka spoke. More and more people were doing the same mission. If this was the case, hundreds of heroes would be needed in the future. As soon as he heard that, Han also stopped. The atmosphere between the two was silent for a moment. She screamed in surprise. "Really?" Han continued walking silently in his heart, ignoring her. Yizel suddenly appeared and shouted, "Everyone, you can tell by looking, right, this is the 30th floor. If you take it lightly and get killed, don't blame me, do it well and don't get in the way, Han." She jumped up and used a look of admiration and love as Han said, "Han, good luck." Velka said to Han, "You're so famous, I'm jealous." Hearing that, he reluctantly replied, "Leave her alone." Just then the gate was opened. The system displayed a notification: "The door will be opened in 10 seconds, so get ready." The gate was fully opened and displayed the introduction: "Climb the tower, save the world, main dungeon, current floor 29. The system continues to notify. Recording the task will play back the recording." Jenna smiled confidently, turned around and told everyone, "We just need to stay focused and we can survive." The light from the door emitted brightly. Following the light, everyone entered the door and went to a shabby place. Here, wind and dust filled the sky, houses cracked, and pillars fell to the ground. Han spoke. "This place is," Ivalka wondered, "a city. Is this a city?" He thought to himself, "It looks quite old." At this time, you contact the other captains, all the captains, answer if everyone hears. Second team captain Edith responded, "This is Han." Hearing her question, he replied, "Yes, it's Han from the first team. Where is her current position?" She said, "We are in a very strange city. There's a lot of sand. The weather is also hot. What about you?" Hearing that, Han spoke up, "So did we. Let's gather first. Go to the city center. I don't need to explain anymore, right?" She replied, "We will be there soon." He wondered, where were the other teams? At this time, Team 4 Captain Ryman continued, "We are here. I am Ryman of Team 4. Han and his teammates were moving forward. Hearing that, he immediately said, "Team 4 should also come. Remember to contact the other teams too. Because of the distance, I couldn't contact them." Ryman said, "Got it." Han thought to himself, "This is a bit dangerous. All the teams are separated. The wind carrying dust still blew strongly against them." Ivalka covered her mouth in discomfort and complained, "Why was there so much sand?" Nariza also exclaimed, "The weather is really terrible." Han also covered his nose and mouth and said, "We will go to the city center and meet the other teams. Nariza, you will be the navigator. Find Freikais, maybe she is here." Nariza activated her ability and replied, "I understand." Velka said worriedly, "The visibility is so bad." Han stepped forward and reminded his team, "Nariza will report back on almost everything, but we still have to be careful to avoid an attack." The members of the first team walked steadily even though the strong wind and sand still obscured their vision. Jenna couldn't hide her worry and spoke, "I'm a bit worried. Nothing has happened yet." Hearing that, Ivalka gasped and glared at Jenna and said, "Don't say bad luck." At the same time, Han also signaled to the team leaders. He called, "Team 2, Team 4, Edith, captain of the second team," replied, "It's me." Team 4 Captain Ryman also continued speaking. I listened. He continued to say, "Everyone, do you see the circular building in the middle of the city center? Let's gather there." In front of him now is a circular building. On the roof there is a picture of 2 angels embracing each other. Edith replied, "I see." Ryman also saw the reply. "We saw it too. I also contacted the other teams. I will pass on the message." After listening to the 2 captains, he quietly replied, "Okay." But at this moment, he and his teammates saw 2 figures hidden in the wind and sand coming. He and everyone immediately became alert and prepared to fight. The silhouettes that appeared were Nariza and Freikais. She helped Freikais and said, "I found the princess. She fainted in the middle of the road." He wondered if it could be a trap. Ivalka heard that. She activated her ability. Her eyes emitted the ability to examine Frykai's. After confirming, she said, "She is real." After hearing Ivalka's confirmation, he took out a bottle of red medicine, opened the lid and said, "What is she doing here?" It seemed like she was too exhausted and fainted. After saying that, Han put the medicine bottle to her mouth. After drinking it, she gradually got better. She opened her eyes and weakly called out, "Han." He took the medicine and added a yellow bottle of medicine, opened the lid and gave it to her, saying, "This is fever-reducing medicine, take it." "Do you want to die?" She took the bottle of medicine and said, "I'm just looking for the key." He looked at her wondering, "Is this place?" She firmly affirmed, "It's definitely true, it's exactly like what I saw in the dream." At this time, the system announced, the 30 mission type is Exploration, Unknown Target, Special Target, Survival of NPC Frykai's Outlander. Han looked serious and said, "Go with Jenna, if anything happens, remember to hide." He contacted the remaining teams again. This was Han of the first team. Edith replied immediately, "I listened," he said. "Did you see the mission window? It just appeared," she said. "I saw it. Explore and escort the survival target." Hearing that, he immediately said, "The first team has protected the target, everyone doesn't need to look for her anymore. Inform the other teams and gather immediately." She answered obediently, clearly. The sand wind was still blowing strongly, sand all over her body, making Ivalka uncomfortable. She said angrily, "It's really annoying." Hearing that, he encouraged me to endure a little longer. She wondered and asked him if he was sure the key was inside. Hearing her question, he affirmed that the key was definitely inside. Han raised his eyes towards the roof of the building where there was a statue of two goddesses embracing each other in the howling sand wind. This is Gilbert's memory. Each image appears like a movie of his past. Right now he is with his parents. The stream of memories is like a whisper telling a story, born into an extremely ordinary family. After becoming an extremely ordinary man, the image suddenly changed. His grandfather had now become a soldier. He thought to himself, he used the little swordsmanship he learned to join the army. When monsters appeared, the war between humans and monsters became uncontrollable, he thought. The moment his life took a turn for the worse is when the world that we thought was peaceful turns into hell. Thousands of arrows tearing through the wind flew. Unfortunately, one of them damaged one of his eyes. He screamed in pain, fell down and sat down on the ground. When he calmed down a little, before his eyes were thousands of giant monsters, baring their teeth. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, looked at him with lust, and let out terrifying sounds. He was very scared. Tears flowed out uncontrollably, his face full of panic and despair. He ran away. Now when he recalls that image, the fear is no longer there. He only thinks, because he was afraid, he ran away. Behind him, the monsters were reaching out, but waves of arrows were also attacking them. He was able to escape from there. The image of him hugging his knees and sitting under a tree appeared. He thought to himself as if telling a story to himself, "I was wandering aimlessly. Where could a deserter go?" Right when he was most desperate, 3 young men met and helped him. He told himself as if writing a diary. He said, "But I suddenly met some people. They gave me food and took me with them." While everyone was sleeping soundly, he worried and thought, but was not sure if they would attack while he slept or not. "I can't tell if they are good people or just a bunch of bandits." Thinking of this, he took his sword and stabbed them to death in their sleep, his remaining eye shining with cruelty and coldness. He continued to tell himself, "So I killed them." He killed 2 young men. The remaining one knelt at his feet in fear, begging and crying to live. However, at this moment his mind was completely immersed in sinful desire. At that moment, he thought that, when the fear within him turned into fear towards him, I realized it was pleasure. His face now looked extremely cruel and terrifying. He smiled happily. Returning to reality, Team 4 Ryman contacted the other teams to inform them that Team 1 was escorting the target. Team 3 and Team 5, did everyone see the dome building? Kishasa, captain of the 3rd team, continued, "Don't worry, our eyes are very good. If you are talking about the building in the city center, we will meet you there." The entire 5th team is also standing in the wind and sand. Captain Gilbert of the 5th team said, "Gilbert of this year's team, we can't see the building from where we are, but we will try to move towards it." Looking at the whole scene, we can see that Team 1 is in front of the dome building, Team 2 is also approaching the building's gate, Team 4 is following the path leading to the building's gate, only Team 5 is still in the abandoned building, and Team 3 is furthest from the building. Not long after, all members of the 5 teams gathered in front of the dome building. Han introduced, she is our escort target in this mission. Frykai's greeted everyone and introduced, "Hello warriors. I am Frykai's Al Lanner, Ryman repeated doubtfully. Al Lanner. Isn't that the family name of the royal family? She just silently bowed her head. Ryman recalled a few images of her, thinking suspiciously, could she be the person I saw in the replay? But the age didn't quite match. He said, well, I'll ask about it later. Gilbert thought to himself, so this is the target that needs to be escorted this time. I don't understand why this mission came about. Hans spoke, the first team will enter first, the remaining teams will guard outside. Edith asked worriedly, will you be okay? We don't know what's in there yet. He replied, I will contact you immediately. We cannot know what will happen outside. Hearing that, Ryman also spoke up, so we will search in the south. Gilbert also joined, so we headed west. Then Nerissa stood in front of the big door, touching it tentatively. She confirmed to everyone, there seemed to be no trap. The door is opened. First team members immediately entered. As soon as he entered, Frykais exclaimed in surprise, this is it. In front of everyone was a short sword floating on a stone pedestal, the entire sword body radiating bright yellow light. Han thought, a short sword, Nerissa is suspicious, strange, I can't sense any enemy, it's as if it's luring us to take it. He asked, is that all? Ivalka said, isn't it a bit too easy? Jenna continued, yes, then what fun would there be? At this moment, Frykais reached out and picked up the short sword. With a ding sound, the system notified again, completing the collection of the first item and receiving the void key. Neither she nor Ivalka could hide their surprise. Ivalka immediately said, what? Nothing. There was a loud bang, the ground under everyone's feet seemed to be shaking, the system displayed a warning again. Ivalka reluctantly spoke up, it seemed like something was about to happen. Han also received news from Edith. Han, he replied, what is that? Edith cried out in fear, get out quickly. The whole first team quickly went out. As soon as they got out, they were all surprised. Han said doubtfully, has the sandstorm disappeared? Nerissa replied, how is that possible? Suddenly, with a bang, the ground under their feet began to shake again. Han worriedly asked, Nerissa, where is the nearest exit? Nerissa immediately replied, it is in the southwest, I will lead the way. Han cried out, running away. Han immediately contacted the other teams with an urgent voice, we will get out of the city, run immediately. Ryman asked worriedly, what's going on? Han ran and replied, how do I know? The rumbling sound echoed endlessly. Han worriedly turned around to look. Everyone immediately ran away. Ivalka turned around and was suddenly surprised. Velkus looked back with an excited smile and said, behind, look, it's coming. Dust seemed to chase behind them, they tried to run as fast as they could. Edith was worried and panicked, reminding her team member Anand to hurry up. Roderick tried to lift his round body and tried his best to run. As he ran, he made a sound, gulp. Ryman said in fear, what the hell? Gilbert's face darkened, his eyes widened in panic and exclamation, it was terrible. Han handed Frykais to Jenna and said, I leave her to you, Jenna, even if you die, don't let her go. Jenna received the order and immediately replied, understood. He continued to say, the rest, run quickly, there are 5 minutes left until the exit. Those who can still run should help those who can't. If they die here, it will be very troublesome. Judy was scared and grabbed Gilbert screaming, wait, don't leave me behind. He coldly shook her hand and said, let go. She fell down hard. Suddenly she screamed in pain. A giant wave of sand was swallowing her. The system also announced at this time that 3-star Judy had returned to the goddess's arms. Her fighting spirit would be forever engraved. Gilbert's face became scary, his bloodshot eyes screamed, you are just tools for my goal, I will survive. Sand still chased them endlessly, roaring behind them. Ryman asked, how far was it to the exit? Han turned around and jumped over the roof and replied, he would arrive in a minute. Han worriedly thought to himself, luckily there were no monsters around here. He shouted a reminder, once you leave the city, don't stop, keep moving. Sand is still rushing in. At this time, everyone had left the city, and dust was still flying in the city. Ryman wondered, we escaped, what to do now? Frykais panted and sadly asked, is it because of me? Han was also sweating because he was tired. He replied to her, don't worry, if you keep blaming each other, you will be very tired. After running for a while, Ivalka sighed, we were out of there, even though it was a bit dangerous. Jenna wiped the sweat from her chin and asked him, Captain, where are you looking? He seriously asked, how do I look to you? Jenna looked at him in surprise, well. The rumble rang out, the ground shook again. Jenna screamed, "Earthquake, does such an earthquake exist?" Han sighed and thought, what a tiring day. You contact the captains, everyone, prepare to go. Ryman asked worriedly, isn't it done yet? He replied, it's funny, we're just getting started. Gilbert screamed, what the hell is going on? Han said, holding his sword, holding his weapon and preparing to go. Fry-Kai stuttered in surprise, The system now also sounds notifications, warnings, warnings. Wave after wave of sand rushes in. It lifts whole houses. The sand stopped rising into a mountain, forming a monster. Han asked Fry-Kai's, did that name also appear in your dream? Fry-Kai's replied, both surprised and worried, no, I have never seen anything like that. The system dinged again, a notification appeared, the mission type had been changed. At this moment, the monster reached out. Open your eyes and look at everyone. The system reports back to everyone's mission, the conquest mission type, the goal is to defeat the enemy, and the special goal is the survival of NPC Fry-Kai's Outlander. Just as the monster reached out towards everyone. Everyone had the same thought and guessed that this monster was an ancient statue. Fry-Kai's panicked, Han was also nervous. The remaining members could not hide their worry. Gilbert gasped and opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, what the hell? The monster lifted its foot and walked towards everyone. Wherever it stepped, the ground shook. Gilbert smiled strangely. He narrowed his eyes and looked towards the monster and whispered, so this is a real match. He smiled and muttered, no, that's not it. His face now revealed a twisted expression. His mouth was smiling but his eyes were wide open and filled with blood. After saving me, you killed me again. A stream of memories appeared in his mind. The fire burned brightly. He secretly thought back to the past. Murder, rape, arson, robbery, all of these actions have become my habits. At this moment, he sat on his treasure with a happy smile. He recalled again, I will do everything to stand on top of this world. Holding gold coins and jewels all over his arms, he greedily thought, just a little more actions will be needed. Then he recalled the scene of the burning forest. He spurred his horse and ran out of the forest, turned around and shouted, the knights. Damn it, someone has already spread the information out, come follow me quickly. Suddenly, his horse tripped over a rock and fell straight into the abyss. When he regained consciousness, he heard his junior calling out, Big Brother has become like this. If this continues, the bandit group will disband. The juniors worriedly asked each other, what should we do now, or should we just leave him alone? If this continues, the day will only become a burden. Suddenly a junior screamed in pain, a sword slashed through his body, cutting off his hand. Gilbert got up, grabbed his sword and slashed at his junior, shouting, you bastards. He shouted excitedly, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know your intentions? Say it again. Then, he saw himself appear at the base. He thought, that was his last memory. He looked at his body in surprise and thought, my pelvis was broken but it healed as soon as I got here. He exclaimed in surprise at that moment, oh my God, what a surprise. As if seeing a new life, he was happy. In this place, all diseases were healed. Even though the scars remained, they did not cause him any trouble at all. He thought to himself, the person living on the second floor has detailed information about everything. I will have to learn more if I want to get to the second floor. He looked at himself in the mirror and said to himself, this is the opportunity given to me by heaven. After saying that, he thought, I'm definitely approaching 2 stars, I'm better than all the rest. He smiled, his face darkened and said, an opportunity to climb even higher in this battle. He calculated in his head, Hanislat, who was known as the commander of this place, was born a 1-star, he used to be a farmer, there was no reason why I couldn't climb higher than him, we get it all. He raised his eyes and looked at Han faintly. The memory ends, the monster now reaches out and slams its hand on the ground. The ground shook, Gilbert gasped in fear. The system sent a notification, the 3-star Gilbert was scared, all stats were reduced to 30%, he sweated nervously and muttered, this opportunity never existed from the beginning. Seeing the monster pounding on the ground, he worriedly thought, everything was just like when the knight came to find him, there certainly won't be victory here, I have to run quickly. Lykulin shouted in panic and asked, you mean fight that thing? Are you kidding? At this time, the system also continuously announced that 3-star Lykulin was scared, all indicators were reduced to 30%, 3-star Vidin is scaring all the stats, but at this time, Vidin was also worried, insecurely screaming, that nonsense is not an ordinary monster. Roderick's face changed and he shouted, how can we defeat something like that? It's impossible. The system announced again. 3-star Anan is scared. 3-star Lilani is scared. 3-star Benik is scared. All members of Team 4 are scared. All members of Team 5 are scared. All stats are down to 30%. Ryman was sweating profusely, wondering, conquering, don't we run away anymore? Gilbert lost his temper and shouted loudly, even if he tried to hold a sword and shield, he wouldn't be able to defeat giant animals, he was talking nonsense. Velka smiled faintly and interrupted him, shut up you bastard. He was startled and said, what? Velka still said faintly, aren't you less than a bastard? He continued, I guess I have a bit of a grudge against bastards, are you a bug? He was angry, his whole face contorted, gritted his teeth and said, this crazy bastard. Velka smiled, his eyes suddenly flashed and asked him with a disdainful gesture, what was that expression? He reached out and pulled out his sword, saying I will kill you here. Han stopped him from speaking, stop it. Gilbert said again, what else can we do? How can we escape? Han replied, we are not running away. Didn't you see the status window just now? He looked at the big monster and said, we can't escape until we kill that thing. You put yourself in fighting mode, get ready for battle, prepare for that battle. After listening to him, he was scared, his eyes trembled, he thought, what is this guy, is he crazy? His eyes widened in surprise, he felt extremely scared, the giant monster with bloodshot eyes lifted its foot and wanted to trample everyone, compared to the monster, they were nothing more than ants. Looking up at the monster, he thought worriedly, terror, the feeling of despair that I thought I had forgotten, does he really want to fight in the midst of all that? Gilbert shouted loudly pointing at Han, what nonsense, at this time, the system had updated his parameters, 3-star Gilbert was in panic, all stats decreased by 50%, he made a terrified face, shouting loudly, do you want us to defeat that giant, do you think it's possible, it's all nonsense. There was a rustling sound, and his raised arm fell to the ground. His face contorted, his eyes trembled in pain. His blood sprayed everywhere. Velkist asked Han, why did you stop me instead of attacking him? He replied, we can't let him die. The system informed again that the 3-star Gilbert was in a bleeding state, and his HP would decrease over a certain period of time. Han called, Riken Snurl. He heard his name and stopped slightly, worried. Han continued, from now on he will be in charge of Team 5. The arm on the ground was still bleeding. The system sent out information again. The leader of the 3-star Han attack team requested to change the leader of the 5th team. The system asks again, do you accept this proposal? Han says, choose, fight or die. Riken was worried, but... Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted, no buts, as long as he was still here, he needed to kill any enemy here if possible, it didn't matter which enemy it was. Han turned back to look at Riken and said, move if you still want to live. Ivalka sighed, supporting her forehead, I know this is not easy. Jenna spoke encouragingly, we can do it, we always can and we will continue. Velka smiled, his face filled with confidence. Nerissa relaxed her body and took a deep breath. Seeing that, Riken was stunned for a moment. Then his face gradually became serious. He waved his sword and pointed to the sky, shouting, we can fight too. Frykais asked Han, are you sure? Han replied calmly, we will know soon. Riken asked a little worriedly, but how can we kill that thing? Hearing that, Jenna continued, I was taught to observe the situation in these situations, only then can we find the answer, that's what I learned at Niflheimer. Han also said the same, exactly, he made a plan in his head, the first thing to do when facing the boss was to analyze its attacks. At this moment, looking at the giant monster, Ryman suddenly thought, it is over 300 meters tall, I cannot estimate its weight, its body is made of some kind of stone, we are just like ants compared to elephants. Based on his own thoughts, he panicked and shouted, what should we do, what should we say? Han replied, we need to hold out until we have enough information about it. Ryman shouted again and asked, so, do we need to stay away from it? He replied, do you think it's possible? Ryman helplessly patted his forehead, he said, what happens next? Behind him at this moment appeared a group of small monsters rushing towards him. Both Frykais and Han looked at the group of monsters in surprise. The monsters bared their fangs and claws and rushed straight towards them. At this time, the system displays a reminder box. In the first wave of monsters, Lizardman level 23 has 31, Lizardman Knight level 25 has 4, Lizardman Witch level 26 has 2. Han reminds everyone, they will be here soon. Edith shouted, Han, they are also coming from the west, I think, the whole west. In the west, monsters bared their teeth and claws, held spears, shouted and rushed towards them. The system announced again, the second wave of monsters, Lizardman level 23 has 53, Lizardman Knight level 25 has 10, Lizardman Witch level 26 has 2. Suddenly, with a whooshing sound, something rushed past Edith toward the monsters. That was a member of Team 3. Kishasa laughed and told everyone, "We will handle this side." The entire third team of ferocious beasts rushed towards the monsters. They rushed as fast as the wind, constantly moving forward. Right now, Hans spoke up, "Pay attention, don't worry about Team 3 anymore." When he opened his mouth, everyone gathered towards him. He continued planning, "Team 2 will be in front, Team 4 and 5 are in the back. We will protect the target, we will also find a way to take down that giant, the others take out the monsters, let's make sure they don't get to us." Frykais asked him, "What about the giant?" He replied, "It's okay, the last person to destroy it is clearly only one person, the one holding the key. You won't be attacked as long as you don't stay away from us." Han shouted loudly and signaled, "Get into formation." All members of the 5 teams began to line up to prepare for battle. At this moment, Ryman and his team members panicked and realized something. He shouted, "Wait, the enemy is also approaching from the east." At that time, a few o'clock in the east, many ferocious monsters appeared, holding spears and rushing towards them like tearing the wind. The system notice board appeared again. Wave 3 of monsters, Lizardman level 23 had 22, Lizardman Knight level 25 had 3, Lizardman Witch level 26. Han thought, "This floor really wants to force us to death." Looking at the situation of the battle, one could clearly see that they were surrounded, with monsters attacking on all 4 sides. At this moment, Jenna suddenly shouted, "Han!" Above the first team member, the monster lifted its foot, intending to trample them. The moment it stepped on it, the earth and rocks shattered. The sand splashed out, creating a rolling sand wave. The sand wave rushed towards them. Han ran and quickly contacted other teams and teams. "Creating distance from each other will also make it impossible for us to attack the giant." Edith replied, "Understood." Ryman also quickly replied, "Understanding." Riken received the information and replied, "Okay." Seeing that the teams had grasped the information, Han also turned back to remind Frykais, "Kid, not to be distracted." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "Okay, I know." At this time, Edith informed him, "Han, sorry, there are too many of them, one of them is heading towards you." The monsters turned towards him and cried out, "Die, die." Han replied to her, "It's okay, I was hoping that would happen, just focus on your team." Han swung his sword and slashed the monster to death. At this time, the system announced again, the 4th wave of monsters, Lizardman level 23 has 18, Lizardman Knight level 25 has 2. Next, it reported, Wave 5 of monsters, Lizardman level 23 had 42, Lizardman Knight level 25 had 5, Lizardman Witch level 26 had 2, crowds of monsters gathered around them. Jenna stretched out her bow and shot out a few arrows while activating her level 2 spinning arrow skill. Her arrow pierced a crowd of monsters, causing them to fall apart. Ivalka also activated the ability to create a huge fire tornado. Knock monsters up and destroy them. At this time, Frykais was standing alone. A large black shadow appeared above her head. Han saw that and shouted loudly at her, "You idiot, run away." Only then did Frykais realize in panic that the giant monster had lifted its foot and wanted to trample her. Han shouted loudly, "Little girl." At the same time the monster's feet also stomped on the ground. The boss's giant fist was about to strike Priya from behind, causing rocks to explode. She still stared as if she couldn't move. Han stopped growing up worried, "Kid." Not knowing who saved Priya, she was still scared and raised her hands in front of her face. Han asked if she was okay. The new situation shows that the main character promptly carried Priya to avoid the boss's giant fist. Priya realized that the person who saved her was Han, surprising her. As for Han, he carried her and backed away from the incoming sand waves. He looked at the boss and said, "That thing is quite strong." While being wary of the boss, Edit sent a voice transmission to ask Han, "Are you okay?" Han transmitted a voice response saying yes, "I'm fine." Edit was still worried and said, "Suddenly the ground moved, which surprised me." Han asked again, "How is it over there?" Edit replied, "We are holding out but they are coming in more and more numbers. As we see, the scene of dozens of monsters is coming." The system announces a wave of 6 monsters, level 23 lizard people, number 86. Han quickly moved and observed, it was made of hard bedrock, the surface was smooth, there were not many gaps for him to cling to and there was nothing similar. He said firmly, "We will move." Jenna asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" Han headed straight towards the boss, either crawl inside it or climb on top of it. Jenna was surprised. Are you serious? He looked towards the burning purple fire. Look over there, the fire is getting closer and closer, we can't stay any longer, this place will soon be engulfed in flames. Velkus behind him grinned. So you mean we only have one more place to run to, right? It's not late, how are you going to climb up? Han replied, we need to take the right angle, the corner. He immediately contacted Rikan, Han of the first team. Has anyone seen the goddess statue or something similar? Rikan asked suspiciously. Goddess statue, what do you mean? But the fire, he replied. Don't worry, just focus forward. Edith also chimed in. I didn't see anything like that either. Kishasa added, making Han frown. Goddess statue, you mean this strange sculpture of a woman? Kishasa looked at the statue of two female angels hugging each other and said, it is buried in the sand near us. Han looked back and shouted loudly, running towards the western desert, quickly. He turned to Frias again. Boy, brought out the key. She panted, quickly took out the key, holding it firmly in her hand. Han thought to himself, no reaction, we can't use it yet. He again contacted the third team where the goddess statue was found. Kishasa, it's Han. Kishasa quickly replied, what is it? I'm enjoying myself, he said. Try putting your hand on the statue. Kishasa quickly responded, yes, then announced, warrior, no reaction at all. Han replied as he ran, I understand, get all your kids out of there, we're on our way there. Jenna behind us panicked and turned back. Boss, the monster is right behind us already. Causes waves of monsters to rush forward. Round 9, Lizardmen level 23, number 57, Lizardman Cavalry level 25, number 13 and Lizardman Mage, level 26, number 6. Edith seen alarm, there are even more of them coming. Han quickly said, retreat, come to us. Ryman turned to his teammates behind him and shouted orders. Team 4, retreat, regroup with Team 1. A black-haired boy noticed the situation. The other teams are moving, we have to go. After speaking, he was startled. Gilbert ran forward holding his severed arm that was in the process of healing. The other boy quickly stopped him. Mr. Gilbert, come back here. Gilbert gritted his teeth. Shut up, kid, don't give me orders. His eyes were bloodshot, I couldn't even see his sword. Damn, he was at my level but he was stronger than me, no way. Dika's words from before echoed in Gilbert's mind. When entering the next floor, don't panic or be afraid. If you panic, all possibilities will be chaotic. He gritted his teeth, not expecting to remember that advice. The black-haired man quickly ran after him. Mr. Gilbert, take me with you. Gilbert didn't seem to listen, muttering absent-mindedly, as long as I'm alive, my hand will be regenerated, if I'm still alive. Scene change, two lizard monsters holding crescent moon sickles are confronting two warriors. A cut caused Anon to bleed everywhere. Anon, the 3-star, was bleeding, he was slowly losing blood. Edith quickly took the medicine and rushed towards him. Don't be afraid, wake up and take the medicine. Road Sark frowned. Edith, there are only 2 people left in Team 5, they will soon give up. She was scared. Huh, are they dead? He replied. No, 2 guys have escaped. Edith was angry. That guy, I recognized his eyes. It was the same as the eyes of my old teammate. Road Sark turned his back. Linini, hold my position in the hedgehogs in Team 1. I will go pick up Team 5. On the other side, the 2 survivors are trying to help each other move. Stay awake, we have to group up with Team 1. His eyes suddenly opened wide. Ahead was a group of lizard monsters, with the unfortunate Karen impaled on a spear. Karen 3-Sack has returned to the goddess's arms, his fighting spirit will be engraved forever. On Han's side, he frowned and rushed forward. We have reached the limit. He looked around, the fire was gradually narrowing the area where we could operate, the lizards were constantly appearing, gathering together in this chaos made no sense. He quickly made a decision and gave orders. Only Priuses should follow me, the rest go help the other teams. Everyone is worried. Will you be okay? He replied. It will be okay. Priya asked, what are you planning to do? Han smirked, giant monsters are my specialty. He rearranged the events in his head. The statue of the goddess was above the palace where the key was located. However, when that monster appeared, it was swept away along with the city. The second goddess statue is located in the area where Kishasa is fighting monsters. It is definitely located there for a reason. Another wave of monsters approaches, this time round 13, Lizardmen level 23, number increased to 93, Lizardman Cavalry level 25, number 25 and Lizardman Mage level 26, number increased. A group of 3 children continuously stuck out their tongues and howled. A woman's shadow jumped up from below. Daruma used force to kick down. Her kick carried such great power that the lizard monsters were sent flying. The lizardman magician quickly cast a spell. The warriors dodged its incoming attacks. In the blink of an eye, it was cut in half. Han informed Kishasa, "We are coming with the giant statue, take Team 3 and retreat quickly." Han carried Priya on his hip to avoid the boss's attack. The boss raised his giant fist again. Kishasa frowned, "Enough fun, let's go." Her children immediately followed, "Yes, ma'am." Han carried Priya and said, "You need to practice running." Priya was still in a panic, speechless and unable to say anything. The boss is right behind. Its giant punch fell again. Han and Priya are in danger. The boss's punch sent rocks flying. Dust rose blindly. However, somehow the two were safe. They reached the goddess statue and were protected by a layer of bright yellow aura. One of the two goddesses looked up. Immediately after that, a dazzling source of energy radiated out. The giant boss's legs were wrapped in that light, the object's effect was activated, the goddess's power would bind the ancient statue. The boss's entire body was clung to by the goddess's power. It stood still before the surprised eyes of the warriors. Ryman couldn't believe his eyes, the giant statue had stopped. Han flew up from the ground, "Team, listen up." He looked down at the commander, "Now we will climb up this statue." In front of the motionless statue, the voice of Team 1 Captain Han spoke, "Who wants to go first?" Ivalka immediately extended her left arm forward, mentally calling the move, Inferno, and a stream of fire-like light immediately appeared around her. Ivalka raised both hands forward thinking, "Fire up." That stream of power shot straight forward, shattering the soil and rock. Then she shouted loudly, "Up, quick!" Several people immediately climbed up the statue. Han stood on the statue, reaching out to pull Edith up from below. Edith gave her hand to Han and replied, "Thank you." When they were both standing on the statue, Han asked, "Where is Roderick?" Edith replied, "He went to help Team 5. A spear stabbed straight into the monster's throat, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Irshur held his sword in one hand to support his falling body and said, "Thank you." Roderick replied, "We will maintain the steady stance and retreat once it is safe." Having said that, he continued to swing the spear in his hand into a curve to slash and kill the monsters. Seeing that, Irshur immediately opened his eyes in surprise and said, "It's amazing." Mr. Roderick did not care about the compliment and still focused on looking at the monsters with a confident look. The real space gave way to the past space, the image of a dark sky, white objects floating along with the image of straw mannequins standing on the field. A voice rang out, "Actually, with I'm here and it's like going on a trip, so the experience I have is not bad." Irshur held his sword in one hand, sat with his back against the wall, smiled widely and said, "My dream is to become a mercenary and travel across the continent. Now it feels like I'm in a dream." Then he continued to say, "And I'm far from being a mercenary, I haven't even defeated you once, Roderick," he said, and then heard Mr. Roderick's voice say, "You are already a very good warrior, already good." Hearing that, Irshur immediately raised her face to look at him. Then he immediately bowed his head and bowed to the ground. Then he slowly stood up, facing Mr. Roderick, he said, "I will bother you again." Another voice rang out after that, "I will also have to rely on you a lot." Kishasa raised her bow and said, "Before I return I will become stronger, that's for sure." Roderick looked at Kishasa and said, "Childish." Reality returned to the image of a man holding his weapon with both hands. Roderick rushed forward quickly, the tip of the spear stabbed straight forward, one arm was cut off. Irshur was breathing heavily because he was so tired from fighting the monsters and having to use all his strength to run up to the statue. Seeing that both Irshur and Roderick had arrived, Edith immediately said, "The two of you have returned alive." Irshur replied while breathing, "Gilbert was." Hearing that, Edith immediately said, "Forget it, he's not dead yet, but it's hard to help himself survive." Suddenly Han's voice rang out, all 22 people went up to the tower. Once there were enough people, an order was given, all attack. In an instant, everyone rushed forward extremely quickly. Kishasa, who was running in the first place, said proudly while running, "Naha, I was just waiting for you." Other people also followed behind, quickly approaching the statue. Suddenly the system appeared a white text, "Warning," then the system continued to display, "The stone statue's self-defense system was activated." Immediately the statue that was standing still immediately moved. The organs on the stone statue quickly rotate. An arrow with a sharp tip immediately appeared. The monsters also slowly walked out. Immediately, they jumped towards the oncoming people. The arrow also pointed in the direction the people were running towards. A voice suddenly shouted, "Kill the foreigners," and the arrow immediately aimed straight forward and shot. The arrow seemed to tear through the wind and flew straight towards Kishasa, but luckily she dodged it. Another pair of feet just stepped on the ground. Immediately dozens of arrows flew out at the same time. Irshur immediately used his technique to cut off the arrows he had just shot at them. Then a huge foot stepped on the ground and the monsters rushed forward at the same time. Edith rushed forward with two scythes in her hands, jumped up and cut off the monster's head. The others also quickly moved forward to deal with the approaching lizard monsters. Roderick and Lilani stabbed their spears straight at the monsters. Aaron fought with Bennick, one using a sword, the other using a bow, and also quickly advanced. A sword slashed, an arrow shot out, killing several monsters. Edith suddenly shouted loudly, "Team 2 will open the way, charge forward." Rayman grasped the sword tightly in his hand. One slash of the sword defeated the monsters ahead. Then he turned around and looked back, then shouted loudly, "Team 4 will follow Team 2, everyone follow me." Han moved forward quickly while thinking, "We have regained our spirits, the only thing left is to sweep this floor step by step." Suddenly, a person with a strange appearance appeared in front of him. Someone recognized him as a magician. Red energy streams from his body quickly spread into the monsters. The system's voice rang out. The lizard men herd had become hysterical. Kishasa suddenly appeared and opened her eyes wide. The system announced, 3-star Han had fallen into a state of hysteria. The sword in his hand was like a demon from hell. With just one swing of the sword, before he could even see its path, it was cut in half. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated 7 to 8 of them. A lizard crawled up from under the cabin and saw the scene of its fellow being slashed so pitifully, making it freeze on the spot, not knowing whether to climb up and sacrifice itself heroically or cowardly, run away again. While its two thoughts were confronting each other, suddenly Kishasa stepped forward and kicked it until its mouth was distorted, several teeth were broken, and it was thrown 10 meters away, while Kishasa kicked the monster and muttered, "This bastard, he is hollow, I will destroy him from the inside out." Seeing that, Kishasa immediately rushed forward and said, "I'll go up first." Suddenly I heard someone next to me calling my name, "Kishasa, take it." Kishasa replied, "What is this?" Kishasa said, "It's an internal map, follow it." Kishasa looked at him and replied with interest, "You have good stuff, I will use this map well." Then he looked at Priasis next to him and said, "Priasis, everyone, including you, will go inside." Priasis asked in surprise, "Me too?" In front of him, more lizards appeared from that hole, some of them even holding weapons. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more difficult, Kishasa said, "Outside is more dangerous than inside. Ems, look and know." Those lizards began to climb upwards. Seeing them coming, a voice rang out, "Team 1 will stay." Kishasa with 2 horns on his head, holding a sword horizontally said, "We will handle it outside." The monsters continued to crawl up the city wall in increasing numbers. Another group flew thickly in the air. The monsters surrounded them. Han gave the command, "Team 1 will not go inside." He entered fighting mode and arrogantly continued to declare, "We will clean up outside." Han coldly ordered the beast enveloped in ferocious flames, "Kishasa, to go inside and destroy everything you see." The beast excitedly responded to the request, "Got it," so eager. The burning fire seemed to signal the end of the monsters. The system displays a notification, "Unique skill, beast form, activated, 3-star Kishasa transforms." Huge feet with sharp claws are violently stomping on the ground, showing the majesty of the bloodthirsty beast. The completed transformation is a fierce tiger with a strong body covered in red flames and sharp fangs that have turned on the battle switch. Not only that, there is also Han with hair standing next to him, very fierce and ferocious. Before going inside, Kishasa didn't forget to take the panicked Fryakais with her. The beast began to enter and attack with a number of other people. Edith was also part of the group going inside, but she didn't feel secure, so she turned around and said, "Han, be careful." He replied with 10 credit points, "Don't worry." Ivalkal was now dissatisfied and asked angrily, "Why does our team always have to do difficult work?" Han just curled his lips and asked back, "Why, don't you like it? Your attitude makes her uneasy." I walked less but I could only wait for him to give me the task. That's all I saw. What should we do now? He answered in confusion as he looked up at the structure, "We will continue to climb up the mechanical arm and destroy any suspicious machines." Sounds simple. There was a handsome young man standing on the rampart, surveying the situation inside and then announcing, "Everyone, including Team 5, has entered the statue." Suddenly, there was a suspicious sound, and he was startled and looked back. The monsters didn't give them time to chat, they continued to rush forward with a series of arrows. Suddenly a mysterious blue light tore through the space. Spirit Sword, Han activated the weapon, running along the path of the arrow, he swung a sharp sword. Wherever the sword went, the arrow shattered, he slashed the enemy's first shot, starting his monster hunt. Not to be outdone, Ivalkal's hands were covered with the fiery red energy, her eyes aimed straight at the target to strike. A burning spell created a ferocious fire that swept away everything that passed by, everything that touched it was broken and scattered everywhere. There are lizard beasts that do not measure themselves and still bared their teeth to challenge. She did not show mercy to these monsters, continuing to draw her bow and shoot a series of fire arrows to finish them off. This performance could not let them steal the spotlight, everyone remaining in the team tried their best to fight with great moves and beautiful swords, bringing the monsters back to Mother Nature. The Stone Man saw this and was extremely angry, he gritted his teeth and glared at Han. Carrying the main character's wild blood, a friendly smirk he sent back to the monster. His anger turned into energy that enveloped him, the purple evil energy mixed with the dark smoke from the collisions made him even more evil. The source of evil energy covers every corner. On a cliff, a man is seen trying to hold on with his sword. Panting sounds came from the man, who seemed to have no strength left to move, let alone fight. He was sweating profusely, he tried to open his mouth as wide as possible to get as much air as possible. That man was Gilbert, his body was covered in wounds, with blood stains, and his face was pitifully exhausted. Looking at the city wall surrounded by purple flames, he thought to himself, damn it, there's nowhere to run anymore, no matter where I go, it's the same, those damn reptilians are everywhere, the flames the more narrow it becomes. He just wanted to collapse in that place, trying to hold the sword tightly, he tried to face the monster's massive figure, it's high, it's far, how can I get there? He saw his teammates fighting the monsters and wondered, those people had already climbed there, did they think this was really possible? A contrasting scene when the people below are chasing monsters, up there is a man who tried to run away, he thought, while I was trying to run, they were already up there. In another scene, inside the statue, Kishasa went with Fryak eyes to do this inside, the tiger was excited to destroy, this place is full of strange machines, just destroy them all, right? Han replied, yes, go ahead. Suddenly, a warning appeared, the structure here began to change, along with the notification from the system, the stone wall's self-defense system reached level 2. Switching to the outside scene again, Ivalkal now urgently signaled to Olka, I'm ready. The burning blow was once again unleashed by her, a tornado of fire launched towards the newly appeared part of the wall. This must have been a high-end device, because when she saw her attack, the monster became even more aggressive, and the system announced that the reptile was level 27 by 41. Responding to the monster's enthusiasm, a purple energy source appeared, using a new attack, she chanted a smashing spell. With just a swing of her hand, everything in front of her at that moment was shattered into smoke. The monsters flew everywhere, dying without having time to close their mouths. Suddenly a chimpanzee-like foot appeared, causing a commotion. It was a level 23 ogre, it appeared with a loud roar, a massive body, and in its hand was a hammer shaped like a fang. Needless to say, I hadn't been on the air much before there was a sky-high knock on his head. Destroying the ogre in half a note, was none other than Han. At the same time Kishasa contacted, we have already dealt with the second machine, Han replied, Roger that one. The monster's head flew everywhere, showing that they were working extremely hard. She continued to explain, found the third machine, what is this? He asked worriedly, what's going on? She replied, the machine had already run to the ground, he doubted, why was it running? A giant test tube contained a turquoise crystal, he saw it and silently guessed that this was what Kishasa was trying to destroy. He reported the appearance of the strange object to him, Miss, it's here and we'll take care of it, go find the next one. The two bloodthirsty demons rushed towards the test tube at the speed of arrows as ordered, Nerissa and Belkis destroyed it. The monsters rushed forward to shield and protect the karma pipe. But how could they stop Ma Gaming? Two sword strikes, one blue, one red, quickly destroyed them. He rushed forward like a wild animal seeing its prey, his eyes glowing red, his happy mouth unable to close, creating a scary smile. And the one who punctured and shattered the test tube was Belkis with a sword. The stone man's gloomy face appeared with a warning, the stone wall's self-defense system reached level 3, the stone man's gloomy face appeared. Its eyes began to accumulate bright golden energy. It begins to release energy. They were all confused by this situation and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Looking at the monster's structure, Han thought, every time a crystal is destroyed, the self-defense system is activated. Maybe I have to destroy all the crystals to defeat him, get it? He calculated in his head, level 1 had catapults and reptiles guarding it, level 2 had catapults and an ogre. His face was extremely excited when he thought, and there is a third stage. A giant machine was activating, releasing a huge source of energy towards them. The system said it was an ancient wall shooting beams of light from its eyes.